Chapter 1. The system finally arrived. Feel free to raise any questions and listen to advice. As long as it's reasonable, I will make immediate changes. Seeking support. In the early stages, the old man returns to youth in Chapter 124.2 Qing. I'm going into seclusion for an indefinite period, maybe 3 to 5 years, or even over 100 years. The He sect will be entrusted to you. On Lingxiao Mountain, surrounded by mist, a beautiful woman in a green robe and thin gauze skirt, her amber-like eyes tinted by the passage of time, looked at the girl in front of her. The beautiful woman had a charming and tall figure, her waist slender like a bee, and her long legs subtly revealed beneath the gauze skirt. The girl in front of her had affectionate brows and eyes, her lips captivating, also dressed in green, and her stature was tall. Her legs were straight and long, as if carved from jade. Don't worry, master. I will take good care of the He sect and wait for your return. Tu Qing ran to the beautiful woman, smiling. This beautiful woman was Tu Qing's master, the current leader of the He sect, Yulan Jiangsun. Yulan then turned to the side, where an old man with white hair and a white robe, holding a cane, was sitting on the edge of the cliff. Hearing Yulan call him, he slowly stood up and almost fell off, failed to transcend the tribulation and couldn't reach the transformation stage. But you still have over 10 years of lifespan, so there's no need to think too negatively, right? What if you fall? Yulan looked at Jiang Sun's comical actions, her tone filled with helplessness. Generally, male cultivators in the He sect were on the margins, mostly outer disciples. But Jiang Sun was different. He was exceptionally handsome, as if born with charm, yet still exuded masculinity, making him quite popular among the female disciples. And he was well-suited to practice the sex techniques. Thus, Yulan accepted Jiang Sun as her direct disciple, as did Tu Qing. 10 days ago, Yulan prepared to enter seclusion and intended to entrust the He sect to either Tu Qing or Jiang Sun for management. In a bid to obtain the position of sect leader, Jiang Sun, who wasn't fully prepared, recklessly attempted to transcend the tribulation. The outcome was all his treasures shattered. His cultivation plummeted from the great perfection of a nascent soul to the early stage of foundation establishment, with only 10 years of lifespan left, and his once handsome appearance could no longer be maintained, turning him into an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. If it weren't for the cane, he might not even be able to walk steadily. Falling down would just be the end of it, Jiang Sun said with a bitter smile. Jiang Sun was supposed to be a promising young man with a bright future before 2025, but unexpectedly, a large truck that seemed to dislike his bright future chased him into this cultivation world. For the past millennium, Jiang Sun could only grit his teeth and cultivate to survive. Well, it's a waste of effort. Come here. Yulan waved her hand at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun stepped forward to you. L.N.D. Oh, you have any last wishes before you die? As long as I can do it, I will try my best. Why Yulan looked at Jiang Sun with a complex expression. If I really had a last wish, I do want to have a good time with my master before I die. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up instantly. The next moment, Yulan's fist smashed into Jiang Sun's head, slamming his face into the ground. I was joking, master. Jiang Sun covered his face as he got up from the ground. This old bone is really tough. Why Yulan snorted coldly and then took out a small box from her sleeve. This is the great rejuvenation pill. Given your current cultivation, the effect won't be very good, but it can extend your life by 30 years and rejuvenate your body a bit. This. Jiang Sun looked at the small box, frowning, and shook his head. Don't give it to me, it would be a waste. What do you mean waste? You are my disciple. While I can't guarantee your life, I can extend your lifespan a bit. During these decades, either within the sect or outside, find a woman to start a family and leave an heir. Hearing this, Yulan furrowed her brows, her expression slightly angry. Leave an heir? Jiang Sun instinctively looked up at Tu Qing. Tu Qing blushed fiercely at Jiang Sun's glance. Your junior sister is not an option. Yulan immediately dismissed Jiang Sun's thought. Your junior sister is about to break through, and her lifespan can reach 3,000 years. Would you want her to be a widow after you die? I want you to start a family, not just to have children. Jiang Sun nodded in disappointment. Indeed, it was not allowed. Take it. Yulan placed the great rejuvenation pill in Jiang Sun's hand, and then turned to walk towards the cave. I'm leaving. Just as the great rejuvenation pill touched Jiang Sun's palm, a screen suddenly appeared in front of him, and a mechanical woman's voice echoed in his ear. Ding! 10,000 times return system activated successfully. When a host gifts any item to the Fate's Daughter, they can receive a tenfold to 10,000-fold return. The Fate's Daughter ranges from C to SSS grade, and the higher the quality of the Fate's Daughter, the higher the return quality of the items. Reaching 100 favorability can unlock unexpected surprises. The first gift has a 10% probability of triggering a multiplier critical hit. Ding! Please note, the reason for the gift must be reasonable if the other party does not recognize it. It will not count as a successful gift. Beep beep beep. Detecting Fate's Daughter. Yulan. SSS grade Fate's Daughter. Return multiplier 100 times. Favorability 10. Increasing favorability will also increase the return multiplier. Master, wait. Almost instinctively, Jiang Sun shouted that Wai Yulan, who had already entered the cave, paused, turning back to look at Jiang Sun. Puzzled. 1,000 years. I've waited 1,000 years. You bastard finally decided to show up. I said a traverser must have a golden finger. How could I not have one? If you were late a few more years, I would have already kicked the bucket. Jiang Sun cursed the system in his heart. What's wrong? You called me, but didn't say anything? Yulan looked at Jiang Sun, confused. Master, this ZY is the entrance gift you gave me, and it's the only magical artifact I have. Jiang Sun came back to his senses, putting his hand into his sleeve and then drawing out a soft sword. This farewell may be hard to see again. Please keep it as a memento. Jiang Sun stepped forward to Yulan, holding the ZY soft sword with both hands. Sigh. You are thoughtful. Yulan sighed, reaching out to take the ZY soft sword. Don't blame your master, I truly can't help you. Not at all. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead long ago. Master, don't worry. After you return, I will have to trouble you to accept my child as a disciple. Jiang Sun felt very happy seeing Yulan accept the ZY soft sword. Wai Yulan nodded and turned to walk into the cave. She said softly, if I come out and you're still alive, I'll have a good time with you. Before Jiang Sun could react, Yulan's figure disappeared from sight. At the same time, the system prompted. Ding! Yulan's favorability increased to 15. Return multiplier increased to 150. It seems the ZY soft sword reminded Yulan of many good memories of Jiang Sun. Favorability was only 15 before, which was a significant discount after all. The former Jiang Sun was very useful to her, and the current Jiang Sun. Strength is respected. After all, goodbye, master. Tu Qing waved at the cave. Ding! ZY soft sword gift successful. Triggered 10,000 times return critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained the sacred artifact, Luhong sword. Sacred artifact? Jiang Sun was overjoyed at this sight. Among magical artifacts, the strongest is the divine artifact, followed by the sacred artifact. Sacred artifacts are also legendary existences, extremely rare magical artifacts that possess intelligence, can communicate with the user mentally, and help enhance the user's cultivation. Not only that, but sacred artifacts generally possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and have special abilities. Those who possess sacred artifacts are all significant figures. Ding! Detecting SS grade Fate's Daughter, Tu Qing. Return multiplier, 650 times. Favorability, 65. Just then, the system popped up another prompt. Tu Qing is indeed also a Fate's Daughter. At this moment, the only thing Jiang Sun could offer was one item. Junior sister, it'll give you this great rejuvenation pill. Chapter 2. Senior brother, don't do this and feeling it. Tu Qing was taken aback. But this was given to you by master. Besides, Goldong. Jiang Sun directly pressed the great rejuvenation pill into Tu Qing's mouth. The pill rolled down Tu Qing's delicate little tongue and directly reached her throat. Tu Qing's body instinctively swallowed it. Ding! Successfully gifted great rejuvenation pill. Triggered 1,000-fold return critical hit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained a supreme great rejuvenation pill. Supreme. The supreme great rejuvenation pill is already the highest grade of the great rejuvenation pill. The one just now, which could extend Jiang Sun's lifespan by 30 years, should belong to the medium grade pills. And this supreme great rejuvenation pill can directly extend Jiang Sun's lifespan by 500 years. What are you doing? Senior brother, now you only have 10 years left to live. Realizing she had swallowed the great rejuvenation pill, Tu Qing anxiously looked at Jiang Sun and even hugged his arm. Ding! Detected. Tu Ching's favorability increased to 80. After swallowing a great rejuvenation pill, Tu Ching's favorability skyrocketed by 15 points. After all, to Tu Ching, this was something that could save Jiang Sun's life. She didn't expect her senior brother to just give the great rejuvenation pill to her. Jiang Sun and Tu Ching met at the Hawan sect when Jiang Sun had just become a disciple of Yulan. During a trip down the mountain, his young and handsome face captivated Tu Ching, leading her to follow him back up the mountain. Yulan noticed Tu Ching's good aptitude and took her as a closed-door disciple. After 1,000 years of companionship, the two had long fallen for each other. The Hawan sect practices the path of emotions and can also enhance cultivation through dual cultivation. Over the years, many have practiced dual cultivation with Jiang Sun, but only Tu Ching has done so with him. One could say she was the officially designated partner. When Yulan mentioned descendants earlier, Jiang Sun looked at Tu Ching. Tu Ching's reaction was not just shyness, but also a bit of anticipation. Although Jiang Sun was old now, the bond they shared over the years was still there, and Tu Ching could accept it. Unfortunately, Master poured a bucket of cold water on them. 10 years isn't enough for me to have a child. Jiang Sun patted Tu Ching's round, peach-like bottom and laughed. You old lecher. Tu Ching glared at Jiang Sun fiercely. Although Jiang Sun had aged, Tu Ching's favorability towards him had somewhat decreased, but if it were anyone else, her favorability would be just 0. Don't be fooled by how Tu Ching acts like a little rabbit in front of Jiang Sun in front of outsiders. She is the ruthless Lady Qingling, quite renowned. Now, she was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, slightly weaker than Jiang Sun before his tribulation. Shall we go back? After venting her small temper, Tu Ching looked at Jiang Sun. She couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. She used to have to look up at her senior brother, but now he had become a hunched old man, and she could look him in the eye. Master brought me up here just now. I can't use the sword to get down, Jiang Sun said. Looking at the cliff, of course. I'll take you down, Tu Ching said, and with that, a blue light flew from a distance, positioning itself in front of Jiang Sun and Tu Ching. Tu Ching jumped on it first, and then extended her hand to Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun understood and grabbed Tu Ching's hand, being pulled onto the flying sword by her. My legs are shaking. Jiang Sun, with his old arms and legs, was swaying even while standing on the flying sword. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid, he was just trying to take advantage. Tu Ching, upon hearing this, grabbed Jiang Sun's hand and wrapped it around her slim, tight waist, which felt great even through her clothes. Once Jiang Sun held on tightly, Tu Ching controlled the flying sword to descend the mountain. Oh, this little waist? I've been touching it for so many years and still haven't gotten tired of it. Jiang Sun's palm moved back and forth on Tu Ching's waist, enjoying himself, just as Jiang Sun was about to go further. Senior brother, things like this, we can do whatever we want in a room. What if I suddenly feel something now and we fall? I'm fine, but you. Tu Ching grabbed Jiang Sun's restless hand, her tone carrying a hint of threat. I'm on my hands shake easily. Understanding is paramount. Jiang Sun coughed twice. Humph. Tu Ching lightly huffed, releasing Jiang Sun's hand. The speed of the flying sword was fast. In less than half a tea's time, the two arrived at a small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. The Hawan sect is located at the mountaintop, but since Jiang Sun grew old, it became inconvenient to go up and down, and most of the female disciples in the sect showed disdain towards him. With some gossiping, avoid this. Jiang Sun had someone tidy up a courtyard at the foot of the mountain for him to live in. This storage bag contains 100 top-grade spirit stones, enough for your food and clothing. There are also some commonly used talismans. If you need anything, you can contact me using the messaging talisman. After landing and putting away the flying sword, Tu Ching took a small cloth bag from her waist. This was a Qian Kun storage bag with a vast space and the ability to shield against external probing. A slightly inferior storage bag would be easily probed by others to see what it contained. Now that Jiang Sun was only at the foundation establishment stage, if someone with ulterior motives discovered the storage bag contained over 100 top-grade spirit stones, they would surely try to rob him. 1 top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 medium-grade spirit stones, which equals 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Converted to modern currency, it is about 1 million. In ancient currency, it is roughly over 300 taels of gold. That's a huge sum. However, Jiang Sun wasn't just interested in this amount of spirit stones. I don't need so many. 10 will do. Jiang Sun took out 10 spirit stones and placed them on the table, then tossed the storage bag back to Tu Qing. The rest is for you. Tu Qing caught the storage bag and frowned. Don't you want the talismans? I don't need them besides. I have some. Jiang Sun nodded. Upon hearing this, Tu Qing didn't say anything more. If she needed more later, she could always bring some. So, she hung the storage bag back on her waist. Ding, Qian Kuan storage bag, 90 top-grade spirit stones, 10 messaging talismans, 10 fire-tracting talismans, 10 thunder-tracting talismans successfully gifted. Congratulations on obtaining. Qian Kuan storage bag x 800, supreme spirit stones x 7200, 800 top-grade messaging talismans, 800 top-grade heavenly fire talismans, 809. Heaven's divine thunder talismans, 7,200 supreme spirit stones. Jiang Sun's eyes widened upon seeing this. Supreme spirit stones are extremely rare. Not only are they highly valuable, but the spiritual energy contained within them is also extraordinary. They can only appear in certain secret realms or mines, and just having a supreme spirit stone will attract competition from all sides. Even just one. But now Jiang Sun had directly obtained 7,200. The heavenly fire talisman can summon black flames. Known as the indestructible flame, anyone touched by this fire is sure to die. The 9 heavens divine thunder talisman can summon lightning comparable to tribulation, making it an extremely formidable talisman. As for the 800 Qian Kuan storage bags, sigh, then I'll head back first. Tu Qing then looked at Jiang Sun. Junior sister, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Didn't you just say you wanted to feel up there? Jiang Sun shamelessly scanned Tu Qing's body with a smile. Are you for real? Tu Qing narrowed her eyes, looking at Jiang Sun with a pair of skeptical eyes. Chapter 3. The Daughter of Fortune, the senior disciple, Gu Qing. As she entered the room, the door was tightly shut. About an hour later, Tu Qing emerged from the room, her face flushed as she adjusted her clothing. The senior brother truly lived up to his reputation. Even though he was old, he was still so formidable. Senior brother, I will return to Qingyu Peak now. After I arrange things in the sect, I will come to see you again. Tu Qing looked at Jiang Sun on the bed and said softly, sounding very satisfied. Go ahead. Jiang Sun waved his hand. Seeing this, Tu Qing left on her sword. Once he had rested enough, Jiang Sun sat cross-legged and took out a top-grade Great Restoration pill, swallowing it in one bite. Immediately, a faint yellow light radiated from Jiang Sun's body, and a wave of heat surged from him. Sweat quickly drenched his clothes, feeling his scattered spiritual energy converging. He sensed a potential breakthrough. With a thought, the Luhong sword flew out from the system space, floating in front of Jiang Sun, with yellow light wrapping around it. After an unknown period, the yellow light on the Luhong sword turned red and rushed towards Jiang Sun. This spiritual energy was denser and more compact than the previous yellow light, like concentrated essence. Boom! As the spiritual energy surged into Jiang Sun's body, a loud noise erupted around him, creating a whirlwind. Visibly, Jiang Sun's wrinkles diminished, his posture straightened, and he appeared much more spirited. He directly broke through from the early foundation establishment stage to the early golden core stage, feeling invigorated. Jiang Sun stretched his body, twisting his neck with a series of cracking sounds. Typically, a regular Great Restoration pill could only allow a foundation establishment cultivator to reach the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. However, with the top-grade Great Restoration pill combined with Jiang Sun's scattered spiritual energy and the assistance of the Luhong sword, the 3 factors overlapped, allowing Jiang Sun's cultivation speed to be extraordinarily fast. Moreover, the top-grade Great Restoration pill also cleansed Jiang Sun's marrow and bones, thoroughly purging the impurities deep within him, granting him a more perfect and powerful spiritual root. Host, Jiang Sun. Lifespan, 611 years. Age, 1,005 years. Realm, early golden core stage. Physique, naturally charming bone, extremely rare. Root, mixed spiritual root, wind, fire, thunder, water. And there's the panel. Jiang Sun was taken aback upon seeing this. As for the naturally charming bone physique, he was already aware of it. Yulan had informed Jiang Sun when he joined the Hahuan sect. This type of physique is extremely rare among men, usually characterized by outstanding appearance, perfect facial proportions, and unique temperament. They inherently possess the ability to charm others, relying not only on their looks, but also on the unique aura they exude, which includes every gesture and word, capable of disrupting others' minds and causing them to develop feelings for Jiang Sun unconsciously. Some individuals with weak minds might even fall into obsession, such as desperately pursuing Jiang Sun and fighting with others out of jealousy. "Master, are you there?" At that moment, a light and cheerful voice called from the courtyard. Jiang Sun looked outside and realized it was morning. He had taken the great restoration pill at dusk, so it seemed a night had passed. "I'm here." Jiang Sun stored the Luhong sword and jumped out of bed, finding that his body had regained its agility and his previously bent back had straightened considerably. However, he still walked out of the room with a cane. Jiang Sun recognized the woman's voice, and at this time, there was only one person who had come to see him: his senior disciple, Gu Qing, who was at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. The woman wore a red dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, with two strands framing her forehead. She had a beautiful oval face, a high nose, delicate lips, and a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Beneath the red dress, her figure was accentuated, with a full chest that filled her clothing and a waist as slender as a swaying willow branch. Upon seeing Jiang Sun, she smiled gently, her eyes crescent-shaped, revealing a row of pearly white teeth as she joyfully ran towards him, swaying her hips. "Master, you look much better." Gu Qing approached Jiang Sun, supporting him with a face full of joy. "Ding," detected the daughter of fortune. Gu Qing. Return multiplier, 1000x. Favorability, 100. Level. Jiang Sun was quite surprised. In his opinion, Gu Qing's qualifications were decent, but her comprehension was somewhat lacking, and after hundreds of years, she was only at the nascent soul stage. How could she be the daughter of fortune? Ding! Before the host awakened the system, Gu Qing was the daughter of fortune. After the host awakened the system, her strength increased, and, as the chief disciple, Gu Qing could take the host as her master, thus gaining extremely strong fortune. Becoming the daughter of fortune. The system appeared before Jiang Sun, prompting him. "So that's how it is." Jiang Sun nodded. "What about that full favorability surprise?" "A surprise. Please explore it yourself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a surprise." Gu Qing thought he was nodding in agreement, so she continued. "I heard that the sect master gave you a great restoration pill before going into seclusion. Did you give it to Uncle too? What will you do? Do I need you to worry about me?" Jiang Sun said as he walked towards the courtyard with Gu Qing's support, sitting in a rocking chair. Gu Qing ran off to boil water for tea. "Master, after Uncle Tu returned to the sect yesterday, he made me the Grand Elder, saying it was to take your place," Gu Qing said while boiling the water. "In the future, you should call him Sect Master, not Uncle anymore, understand?" Jiang Sun nodded gently. This matter was within expectation. As the Grand Elder, he could no longer act recklessly, at least in front of the disciples. He had to be more composed. "Oh, I know. It's just pretending to be aloof and using that set of tactics. I've learned it all by watching you, Master." Gu Qing nodded with a smile. "Hey, you little girl, I'm not pretending to be aloof." Jiang Sun shivered at her words. All right. Everyone knows you are the most handsome man in the world, the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect. Just looking at you makes people feel intimidated. No need to pretend to be aloof." Gu Qing said dismissively with a smile. "But after growing old, everyone calls me the #1 old lecher in the world." This title spread faster in 10 days than my reputation as the #1 handsome man in the world, which took me 1,000 years to establish. Jiang Sun said helplessly with a smile. "In my heart, Master will always be the most handsome man in the world." Gu Qing took the kettle and walked over to Jiang Sun, pouring him hot tea. "Let those who speak ill of you go to hell." "What do you need me for today?" Jiang Sun asked as he took the hot tea from Gu Qing. "Hey, now that I'm the Grand Elder." Gu Qing scratched her head and smiled foolishly. "I really don't know where to start with my cultivation, so I wanted to ask Master for guidance." "Your cultivation should be led by the elders. It doesn't have much to do with you." Jiang Sun replied. "Well, there haven't been any suitable elders chosen yet, so I have to step in as the Grand Elder." Gu Qing said helplessly. "I was an elder before, and you took care of my disciples because you cared for me. Now that it's my turn, I really don't know how to begin." "All right, then bring your disciples over. I'll help you." Jiang Sun gently pinched Gu Qing's face and smiled. I knew Master was the best. Gu Qing cheered upon hearing this. Let's go. Accompany Master to do something. Jiang Sun finished his tea, set the cup down, and stood up. Where to? Gu Qing quickly asked. Chapter 4. That is the enchantress of the Hahuan sect. Ride the sword and take me to Tianji City to buy some things. Jiang Sun only had some talismans and top-grade spirit stones on him. Giving these to Gu Qing wouldn't be of much use. And he certainly couldn't take out the Luhong sword for her. He needed to buy some items instead. Moreover, Gu Qing would later bring her disciples for cultivation. And if there happened to be another daughter of fortune among them, Jiang Sun would also need something to give. Currently, there are 6 cities in the world where heavenly materials and earthly treasures can be purchased, and each city only has one location for purchase, with prices being quite steep. The closest city to the Hahuan sect is Tianji City. All right, Gu Qing nodded, then formed a seal to control the sword, first helping Jiang Sun onto the sword before she got on. Master, hold me tight. No need to say that. Jiang Sun wrapped his arms around Gu Qing's slim waist, pressing closely against her. Gu Qing naturally offered no resistance, allowing Jiang Sun to handle everything as they flew towards Tianji City on the sword. Master, you know, I practiced the charming bone enchantment technique. If you touch me like this, it makes me very uncomfortable. Gu Qing said, tightly squeezing her thighs and rubbing against them shyly. That posture made one feel restless just by watching. Women who practice the charming bone enchantment technique have extremely sensitive bodies. The stronger the technique, the more sensitive the body becomes. Once in contact with a man without release, they would feel unbearably itchy all over. The power of this charming bone enchantment technique should not be underestimated. A woman practicing this technique only needs a glance or a smile to enchant someone with weak willpower. This could lead to confusion during a battle, constantly thinking about matters between men and women, causing their thoughts to become chaotic and movements sluggish, which could be fatal in confrontations among cultivators. After being enchanted, it is also easy to fall into the second layer of the charming bone enchantment technique, the illusion. It can create various illusions based on the practitioner's will, such as floods and beasts, heaven and hell, or a moment of spring night, etc. Once caught in an illusion, it is easy to have one's spirit crushed and become dull-witted. The third layer of the charming bone enchantment technique is what Jiang Sun likes most. Practitioners can use it during dual cultivation, merging the emotions of both parties, allowing for a heightened experience. If both parties practice the charming bone enchantment technique during dual cultivation, the feeling is almost like ascending to immortality. Master, I really can't hold it in anymore. Can we go down to the mountain? A Qing pleaded, her face flushed, turning back to look at Jiang Sun, her expression utterly irresistible. Let's go. Without a second thought, Jiang Sun waved his hand. Seeing Jiang Sun agree, Gu Qing's face lit up with excitement as they flew downwards on the sword, instantly entering the woods. Not caring where they were or if there were people around, Gu Qing directly hugged Jiang Sun's neck and kissed him passionately. Master, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. An hour later, Gu Qing put on her clothes, feeling satisfied, and looked at Jiang Sun with admiration, affectionately hugging his arm. Once this wave of desire was released, the charming bone enchantment technique would be temporarily suppressed, and for a short time, Gu Qing wouldn't feel the burning desire anymore. Of course, Master will never let you down, Jiang Sun said proudly, his head held high. Gu Qing had been Jiang Sun's disciple since the qi refining stage, and he had personally nurtured her. Women practicing the charming bone enchantment technique must successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage and enhance their strength through dual cultivation. Otherwise, their strength would stagnate forever, or they would be driven to madness by their itching bodies. Jiang Sun naturally felt it was his duty. Since Gu Qing's foundation establishment, he had often dual cultivated with her. Hundreds of years passed, and Jiang Sun had successfully trained Gu Qing to the nascent soul stage, demonstrating how serious they were about cultivation. Jiang Sun, despite frequently dual cultivating with many disciples, could maintain his masculine energy thanks to his innate constitution. His natural charming bone physique made him very compatible with the supreme technique of the Hahuan sect, the yin-yang harmony technique. The yin-yang harmony technique allows Jiang Sun to harmonize yin and yang during dual cultivation, blending the yin-yang power generated during dual cultivation within his body and then distributing it. In simple terms, Jiang Sun could decide how much spiritual power and internal strength generated during dual cultivation to distribute. If he doesn't want to give any, the woman dual cultivating with him won't receive anything at all. In fact, if Jiang Sun wishes, he could drain their essence and turn them into dried corpses. This is also the reason why the sect leader of the Hahuan sect can maintain his position. As the sect leader, he naturally wouldn't lack the resources needed for cultivation and dual cultivation. So how could he ensure that the dual cultivation disciples are strong enough to provide effective spiritual power while also ensuring they won't retaliate? It all relies on this yin-yang harmony technique. Now, we can head to Tianji City with peace of mind, right? Jiang Sun asked Gu Qing, whose face was filled with joy. Gu Qing nodded obediently, then controlled the sword, and the two headed to Tianji City again. This time, there were no more unexpected events on the road, and they quickly arrived at a tall tower in Tianji City. This tower, named Tianji Pavilion, is 10 stories high, with each floor selling items needed by cultivators, and the higher the floor, the more expensive the items. To enter the 8th floor or above, one must have high-grade spirit stones. Look, a fairy from the Hahuan sect, how beautiful. Quick, let us go. So beautiful. Don't look at her. Are you looking for death? As soon as they landed, the surrounding cultivators scattered, quickly running to the side, while some were mesmerized by Gu Qing's beauty, unable to stop staring at her. The jade pendant at Gu Qing's waist signified her status as a high elder of the Hahuan sect. Everyone feared being enchanted by Gu Qing, losing their spiritual energy and internal strength, putting their lives at risk. Gu Qing was already used to this. Master, let's go. Gu Qing linked her arm with Jiang Sun's and smiled. Jiang Sun nodded and leaned on his cane as they walked into Tianji Pavilion. Who is that old man? Is he that Beauty's master? As Jiang Sun and Gu Qing entered Tianji Pavilion, the cultivators gathered at the door. One man said, "You don't know." Another person leaned in. "That's the great elder of the Hahuan sect, known as Jiang Sun. He recently failed his tribulation to break through to the transformation stage and has ended up like this. A mere Hahuan sect debauchee. Thinking he can transcend to the transformation stage. What a pipe dream." Another person coldly sneered as he watched the two figures disappear into the building. Gu Qing heard this and stopped, turning to look at the man. The man was slightly taken aback, but when he saw Gu Qing smile seductively at him, his mouth uncontrollably dropped open, drool dripping down. As Jiang Sun and Gu Qing walked upstairs, the man's dazed expression turned into a silly grin. Mom, I want my mom." The man began to wail loudly in public, wetting his pants. Chapter 5. My cultivation is getting deeper and deeper, and I need it more and more. The two strolled upstairs, and as they approached the 8th floor, guards stood at the steps. Seeing that they were from the Hahuan sect, they did not stop them. After all, the Hahuan sect could definitely produce high-grade spirit stones. The 10th floor only had one empty room, about 100 square meters. This was a place for discussing big business. After entering, Jiang Sun sat at the tea table, while Gu Qing stood beside him, preparing tea. About 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked up from downstairs. "Elder Jiang, long time no see. I apologize for not welcoming you properly," the middle-aged man said as he approached Jiang Sun, cupping his hands and bowing in greeting. "Elder Mo, it's been a while." Jiang Sun nodded and smiled. "Elder Jiang, what brings you to Tianji Pavilion today?" Elder Mo sat opposite Jiang Sun, smiling without sincerity. "I came to Tianji Pavilion, of course, to buy things." Jiang Sun reached into his sleeve, and with a thought, a high-grade spirit stone appeared in his hand. As Jiang Sun took out the high-grade spirit stone, which radiated rich spiritual energy, both Elder Mo and Gu Qing's eyes widened. "This is a high-grade spirit stone," Gu Qing exclaimed, looking at the spirit stone in Jiang Sun's hand. "I want to exchange this high-grade spirit stone for pills, talismans, magical tools, and various heavenly materials and earth treasures." Jiang Sun placed the spirit stone on the table and took out 10 Xingquan bags from his sleeve. "Put everything in here." Yes. I'll take care of it right away." Elder Mo quickly accepted the high-grade spirit stone, clutching it to his chest. Fearing Jiang Sun might change his mind, or that others would see it. Wait. As Elder Mo was about to leave, Jiang Sun called out to stop him. Don't speak of the high-grade spirit stone matter. You know what I mean, right? Of course. Of course. Manager Mo repeatedly bowed and nodded. Please wait a moment, Elder Jiang. In about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I will prepare what you need. After saying that, Manager Mo quickly ran downstairs. Master, a top-quality spirit stone. How could you just give it to him? What a pity. Gu Qing hurriedly said after Manager Mo left. It's fine if you want it. I can give it to you. Jiang Sun nodded and smiled. Really? Gu Qing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Really? Jiang Sun nodded, but I don't have it on me right now. I'll give it to you when we go back. Gu Qing still had one chance for a critical hit, and it would be too wasteful to use it on a top-quality spirit stone, especially since Jiang Sun didn't lack for that. Master is the best. Gu Qing happily squatted on the ground, hugging Jiang Sun's thigh and shaking it while acting cute. This little appearance could charm countless people. But Master, if you don't give him a detailed list of goods, aren't you afraid he'll just take some random items to brush you off? What if they aren't worth a top-quality spirit stone? Gu Qing then expressed her concern. He dares, Jiang Sun said confidently, to be the manager of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. I believe he knows what he's doing. Jiang Sun waited for Gu Qing's response, but there was no reply for a while. Looking down, Gu Qing's face was flushed, looking pitifully at Jiang Sun, exposing her fragrant shoulder, sitting on the ground with her legs crossed. Master, how long has it been? Seeing this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Master, my skills are getting deeper and deeper, and I need it more and more, Gu Qing said shyly. Oh, Jiang Sun stood up, drawing the Luhong sword. The Luhong sword was positioned at the door, forming a barrier that could not be breached unless it was a holy artifact. Then you haven't been secretly looking for other men behind my back, have you? Jiang Sun squatted down, lifted Gu Qing's chin, and said fiercely, How could I? Master, I would never do that. In this lifetime, I only belong to Master, Gu Qing said with a face full of enjoyment as she looked at Jiang Sun. Then you're a good disciple. Jiang Sun nodded and smiled. An hour passed, and after Jiang Sun tidied Gu Qing up, the Luhong sword disappeared from the door. Finally able to come in, Manager Mo saw the barrier disappear and quickly walked in. Seeing the scene before him, he understood what had happened. After all, they were from the Hahuan sect, but he didn't dare to say too much. Elder Jiang, everything you wanted is here. Manager Mo respectfully placed 10 Qingquan bags on the table and bowed. However, he suddenly caught a whiff of the springtime scent in the room, and his eyes involuntarily looked at Gu Qing. The smell was too fragrant, too charming. You keep looking at her. Be careful she uses you to replenish her energy. Jiang Sun said with a smile upon seeing this. No, I wouldn't dare. Manager Mo hurriedly lowered his head upon hearing this. If it weren't for Jiang Sun speaking up, he would have already fallen into an illusion. Manager Mo took out a piece of paper from his pocket and held it in front of Jiang Sun with both hands. This is the list of goods. Jiang Sun took a look at it. Treasure-grade artifacts, Guanyu sword, white mist sword, 7 absolute sword, etc. Treasure-grade protective gear, 8 treasure jade fur, 7 treasure golden boots, 5 fire flame bracelets, etc. These treasures are above the spirit grade and are the highest grade artifacts that can be bought at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. There are also many upper grade and middle grade elixirs and a small amount of top quality elixirs. A thick stack of various talismans, ores for improving cultivation, and medicinal herbs for alchemy. Combat beads and accessories. Overall, the value of these items was indeed worthy of a top-quality spirit stone. Thank you for your hard work. Manager Mo Jiang Sun nodded, waved his hand, and all the Qingquan bags on the table disappeared. Then Jiang Sun stood up. Let's go. Yes, Master. Gu Qing nodded and quickly followed behind Jiang Sun. At such an age, to still be favored by someone as stunning as Gu Qing, and to remain so steadfast for so long truly made one envious. Watching the two leave, Manager Mo sighed inwardly. Looking at Gu Qing's swaying hips, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It was simply drool-worthy. Mom, don't you want me anymore? Mom. Just as Jiang Sun and Gu Qing walked out of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, the man who had been turned into a fool by Gu Qing's glance lunged at her. Gu Qing kicked him in the chest, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. He rolled on the ground like a ball and had already fainted. Just kill him, Jiang Sun said upon seeing this. Better to die than live, Gu Qing said, hugging Jiang Sun's arm and smiling. You, Jiang Sun smiled helplessly. Let's go back. Okay, Gu Qing nodded, then used her sword to leave with Jiang Sun. When we get back, don't reveal that I have a top-quality spirit stone, understand? Of course, Gu Qing nodded repeatedly. With a favorability rating of 100, Gu Qing would never sell out Jiang Sun. This is for you. Jiang Sun then took out a pill from the Chinkoan bag and handed it to Gu Qing from her waist. What is this, master? Gu Qing asked as she received the pill. This is a barrier-breaking pill, which will make it easier for you to break through during the late stage of the nascent soul. Ding! Successfully gifted barrier-breaking pill. Triggered critical hit return. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme breaking pill. Chapter 6. Master, I want to break through, help me. Supreme breaking pill? Jiang Sun was puzzled. He had never heard of this pill before. Ding! Supreme breaking pill. Used for breaking through from the late stage of the integration realm to the great ascension realm. Taking this pill can avoid heavenly tribulation and directly reach the great ascension realm. What the supreme breaking pill? It turns out to be such a powerful thing. Jiang Sun couldn't help but be surprised. The cultivation levels of cultivators are divided into Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. If one can survive the final tribulation, it is said that they can ascend to the immortal realm. The former sect master, Yulan, was in seclusion to break through from the void refinement to the integration realm. Although the supreme breaking pill is effective for breaking through from integration to great ascension. If taken at this time, Jiang Sun could also directly recover from golden core to nascent soul, but that would be a waste. One should know that the time it takes to go from integration to great ascension is not just a matter of days. Thank you, Master. Gu Qing exclaimed in delight upon hearing this. She was indeed stuck at the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul and couldn't break through for a long time. This barrier-breaking pill was truly a timely help for her. Hey, just as Gu Qing was about to swallow it directly, Jiang Sun quickly stopped her. It's not good to break through in the air, right? Let's go back and eat it. Jiang Sun grabbed Gu Qing's wrist and said, It was my impatience. Gu Qing said with a silly smile and sped up towards the small house. Upon returning to the door of the small house, Gu Qing couldn't wait to sit cross-legged at the entrance, swallowing the barrier-breaking pill and starting to circulate her cultivation method. Jiang Sun, seeing this, could only smile helplessly, sitting on a rocking chair and inserting the Lu Hong sword into the ground to form a barrier surrounding the entire small house, also protecting Gu Qing. 5 hours passed. Gu Qing was drenched in sweat, her clothes almost transparent, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, letting out moans. That soft voice drilled into people's bones, making them tremble all over and lose themselves in thought. Master, master, I want to break through, help me. Gu Qing slightly parted her cherry lips and called out with an alluring voice. Okay, Jiang Sun nodded, got up, and carried Gu Qing into the house. How to help? Of course, it's dual cultivation. Fully absorb all the spiritual energy from the breakthrough and the energy from the barrier-breaking pill. I broke through. Master, I broke through. After the dual cultivation ended, Gu Qing, disregarding her trembling legs and her completely naked body, jumped up excitedly and shouted, 15 years. I finally reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Cultivators at the nascent soul stage are rare in this world, and each one is a genius at the top of their sect, let alone those at the late stage of the nascent soul. If Jiang Sun had successfully crossed the tribulation that day and entered the God transformation stage, he would surely be renowned throughout the world. It's not that there aren't cultivators above the God transformation stage in this world, but most of those old monsters are the final trump cards of their sects, rarely coming out and often in seclusion, just like Ru Lan's situation. Congratulations. Jiang Jun nodded with a smile, sitting up from the bed. Let's take a shower. Master, let's do it together. I'll go heat the water. Gu Qing nodded without hesitation, put on her clothes, and ran to heat the water. After Jiang Jun put away the Lu Hong sword, he lay happily on the bed, waiting and smelling Gu Qing's lingering fragrance. Before long, the two took a bath together. After the bath, Gu Qing first helped Jiang Jun change into new clothes before dressing herself. Master, it's getting late. I'm going back to Qingyu Peak. After cleaning up the bathtub, Gu Qing came to Jiang Jun and said, All right, go back. Jiang Yun nodded. Master, tomorrow, should I bring the disciples? Gu Qing walked to the door with small steps and looked back at Jiang Jun. Okay. Thank you, Master. Gu Qing was very happy to hear this and ran off. Having obtained the breaking barrier pill, she forgot about the matter of the top-quality spirit stones. If it were just supervising the disciples' cultivation, she naturally wouldn't need to ask Jiang Jun, but the cultivation Gu Qing referred to was not that simple. What she meant was dual cultivation. The so-called bringing the disciples to cultivate refers to dual cultivation with them while letting the other disciples observe. The reason Gu Qing didn't know how to proceed was that she was unwilling to dual cultivate with the outer disciples of the Huan sect, namely those male cultivators, and even less willing to be observed. The Huan sect occupies Lingxiao Mountain, which has a total of 6 peaks. Qingyu Peak is the main altar of the sect, where the 3 great elders and the sect leader reside. The direct disciples of the great elders and the sect leader are also on Qingyu Peak. The other 5 peaks. The outermost one is called Yangyuan Peak, where the male outer disciples are located. The term Yangyuan refers to yang energy, which is associated with males. These male disciples are the items used for the inner disciples' collection and dual cultivation. However, male disciples who are over-harvested naturally die. And to prevent such news from scaring away male disciples, and to avoid future reluctance to join the Huan sect, all drained male disciples will spread the news that they have entered the inner sect. Once they enter the inner sect, they are completely cut off from the outer sect and embark on the peak of their lives. Thus, entering the inner sect is the greatest aspiration of all male disciples. They never imagined it was a gate to hell. The other 4 peaks are Dongshan Peak, Shishan Peak, Nanshan Peak, and Beishan Peak. These 4 peaks surround Qingyu Peak in the 4 cardinal directions, also serving as a protective barrier for Qingyu Peak. All of Gu Qing's subordinates are inner disciples and her direct disciples, totaling 20 people, with strengths mostly around the mid-foundation period, and a few are early golden core cultivators. Elder Jiang, are you there? Just as Jiang Jun was about to see what useful items were among those pills, a man's voice came from outside. Who? Jiang Jun frowned and asked. Disciple Zhang Yuan from Yangyuan Peak Outer Sect. I have come to pay my respects to Elder Jiang. One could hear that Zhang Yuan had already knelt down outside with a thud. What is it? Jiang Jun did not go out, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and asked. Elder Jiang, I hope you can save my life. Zhang Yuan shouted from outside, his voice trembling. Save you? Jiang Jun became interested upon hearing this, stood up, took his cane, and walked outside, slowly opening the door. I have met the elder. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan hurriedly kowtowed on the ground, lying on the floor and daring not to raise his head. Why do you seek me to save you? Jiang Jun nodded and said lightly, Elder, please show mercy and save me. Sister Lu has summoned me to Dongshan Peak tomorrow night. Zhang Yuan quickly crawled to Jiang Jun's feet and shouted, I know. Disciples who go to Dongshan Peak never come back. They must be dead. I'm no longer the great elder, not even an elder. Jiang Jun laughed, not expecting that there were still smart people among this group of piglets. They not only knew that those who went up were dead, but they also knew that at this time they could seek his help. Ding detected the son of luck, Zhang Yuan. Return multiplier 100 times. Favorability 0. The son of luck can still be detected. Chapter 7. The most charming woman of the Huan sect, Jiang Jun, saw the system prompt and became even more interested in Zhang Yuan. No, Elder Jiang, I know you can save me. You're the only one who can save me. That Elder Lu was promoted by you when she was brought up the mountain. She will only listen to you and the sect leader. My disciple status is humble. I cannot meet the sect leader, so I can only seek you. Jiang Jun remained silent upon hearing this, slowly walked to the side of the recliner and sat down, gently rocking. Why should I help you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately crawled in front of Jiang Jun. If the elder can help me through this calamity, my life from now on belongs to you. I will do whatever you ask. I won't hesitate to die. Not enough. Do you think I can't do the things you can do? Jiang Yun sneered. You have lost your elder position now. You must be lacking money. I am from a prestigious family in Tianji City. My family has some wealth. If you save me, I will hand over all my wealth to you. Zhang Yuan hesitated for a long time before saying. It was clear he was reluctant. Since you are from a prestigious family, why did you join the Hahuan sect? Jiang Jun sneered. Isn't it for dual cultivation? At this moment, you have achieved your wish, but now you are unwilling. Before coming up the mountain, I did not know there would be such things. Zhang Yuan sighed deeply. He indeed came for the allure of beauty, but did not expect that the women in this sect would take lives. Although it is said that dying under a peony flower, one becomes a ghost and remains elegant. But his family is wealthy. If he doesn't die here, there are plenty of beauties to approach. He doesn't need to become a ghost to be charming. Do I need that little bit from you? Jiang Jun kicked Zhang Yuan aside and laughed. Since this Zhang Yuan is a son of luck, he must have something more valuable on him. And Jiang Jun must get that thing. According to some novel settings, a son of luck, especially one from a wealthy family, must have treasures that can enhance his strength, allowing him to continuously grow stronger and achieve a turnaround. Zhang Yuan, upon hearing this, indeed fell into deep thought. Jiang Jun was not in a hurry, waiting for him to speak. Besides the above, Zhang Yuan's expression became somewhat desperate. I really can't come up with anything else. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun looked Zhang Yuan up and down, his gaze locking onto a jade pendant at his waist. Outer sect disciples do not have the Hahuan sect's jade pendant. This one is his own. Ding detected a luck item. By Jing jade pendant. This jade pendant contains a small world with spiritual energy denser than the outside, allowing the host to cultivate with half the effort for twice the result. Oh, Jiang Jun was taken aback upon seeing this. This son of luck indeed has good things. Let me have a look at that jade pendant of yours. Jiang Jun looked at Zhang Yuan and said, Jade pendant? Zhang Yuan was taken aback, looking at his waist, then quickly took off the jade pendant, stood up, and came to Jiang Jun's side, handing it over with both hands. Seeing his promptness, it seemed he did not know the uses of this jade pendant. Jiang Jun took the jade pendant and examined it. The pendant was entirely green, resembling two curved snakes coiling around each other. Upon closer inspection, one could still see the small fangs of the two snakes. This jade pendant, give it to me. Jiang Jun then said, if the elder likes it, feel free to take it and play with it. Zhang Yuan nodded without hesitation. I'm not interested in your little fortune, nor do I intend to rob you of your things. You can take this fire refining pearl. Consider an exchange with me. Go back, and I'll guarantee you once. Jiang Jun tossed a red pearl to Zhang Yuan, then waved his hand, signaling for Zhang Yuan to leave. Zhang Yuan instinctively caught the fire refining pearl. Feeling as if he had been given a new lease on life, his spirit lifted. He clasped his hands, deeply bowed, and shouted, yes. Then, Zhang Yuan turned and left. At this moment, he still did not know how to control a sword. Ding detected Zhang Yuan's favorability towards the host increased to 2050. Ding. Fire refining pearl gifted successfully. Triggered return crit. 10,000 times return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Purgatory Fire Pearl. After temporarily putting away the jade pendant, Jiang Jun took out a communication talisman. Xiao Lu, come find me. After speaking, Jiang Jun tossed the talisman paper into the air, which ignited spontaneously. Soon, a voice rang in Jiang Jun's ear. What's wrong, master? Xiao Lu is busy here. Are you trying to die? Can't you be gentler? This voice made one's bones feel soft, mixed with alluring gasps, and even the tone of speech rose and fell, with the last sentence being both fierce and suggestive. Hurry up. Jiang Jun took out the talisman paper and only said 2 words. This time, Elder Lu did not say anything further. About 3 minutes later, a red light fell from the sky. A woman with flowing hair, thin lips, and willow-like eyebrows appeared, her gaze sharp like a blade, with a faint hint of red at the corners of her eyes. She wore only a thin layer of red gauze, her snow-white skin clearly visible, truly captivating. Master, what are you doing? You're ruining someone's good time. The woman walked towards Jiang Jun on her bare, delicate feet, her tone filled with resentment, her face still flushed. She placed her hand on Jiang Jun's shoulder, her other hand gently tracing Jiang Jun's neck, then embraced him from behind, softly whispering in his ear. This was Lu Riyun, the elder of Dongshan Peak and Jiang Jun's disciple. Among the entire Hahuan sect, she was the most charming and seductive. Why is there blood on your hand? Jiang Jun looked down at Lu Ruiyun's hand, where there were still traces of blood. It's because Master urged me. In my panic, I accidentally choked that stinky man I was dual cultivating with to death, and his blood got on my hand. It's so annoying. Lu Ruiyun huffed, her tone filled with grievance, then asked, why did Master urgently summon me? There's a disciple named Zhang Yuan who said you would dual cultivate with him tomorrow night. Let's change to someone else, Jiang Jun said directly. Huh? But Zhang Yuan is currently the most talented on Yanyuan Peak, the best candidate. You won't want to give it up, Lu Ruiyun said with a whine. Hearing this, Jiang Jun felt a reaction. Be obedient. Jiang Jun gently patted Lu Ruiyun's hand and said softly, then, how will Master compensate me? Lu Ruiyun whispered in Jiang Jun's ear, making Jiang Jun feel a little restless. When Lu Ruiyun arrived earlier, Jiang Jun had observed her. She was not a woman of fortune. Her achievements today were entirely due to her own efforts. Sai, you see, Master is getting old, and now you're negotiating with me. You never used to do this. Jiang Jun sighed, starting to act like an elder. Master, how could you say that? Xiao Lu doesn't want compensation, Lu Ruiyun hurriedly replied. However, if Master is willing to dual cultivate with me, that would be better than Xiao Lu finding 1,000 disciples. You, Jiang Yun sighed hideously. You're so annoying. Is Master starting to dislike Xiao Lu? Lu Ruiyun pouted. Chapter 8. Oh no. Am I becoming the old man selling luck? What do you mean? How could Master dislike you? I don't like clingy people, Jiang Jun said, pinching Lu Ruiyun's not-so-chubby cheek and smiling. Oh, Lu Ruiyun nodded, then left. Watching Lu Ruiyun's departing figure, Jiang Jun curled his lips, knowing she wouldn't return. This woman was merely superficially flirtatious. She practiced the Yanchuan technique, which converts a man's inner qi into spring water, purifying it and absorbing it into her own body. To date, she had never dual cultivated with anyone. She hated men, but enjoyed teasing Jiang Jun. The voice that came from the messaging talisman was also Lu Ruiyun teasing Jiang Jun. An hour passed, and Jiang Jun had returned to his room to cultivate. Yet, Lu Ruiyun did not come back, just as Jiang Jun had anticipated. In the morning, Jiang Jun expelled a mouthful of turbid air. The top-grade spirit stone on his left, the wall-bound jade pendant on his right, and the Luhong sword hovered in midair. Jiang Jun's cultivation speed was astonishing. At this moment, Jiang Jun was inside the wall-bound jade pendant. The surroundings were filled with rich spiritual energy, a deep blue color, as Jiang Jun sat cross-legged on a circular stone platform, which had a radius of about 5 meters, quite large. The platform was surrounded by a lake. The lake seemed to be flowing, yet there was not a sound. In this entire space, apart from Jiang Jun's breathing, nothing else could be heard. As for how Jiang Jun got in, it was naturally by blood oath. Although Zhang Yuan had this jade pendant and was also a person of fortune, he clearly had not discovered the method of using this jade pendant and had not even performed the blood oath. Cultivate, 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 all day long, just shouting for people to cultivate. Just as Jiang Jun was about to get up and leave, a woman's voice suddenly came from the circular platform. Jiang Jun looked up to see a girl in white, with an ethereal demeanor, long hair like a waterfall, adorned with jade accessories, looking like a 16 or 17-year-old maiden, holding a long sword. She was quite pretty. From the jade pendant at her waist, Jiang Jun could tell she was a disciple of Baiyun sect. From her internal aura, she was merely at the peak of the qi refining stage. Who are you? The girl noticed Jiang Jun at this moment. Seeing Jiang Jun with flowing white hair, holding a cane, dressed in a white robe, looking quite celestial, with profound internal strength, beside him was a sword glowing with red light and a top-grade spirit stone. The girl widened her eyes. Could he possibly be an immortal? Senior, are you perhaps an immortal living in this wall-bound jade pendant? After examining him, the girl cupped her fists and bowed respectfully. Oh no, am I becoming the old man selling luck? Jiang Jun felt a headache upon hearing this. Why is it that other traversers encounter immortals and thus have a smooth journey, while I end up becoming the one selling luck instead? Ding. Detected level of fortune woman. Qin meowing. Return multiplier 200 times. Favorability value towards the host 20. That 20 favorability points must be because Qin Miaoyin thought Jiang Jun was an immortal and was somewhat excited. Senior? Seeing Jiang Jun not speaking, Qin Miaoyin tilted her head and called out softly. Ahem, who are you? Since she was a level fortune woman, Jiang Jun was naturally willing to play along. I am a disciple of Baiyun's sect, Qin Miaoyin. May I ask who you are, senior? Why are you in this wall-bound jade pendant? I have never seen you before. Qin Miaoyin asked eagerly upon hearing the immortal speak. I am but a remnant soul, having been reconstructing my physical body until today, Jiang Jun said, pretending to be profound. Heavens, living here, you must be a person of great abilities. Hearing this, Qin Miaoyin became even more excited, and her favorability rose to 30 for her. This immortal was a tremendous opportunity. She had heard that some elders of sects had the fortune to receive guidance from great beings and thus soared to success. Now, she had finally encountered such a being. I can't claim to have great abilities. My current cultivation is barely at 1/10 of its former self. Just at the golden core stage, Jiang Jun waved his hand and chuckled. 1/10? Golden core? Senior, than you used to. Qin Miaoyin hesitated to continue. A hero does not speak of past glories. Let us not mention it. Jiang Jun sighed and shook his head. Then, senior, this sword seems to have a very strong aura. It must be something extraordinary, right? Qin Miaoyin asked, looking at the Luhong sword beside Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun did not answer her question, but instead asked, how did you enter here? Is there more than one wall-bound jade pendant? And can they connect? How did you get in? Qin Miaoyin was slightly taken aback, then replied, I found a jade pendant by chance, performed a blood oath, and discovered spiritual energy flowing out while cultivating. I used a bit of spiritual energy to explore deeper, and that is how I entered this realm. May I take a look at your jade pendant? Jiang Jun extended his hand and asked. Oh, sure. Qin Miaoyin nodded and took out the jade pendant, presenting it to Jiang Jun with both hands. Jiang Jun took it and examined it closely. It was identical to his own, with no differences at all. Senior, I wonder if I have the fortune to receive some guidance from you? Qin Miaoyin pondered for a moment, then tentatively looked at Jiang Jun and asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun returned the jade pendant to Qin Miaoyin, then closed his eyes, adopting a profound demeanor. In fact, it's about choosing between the system space and the Chinkoan bag. What is a good gift to give to Qin Miaoyin that can trigger a return? The gift that can trigger a return is not something that can be given casually. It must be reasonable, for example, giving her the obstruction-breaking pill needed for her breakthrough, or giving Zhang Yuan the fire-refining pearl for his life. Or it could be something that the recipient can accept in their heart or recognize the reason behind the gift. For instance, giving Yulan the Ziwei soft sword, and force-feeding Tu Qing the great returning pill. Sigh. After a moment, Jiang Jun opened his eyes and sighed. Well, since we have met here, it's also fate. Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyin became excited. I see that the young lady has reached the peak of qi refining, and she must be worried about how to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill is for you, hoping it helps you break through. As Jiang Jun spoke, he waved his hand, and a Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill appeared out of thin air, floating in front of Qin Miaoyin. Qin Miaoyin's eyes widened. The Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. This is something her master wouldn't even give her. Many cultivators spend their entire lives stuck between qi, refining, and foundation establishment, without breaking through, until they die. This Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill is also a rare item. She never expected that this immortal in front of her would actually give her a Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. Really, for me? Qin Miaoyin asked, pointing at herself in disbelief. Of course. Jiang Yun nodded gently. Then thank you, senior. Qin Miaoyin exclaimed joyfully, cupping her fists in gratitude, and then accepted the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. Ding! Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill gift successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Yuan Ing Pill. Chapter 9. If the young lady is willing to cultivate with the old man. The Supreme Yuan Ing Pill can ensure that Jiang Jun has a 100 success rate when breaking through to the Yuan Ing stage. Moreover, a Yuan Ing stage achieved with the Supreme Yuan Ing Pill is more stable, with more abundant spiritual power, a more stable soul. an internal power much stronger than that of ordinary yuaning. Ding! Qin Miaoying's favorability towards the host increased. 50. Return multiplier, 500 times. You should take this foundation establishment pill, and I will help you break through to foundation establishment. Jiang Jun then looked at Qin Miaoying and said, "Thank you, senior." Qin Miaoying nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, immediately sat cross-legged, took the foundation establishment pill, and began to operate her cultivation technique. For a moment, the spiritual energy in the entire wall-bound jade pendant surged into Qin Miaoying's body. Moreover, Qin Miaoying's ability to absorb spiritual energy is extremely strong. Even the spiritual power from the supreme spirit stones beside Jiang Jun was absorbed. Ding! Supreme Spirit Stone, spiritual power, gift successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Spirit Stone 1, Supreme Spirit Stone 2, Supreme Spirit Stone 3, Supreme. Qin Miaoying continued to absorb, and Jiang Jun's system kept chiming. The number of Supreme Spirit Stones was rapidly increasing. After a cup of tea's time, the number of Spirit Stones had increased by over 200. Jiang Jun was delighted by this. Qin Miaoying's delicate and slender neck was dripping with beads of sweat. Biting her lower lip, her brows furrowed tightly, breathing heavily, looking quite enticing. After another cup of tea's time passed, with the Supreme Spirit Stones, the Foundation Establishment Pill, and the surrounding abundant spiritual power, Qin Miaoying's body exploded with a burst of spiritual energy, scattering the surrounding spiritual energy like mist. Qin Miaoying's clothes were soaked with sweat, and it was already possible to faintly see her lower abdomen. Unexpectedly, despite being so young, Qin Miaoying's figure was not inferior to Lu Ruyun's. Given time, she might even surpass Lu Ruyun. Did I break through? Qin Miaoying slowly opened her eyes, looked at her hands, and felt her internal power, her expression filled with disbelief. I broke through. Jiang Jun nodded with a smile in his eyes. With this world full of abundant spiritual power, combined with the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Supreme Spirit Stones and the internal power, you only lacked a step. Breaking through to Foundation Establishment is very easy. Supreme Spirit Stones? Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoying looked towards Jiang Jun's side, her expression changing. Senior, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to absorb your spirit stones. It's fine. Jiang Jun waved his hand. He actually hoped that Qin Miaoying would absorb for a while longer, which could earn him more. This spirit stone is also a gift for you. Ding! Qin Miaoying's favorability toward the host, 60. Return multiplier, 600. Senior, this isn't appropriate. I accepted your Foundation Establishment Pill, and now I'm absorbing your spirit stone as spiritual power. And now you want to give me your spirit stone? No, this is really too much. Qin Miaoying repeatedly waved her hands and exclaimed, Senior treats Miaoying this way. Miaoying really has no way to repay. Jiang Jun heard this and rolled his eyes, then put on a serious face. If you really wish to repay, I have one matter. Would you be willing to help me? Please, Senior, just say it. As long as it's something Miaoying can do, I absolutely won't decline. If it's something I can't do, I'll find a way to ask my master. Qin Miaoying quickly said, cupping her hands. I've been trapped in this world for 1,000 years. If I want to leave, I need to stimulate yang energy. If the young lady is willing to assist me, I believe I can leave this place and see the outside world. Jiang Jun said with a worried expression as he looked at Qin Miaoying. Stimulate the yang energy? Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoying frowned, looking troubled. Jiang Jun saw her expression and thought she was unwilling. But unexpectedly, she looked at Jiang Jun with pure innocence and asked, Senior, what is yang energy stimulation? How should I proceed? Jiang Jun did not anticipate this question. If I say it, I'm afraid you won't want to, and you won't dare to face me, and you won't come back again. Jiang Jun shook his head and sighed. Senior, Miaoying swears to heaven with my own cultivation that if there is something Miaoying can do, I absolutely won't decline. Otherwise, heaven and earth will punish me, and the divine thunder will strike me until my soul scatters. Qin Miaoying raised her hand to the sky and swore, looking serious. In this world, swearing is quite effective. If she breaks such a severe oath, her fate would be very tragic. All right, since the young lady has said so, then I will speak frankly. Jiang Jun felt secretly pleased and nodded. If the young lady is willing to cultivate with the old man, I might be able to reappear in the world. Cultivate together. Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyin's eyes widened, and her pretty round face turned red all of a sudden. She had never been involved in matters of love, but knew about the concept of dual cultivation. After all, she had heard of the reputation of the Hawan sect. It is said to be a group of enchanting women who absorb yang to replenish yin, turning people into dried corpses, and they practice dual cultivation as their main method, being infamous for it. The so-called dual cultivation naturally refers to those intimate matters between men and women. Qin Miaoyin's head buzzed for a moment, looking at Jiang Jun, unable to regain her senses for a long time. I knew you wouldn't agree. Forget it, forget it. Jiang Jun sighed upon seeing this, shook his head, and closed his eyes. I am a disciple of the Baiyin sect, and I have always kept my word. Moreover, I have made a severe oath. Qin Miaoyin seemed to have made up her mind, blushing as she looked at Jiang Jun and shouted, but her feet remained rooted in place, not moving, merely talking. Jiang Jun remained silent, waiting for Qin Miaoyin to continue. What should I do? How should I proceed? Qin Miaoyin clenched her delicate fists, took a few steps forward, stood in front of Jiang Jun, and with one hand grasping her robe, it was clear that she was very nervous. Remove your clothes. Jiang Jun spoke 4 words. Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyin hesitated for a long time, then slowly began to remove her outer clothing and inner garments, quickly ending up in her undergarments. She squatted down, hugging herself, lowering her head, her face red, not daring to look at Jiang Jun. Seeing this, Jiang Jun's blood surged, and he quickly stepped forward, pressing Qin Miaoyin down on the round platform. As Jiang Jun's lips drew closer to hers, Qin Miaoyin tightly shut her eyes. Wait, just when they were less than a centimeter apart, Qin Miaoyin suddenly opened her eyes and gently pressed her slender finger against Jiang Jun's lips. If I lose my innocence, my master will find out, right? My master will punish me, you, and are merely spirits, not physical bodies. What we have achieved is merely a union of souls, which does not affect your true self, Jiang Sun said softly, looking at Qin Miaoyin's watery eyes. Is that so? Qin Miaoyin nodded hesitantly, her fingers unconsciously moving away. Then she felt a strange sensation on her lips and immediately widened her eyes. Chapter 10. Guidance on cultivation down the mountain after a long embrace. Qin Miaoyin was completely subdued by Jiang Sun. Favorability increased. 80. Return multiple. 800. The Yin-Yang Hawan technique of the Hawan sect is no joke. Qin Miaoyin felt like she could fly. Having such an experience for the first time was indeed a blessing for her. Is this what dual cultivation is? I feel like my cultivation has improved a bit, Qin Miaoyin said, her face flushed as she put on her clothes, her voice slightly hoarse. When practiced together during dual cultivation, it can enhance inner strength, especially since the spiritual energy here is abundant. Both of us have gained a significant boost, Jiang Sun said with a smile while getting dressed. Seeing this, Qin Miaoyin stood up, her trembling legs walking over to help Jiang Sun put on his clothes. Senior, do you know how to use dual cultivation techniques? A little, Jiang Sun nodded gently. Senior, can you go out now? Qin Miaoyin continued to ask. I'll give it a try. Jiang Sun circulated his inner strength and directly left the interior of the wall-bound jade pendant, returning to his small room. Inside the room, Jiang Sun opened his eyes as he lay on the bed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful face in front of him. Master, you're awake, Gu Qing said with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, as she supported herself on the bed, sitting at the edge, not knowing how long she had been there. Huh? Jiang Sun was momentarily stunned, then remembered that Gu Qing was supposed to bring the disciples for cultivation today. Have the disciples arrived? Jiang Sun asked. Yes, they have been here for about an hour now. They are practicing external martial arts outside, waiting for you to get up. Gu Qing nodded. All right, I understand. Have them prepare a bit. I'll call you when I finish washing up, Jiang Sun said, as he sat up with Gu Qing's help. Okay, I'll get the wash basin and towel ready for you. Gu Qing nodded and then left the room. After Gu Qing left, Jiang Sun re-entered the wall-bound realm. Senior, you really went out. Seeing Jiang Sun's figure appear, Qin Miaoyin ran over to him excitedly. Thanks to you. Miaoying, Jiang Sun affectionately patted Qin Miaoying's head. Qin Miaoying blushed, rubbing against Jiang Sun's palm. After their intimate encounter, their relationship became much closer. The union of souls is even more thrilling than physical union. I want to go out for a stroll and see the world now, Jiang Sun said. But, senior, what should I do if I want to see you again later? Qin Miaoying's expression fell at his words. She feared that once Jiang Sun left, he wouldn't return. Although Jiang Sun was old, he was very gentle with her, helped her break through her foundation, gifted her top-quality spirit stones, and so on. So naturally, Qin Miaoying was very reluctant to part with him. She was even more unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Jiang Sun would surely be able to help her in many ways in the future. We can agree to meet here every 3 nights, Jiang Sun suggested. Great. Qin Miaoying's face lit up with joy. Besides you, does anyone else know about this world and the wall-bound jade pendant? Jiang Sun then asked. No, I haven't told anyone about this. Qin Miaoying shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she was smart enough to know this was a treasure. That's good. In the future, don't mention it to anyone, and definitely don't mention my existence. Jiang Sun nodded in satisfaction. Miaoying promises to keep it a secret. Qin Miaoying nodded, then hesitated and asked, Senior, I still don't know your name. Jiang Sun's real name is notorious in the martial world, especially after he grew old. So naturally, he wouldn't tell Qin Miaoying his true name. Linyi, Jiang Sun said after a moment of thought. Linyi, Qin Miaoying said thoughtfully, then added, That's a nice name, and Senior Lin must have been a dashing young man. Oh, what makes you say that? You're still somewhat handsome, even now. I can only imagine how you were when you were young. Qin Miaoying grinned. Once I return to my peak and restore my appearance, I'll kind of have an intimate encounter with Miaoying first thing. How about that? Jiang Sun said, pulling Qin Miaoying close and teasing her with her fragrant little face. Senior, please don't tease Miaoying, Qin Miaoying said, her face turning so red it almost buried in her chest. Ha ha ha, all right. Jiang Sun gently patted Qin Miaoying's perky bottom. You should hurry back and tell your master that you have established your foundation. He will surely be very happy. Qin Miaoying nodded vigorously, her eyes already filled with anticipation for her master's praise. Then Jiang Sun left this place and returned to his own body. After washing up, Jiang Sun opened the door. In the small courtyard, 20 female cultivators from the Hahuan sect stood at the entrance, each holding various weapons. We greet our ancestor. The 20 female cultivators bowed in unison. The courtyard was filled with the fragrance of the female cultivators' sachets or their body scents, making Jiang Sun's small courtyard feel like a brothel. Jiang Sun nodded and looked at Gu Qing. Who is coming? Master, you choose, Gu Qing said, no longer the playful demeanor from yesterday, respectfully cupping her fists in a bow, as she needed to maintain her composure in front of her disciples. Hearing Gu Qing's words, the female disciples felt a bit flustered, and many couldn't help but swallow hard. The primary condition to join the Hahuan sect is beauty. Only women with high attractiveness can join, while men, even if not very handsome, must at least be presentable. Otherwise, it's really hard to swallow. But Jiang Sun, although he was once incredibly handsome, was now just an old man. They certainly didn't want to engage in dual cultivation with an old man. Seeing Jiang Sun, all the disciples lowered their heads, fearing they would be chosen. Master, the one in the middle at the back just reached the foundation establishment stage and hasn't dual cultivated with anyone else, Gu Qing whispered in Jiang Sun's ear. Jiang Sun looked at the position Gu Qing pointed to. Hey, you're not wrong. Gu Qing's eye for picking people is quite good. This woman is not only beautiful, but also has a graceful figure. And ding. Detected a woman of great fortune. Lin Xingwan. Return multiple, 10, favorability, 0, she's the one. Jiang Sun nodded and then walked into the room. Before long, Lin Xingwan was brought to Jiang Sun's bedside by Gu Qing, while the other female disciples crowded to the side, filling Jiang Sun's small room to capacity. Master Ancestor. Lin Xingwan bowed before Jiang Sun, her expression not good, forced into a smile. It was clear she was very reluctant. After all, she was only 18. Come over, Jiang Sun said, patting his bed. Chapter 11. Had I known, I would have gone in. Master Ancestor, I. Lin Xingwan tiptoed to Jiang Sun, not daring to sit down. Jiang Sun didn't say much, and simply pressed Lin Qingwan onto the bed. At this time, there was no need to circulate techniques. If you want to enjoy dual cultivation, there will be a prelude before formally circulating energy meant to stimulate your feelings, Jiang Sun said earnestly as he began to teach. An hour later, the female disciples walked out of the room, their faces flushed. Oh my, I never expected that even at such an old age, Master Ancestor could still. It's been too long. I think Lin Jr.'s sister is about to roll her eyes. How impressive that must be. Why don't you give it a try? Let's skip that. The female disciples chatted among themselves as they entered the courtyard. With the Yin-Yang Hawan technique, I infused all the inner strength generated from dual cultivation into your body. Your inner strength should have increased significantly now. Jiang Sun sat cross-legged beside Lin Qingwan, who was tidying her clothes, and said. Lin Qingwan was taken aback by his words. Then she activated her internal energy and found that her internal power had indeed increased significantly. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Lin Qingwan hurriedly got out of bed, cupped her hands, and bowed to Jiang Sun. Lin Qingwan's favorability, 20. After dual cultivating with Jiang Sun, Lin Qingwan suddenly felt that this old man wasn't so bad after all. He didn't have that old man smell, and his body didn't feel wrinkled. Moreover, his physique was stronger than that of an average young adult, even having abs. This was, of course, the result of Jiang Sun's cultivation over the past 2 days, plus the breakthrough to the golden core stage, which significantly enhanced his physical quality. After dual cultivating with me, you cannot dual cultivate with others. Otherwise, be careful for your life. Jiang Sun nodded, his voice very soft, but filled with murderous intent. Yes, Lin Qingwan nodded, her eyes turning as she pondered this statement. Realizing that it meant she had become Jiang Sun's exclusive furnace. Get out. Jiang Sun waved his hand. Lin Qingwan slightly bowed and then left the room. Soon after, Jiang Sun also walked out of the room, leaning on his cane. A couple of days ago, I went down the mountain with Elder Gu to buy some things, and since you're all here today, I'll take out some to give to you, Jiang Sun said as he took out a bag. The women's eyes lit up at the sight. Each person gets a youth-keeping pill, which can help you maintain youthful looks. Even if one day you can't break through and your lifespan is coming to an end, you won't turn into an old thing like me. Jiang Sun waved his hand, and everyone except Lin Qingwan received a youth-keeping pill. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Hearing that it was a youth-keeping pill, the disciples were all smiles, bowing and saluting Jiang Sun. These disciples were dressed beautifully, and quite a few were exceptionally pretty. Unfortunately, Jiang Sun was not interested in these enchanting women who had dual cultivated with others. Some even directly took the youth-keeping pill on the spot. Ding successfully gifted Gu Qing a youth-keeping pill. Gund, superior soul forging pill, can be used to forge the soul of a magical artifact, allowing the artifact to gain a spirit. When strong enough, the spirit can cultivate a physical body. With this pill, Jiang Sun could forge the soul of the Lu Hong sword, and once a holy artifact recognizes its master, it would never betray. This meant Jiang Sun would have an absolutely loyal assistant in the future. Junior Sister Lin, it seems you didn't serve the Master Ancestor well. Even the youth-keeping pill is not for you, the woman beside Lin Qingwan said to her. Lin Qingwan remained silent, lowering her head. After all, it was her first time, and she didn't know if she had done something wrong. Lin Qingwan. At that moment, Jiang Sun looked at Lin Qingwan. Disciple is here. Lin Qingwan quickly shouted. Come here, Jiang Sun beckoned. Lin Qingwan hurriedly approached Jiang Sun. Master Ancestor. This is the 8-treasure jade fur, a precious protective gear. It's for you. Jiang Sun waved his hand, and a green long robe appeared in his hand, with some simple patterns made of jade. Turning jade into these silk threads is not an easy task. Precious item. Oh my! The women exclaimed in astonishment. Precious items were extremely rare treasures in their eyes. Moreover, it was protective gear. With a precious protective gear, ordinary spiritual and mortal artifacts could not harm Lin Qingwan at all. It turned out that the Master Ancestor wanted to give her such a treasure. Compared to the youth-keeping pill, the 8-treasure jade fur was indeed much better. Master Ancestor, this is too precious. Lin Qingwan looked at the 8-treasure jade fur in Jiang Sun's hand, also taken aback, repeatedly shaking her head to refuse. What is so precious? To me, It's just an ill-fitting piece of clothing. Keeping it is of no use. Jiang Sun pushed it forward again and said, "You just accept it," Gu Qing said coldly. Lin Qingwan trembled at the sound and no longer hesitated, quickly accepting the 8 treasure jade fur. Ding! 8 treasure jade fur gifted successfully. Triggered 10-fold return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Holy Protective Gear, 9 Heavens Reversal Robe. Wearing this robe can reflect the attacks of cultivators at the God transformation stage and below. Holy artifacts below this level cannot harm a host. After nurturing, it can withstand attacks from higher-level cultivators. The higher the nurturing level, the higher the resistance level. This was the reason Jiang Sun didn't give her the youth-keeping pill first. And this, the youth-keeping pill, is also yours. Jiang Sun then took out the youth-keeping pill and placed it in Lin Qingwan's hand. Ding! Youth-keeping pill gifted successfully. Gained. High-quality youth-keeping pill. Can make the user appear 20 years younger and maintain this appearance forever. Due to Lin Qingwan's low favorability towards Jiang Sun, the returned item was nowhere near as good as the soul forging pill that Gu Qing received. Ding! Lin Qingwan's favorability towards the host increased to 60. Return multiplier increased to 600. Damn, even a minute earlier would have been fine. Jiang Sun complained his heart upon seeing this. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Lin Qingwan accepted the youth-keeping pill with a face of disbelief. Just by dual cultivating with the Master Ancestor once, she could receive a youth-keeping pill and a precious artifact? If I had known it was this good, I would have done it sooner. The other disciples exchanged glances, realizing they should have participated earlier. However, Jiang Sun was not interested in the items used by others. Even if they were willing, he would not be willing. In the future, come to my little courtyard often when you have nothing to do, and feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Jiang Sun smiled at Lin Qingwan. Hearing this, Lin Qingwan looked at Gu Qing, as this matter still needed to be approved by her master. Seeing Gu Qing nod, Lin Qingwan hurriedly cupped her hands. Yes. Master Ancestor, Lu Qing, have you learned today as cultivation? Gu Qing then looked at a disciple in the front row and asked. This disciple was wearing a green long robe, with her hair down, her collar exposing her collarbone, and she had a charming appearance. She was Gu Qing's eldest disciple, currently only a mid-stage golden core cultivator. I have learned, Master, Lu Qing said respectfully. From today onwards, you will be in charge of leading your junior sisters in their cultivation. Gu Qing nodded. Yes, Master. Chapter 12. Illusory Mountain. I'm so happy, Senior. Master praised me and even taught me a new technique. At that moment, Jiang Sun suddenly heard the voice of Qin Miaoyin in his ear. Jiang Sun was taken aback by the voice and took out the jade pendant, only to see the wall-bound jade pendant glowing. Hey, could it be? You all go back first. Jiang Sun then looked at Gu Qing and said, Yes. Disciple takes leave. Gu Qing bowed and said, Disciple takes leave. The female disciples also bowed and said one after another. Afterwards, everyone left Jiang Sun's small house under Gu Qing's lead. Miaoyin, can you hear me? Jiang Sun held the jade pendant and silently thought. There was no sound from the other side for a while. Looks like I guessed wrong. Jiang Sun muttered to himself. Senior, is that you? Suddenly, Qin Miaoyin's excited voice came through. It's me. I thought I misheard. Jiang Sun laughed upon hearing this. You scared me. I suddenly heard your voice and thought you were beside me. Qin Miaoyin laughed. It seems that as long as we hold this jade pendant, we can communicate with our thoughts, which is quite convenient. Jiang Sun smiled upon hearing this. Yes, Master is calling me, Senior. I have to hurry over. Qin Miaoyin's anxious voice came through. Jiang Sun did not respond, maintaining the demeanor of a high-level person. Senior brother. Just as Jiang Sun was about to enter the house, a white light fell from the sky, and a beautiful woman appeared before Jiang Sun. Tu Qing wore a high-slit, tight-fitting long dress, revealing a beautifully sculpted thigh, the alluring features of her upper body perfectly outlined. With her long hair cascading down, wearing a jade hairpin on her head, and a pair of white jade earrings dangling from her small fairy-like ears. Oh, being the sect leader is different. Your attire is even more alluring. Jiang Sun stopped and looked at Tu Qing with a smile. Senior brother, you are teasing me again? Tu Qing, hearing Jiang Sun say she was alluring, felt happy inside. Isn't the sect busy? Why are you here? Jiang Jun then looked at Tu Qing, who had come over at this time, clearly with something important to discuss. Senior brother, it's rumored that in 5 days, the secret realm of Illusory Mountain will open, which contains countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Many sects will definitely go there. Tu Qing approached Jiang Jun with a serious expression. Do you want to go? Jiang Jun asked as he sat down next to his rocking chair. Well, but Tu Qing quickly followed, hesitating to continue. But as the sect leader, you can't easily leave the mountain. Do you want me to help you find some suitable candidates? Jiang Yun smiled knowingly. Senior brother understands me well. Tu Qing nodded repeatedly. Illusory Mountain was originally the location of a prestigious sect, the Illusory Sect, which was attacked and destroyed 1,000 years ago. All its disciples perished, and the sect leader used all his strength to seal the sect for 1,000 years before dying from exhaustion. Considering the time, it is indeed about right. The Illusory Sect was a demonic sect, and during its existence, it had seized a lot of heavenly materials, magical artifacts, and secret manuals. With a considerable amount of spirit stones, including the possibility of high-grade and even top-grade spirit stones. Therefore, existing major sects would definitely send capable disciples to compete for the treasures. Tu Qing nodded after hearing this. Yes, that's why I want to go personally, but I can't. So, I'm asking senior brother who should be sent. Moreover, once we go, our Harmony sect will likely be targeted, which is also a major obstacle. I'll go, Jiang Jun said as he looked up at Tu Qing. Huh? Tu Qing was taken aback. Senior brother, that's not what I meant. I just wanted you to give me a suggestion. I can't make up my mind. I'm serious. I'll go, Jiang Jun said earnestly, looking at Tu Qing. How could he miss such an opportunity to obtain countless heavenly materials and treasures, as well as to mingle with the women from other sects? The disciples who could compete for this secret realm would definitely be the pride of their sect, and there would surely be a woman of destiny among them. I'll take Gu Qing and Lu Ruyun with me to try to seize the secret realm. Senior brother, but your strength is already. Huh? When did you return to the Golden Core stage? Tu Qing finally noticed that Jiang Jun had actually returned to the Golden Core stage. Weren't you unable to cultivate anymore? Heaven doesn't leave people without a path. I dual cultivated with Gu Qing yesterday, and she broke through, and I did too. Not only have I returned to the Golden Core stage, but my lifespan has also increased beyond 10 years, Jiang Jun laughed. Even if you can cultivate again, it can't be that you went from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core in one night, right? Moreover, I haven't seen any heavenly tribulation. Shouldn't there be a 3-9 thunder tribulation to return to the Golden Core stage? Tu Qing looked incredulous. Perhaps I already had the power of a perfected nascent soul within me, and dual cultivation allowed my scattered inner strength to gather enough to recondense into a Golden Core. Plus, I had already been at the Golden Core stage and passed the 3-9 thunder tribulation, so there was no heavenly tribulation, Jiang Jun explained awkwardly. Tu Qing's face, after the disbelief, turned into a joyful expression. Senior brother, you didn't die. That's wonderful. Ding, Tu Qing's favorability towards the host. 95. Hearing that Jiang Jun had returned to the Golden Core stage, Tu Qing was genuinely happy. However, after calming down, Tu Qing squatted beside Jiang Jun and gently held his hand. Even if you've returned to the Golden Core stage, those going to the secret realm are at least nascent soul cultivators. If you go, I'm afraid something will happen to you. I'm not foolish. It's hard to live a few more years. I won't throw my life away easily. Jiang Jun gently patted Tu Qing's hand. The leader of the Harmony sect, dressed enticingly, squatted next to an old man, making people envious. If senior brother insists on going, let Li Mengxiao and Xie Lung accompany you. Tu Qing looked into Jiang Jun's eyes. All the elders from the Four Peaks have left. Is the Harmony sect done for? Jiang Jun laughed upon hearing this. But senior brother, listen to me. If something unexpected happens, I'll abandon the secret realm and run away. Tu Qing fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then sighed. All right, then. There's one more thing. Concerning the elders. Now that Gu Qing has become the Grand Elder, and the West Mountain Peak doesn't even have an elder, who do you think is suitable? Tu Qing, can you not choose an elder? Jiang Jun said helplessly upon hearing this. To become an elder, one must at least be at the nascent soul stage. But within the sect now, aside from Gu Qing and the 2 Grand Elders, there are no other nascent soul cultivators. Compared to other sects, we're still lacking. especially after you failed your tribulation. Tu Ching also felt helpless. Moreover, even I, as the sect leader, am only at the late nascent soul stage. I'm too weak. Are you feeling anxious about your own strength, junior sister? Jiang Jun asked, rubbing Tu Ching's head, and she did not resist. Chapter 13. Jealousy and Revenge from Tu Ching. Yes, Tu Ching nodded. Take these. Jiang Jun took out several pills from his bag. They were top-grade foundation establishment pills. Top-grade essence increasing pills for condensing the golden core, and top-grade nascent soul pills for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Senior brother, why are you giving me these pills? I can't use them. Tu Ching looked puzzled at the sight of these pills. Just keep them for now, if they are useful. It's also good to give them to the disciples. Jiang Jun smiled. You still need the top-grade nascent soul pill, right? Tu Ching returned the nascent soul pill to Jiang Jun. Ding, gift successful. Returned. Top-grade nascent soul pill. Top-grade transformation pill. Indeed, Jiang Jun smiled upon seeing this. He was not sure what to give Tu Ching to obtain the top-grade transformation pill, so he gave her all the pills he had on hand, just to test his luck. It seemed that luck was on his side. These are all for the disciples. Jiang Jun placed the nascent soul pills in Tu Ching's hands and took out a small box. This is for you. What is this? Tu Ching opened the box upon seeing this. She was taken aback when she saw the green pill surrounded by spiritual energy, her pupils contracting. Transformation pill? Top-grade transformation pill. With this transformation pill, you can break through to the transformation stage. Jiang Jun nodded and smiled. Senior brother, where did you get this? If you had this pill, why didn't you use it to break through back then? Tu Ching looked at Jiang Jun eagerly. At that time, I felt that I could break through without the transformation pill. In the end, I overestimated myself. This transformation pill was originally intended for you, to prevent you from being envious when you see others breaking through to the transformation stage, Jiang Jun said with a wry smile. Fortunately, I was cautious during the tribulation. I was afraid I would die, so I entrusted this transformation pill to Gu Qing for safekeeping, saying that if I died, she should give the transformation pill to you. Since I didn't die, she naturally returned it to me and didn't mention it to you. Senior brother. Tu Ching looked at Jiang Jun with a moved expression upon hearing this. Tu Ching was deeply touched by Jiang Jun's words. Senior brother, how could you underestimate fate? That's the heavenly tribulation of the transformation stage. How could you go without the transformation pill? Tu Ching then looked at Jiang Jun and said, You know your senior brother is proud and used to it. Let's not mention it. It's all in the past. Jiang Jun waved his hand and said, Just take the transformation pill and try to break through. With your current cultivation and the aid of the transformation pill, you will definitely succeed in breaking through to the transformation stage. Ding, top-grade transformation pill, gift successful. Returned, top-grade great ascension pill. Seeing the system prompt, Jiang Jun knew that Tu Ching was willing to accept the transformation pill. As for the position of elder, he would choose the disciple closest to the nascent soul stage from all disciples, invest all resources in her, and help her break through to the nascent soul stage. This matter could not be rushed. I'll listen to senior brother. Tu Ching nodded, revealing a beautiful smile that made people unable to resist touching her face. Feeling the warmth on her face, Tu Ching looked at Jiang Jun with charming eyes, feeling as if she might cry at any moment. Her voice a bit hoarse. Senior brother, I never thought about competing with you for the position of sect leader. I know. Jiang Jun nodded. It was my overestimation of myself that led me to attempt that tribulation. But now that you can cultivate again, that's truly wonderful. Tu Ching grabbed Jiang Sun's hand on her face. Senior brother, you've just returned to the golden core stage. Let me help you stabilize your cultivation. Tu Ching winked at Jiang Sun, and even though she was in a tight-fitting outfit, it accentuated her curves, revealing one side of her fragrant shoulder. Tu Ching now was simply enchanting, especially as the head of a sect, adding an extra layer of allure. With her slender waist, perfect body proportions, and those long, snow-white legs on display, who wouldn't be mesmerized? You little enchantress, I see you're feeling restless, aren't you? All those polite words earlier were just a pretext. Your main purpose was to seek dual cultivation with me, right? Jiang Sun smiled as he lifted Tu Ching's chin. Tu Ching extended her delicate pink tongue to lick her cherry lips, and Jiang Sun found it hard to take his eyes off her enticing lips. unable to resist licking his own. In the end, it was Tu Qing who couldn't hold back first, leaning in to kiss Jiang Sun on the lips. When she pressed her alluring figure against him, Jiang Sun realized that Tu Qing was wearing nothing underneath. Oh my, isn't that the sect master? Outside Jiang Sun's small hut, two disciples were sneaking over. Oh my, the sect master. The other disciple's eyes widened in shock as she watched Jiang Sun and Tu Qing passionately kissing. This disciple was Lu Qing, the eldest disciple of Gu Qing. Even the sect master has fallen under the spell of the ancestor's charm. The other disciple looked at the scene before her and suddenly laughed. I just want to try and see if I could dual cultivate with the ancestor. But I didn't expect to witness the ancestor and the sect master dual cultivating instead. Ah-Ying, I think we should look away and leave quickly. Lu Qing pulled Ah-Ying as they ran into the woods. Why? This kind of opportunity is rare. I didn't expect our ancestor to be able to charm even the sect master. How impressive. Do you think we could handle it if we joined in? Stop talking. I'm afraid the sect master and the ancestor will hear us. Lu Qing quickened her pace upon hearing this. How could they? We're so far away. Ah-Ying said nonchalantly. At least you know how to be sensible. After Lu Qing and Ah-Ying left, Tu Qing snorted coldly, then confirmed that no one was around and began to shed her clothes. In broad daylight. You're in such a hurry? The room is just a couple of steps away. Jiang Sun laughed at the sight. That bed of yours was just occupied, Tu Qing pouted. Tu Qing wrapped her arms around Jiang Sun's neck, looking at him seductively as she said in a soft voice, How long have you been here? That little girl Lin Qingwan, keep an eye on her for me. Jiang Sun realized Tu Qing had probably been watching for a long time. Senior brother, when you're with me, don't mention other women, Tu Qing said, shaking Jiang Sun as she acted spoiled. All right, I want to mention it. Jiang Sun smiled and pulled Tu Qing closer, kissing her more boldly. Soon, the floor was covered with clothes, most of which belonged to Jiang Sun, while Tu Qing was left with just one piece. I see your internal energy has improved. Looks like I'll have to come by more often. 2 hours later, Tu Qing snuggled against Jiang Sun and said softly. The lounge chair was small, so Jiang Sun had become Tu Qing's chair. Oh, little ancestor, you're much stronger than them. If you come a few more times, senior brother's old bones won't be able to take it. 2 hours was indeed too much for Tu Qing. What are you talking about? It's clear that senior brother can't stay still for a moment. We didn't even circulate our techniques afterward. The last hour was purely for enjoyment. Chapter 14. I'll take you, little enchantress. All right. You've gathered a lot of spiritual energy in your body. It's the perfect time for a breakthrough. Quickly return to Qingyu Peak and let the 3 elders protect you. Jiang Sun gently stroked Tu Qing's head and said, I'll listen to you. Tu Qing nodded and got up to collect her clothes from the ground. I'll try to break through within 5 days. If I'm not out by then, senior brother should take Gu Qing and Lu Ruiyun to Lingxiao Mountain. After getting dressed, Tu Qing picked up Jiang Sun's clothes from the ground and helped him put them on while saying, Okay. Jiang Sun nodded. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the transformation stage. If I fail the tribulation and become an old woman, will you despise me? Tu Qing asked, a hint of worry crossing her eyes. She wasn't afraid of losing her cultivation, but rather feared that Jiang Sun would grow tired of her. Nonsense. You've never despised me. How could I despise you? Jiang Sun laughed, then took out a youth preservation pill. Take this pill. Even if you fail the tribulation, you won't grow old. How annoying. Senior brother will definitely despise me. Tu Qing glared at Jiang Sun, but still accepted the youth preservation pill. Stop being silly. It's clear you don't want to grow old. Besides, your current cultivation will surely allow you to break through successfully, so don't worry needlessly. Zhang Xampanshid tu Qing soft west. Oh, Tu Qing stopped talking and swallowed the youth preservation pill. I'm leaving now. Seeing Jiang Sun nod, Tu Qing instantly disappeared before him. Ding, youth preservation pill, gifted successfully, acquired, supreme youth preservation pill. Phew, after Tu Qing left, Jiang Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tu Qing appeared calm on the surface, she practiced the desire entanglement technique, and once her urges flared up, she might not be able to control herself. If she found a place to release those urges, it could be deadly. If Tu Qing wasn't dual cultivating with Jiang Sun, who practiced the yin-yang harmony technique, any other man would probably turn into dried meat in no time. As night fell, Jiang Sun got up and walked into the house, sitting cross-legged on the bed to adjust his internal energy. He didn't need to eat. He could satisfy his hunger by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was true for all cultivators who reached the golden core stage. They could rely on the continuous power provided by their golden core, making their need for food nearly zero. Master, just as Jiang Sun sat on the bed, a hand reached out from under it, shouting loudly and startling Jiang Sun. What the hell? Jiang Sun was so frightened that his native language slipped out. His whole body trembled. He gotcha. Gu Qing poked her head out from under the bed. Gu Qing? When did you arrive? Seeing it was Gu Qing, Jiang Sun took a few deep breaths. Aren't you afraid you'll scare my old bones to pieces? I've been here for a while, but I didn't want to disturb you too while you were having fun. Gu Qing crawled out from under the bed with a smile. No wonder Tu Qing was getting more and more into it. She must have known you were here. Jiang Sun felt quite helpless upon hearing this. The first hour was for cultivating, and Jiang Sun thought the second hour was for enjoyment, but it turned out to be to annoy Gu Qing. Today, Master was dual cultivating with Lin Qingwan, making Gu Qing feel restless, so she quietly came to find Master, but unexpectedly the Master was also there, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Gu Qing snuggled against Jiang Sun's chest like a spoiled child. You little enchantress. Jiang Sun's previously stabilized internal energy was nearly disrupted by Gu Qing. Master has come to take me, this little enchantress, Gu Qing said, leaning on one hand on the bed and lifting her skirt with the other, winking at Jiang Sun. Then today, I'll act as a disciple of the sect to eradicate evil and take you, this little enchantress. Seeing this, Jiang Sun couldn't hold back anymore and pounced on her. The next morning, when Jiang Sun woke up, Gu Qing was already gone from his arms. Jiang Sun yawned and got up to wash up. After being forced to cultivate by several women all day yesterday, Jiang Sun had a rare good night's sleep. Senior, are you up? While washing up, Jiang Sun heard the voice of Qi meowing in his mind. Jiang Sun nodded. Have you heard of Lingxiao Mountain? Qi meowing immediately asked upon hearing him. I've heard of it. Jiang Sun nodded. Well, do you know, the secret realm of Lingxiao Mountain is about to open. There are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside. Will you go, Senior? I plan to. I'm so envious. I want to go too, but unfortunately, my master won't allow it. Qi meowing sighed. Who did your Baiyan sect send? After washing up, Jiang Sun asked while getting dressed. The Baiyan sect ranked among the top 10 sects, not a small faction, and held a relatively high status in the cultivation world. Considering the overall strength of the sect, it is much stronger than the Hahuan sect. Currently, the Hahuan sect's strongest member, Yulan, is in seclusion. Jiang Kun has lost his cultivation, and the sect doesn't have an ancestor, significantly diminishing its strength, causing it to fall out of the top 10 sections. Replacing the Hahuan sect in the top 10 is the Baiwa sect. The situation in Baiwa sect is similar to that of Hahuan sect, with almost all female disciples. Male disciples can only plant flowers and grass in the outer sect and are not allowed to enter the inner sect. The only difference is that Baiwa sect does not practice dual cultivation or supplementation. As for the ancestor of the Hahuan sect, he mysteriously disappeared 300 years ago, and no one knows where he went. He was Yulan's master and also Jiang Kun's grandmaster. You wouldn't recognize him even if I told you, Qin Miaoing replied. What if I do know him? Jiang Kun smiled. It's my senior brother, Zhuyang, my second senior brother, Bai Mingliang, and my senior sister, Pei Shulan. Senior brother, Zhuyang? Zhuyang is the eldest disciple of the Baiyun sect's sect master at the late stage of the Yuanying realm. That means Qin Miaoing is also a disciple of the sect master. Considering her age, she might even be the sect master's close disciple, truly deserving of the title of a girl with great fortune. As for Bai Mingliang, he is at the peak of the mid-stage Yuanying realm. Jiang Kun hasn't heard of Pei Shulan and is not very clear, but her cultivation should not be lower than Yuanying. The Baiyan sect really suffered a big loss this time. With the Yuanying realm cultivator present, bringing more disciples would be futile, so the 3 are sufficient. Other sects are also very tacit, not sending their entire sect to seize the secret realm. They typically send around 3 highly skilled disciples. Senior, with your current cultivation, I think it's better if you don't go to this secret realm, just in case something happens Qian Miaoyin said with some concern. All right, I will listen to Miaoyin. Jiang Kun nodded and smiled, casually brushing it off. Ding! Qian Miaoyin's favorability towards the host. 85. Hearing that Jiang Kun was willing to listen to her, Qian Miaoyin was quite happy. Sigh. Qian Miaoyin then sighed. This time the competition for the secret realm is bound to involve a battle. Just thinking about sects that usually get along, well, fighting over a secret realm makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Chapter 15. Gathering Soul Pill, Reuniting the Soul. There are some unspoken rules among sections. Usually, they can help each other and even form marital alliances, especially when facing demonic sects or monsters. They can unite. However, when it comes to secret realms, mines, or holy ruins, they must fight their own battles. When competing for a secret realm, disciples from various sects can freely engage in combat, but hatred must not escalate to the sect level. Whoever kills another's disciple must compensate with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It can be said that the competition for secret realms is essentially a struggle between sect disciples, with each sect sending their favored disciples. If they win, the items in the secret realm become their rewards. The ranking of sects may also change because of this struggle. This is quite normal. If sects do not compete with each other privately, they cannot achieve mutual checks and balances. Otherwise, if one sect becomes dominant, the practitioners of other sects would be unable to cultivate, and the sects that have been passed down for thousands of years would be neglected, Jiang Kun patiently explained. I see, Qian Miaoyi nodded. If Baiyun's sect becomes desolate, I would surely feel unwilling. By the way, senior, which sect are you from? Just a wandering cultivator. I have things to attend to, I am logging off now. After saying this, Jiang Kun released the jade pendant. Logging off? Qian Miaoyin was taken aback. What does logging off mean? Jiang Kun walked out of the room and found Lin Qingwan standing in the courtyard. Grandmaster. Upon seeing Jiang Kun, Lin Qingwan immediately saluted. At this moment, Lin Qingwan had already put on that precious defensive armor. The outfit fit her perfectly in shades of green, radiating a faint glow in the sunlight. With her lively hairstyle and sweet smile, she looked extremely beautiful. Lin Qingwan, what brings you here? Jiang Kun asked as he walked over and sat down beside the rocking chair. Master asked me to come and take care of your daily needs. Lin Qingwan quickly stepped forward, pouring a cup of hot tea with pre-warmed water for Jiang Kun. And by the way, to practice dual cultivation with me to enhance your skills, right? Jiang Kun saw through Lin Qingwan's little thoughts. Lin Qingwan lowered her head and nodded slightly. Feeling a bit shy? It's because I don't allow you to practice dual cultivation with others. You are practicing the mesmerizing affection technique. Having just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, the lustful insect will gradually stir, and with your inner strength, you won't be able to suppress it. You need a way to release it. Jiang Kun nodded. Lin Qingwan practices the same technique as Tu Qing, back when Tu Qing just broke through to foundation establishment. She was like a madwoman, seeking Jiang Kun more than 10 times a day, causing Jiang Kun to hardly get out of bed. At that time, Jiang Kun had just reached mid-stage foundation establishment and almost couldn't bear it, complaining endlessly. Then let her stay. Jiang Kun didn't say much. Having someone to attend to him was indeed more convenient. Grandmaster, please enjoy the tea. Lin Qingwan placed the teacup beside Jiang Kun. Jiang Kun nodded. Having my old self broken, do you have any complaints? Absolutely no complaints. Lin Qingwan immediately said. With the rejuvenation pill, plus the precious protective gear, and now being able to stay by Jiang Kun's side, she would surely receive more good things in the future, so she certainly wouldn't have any complaints. Besides, there's still 7 great goods. Probably no one in the Hawan sect has a better life than Jiang Kun. 2 days passed quickly in the nightly revelries of Jiang Kun and Lin Qingwan. Tonight was the night Jiang Kun had arranged to meet Qian Miaoyin at the wall boundary. Senior. When Jiang Kun entered, Qian Miaoyin was already there. Seeing Jiang Kun come in, she quickly ran to his side and directly jumped into his arms. Long time no see, senior. It's only been 3 days. Jiang Kun hugged Qian Miaoyin and smiled. But it feels like a long time. Qian Miaoyin looked up at Jiang Kun, her eyes dreamy. Ever since that day, I often think of you, senior. Unable to help myself. Jiang Kun practices the Yin-Yang Hawan technique. Since their souls are intertwined, this feeling is as if they are ascending, making one feel light and transcendent. Unforgettable. Senior, my senior brother, and the others have already set off for the illusory mountain. Do you think they will come back alive this time? After the cloud and rain, Qian Miaoying nestled in Jiang Kun's arms, blushing as she spoke softly. What? Do you like your senior brother? Jiang Kun teased. How could that be? We have no romantic feelings. Qian Miaoying quickly replied. After all, he's my senior brother. I will always worry. Then do you have someone else in your heart? Jiang Kun continued to ask. At this moment, there is only senior in Miaoying's heart. Qian Miaoying tightened her embrace around Jiang Kun even more. A girl in the budding stage of love. At this moment, her heart and eyes are filled only with Jiang Kun. I wonder how she would react if she knew Jiang Kun was an elder of the Huan sect. Is there anyone in your sect who admires you? Jiang Kun asked. There are a few annoying guys. Qian Miaoying nodded. They're quite bothersome, always bringing me wildflowers or grass, and wanting to duel with me. As someone who just reached foundation establishment, what can I discuss with them? She looked quite helpless. Then why not leave by insect and come find me? Jiang Kun smiled. That won't do. Qian Miaoying quickly shook her head. I still have my master, my senior sister, and many friends in Bai sect. If I leave like this, I would have no family or friends anymore. And besides, I have grown up in Bai sect since childhood. I wouldn't be used to outside. Seeing Jiang Kun looking at her strangely, Qian Miaoying quickly added, Oh, senior, don't worry. I will definitely keep myself pure for you, until the day we meet. Although their souls have intertwined, Qian Miaoying's body is still that of a maiden. It's best this way, but don't let anyone take advantage. I can be quite possessive. Jiang Kun smiled and nodded. I know. Qian Miaoying giggled and nodded. This is for you. It can enhance your inner strength. Jiang Sun spread out his hand, revealing a pill. What is this? Qi Miaoying asked as she took the pill. This is a condensing qi pill. It can consolidate the chaotic spiritual energy within you, making your spiritual power more pure and enhancing your inner strength, Jiang Sun explained. Wow, thank you, senior, Qi Miaoying said, not being polite and swallowing it directly. She then sat up from Jiang Sun and began to meditate, organizing her inner strength. Ding, condensing qi pill gifted successfully. Acquired, supreme soul gathering pill. This is exactly what Jiang Sun wanted. Jiang Sun then took out the supreme soul gathering pill and swallowed it as well. He also began to meditate on the side. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into both of them, and a circle of murky mist wrapped around Jiang Sun, seemingly coming from the jade pendant. All of this was the spiritual energy and soul that Jiang Sun had been struck out of his body by the heavenly thunder. Chapter 16. Tu Qing breaks through to the transformation stage I feel. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Miaoying opened her eyes excitedly. But halfway through her sentence, she noticed Jiang Sun was cultivating and quickly shut her mouth. She quietly sat beside Jiang Sun, waiting for him to wake up. Senior Lin also looks quite handsome, Qi Miaoying thought, leaning closer to observe Jiang Sun's face. Although he had white hair, white eyebrows, and a long white beard, his face had lost many wrinkles after returning to the Golden Course stage. He did look a bit elderly, but indeed had the air of a celestial being. If Jiang Sun were willing to dress up a bit, he would surely still be a handsome old man, with his hair down and exuding spiritual energy. He had the demeanor of a master, carrying great presence. Even though he was old, Jiang Sun was still born with a charming bone. As long as one moment made him look handsome, one could easily get lost in it. Boom! Moments later, a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Sun. He began to withdraw his energy. As Jiang Sun expected, his cultivation had indeed been scattered by the heavenly tribulation, besides the chaos within him. There was still spiritual energy and soul that had not completely dissipated on Lingxiao Mountain. The Supreme Soul Gathering Pill had allowed Jiang Sun to recover all the cultivation he could reclaim, and his soul was also fully replenished. If his soul had not been fully restored, when encountering techniques that attacked the soul, Jiang Sun's soul would shatter upon contact. After reclaiming all the scattered cultivation, Jiang Sun advanced from the early Golden Core stage to the late Golden Core stage. If he hadn't delayed in reclaiming it, he might have even reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. Huff! Jiang Sun exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. What are you looking at? As soon as he opened his eyes, Jiang Sun saw Qi Miaoying squatting in front of him, staring at him eagerly, so he asked. "Old man, you're so handsome," Qin Miaoying said, blushing as she gazed at Jiang Sun with admiration. Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow at her words. This girl had clearly fallen for his charm. "Really? Do you like it?" Jiang Sun playfully lifted Qin Miaoying's chin. "I like it, I want it," Qin Miaoying said, nodding with a dreamy look. "Want? What do you want?" Jiang Sun smiled. "Don't tease me, Miaoying," Qin Miaoying said, her face turning red as she closed her eyes and slightly pouted. Seeing this, Jiang Sun chuckled and leaned in to kiss her. After a moment of intimacy, Jiang Sun and Qin Miaoying both left the wall realm. As soon as he opened his eyes, Jiang Sun heard the sound of heavenly thunder outside, which must have been going on for a while, but Jiang Sun didn't he know. From the sound of the thunder, it seemed that a nascent soul cultivator was undergoing their tribulation. It was Tu Qing who was about to break through. Jiang Sun walked out of the small house with his cane. "Master Ancestor, look, the sect leader is undergoing the heavenly tribulation on the mountain," Lin Qingwan shouted, pointing to the mountaintop as she saw Jiang Sun come out. Jiang Sun nodded, looking up at the sky where purple lightning continuously struck the mountaintop. On the mountaintop, a green barrier was resisting the lightning. That was Tu Qing's protective magical artifact. Tu Qing held the precious artifact, the resonant rainbow zither, and her waist was adorned with a shimmering jade protective artifact. The rings on her hands flickered with light, protecting her, while sweat dripped down her forehead as she resisted the heavenly thunder with all her might. Boom! Another bolt of heavenly thunder struck, shattering Tu Qing's protective artifact. "How many bolts has it been?" Jiang Sun observed without panic, knowing that worrying wouldn't help. 8 bolts, Lin Qingwan said nervously, glancing at Jiang Sun with concern. At that time, Jiang Sun had been unable to withstand the 9th bolt of heavenly thunder. Boom! The 9th bolt of heavenly thunder roared. Tu Qing channeled her energy, plucking the zither strings, sending a red wave of light toward the heavenly thunder. Tu Qing's nascent soul was also ready to escape at any moment to avoid being obliterated. Standing beside her was elderly Lingxiao from Nanshan Peak. If Tu Qing failed her tribulation, she would directly take over Lingxiao's body. Lingxiao was in the mid-nascent soul stage and was Tu Qing's disciple, loyal to her just as Gu Qing was to Jiang Sun. In the next moment, the heavenly thunder shattered Tu Qing's full power strike and struck toward her head. No one dared to help Tu Qing resist the heavenly tribulation, because if anyone helped, the target of the heavenly tribulation would not just be the tribulation bearer, but also the helper, and the power of the heavenly tribulation would become even greater, leading to certain failure. Ugh! Tu Qing was hit by the heavenly thunder and cried out in pain. The magical artifact in her hand was shattered into pieces, but fortunately, the 2 jade bracelets ultimately saved her life, although they broke in half. Bang! Then, a powerful aura erupted from Tu Qing, sending everyone around her flying. The injuries from the heavenly thunder began to heal at an observable speed. The sky returned to calm, and the clouds parted to reveal the sun. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Tu Qing's body, shooting into the sky, breaking through the clouds, forming a visible beam of light. It seemed to announce the arrival of another powerhouse in the transformation stage. Without any hesitation, after her injuries healed, Tu Qing soared down the mountain, reaching Jiang Sun's side in the blink of an eye. Sect leader Lin Qingwan was momentarily stunned upon seeing this, then quickly knelt down. Tu Qing ignored her and quickly ran to Jiang Sun, throwing her arms around him. Senior brother. Senior brother. Tu Qing's face was full of excitement as she looked at Jiang Sun and shouted twice. Without needing any extra words, Jiang Sun could tell what she wanted to say. Impressive, I knew you could do it, Jiang Sun smiled, hugging Tu Qing's slender waist. Seeing this, Lin Qingwan had good sense and quietly turned to leave the small house for the time being. Senior brother, quickly help me stabilize my cultivation. Tu Qing looked up at Jiang Sun, her face filled with spring colors. All right, today I will take in this little demoness of the transformation stage. Jiang Sun tossed aside his cane and scooped Tu Qing up in a princess carry, startling her. Senior brother, do you have this kind of strength now? Tu Qing looked, holding onto Jiang Sun's neck. Always have, Jiang Sun chuckled, then carried Tu Qing into the house. Once inside, Tu Qing waved her hand to close the door. And soon after, Sounds of unrestrained joy from Tu Qing came from within. This transformation stage, Tu Qing, was indeed extraordinary, nearly exhausting Jiang Sun's old back. It had been 4 hours. An entire day had passed. Who dared to exert like this? It was said that the Baiyun sect had already set off for Shluang Mountain. Since you have successfully broken through, I will take Gu Qing and Lu Ruyun to set off tomorrow. Afterward, Jiang Sun said while holding Tu Qing in his arms. Do we really not need to bring Lingxiao and Xiaolong? Tu Qing asked with concern. Really not needed, Jiang Sun nodded. Then, if there's trouble, use the messaging talisman to contact me, and I will rush to Shluang Mountain immediately, Tu Qing said reluctantly. You going will escalate this matter to a sect conflict. Then our Hahuan sect might be surrounded. Listen to me, stay obediently on the mountain and protect the Hahuan sect well. Jiang Sun patted Tu Qing's smooth bottom with a smile. Tu Qing's face turned red from Jiang Sun's slap. Chapter 17. Arrival at Shluang Mountain the next morning. After Jiang Sun got up, Lin Qingwan was beside him, helping him dress, wash up, and tidy his appearance. After tidying up, Jiang Sun stepped out of the door. Master. Gu Qing was sitting at a small table in the courtyard, and upon seeing Jiang Sun, he immediately stood up to pay his respects. Master has arrived, hello. Then Gu Qing ran to the lounge chair and tugged at Lu Ruyun's sleeve, who was rarely dressed decently and not so revealing. Good morning, Master. Lu Ruyun was swaying in the rocking chair, shaking off Gu Qing's hand, and casually said without raising her eyelids. I told you to wash up. Why didn't you come? Jiang Sun waved his hand, sending a gust of energy that threw Lu Ruyun off the lounge chair, and Jiang Sun lay down on it himself. Lu Ruyun flipped in the air and landed lightly on the ground. Master is already in his 70s or 80s. I don't want to cultivate dual cultivation with him. Lu Ruyun said with a smile. Junior sister, Gu Qing said helplessly. Only Lu Ruyun dares to talk to Jiang Sun like that. You little girl. Jiang Sun glared at Lu Ruyun, but didn't say much, letting out a breath. This time we're going to Shluang Mountain, and our cover identity is Disciples of the Mountain Rain Pavilion. This is the jade token of the Mountain Rain Pavilion's disciples. Jiang Sun tossed 2 jade tokens to the 2 of them, keeping 1 for himself. This was given to him by Tu Qing last night. Mountain Rain Pavilion? What is that? Gu Qing asked as she took the jade token. Just a small sect, but at least it counts as a reputable orthodox sect. Having a cover will prevent us from being attacked by that group of sects as soon as we arrive. Master has thought this through. Gu Qing smiled upon hearing this. Master, you are now at the Golden Course stage. If a fight breaks out and you can't beat them, I might just leave you and run away. Lu Ruyun looked at Jiang Sun and smiled. Good, but if I come back alive, I will definitely make your backside bloom. Jiang Sun nodded and said with a smile. Master has a cruel heart. Why not just make it bloom now? Lu Ruyun said, sticking her, but out at Jiang Sun. Little vixen. Jiang Sun slapped Lu Ruyun's backside. Lu Ruyun also let out a charming response. Lin Qingwan, watching from the side, blushed. Do the master ancestor and master uncle usually play like this? It's getting late. Master, we need to set off. Gu Qing reminded as she watched the 2 playfully. Let's go. Jiang Sun nodded. Master ancestor, master uncle, come back safely. Lin Qingwan bowed behind them. She also knew that such matters would not involve her. MHM. Jiang Sun nodded. Then Gu Qing and Lu Ruyun both took to their swords. Although both of them could fly in the air without swords, they had to take Jiang Sun with them. What are you doing, senior sister? Let me carry Master. Lu Ruyun said to Gu Qing. I'm afraid he might drop Master, so let me carry him. Gu Qing replied, looking at Lu Ruyun. Oh, senior sister. You usually have so many opportunities to get close to Master. Let me do it this time. Lu Ruyun said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Jiang Sun. Right, Master? All right. You all can put them away. I can fly on my own. Jiang Sun said with a helpless smile. Can you? Gu Qing couldn't help but ask. Although Foundation establishment cultivators can fly on swords, Jiang Sun had been severely injured, and they were worried that he couldn't manage it himself. Don't worry. Jiang Sun nodded, took out the treasure weapon 7 absolute sword from his Qingquan bag, and then flew on the sword, heading towards Shluang Mountain first. Seeing this, Gu Qing and Lu Ruyun put away their swords and rode the wind to follow him. The distance between Lingxiao Mountain and Lingxiao Mountain was not too far. It took them a day to arrive and still have a moment to catch their breath. Jiang Sun's original plan was to reap the benefits of others' labor, allowing him to enter the secret realm later than the other sects, quietly following from behind. A day later, at the foot of Lingxiao Mountain, Lingxiao Town. Lingxiao Mountain had been abandoned for 1,000 years, and some villagers had gradually settled here, building a small town, which was slightly larger than a village, but not prosperous. At this moment, the secret realm of Lingxiao Mountain had opened, attracting many sect disciples, making the place lively. The streets were bustling, with many cultivators visible. However, most of them were only at the peak of foundation establishment or golden core, with very few yuanying, and they were mostly hiding somewhere, quietly watching. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Gu Qing and Lu Riyun both wore veils. Even so, you see, those two girls have really good figures. Even though they wore loose Taoist robes, the breeze would still outline their curvaceous bodies, which couldn't be hidden at all. Plus, both of them were tall, attracting quite a few gazes along the way. Jiang Sun was dressed in a black robe with a hood, covering his white hair and face, only revealing his white beard. This black robe was the Jiutian reverse robe he received when giving Lin Qingwan armor. On the surface, it looked no different from an ordinary black robe. However, cultivators below the transformation stage couldn't even touch a hair on Jiang Sun's body. As for this secret realm, if a sect sent out a transformation stage expert, that would be a bit too much, so here, Jiang Sun was invincible. Several men in brown robes, holding long swords, blocked Jiang Sun and the others' way. Hello, I am Lu Hong, a disciple of the Mountain Eagle sect. May I ask which sect you three belong to? Their eyes brazenly roamed over Gu Qing and Lu Riyun. Get lost, Gu Qing said coldly, standing protectively in front of Jiang Sun. Speak more politely. One of the men behind Lu Hong stepped forward and shouted. The surrounding people immediately gathered to watch the show, eager to see what these two outstanding women could do. We mean no harm. With the gathering of experts in Lingxiao Town, seeing the two ladies' outstanding figures, we just wanted to persuade you to return the way you came, or we could escort you. Lu Hong smiled as he approached Gu Qing. Get lost. Jiang Sun lightly tapped his cane on the ground. The aura of a peak yuanying suddenly erupted, scaring Lu Hong so much that his legs weakened. He was only at the late golden core stage, and at this moment, Lu Hong and the other two were frightened pale by Jiang Sun's momentum. Sorry, senior, we disturbed you. Lu Hong quickly cupped his fists and bowed in apology, then hurriedly fled with the other two. The people around, feeling Jiang Sun's aura, also dared not look up, and certainly didn't dare to whisper. Peak yuanying? One incredible person has arrived. On the third floor of the nearby inn, a man in white looked down at Jiang Sun and said, from the white cloud decorations on his clothes, it was clear he was from the Baiyun sect. Senior brother, do you think we might not be a match for that man in the black robe? A woman in white beside him stood up, walked to the man's side, and said worriedly, Chapter 18, Joy, what joy? Senior brother Zhua, junior sister Pei, look at the jade tokens at the waists of those two women. They are from a mountain rain pavilion. Another man stood up and pointed at Gu Qing's jade token. Mountain rain pavilion? Zhuiyang frowned upon hearing this. The mountain rain pavilion has been silent for a long time. How could it suddenly appear here? Yes, and the mountain rain pavilion is a small sect. How could they have a peak yuanying cultivator? Could it be that they invited their ancestor? Pei Shulan also said. Seeing Jiang Sun's white beard and old appearance easily led to thoughts of a sect ancestor. If it really is an ancestor, then it is not an ordinary peak yuanying. We should try to avoid conflict with them. Zuoya nodded solemnly. Master, what's going on with you? As Jiang Sun and the others walked towards the inn, Gu Qing leaned in and asked. It's just a facade. Jiang Sun chuckled softly. Although Jiang Sun was no longer yuanying, his spirit had been restored, and he could still emit an aura similar to that of yuanying. Even if Master is just a facade, that person is only in the mid-golden core stage, so he is still no match for Master. Lu Riyun affectionately linked her arm with Jiang Sun's. Master S cultivation is increasing rapidly. It seems returning to yuanying is just around the corner. Gu Qing also said happily beside her. The three of them laughed and entered an inn, seeing two beautiful women. The innkeeper approached with a smile. Ladies, are you here to stay or to dine? I'll prepare 3 rooms. Jiang Sun took out some silver and placed it on the bar, saying no. 2 rooms. Lu Ruiyun immediately shouted. No, 1 room. Gu Qing also protested, clinging to Jiang Sun's other arm. The guests in the inn who were eating watched the scene with envy. The innkeeper was momentarily stunned and looked at Jiang Sun, but he was quite shrewd in business. Even if the guests needed 3 rooms, there was only 1 left now. Then just 1 room. Jiang Sun nodded, as it didn't matter to him. Upon hearing there was only 1 room left, Gu Qing showed no change in expression, feeling quite happy. While Lu Ruiyun was momentarily taken aback, her smile slightly fading, looking a bit scared. All right. The innkeeper nodded repeatedly and hurried to fetch the key, presenting it to Jiang Sun with both hands. 3rd floor, Gike Pavilion. Prepare some good wine and dishes. No need to look for it. Jiang Sun tossed a piece of silver, which was more than enough. Thank you, immortal master. Thank you. The innkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight, and he quickly nodded and bowed. As Jiang Sun and the 2 women went upstairs, discussions began below. From the voice of that man in black robes, he asked an old man, "Do we even need to listen? Can't you see him hunched over with a cane? His white beard is showing. Oh my, what background does this old man have?" The 2 beside him, though their faces are covered, are definitely stunning. Damn it, why does this old man get to have them? Exactly, can he handle it? If it were me, those 2 would definitely be begging for mercy. Shoo, stop talking. A man rushed in from outside, just now. He recounted everything that had happened. Everyone was astonished, but they didn't dare gossip anymore. Someone recognized them as people from the Shanyu Tower, and didn't expect that after years of silence, a nascent soul-perfected being had emerged. The 2 women behind were not simple either. Someone in the corner, holding a teacup, said softly, "At least they are at the nascent soul stage." Everyone was in an uproar upon hearing this. They are too powerful. I wonder how those sects will respond. Although they were still discussing Jiang Sun and the others, no one dared to speak recklessly anymore. The 3 entered the room, which was quite spacious, with a round table and a wooden tub for bathing. The bed was large enough for all 3 of them to sleep together. Lu Ruiyun removed her veil and rushed to the bed, lying down and stretching her alluring waist, feeling quite free. "Master, since we don't need to eat, why are we ordering dishes?" Gu Qing asked Jiang Sun, puzzled. "It's a rare outing, so we should try the local specialties. It won't hurt to eat a little." Jiang Sun smiled as he took off his hat. Gu Qing nodded, removed her veil, and came to Jiang Sun's side to tidy his hair, making it smooth. That lecherous man just now. If it weren't for Master speaking up, I would have made him understand the consequences of his words. Lu Ruiyun sat up from the bed, gritting her teeth. With those red lips and white teeth, she is really alluring. Now we are probably seen as thorns in the eyes of those sects. They will be on guard against us. Gu Qing said with concern. That's exactly the effect we want. Jiang Sun smiled. We will stay behind and make them wary of each other, so they won't dare to act easily. This way, their energy will be wasted unnecessarily, and we only need to wait for the right moment to strike. I'm just afraid they might conspire together to defeat us before exploring the secret realm. Gu Qing sighed. Sister, don't worry. They won't do that. People are selfish. Even if they want to work together against us, they won't dare to hold back completely. Otherwise, they will suffer greatly in the secret realm. Lu Ruiyun laughed. At this moment, no one would provoke a nascent soul-perfected being, and those capable individuals should also see the strength of my sister and me, thus becoming even more wary of us. In terms of human nature, your junior sister is better at this than you. Jiang Sun nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Oh, Gu Qing didn't say much more and obediently nodded. Master, why not have some fun with Rian? Lu Ruiyun lay on the bed, lifting her skirt to reveal her fair thighs, pulling it up to her waist. Junior sister, why aren't you even wearing underwear? Gu Qing exclaimed with wide eyes. What's the point of wearing that? Lu Ruiyun smiled with her eyes curved. The innkeeper is about to bring the food. What fun are you talking about? Jiang Sun looked at Lu Ruiyun helplessly, feeling more speechless. Even if he went over now, this girl would definitely find an excuse to refuse. Well, if you miss this chance, there won't be another opportunity tonight. You could just play with sister. Lu Ruiyun said, looking disappointed. Jiang Sun shook his head and said nothing more. Moments later, the waiter brought the food, and upon seeing Lu Ruiyun and Gu Qing, he was momentarily stunned, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll suck you dry. Lu Ruiyun shot a glance at the waiter and said coldly, soda. Sorry. The waiter instinctively voiced his true thoughts, then realized and quickly lowered his head and ran out of the room. Chapter 19. Disciples of Lingxiao's Sect. The food isn't bad. After a hearty meal, Lu Ruiyun patted her slightly bulging belly and praised. Junior sister is right. Perhaps it's because we haven't eaten for so long that we find it so delicious. Guqing nodded and smiled. Oh, it's already dark outside. Lu Ruiyun looked out the window and realized it was dark. So she went to the window to look outside. Strange. Why is there not a single person on the street? Lu Ruiyun frowned. They say there are demonic beasts roaming at night in Lingxiao Mountain. Everyone naturally doesn't want to get caught up in unnecessary trouble, so they want to go out. Jiang Sun stretched his body and said, Demonic beasts? Guqing was taken aback. Most demonic beasts are in the northern wasteland. How could there be demonic beasts in Lingxiao Mountain, which is in the eastern sea? It's just a rumor. Who knows if it's true? Jiang Sun waved his hand and laughed. All right then. Guqing nodded and looked at Jiang Sun. Master, do you want to take a bath? I can heat water for you. No need. Jiang Sun waved his hand. How could one bathe every day? Let me wash the places master needs washed. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruiyun quickly ran to the table in front of Jiang Sun, then lay on the ground and poked her head out. Master, is this good? What are you up to again, you little vixen? Jiang Sun looked at her and was momentarily stunned. She was indeed quite alluring. Hee. Lu Ruiyun giggled and then burrowed under Jiang Sun's skirt. Junior sister, can't you let master rest properly? He has been flying with the sword all day. Guqing rolled her eyes at the sight. I'm not being troublesome. Master, this is just to help you relax. Lu Ruiyun's voice came from under Jiang Sun's dress, accompanied by sounds of rustling. Jiang Sun was quite amused. This was indeed a first for him with Lu Ruiyun. Really, what am I doing? After a moment, Lu Ruiyun quickly ran to the window, feeling regretful as she thought to herself, damn it, have I lost control of myself? Fortunately, I'm glad Master and Sister Haven T discovered that I Haven T lost my virginity. Lu Ruiyun then patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Just now, she had suddenly been overtaken by lust, her mind going blank, and she ran over. Master. Lu Ruiyun came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Sun, ready to tease him, but found that both Jiang Sun and Guqing were gone. The bed beside them was shaking, along with Guqing's gasps. You too. Lu Ruiyun's eyes widened, her face flushed, pointing at the bed, unable to say anything. Junior sister, join us, ah. Guqing's enticing voice came from behind the curtain. You just said master was tired from a full day of work. What are you doing? Lu Ruiyun shouted angrily at the bed. It's because of you. You started something and then didn't take responsibility. Jiang Sun's voice came through. Lu Ruiyun stopped talking and ran to the window to block her ears. An agonizing hour passed. At night, the three of them squeezed together on the bed for the whole night, and the next morning, they almost got up at the same time. After Guqing helped Jiang Sun tidy up, she began to groom herself. Master, the disciples from those sects have already gone up the mountain, Lu Ruiyun said while standing by the window. At this moment, she had changed into a white robe and was wearing a white veil, looking quite righteous, resembling a disciple of a prestigious sect. Guqing was similarly dressed. Those with lower cultivation quietly followed behind, seemingly preparing to reap the benefits like us. Lu Ruiyun turned to look at Jiang Sun. Someone, Guqing suddenly said, looking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Almost simultaneously, the door was knocked on. Three of you. I am Lin Feng, a disciple of Lingxiao's sect. May I have the honor to speak with you? A male voice came from the door. Guqing looked at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun nodded slightly, and Guqing understood, stepping forward to open the door. Three people stood at the door. 2 men and 1 woman. Fellow Taoist, Lin Feng said, gently clasping his fist and bowing to Guqing as the door opened. He and the man beside him quickly adjusted their demeanor after a moment of surprise without staring around. However, the woman beside them was dressed in a light yellow dress, wearing earrings with a lively gaze and a playful hairstyle, looking quite beautiful and adorable. Her eyes kept darting back and forth between Guqing and Lu Ruiyun, seemingly comparing who had a better figure. At this moment, Lu Riyun was leaning against the window, bending her waist, which naturally accentuated her waist and hips, looking very perfect. "What is it?" Gu Qing asked coldly. "May I ask to discuss matters inside?" Lin Feng said quietly, looking around. "Come in," Jiang Sun said. "Please." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing moved aside to let the three enter the room, then closed the door. "Senior, allow me to set up a formation." The man beside Lin Feng took out several formation flags and looked at Jiang Sun, asking tentatively, "A formation to shield the surroundings?" Jiang Sun glanced at the formation flags and said, "Senior has good eyesight." "Indeed," the man nodded. "No need, there's already a barrier in this room." Jiang Sun waved his hand. After having fun with Gu Qing yesterday, he naturally set up a barrier. Otherwise, with the noise from Gu Qing, who knows how many people would be eavesdropping. Lin Feng approached Jiang Sun and cupped his fists, bowing. "I am Lin Feng of Lingyin sect, and this is my junior brother, Jiang Che." Ding detected a child of fate. Lin Feng. Return multiplier, 10. Favorability, 0. Senior, Jiang Che cupped his fists in greeting. "And this is my junior sister, Lu Yingying." "Hello, senior," the cute girl said with a smile and cupped her hands. Ding detected a child of fate. Lu Yingying. Return multiplier, 10. Favorability, 0. The secret realm is about to open. "You all came here instead of going up the mountain. What for?" Jiang Sun asked, nodding. Lingyin sect is one of the top 10 sects, ranking in the top 5 with considerable strength. Jiang Sun didn't expect that among these three, 2 were children of fate. It seems that Lingyin sect is indeed extraordinary. Yesterday, I saw a senior make a move on the street, and it was truly impressive. "We intend to befriend you and enter the secret realm together," Lin Feng said respectfully, looking at Jiang Sun. "Oh." Jiang Sun became interested upon hearing this. "We three are now thorns in the eyes and flesh in the flesh of various sections. You are not planning to eliminate us, but instead want to join forces with us? They won't cause you trouble." Lin Feng smiled and said, "The sects nowadays are no longer what they used to be. Most harbor ulterior motives and are solely for themselves. Right now, they only think about how to kill and seize treasures, and they wouldn't dare come to stir up trouble in front of Senior. We also never thought that with just the three of us, we could seize the secret realm. If we want to successfully enter, we naturally need to seek out a powerful ally, so we can also share a piece of the pie in the secret realm." Chapter 20. The secret realm opens. Demonic chi soars. You and my sex share the secret realm? Gu Qing frowned and asked. No, no. Lin Feng shook his head repeatedly. Our alliance is to be able to share some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, not to divide them between our two sections. Fellow Taoist, our alliance is to share a portion in the secret realm so that those sects do not dare to act against us, and we do not need to harm them. Rather than to defeat them, Jiang Che also cupped his fists and said, "That would be boring. What we want is the entire secret realm," Lu Riyun said coquettishly. This voice made Lin Feng and Jiang Che tremble all over, giving rise to absurd thoughts, which they quickly suppressed. The secret realm is full of traps and has protective secret techniques, and the sects will compete with one another. The number of sects that can make it to the end will not be many, and there will definitely be enough to share in the secret realm, Lin Feng said, looking at Lu Ruoyun. Yes, we really have no need to let the sects harm each other over one secret realm, Lu Yingying quickly added. It is said that there are also demonic sect monsters from Tianwu sect coming this time, with strong cultivation. We need to pay the most attention to them. Lin Feng then looked at Jiang Sun, waiting for his decision. Tianwu sect is a powerful faction independent of the top 10 sects, using evil methods to enhance strength, thus being called a demonic sect. Its strength is enough to resist the 10 major sections. The current situation is that the 10 major sects and Tianwu sect are mutually restraining, and neither can take down the other. Jiang Sun remained silent, and everyone waited for him to speak. After a moment, Jiang Sun nodded. If that's the case, we will join forces with Lin Xiaoyu, but I have one condition. Senior, please speak. Lin Feng cupped his hands and said, during the journey, everything will be arranged by me. If we encounter disciples from other sects making a move, you must not show mercy, Jiang Sun said calmly. Lin Feng could not help but look at Jiang Che and Lu Yingying upon hearing this. The two hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lin Feng then looked at Jiang Sun. As you say, senior. Good. Lin Xiaoyu is also a straightforward person. Jiang Sun stood up and walked outside. It is time to go now. Lu Riyun and Gu Qing immediately followed. Lin Feng and the three also got up and followed behind Jiang Sun. I haven't asked for your name, Senior, Lin Feng said, quickly catching up. My surname is Lin as well, Jiang Sun smiled. Gu Qing and Lu Ruiyun understood and also gave false names. Lu Ruiyun smiled and cupped her hands. Gu Qing was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then said, Gu Ruiyun, Lin Senior, Lu Miss, Gu Miss. The three cupped their hands in greeting upon hearing this. Then everyone went downstairs together. Senior brother, this senior doesn't seem quite right. Jiang Che whispered to Lin Feng's ear. Are you talking about his cultivation? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, yesterday that aura was clearly of the perfected nascent soul. But today he seems to have only golden core? Zhang Duque frowned deeply. Who knows if this senior has some treasure to conceal his power? Yesterday's aura cannot be faked. Let's follow him for now, Lin Feng nodded. After leaving the inn, the six of them flew together to the top of Illusory Mountain. This time, Gu Qing and Lu Riyun flew together using wind to carry Jiang Sun with them. After all, with outsiders present, using swords would be too undignified. Although controlling the wind with a person cannot fly for long distances, flying to the top of Illusory Mountain was completely fine. This senior is indeed different. He doesn't even bother to control the wind, Jiang Che said, looking at Jiang Sun and the two women flying ahead. Perhaps to conserve strength and minimize internal energy consumption. Lin Feng smiled. Those two sisters are quite impressive too. One is at the late nascent soul stage and the other at the mid-nascent soul stage, Lu Yingying said, following closely. At the same time, Jiang Sun and the two women were also secretly communicating, discussing the cultivation levels of Lin Feng and his companions. Master, that Lin Feng is quite impressive. At the peak of the mid-nascent soul, Gu Qing's voice reached Jiang Sun's mind. That Jiang Che is also at the mid-nascent soul. And that little girl is close, just stepping in a nascent soul, Lu Rian said, then smirked, but the three of them combined probably aren't a match for senior sister. I haven't become that arrogant yet, Gu Qing said, feeling speechless upon hearing this. The master asked us to join forces with them. Isn't it just to take the secret realm and then eliminate them to monopolize it? Xiao Lu is right, isn't she, master? Lu Ruiyun blinked her eyes and looked at Jiang Sun. Indeed, that is the intention. Jiang Sun nodded, not denying it. I think that little girl looks pretty good too. How about we bring her back from master to have as a warm bedmaid? Lu Ruiyun licked her lips and smiled. How can that be? My Lin Qingwan is already serving at the bedside. Gu Qing immediately said. So what? One more is just one more. Lu Ruiyun chuckled. Suddenly, a spiritual pillar shot up into the sky in front of them. A black light exploded in the air. Instantly, the world changed color. Just a moment ago, it was clear skies, but now it turned pitch black. The entire Illusory Mountain was enveloped in dark energy. The secret realm is opening. Lin Feng shouted upon seeing this. This is the accumulated demonic energy of the illusory sect for thousands of years. Everyone quickly circulate their energy to protect themselves and don't let the demonic energy enter their bodies. Jiang Che also hurriedly shouted and then descended to start meditating. Lin Feng and Lu Yingying did the same. Seeing this, Gu Qing and Lu Riyun immediately brought Jiang Sun back to the ground, and both sat cross-legged to circulate their energy. Master? Seeing that Jiang Sun had not moved, Gu Qing called out worriedly. It's fine. Just take care of yourselves. Jiang Sun shook his head, looking quite comfortable. With the 9 heavens reversal robe on him, the demonic energy couldn't harm him. Seeing the surrounding demonic energy avoiding Jiang Sun, Gu Qing and Lu Riyun felt relieved and circulated their techniques with all their might. Lin Feng and the others were extremely surprised by this scene. They never expected that even the accumulated demonic energy for thousands of years would avoid Jiang Sun. This senior is truly extraordinary. Oh no, can't hold it any longer. Behind Jiang Sun and the others, there were more than a dozen golden core cultivators, who were also sitting cross-legged, resisting the demonic energy. But they didn't expect that with their golden core cultivation. They couldn't withstand it and the demonic energy enter their bodies. Many began to turn red-eyed, screaming in agony. Lu Shixiang, Lu Shixiang. Among these people was a familiar face, Lu Hong, who had blocked Jiang Sun and others earlier. At this moment, Lu Hong suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils red, the whites of his eyes also turning red, his whole body filled with soaring demonic energy. The more than 10 golden core cultivators around him were similarly affected. They then all stood up and rushed towards Jiang Sun and the others at an incredible speed. Behind them were some lower-level loose cultivators, mostly at the Foundation establishment stage. They came here merely to join in the fun and perhaps pick up some leaks, thinking that watching the battles of those in the nascent soul stage would also benefit their cultivation. They didn't expect to be caught off guard and have the demonic energy enter their bodies, directly killing them back to the town of Illusory. Chapter 21. Illusory Mountain Beast. The town was filled with villagers who had no power to fight back against these Foundation establishment cultivators and were being slaughtered indiscriminately. Someone is coming. Lin Feng, who was in the middle of circulating energy, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Just this moment of panic made his breath tremble. Almost unable to resist the demonic energy. Not far away, a dozen golden core cultivators were rushing over. And judging by their frenzied expressions and the magical artifacts in their hands, they were surely going to attack Jiang Sun and the others. Please, let Senior Lin take action. Lin Feng and the others could not move and could only hope for Jiang Sun. Master, Gu Qing also looked worried upon seeing this. Master is only at the golden core stage, and these more than a dozen are all golden core cultivators. I'm afraid Master can't hold them off. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Jiang Sun turned to look at Gu Qing and smiled, while extending his hand to reveal the 7 absolute sword. To deal with these golden cores, there's no need for the Lu Hong sword. Lu Hong rushed to the front, saw Jiang Sun, and leaped up, raising his long sword high to chop down at Jiang Sun's head. Jiang Sun did not dodge and allowed the long sword to fall. Bang! The long sword struck just 5 centimeters in front of Jiang Sun, blocked by a black barrier. A powerful repulsive force emanated from Jiang Sun, directly causing Lu Hong to explode into a mist of flesh. Lin Feng and the others were stunned upon seeing this. He just stood there without taking action and turned the opponent into mush. There wasn't even a bone left. There was a faint aura reminiscent of a transformation stage expert. Above the nascent soul stage is the transformation stage. It seems this Senior Lin is about to break through. Little did they know, this was entirely the effect of a 9 heavens reversal robe. Lu Hong, driven mad, exerted even greater strength, and coupled with his reckless full-power technique. The power of that sword just now was indeed quite formidable. But this was also the reason for his explosion. His body couldn't withstand that strike. Seeing Lu Hong explode, the other golden core cultivators did not stop. They seemed to have lost their own consciousness and charged at Jiang Sun with all their might. While fireballs and earth spikes were also attacking Jiang Sun nearby. Jiang Sun flipped his hand, producing a law pearl that shimmered with an eerie red light. With a blazing fire swirling within, Jiang Sun activated the law pearl, and a sea of fire erupted from it, instantly engulfing all the golden core cultivators, along with their fireballs and earth spikes, burning them completely clean in an instant. The flames did not stop, beginning to burn the surrounding demonic energy. It devoured all the demonic energy around Lin Feng and the others and Gu Qing. The few felt their bodies become light, withdrew their techniques, and stood up from the ground. Amazing, it actually burned away the demonic energy. Lu Riyun stood up, looking at the flames beside her. However, she felt no heat from this fire, and it did not harm them. It only burned the demonic energy. Master, are you all right? Gu Qing was the first to run to Jiang Sun's side after standing up. I'm fine. Jiang Sun nodded, putting away the Purgatory Fire Pearl and the 7 Absolute Sword. He originally thought he could exchange a few moves with them before taking out the 7 Absolute Sword, but he didn't expect the 9 Heavens Reversal Robe and the Purgatory Fire Pearl to be so extraordinary, able to burn even the demonic energy. The 7 Absolute Sword was essentially taken out for nothing. Senior Lin truly has profound skills, able to even devour demonic energy. Lin Feng and the others respectfully said as they approached Jiang Sun. They believed that being able to trigger such a powerful flame with a magical artifact was also due to Jiang Sun's deep cultivation. This demonic energy turned out to be quite formidable. Even nascent soul cultivators found it difficult to resist. It's likely that those loose cultivators and the people of Illusory Town would not be doing well either. Jiang Sun nodded lightly, looking around. At this moment, the disciples of the sect ahead should also be circulating their energy to resist the demonic energy. If we take this opportunity to enter the secret realm, we can be much faster than them, Jiang Che said from behind. With the secret realm opening and this demonic energy that even nascent soul cultivators find hard to resist, it's likely that the dangers inside the secret realm are even greater. It might be better to wait for the demonic energy to subside and let them enter first to scout the way. Jiang Sun shook his head. Lin Feng was stunned upon hearing this. It turned out this senior had been planning this all along. But he had already promised Jiang Sun's condition earlier, that he would listen to him all the way, and as a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, he couldn't go back on his word and damage the sect's reputation. So he could only nod in agreement. Roar. Just then, a roar came. Everyone was startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw a shadow high up rushing down the hillside at an incredible speed. It's the rumored beast of Lingxiao Mountain. Lu Yingying shouted upon seeing this. It's actually a transformation stage beast. Lin Feng was also startled, quickly summoning his magical artifact. A gauzing appeared in his hands. Lin Feng sat down on the ground and plucked the strings. A white light wave shot towards the direction of the beast. Under the light, everyone could finally see clearly. It was a creature with a lion's head and a snake's body. It looked incredibly strange, about 10 meters long. Its head was as large as a grinding disc, and its body was as thick as a tree trunk. It opened its mouth and roared as it came, directly smashing through Lin Feng's attack. Then it charged towards everyone without losing momentum. Senior brother, I'll help you. Jiang Che immediately took out a completely white sword and charged towards the beast. The Lingxiao sect is not just about playing the zither. Lu Yingying also drew her sword and joined Jiang Che in the attack. Master? Gu Qing looked at Jiang Sun, implying whether they should help. Just wait and see. Jiang Sun shook his head. Demonic beasts in the transformation stage are different from humans. Their level may seem high, but their true strength lies in the demon core they have not fully absorbed, not their own body. This early transformation stage demonic beast would be considered at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage if calculated by human standards. With Lin Feng and the others joining the fight, it should be enough. Roar! The demonic beast let out a roar as Jiang Che and Lu Yingying charged towards it, swinging its tail directly. The thick tail snapped off a large number of trees and smashed towards the two. Jiang Che drew his sword and blocked it in front of himself. Lu Yingying did the same. The power of this tail was immense and carried inner strength. Jiang Che was directly flung away, rolling several times on the ground. As for Lu Yingying, after being thrown away, she was caught by Lu Ruyan, who tossed a white cloth to catch her, directly throwing her into Jiang Sun's arms. She even threw a flirtatious glance at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun helplessly held Lu Yingying and gently set her down on the ground. Are you okay, Miss Lu? Thank you very much, Senior Lin. Lu Yingying's little face turned red, and she spoke with her head down. At the same time, Lin Feng's QNYN or gauzing music came, and a fierce wind surged around, sweeping towards the demonic beast like blades, cutting its body and causing blood to flow. Lu Yingying immediately took out a small bell. After ringing the bell, spiritual energy appeared around her, and under her prompt, the spiritual energy began to condense into sharp arrows. With a wave of Lu Yingying's hand, the spiritual arrows shot out, piercing the demonic beast with numerous wounds. It hurts. Jiang Che had just stood up from the ground, holding his chest. Chapter 22. The sect master of the illusory sect, Jun Tianling. After Jiang Che got up, he also urged his spiritual power, and a giant sword made of condensed spiritual energy fell from the air, piercing through the demonic beast's head, nailing it tightly to the ground. Boom! Lin Feng then took action. Under the turbulent sound of the gauzing, several rays of light flickered, and wind blades danced wildly, cutting the demonic beast into several segments. A golden and round demon core flew out from the demonic beast's body, which was the demon core. This demon core is also very useful for cultivators. Although consuming it would turn one into a demon cultivator, the increase in strength is unimaginable and irresistible. Boom! But Lin Feng did not hesitate and directly plucked the gauzing strings, sending a wind blade to blast the demon core into powder. Young Master Lin and the others are truly extraordinary. After everything calmed down, Jiang Sun smiled at Lin Feng. Not at all, compared to you, senior. We are still far behind. Lin Feng retracted the guzheng, stood up from the ground, and cupped his hands with a smile. I must also thank this Sister Lu for her help. Otherwise, I would have had to roll around on the ground as well. Lu Ying turned to Lu Ruiyun and bowed with a smile. Speaking of rolling around, Jiang Che also awkwardly scratched his head. He really didn't expect that tail to be so powerful. It was my master who told me to save you, Lu Ruiyun said with a smile in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying couldn't help but look at Jiang Sun, and when their eyes met, she unconsciously lowered her head. Strange, he clearly looks like an old man. Why am I feeling shy? Lu Ying also began to wonder in her heart. You just destroyed that demon core like that? Bringing it back could at least add one golden core to your Lingyin sect, and perhaps even a nascent soul, Gu Qing said, looking at Lin Feng. As disciples of the sect, how can we cultivate such wicked and evil techniques? To avoid harming others, it's better to destroy it. Lin Feng waved his hand. Jiang Sun did not say much to them. After all, in the previous battle, Lin Feng and Lu Ying's favor towards him did not increase at all, indicating that they still held a considerable guard against Jiang Sun and the others. Everyone, rest for a moment. Once the demonic energy decreases, we will continue up the mountain, Jiang Sun said, sitting cross-legged on the ground. The others nodded and sat down to adjust their breathing. About an hour passed, and the demonic energy in the air gradually dissipated, with fluctuations of spiritual power coming from the mountain top, indicating that those sect disciples had continued forward. After Jiang Sun sensed this, he stood up, and everyone understood. Without much conversation, the six of them rushed up the mountain, maintaining a distance from the range of spiritual sense of a nascent soul stage cultivators ahead, so they would not be discovered. Moments later, they reached the mountaintop. Here lay many corpses. It seemed that when the demonic energy erupted, a fierce battle had taken place here, and some early arriving loose cultivators and sect disciples had died before they could enter the secret realm. These are disciples of the Shanghai Pavilion. I remember they are all above the nascent soul stage. How could they die here? Lin Feng walked to a few bodies dressed in white, crouched down to identify them, and frowned. Jiang Sun also walked over, looking down at the corpses and noticing sword wounds on them. Perhaps they were infected by demonic energy and were killed by other sect disciples. Jiang Sun crouched down and lifted one corpse's eyelid, finding the eyeballs were red, and said, "The ones over there are disciples of the Laming Temple. It seems they fought each other." Gu Qing looked at the nearby corpse and said, "Both the Shanghai Pavilion and Laming Temple are among the top 10 sections. This demonic energy is indeed fierce. Even nascent soul cultivators find it hard to resist." Lu Ying couldn't help but look worriedly at the cave entrance. The cave entrance was emitting a strange black-purple light. The entrance was about 3 meters high, and the collapsed rocks at the entrance had already been cleared by those ahead. When the illusory sect was destroyed, the sect master sealed it, causing the entire mountain to collapse, burying the illusory sect thoroughly under the rocks, including the sect master himself. The sect master of the illusory sect was originally a great ascension stage cultivator, a rare saint-level figure in the world. He had countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in his hands, along with supreme cultivation techniques. The most valuable things in this secret realm are probably the storage rings and pouches on the corpse of the illusory sect's sect master. "Senior Lin, shall we go in quickly?" Jiang Che came to the cave entrance and turned to look at Jiang Sun, asking. "Okay." Jiang Sun nodded, glanced down at the corpses, and unsurprisingly found that the storage pouches or rings on the corpses had already been taken. Jiang Sun then stood up, not talking much, and directly led the way ahead. The cave was dark. Lin Feng took out a lighting magical artifact, illuminating the surroundings for the group. The cave was filled with debris and dust, as well as footprints left by other cultivators who had entered. From the chaotic footprints, it was clear that many cultivators had entered the cave. After about a tea's time, the six of them passed through the cave, and a vast space appeared before them, with a cliff beneath their feet. 6 thick iron chains connected from the cliff below to the opposite side, which was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see anything. This was the first obstacle to enter the illusory sect. 6 iron chains. Each chain had different magical traps that required the people on the opposite side to deactivate the spells in order to pass through safely. Moreover, there had previously been formations in the air, so one could not fly or use swords, only walk across the chains. But now it was no longer necessary. The 6 of them directly flew over the 100-meter-long 6 iron chains and landed on the opposite side. A grand and imposing mountain gate appeared before them. This is where the illusory sect is located. Lin Feng looked at the mountain gate and sighed. Looking at your expression, have you been to the illusory sect before? Jiang Sun asked upon seeing this. No. I have only been cultivating for less than 500 years. How could I have seen the illusory sect? Lin Feng waved his hands repeatedly. But you, senior, have you seen it? Never. Jiang Sun shook his head. Jiang Sun had not yet been born when the illusory sect was destroyed. It was probably 8 or 9 months after the destruction of the illusory sect that Jiang Sun was born. How could he have seen the illusory sect? What a pity. Lin Feng nodded. I only studied some books about the illusory sect before coming here. They recorded that the illusory sect was once incredibly powerful, and even the 10 major sects were not a match for it, its momentum surpassing that of today's Tianwu sect. It's just a pity that they followed the demonic path. Seeing this mountain gate makes me feel a bit sentimental. How could such a powerful sect fall into decline? Gu Qin couldn't help but ask. The leader of the illusory sect, Jun Tianling, fell in love with the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, Tang Ying, and lost his cultivation, becoming possessed. The 10 major sects took advantage of this opportunity, forcing Jun Tianling into a corner. In a state of severe injury that was difficult to heal, he buried himself and the illusory sect together, setting up a formation. Tianling, with the sky as his tomb, his way of dying is quite fitting for his name. Lin Feng remarked. A generation's great demon lord ruined his entire cultivation for the sake of love? Gu Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. This is how it was recorded. Lin Feng nodded. So, that means no one actually saw Jun Tianling die when he buried himself back then? He can't still be alive, can he? Lu Ruoyan frowned. Chapter 23. Saintess of the Tianwu sect, 2-1. The possibility of that should be slim, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng hesitated as well. After all, the record only mentioned he was buried. It didn't explicitly say he was dead. Records aren't necessarily all true. Let us go in quickly, Jiang Jun interrupted. Jun Tianling definitely couldn't still be alive. If he were, they wouldn't even see the mountain gate. They would have already perished before coming here. The others nodded, following Jiang Jun into the mountain gate. There was clearly a barrier here before, and the aura of the barrier still lingered, but had been broken by the disciples of the sects ahead. Now, those in the foundation establishment stage had already been demonized and disappeared without a trace. And wouldn't he come here again? Those in the golden core stage had either been killed by Jiang Jun or the scouts ahead. Those remaining were presumably elite Yuanying stage cultivators. The deeper they went, the brighter the secret realm became, and there was no need for Lin Feng's illuminating treasure. Everything around was bright. In front of them was an upward staircase, flanked by steep cliffs, with only a narrow path that could accommodate 2 people at most. So Jiang Jun and Lin Feng took the lead. They climbed a total of 100 layers of stairs before finally reaching the top. What lay before them was a vast plaza. Stone pillars stood tall in the plaza, many of which were dragon-shaped. And there was still some distance from Jiang Jun and the others, who stopped in their tracks. Suddenly, from all directions in the plaza, a multitude of demonic beasts surged in, numbering no less than 50. More than 20 sect disciples were displaying their powers to combat the demonic beasts, with some being killed by the beasts in a single strike. Oh my god, these are all transformation stage demonic beasts. The weakest among them is at the peak of the Yuanying mid-stage. Lu Yingying exclaimed as she watched the fighting disciples below. Should we go down to help? Zhang Yuki asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Jiang Jun. At this moment, Jiang Jun was staring at the group of disciples below, not out of concern for them, but because several beautiful women caught his attention. One elegant woman in white, with a ponytail, wielded a long sword, exuding heroism, her graceful figure dancing among the demonic beasts, appearing to handle them effortlessly. It seemed she knew the weaknesses of every demonic beast, always able to strike with deadly precision. Ding! Detected a girl of great fortune, Long Qingxin. Return multiplier 10, favorability 0. Jiang Jun, who was initially just appreciating the woman's swordplay, was taken aback, unexpectedly. He spotted a girl of great fortune with just a casual glance. Senior? Should we go? Lin Feng asked Jiang Jun, standing beside him. They can't even deal with these demonic beasts. What is the point of exploring the secret realm? Jiang Jun waved his hand and smiled. It seems you all want to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Jiang Jun's words had barely left his mouth when a woman's voice came from high above on the stone wall. Everyone looked up. They saw a woman sitting on the stone wall. She wore a black gauze robe with an iron ring ponytail. Her eyes were sharp and alluring. Her nose was small and delicate, and her bright red lips were quite appetizing. What was even more striking was that her chest appeared more prominent than Lu Ruoyun's. Behind her stood two men in black robes, both wearing black masks, standing there like a mass of black fog. Jianbu sect. Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight, and he immediately took out his magical artifact. Lu Yingying and Jiang Che were also on high alert. Jiang Jun, however, was not surprised. He had sensed someone was here when he ascended the stairs. Ding! Detected a girl of great fortune level, 2-1. Return multiplier, 10, favorability, 0-1. Jiang Jun was taken aback upon seeing this name. Isn't that the name of the saintess of the Tianwu sect? The Tianwu sect is so generous, even sending their saintess? Moreover, her cultivation is only at the initial yuanying stage. But looking at the two men behind her clarified things. Both were experts at the peak of the yuanying stage. With these two around, even if 2-1 couldn't seize the secret realm, she could retreat unscathed without life-threatening worries. No need to be so nervous, 2-1 said, her mouth curling into a playful smile. If I wanted to make a move, I would have done so when you came up earlier. Stop boasting, you demoness of the Tianwu sect. Lu Yingying, not knowing where her anger came from, shouted at 2-1 through gritted teeth. It seems this girl has a grudge against the Tianwu sect. 2-1's expression darkened at these words, her smile fading as she waved her hand. A black light shot towards Lu Yingying at an incredible speed. It was a completely black short knife. Seeing its speed, Lu Yingying turned pale. She had no time to defend herself, and Lin Feng and Jiang Che were also anxious, ready to intervene. Bang! The sound of impact rang out as Jiang Jun appeared in front of Lu Yingying, making no move, yet a barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the black short knife. The black short knife then sped back towards 2-1. A man behind her reached out and caught the short knife above 2-1's head. Why be so hasty? Jiang Jun's deep, seasoned voice rang out. He wasn't worried that the rebounding short knife would harm 2-1 otherwise. What were the two behind her for? Seeing Jiang Jun make no move and let the short knife bounce back, the two men in black robes became serious, tightly locking onto Jiang Jun with their aura to prevent him from suddenly attacking. Golden core? One of the men frowned, muttering quietly. Thank you very much, senior. Lu Yingying finally came to her senses and hurriedly thanked Jiang Jun. Ding. Lu Yingying favorability, 10. Return multiplier, 100. Ding. Lin Feng favorability, 10. Return multiplier, 100. Thank you for saving me, senior. Lin Feng quickly expressed his gratitude as well. Jiang Jun waved his hand, saying nothing more, then looked at 2-1. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the saintess of the Tianwu sect, 2-1. Upon hearing 2-1's name, Lin Feng and the three others, including Lu Ruoyun, were taken aback. 2-1 frowned upon hearing her name, biting her lip in silence. She didn't understand how this old man recognized her. She shouldn't have met him before. The atmosphere was thick with tension, while the plaza below was still in fierce combat. Many demonic beasts had already been slain. It turned out the rumors in Illusory Town were true. There really were demonic beasts here, and they could exit the secret realm through a certain place. How do you know? After a moment of silence. Tuven est Yang Yunya. I've heard the saintess of the Tianwu sect is exceptionally beautiful, a rare sight among people, and upon seeing you today, it is indeed so. Jiang Jun smiled. If this were said by a suave young man, 2-1 might be pleased. But coming from an old man, it seemed a bit teasing. Anger suddenly flared up in 2-1's heart, but she didn't dare to act recklessly. The previous scene was still fresh in her mind. Since we've met here and our goals align, why not join forces? Jiang Yun continued. Senior, no. Lu Yingying hurriedly shouted. They are from the Tianwu sect. Chapter 24, 100 Flowers Sect, Hua Bai Rui. As long as we can obtain the secret realm, why care who they are? Jiang Jun looked at Lu Yingying in surprise upon hearing this. This girl had said little along the way and seemed to be the cute and likable type. How could she turn into a different person upon seeing the Tianwu sect? Do you have a grudge with the Tianwu sect? Jiang Jin couldn't help but ask. What you don't know is that my junior sister's elder sister was killed by the Tianwu sect, Lin Feng said helplessly. I see. Jiang Jin understood. Look at yourselves. Why do I need to team up with you? Tu Wan sneered upon seeing this. Since it's not about teaming up, why didn't you show your hand when you came up earlier? And why did you? Jiang Jin then looked at Tu Wan and asked. No need to explain to you. Tu Wan rolled her eyes at Jiang Jin, unwilling to say more. She actually had the intention of teaming up when she called out to them earlier. Unexpectedly, this girl from the Lingxiao sect was so rude, coming up and calling her a demoness, looking as if she wanted to swallow her whole. Seeing that the Tianwu sect and the Lingxiao sect were clearly at odds and ready to fight at any moment, Jiang Jin also knew that there was no possibility of them teaming up. I'm done playing. I'm leaving, Tu Wan said as she got up and took her short knife. The man in the black robe nodded, and then the three of them disappeared before Jiang Jin and the others. Those two masked ones are both at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Terrifying, Lu Riyun said with a sigh of relief after the three left. Gu Qing had also been on alert, quietly moving closer to Jiang Jin, ready to act at any moment. Master, please don't take risks to block attacks next time. It's too dangerous, Gu Qing said looking at Jiang Jin. Ha, just a nascent soul. Can't do anything to me. Jiang Jin laughed heartily at the words. Hearing this, Lu Riyun and Gu Qing were also very surprised. Master isn't even afraid of the peak of the nascent soul? What's going on? Junior Sister Long, are you okay? Below, after slaying the beast in front of him, a man in a white robe landed in front of Long Qingxin, looking at her, who was sweating profusely with concern. Looking at the clothes, they are from the same sect. They should be from the Shushan sect. The disciples of Shushan specialize in slaying demons. So they know a bit more about the weaknesses of these beasts. Long Qingxin smiled and shook her head. It's fine, just a bit unstable in breath. Just then, a black panther pounced at the backs of the two. They were just about to act when a flaming long sword flew over, blocking the beast. Be careful, fellow Taoists. The person blocking them was dressed similarly to Jiang Jin. It seemed he was a disciple of the Baiyin sect, based on his cultivation at the late nascent soul stage. He was the one named Zhuiyang. Thank you. The two quickly nodded in gratitude, then separated again to continue slaying the beasts. No, don't. A female cultivator in a pink dress was knocked to the ground by a brown bear, desperately shouting as the bear's paw came closer. But no one could spare a hand to save her. The bear's paw fell, and the woman was smashed to pieces. Even the escaped nascent soul within her was swallowed by a flying beast. That must be a disciple of the Baiwa sect. Such a pity, Lu Riyun said, her cherry lips curling into a smile. Seeing Lu Riyun laugh, Lin Feng and the others were confused, looking at her in bewilderment. Realizing she had exposed her true nature, Lu Riyun quickly put away her smile. Are you having a stroke? Why is your face twitching? Hearing Lu Riyun's clumsy excuse, Jiang Jin and Gu Qing nearly couldn't hold back their laughter. Look, it's the Tianwu sect, Jiang Che shouted, pointing into the distance. Everyone turned to look. The disciples of the sect were holding off the beasts, and the three from the Tianwu sect decided to take the lead and directly arrived at the imposing ancient building behind them. That was the Hall of Illusions. The three pushed the door and walked in. Someone has entered the Hall of Illusions. A disciple dealing with the beast saw this and shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, everyone became anxious, and someone shouted, Quickly kill these beasts. Everyone, don't hold back any longer. Yes, otherwise, we will have no chance at the secret realm. A female disciple of the Baiwa sect frowned at the words. She thought to herself, now the only one who could control all the beasts at once was probably her. But this move shouldn't be used lightly. Looking at the more than 20 beasts remaining around, the girl clenched her delicate fists and made up her mind. She then flew to the center of the square, fiercely stabbed her long sword into the ground, and spoke incantations. Moments later, she placed her hand on the sword hilt, and countless vines emerged from her hand, extending towards the square. These vines grew thicker and thicker, then spread out to envelop the entire square, heading towards the beasts. Moments later, all the beasts were trapped in the vines and unable to move. Quickly kill them. I can't hold on for long. The girl shouted loudly. The sect disciples finally regained their senses, began to show their skills, and aimed to slay the beasts in one strike. Is this a barrier? Guqing looked at the scene below and asked Jiangjin. This should be the secret method of the Baiwa sect, which consumes a lot of spiritual power. It allows the user to control these vines according to their thoughts for a short time. However, after using this move, plus the fact that a disciple of the Baiwa sect has died, they will probably have no chance at the secret realm. Jiangjin nodded, looking at the girl. Ding. Detected a girl of great fortune. Hua Bai Rui. Return multiple. 10. Favorability. 0. Is her level even higher than Lingxiao's? Jiangjin smiled upon seeing this. He had thought there would be a girl of great fortune here, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Children of fortune and daughters of fortune are not common, especially those above level. It turns out Jiangjin came to the right place. Those who could come here were all the pride of their sections. Being young and already a sect's pride, their fortune must be exceptionally strong. After all the beasts were slain, Hua Bai Rui was exhausted, half kneeling while holding her sword, and the vines gradually retracted and disappeared. Another female disciple of the Baiwa sect quickly flew over and landed beside Hua Bai Rui. Senior sister, you can't like this for the secret realm. Let's take it as revenge for Shaolei, Hua Bai Rui said with a bitter smile. Thank you for your help, fairy. At this moment, Zhuang came to the two and thanked her with cupped hands. Thank you for your help, fairy, with Zhuang taking the lead. The remaining more than 10 sect disciples followed suit, cupping their fists in salute. I'm afraid I won't be able to continue exploring this secret realm. If you truly feel grateful to me, could you take my junior sister into the Hall of Illusions, even if it means taking something you don't value? So we have something to report back? Hua Bai Rui said, getting up with the support of her junior sister and looking at everyone. Our Baiyan sect is willing to help this fairy, Zhuang said without hesitation. This fairy from the Baiwa sect has helped us greatly. I believe everyone has no objections, right? The man beside Zhuang, who was from the Baiyan sect, looked at everyone and said, no objections. Long Qingxin spoke up, and the two male disciples from Shushan beside her nodded. The other sect disciples also had no objections. No time to waste. Let us hurry to the Hall of Illusions. Someone anxiously shouted, looking at the Hall of Illusions. Fairy, we will take our leave first, Zhuang said, looking at Hua Bai Rui. Hua Bai Hui Zhengtu nodded. Subsequently, all the sect disciples rushed towards the Hall of Illusions. Junior sister, you should hurry too, Hua Bai Rui said to the girl in front of her. But senior sister, what will you do if I leave? What if someone comes after? The girl looked at Hua Bai Rui worriedly. I will find a place to hide first. Then we will contact each other with a message talisman. Hua Bai Rui comforted her, then gave the girl a push. Hurry. The girl hesitated, looking at Hua Bai Rui and then at the Hall of Illusions, finally gritting her teeth, nodded, and ran towards the Hall of Illusions. Master, master. That little beauty is alone. Let me bring her back for you to warm a bed. Lu Riyun said to Jiangjin through voice transmission with a smile upon seeing this. Why are you always thinking about warming the bed? Jiangjin said helplessly. However, that girl Hua Bai Rui was indeed quite good-looking, dressed in a pink robe with peach blossom eyes. Her hair cascading down with a small heart-shaped braid tied at the back, she exuded a cool and distant aura. Her slender waist and the proportion between her waist and hips were striking. Let's go, Jiangjin said, seeing that the sect disciples had all entered the illusory hall. And he took the lead towards Hua Bai Rui. Hua Bai Rui, who was preparing to meditate, quickly rose to grip her sword, warily watching the 6 people approaching. This is bad. I'm finished, she thought, knowing she had no chance against the 6, and at that moment, she didn't even have the strength to escape. Moreover, those lurking behind, waiting to take advantage, were definitely not good people. Rather than suffer humiliation, she would rather. With this thought, Hua Bai Rui raised her sword, preparing to take her own life. Don't! Lin Feng shouted urgently, rushing forward to grab the hilt of Hua Bai Rui's sword. We are not bad people and mean no harm to you. Then why are you hiding behind? Huabai Rue replied coldly, exerting more force to break free. But she couldn't escape Lin Feng's grip. They had encountered people from the Tianwu sect behind them and lost some time. At this moment, Jiang Jin and the others arrived. And Jiang Jin gestured for Lin Feng to let go. Lin Feng hesitated, but eventually released his grip. Jiang Jin flicked his hand, revealing a pill. This is a recovery pill. It can instantly restore your internal energy to its peak. Take it. Huabai Rue frowned at the pill in Jiang Jin's hand. She had seen a recovery pill before. It was extremely precious, and she had once seen one in her master's possession. It seemed this recovery pill was genuine. Huabai Rue was puzzled as to why this person would voluntarily give such a precious pill to a stranger. Senior, we are not acquainted, and we have never met. Why? Huabai Rue asked Jiang Jin with confusion. Why? I sent it to help you. The fated one? Jiang Jin thought, but since she asked, he had to come up with a reason for her to accept it. I admired how you were willing to exhaust your own internal energy to help everyone enter the illusory hall, so I wanted to assist you. Jiang Jin smiled and pushed the recovery pill forward again. If you don't need it, then I must be meddling. Hearing Jiang Jin's words, Huabai Rue looked at the recovery pill, feeling conflicted. Don't hesitate. Do not waste the senior's goodwill. Your junior sister is still inside. Jiang Che said to Huabai Rue. Upon hearing about her junior sister, Huabai Rue no longer hesitated and took the recovery pill, swallowing it in one bite. Ding! Recovery pill gifted successfully, triggering 10,000 times return. Obtained, Supreme Soul Recovery Pill. Effect, revive the dead, flesh and bones. This meant that even if the person had been dead for a long time and had become a corpse, this soul recovery pill could bring them back to life. Ding! Huabai Rue's favorability increased. 15. Return multiplier. 150. After swallowing the recovery pill, Huabai Rue immediately began to cultivate. Within the time it took to brew a cup of tea, her internal energy was restored to its peak. Thank you, senior. Feeling her internal energy restored, Huabai Rue bowed to Jiang Jin. As she bent down, her loose long skirt fell, providing Jiang Jin with a delightful view of pure white. Ah, it's nothing. Jiang Jin coughed lightly and waved his hand. I feel that these two seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Huabai Rue then looked at Lu Riyun and Gu Qing and asked. Both Baiwa sect and Hehuan sect had female disciples, and there had been many conflicts when recruiting disciples. Gu Qing and Lu Riyun probably had crossed paths with Huabai Rue a long time ago. Never seen you, Gu Qing replied. Both of them were wearing veils, and Huabai Rue felt it inappropriate to ask them to remove them, so she merely nodded. Just now we were fighting with the Tianwu sect and need a moment to recover. You might as well go ahead first, Jiang Jin said to Huabai Rue. All right. Concerned about her junior sister, Huabai Rue didn't linger and, after bowing to everyone, used the wind to leave, flying into the illusory hall. Senior is truly generous. Even willing to part with a recovery pill, Lin Feng said to Jiang Jin after Huabai Rue left. More strength brings more hope. If we enter later and I want to team up, who do you think Huabai Rue will side with? Jiang Jin smiled. Senior is right, Lin Feng nodded. Although he disdainfully viewed such opportunistic behavior, this method allowed them to conserve their strength while avoiding unnecessary harm to those sect disciples, which was better than fighting them to the death. Don't be fooled by their earlier show of gratitude towards Huabai Rue. If they truly found something valuable, they would surely forget their previous help. It is said that the treasure vault of the illusory sect is located beneath the illusory hall. Should we head over? Jiang Che said to the group. Don't rush. Let's walk over slowly, Jiang Jin said, leisurely moving forward. Bang! At that moment, a burst of demonic energy erupted from within the illusory hall, blasting the roof apart. A series of explosions sent several sect disciples flying out, including Long Qingxin. After spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, Long Qingxin immediately flew back into the illusory hall. This is the same demonic energy as before, Lin Feng shouted, looking at the demonic energy. It seems the source of the demonic energy is within the illusory hall. Jiang Jin nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, inside the hall, someone in the crowd shouted, Don't get close. That's Jun Tianling. Chapter 26, Annihilation. The crowd quickly retreated, including Tu Wan and the others. Everyone was panting, holding various magical artifacts. On the throne at the center of the grand hall sat a figure in a black robe. The robe had dark golden patterns, making the black-robed figure appear even more imposing. The figure rested one hand on the chair, propping up their head, their expression unreadable as they looked down at the sect disciples. Don't joke, how could Jun Tianling possibly be alive? Huabai Rui's junior sister, Li Wanqing, said, looking at the Shushan disciple who had shouted. Huabai Rui had just restored her internal energy and was currently the strongest among the group, also sweating profusely. This is far more difficult than dealing with demon beasts. I was here 1,000 years ago during this battle. I was still in the Foundation establishment stage back then. I'm very familiar with this demonic energy. It's the demon, Lord Jun Tianling. The Shushan disciple, holding a long sword, looked at the figure on the throne with shock and seriousness. He was Shushan's eldest disciple, Chao Changqing. No, that's not right. Tu Wan looked at the black-robed figure on the throne and spoke. If it were really Jun Tianling, we would have been dead by now. The three of them had just entered the illusory hall and were preparing to find the way to the treasure vault when this black-robed figure suddenly appeared on the throne. A wave of demonic energy surged towards them. With no other choice, they could only resist, becoming soaked in sweat and exhausting much of their internal energy. At this moment, the sect disciples also rushed in. Originally intending to attack Tu Wan, they immediately chose to join forces upon seeing the situation. What exactly is that? They did not continue their attack, and the black-robed figure remained silent. The treasure vault was beneath the throne. If they wanted to enter the vault, they would have to kill this black-robed figure. Chao Changqing looked at the black-robed figure and said, hearing this, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Although the aura emitted by that black-robed figure was chilling and of the Great Ascension realm, their attacks could barely be blocked by the nascent soul disciples. This indicated that their strength was likely between the nascent soul and the transformation stage, at most not exceeding the peak of the early transformation stage. However, although there was only one realm difference between nascent soul and transformation stage, the disparity was vast. What is that? Meanwhile, Jiang Jin and the others heading to the grand hall saw a visible black barrier gradually forming outside the hall. Spatial ceiling? Jiang Jin's pupils slightly dilated upon seeing this. Spatial ceiling? Isn't that a spell that can only be used by someone who has mastered the spatial laws and reached the transformation stage? Gu Qing was taken aback upon hearing this. If this continues, we won't be able to get in. What should we do? Lin Feng looked anxious upon seeing the situation. Does that mean there might be monsters above the transformation stage inside? If so, should we still go in? Lu Ruiyun's lips parted slightly, showing some fear. Jiang Jin's mind raced. If he had the Hellfire Ball, the Lu Hong sword, and the Nine Heavens reversal robe in hand, combined with those disciples from various sects, they might still be able to break through this barrier. If he didn't go, those sect disciples would all perish, and it would be impossible for the 6 of them alone to get in. Let's go. With that thought, Jiang Jin steeled his heart and dashed forward. We can't come here for nothing. If everyone really can't work together to defeat it, Jiang Jin still had the great and small teleportation talismans he bought from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. These 2 talismans were expensive, but were essential for escaping. The small teleportation talisman could be used for short distances, while the great teleportation talisman was for long distances. The only downside was that the destination after teleportation was uncertain. Lin Feng and the others immediately followed him in. Not good. He isn't standing still. He's setting up a spatial blockade. Hurry and run. Zhuiyang shouted as he saw the demonic energy outside through the ruined wall of the hall. Hearing this, everyone turned pale and quickly ran outside. Just as they were about to rush out of the hall, Jiang Jin and the others rushed in. This action inadvertently blocked their path. Damn it! Even these righteous disciples couldn't help but curse at Jiang Jin and the others upon seeing this scene. The 6 of them rushed in just in time to block their way, and, at the same time, the spatial blockade was completed, trapping everyone inside. Didn't you see the spatial blockade? Why did you rush in? Chao Changqing shouted at Jiang Jin and the others. Are we just going to give up on the secret realm? Jiang Jin ignored them and focused on the source of the demonic energy. The figure in the black robe on the throne. Be careful. Huabai Rui wasn't surprised to see Jiang Jin and the others come in. Her gaze was fixed on the figure in the black robe. When the figure suddenly moved their fingers, Huabai Rui shouted. Then a blade formed from the demonic energy. centered around the figure in black, slashed towards everyone. The range was vast, and there was no way to avoid it. Master Gu Qing and Lu Ruoyun quickly summoned their magical artifacts to shield Jiang Jin. The two of them joined forces to cast a 6-layer pink shield in front of Jiang Jin. Seeing this, the others also displayed their abilities, using various defensive magical artifacts to protect themselves. 2 black-robed men from the Tianwu sect stood in front of Tu Wan, casting a black barrier with 4 layers. The disciples from Shushan took out the 8 trigrams plate, and the 3 of them worked together to form a white barrier. Huabai Rue and Li Wanqing stood together, raising the flower-shaped bracelet on her left hand, and blue-green barriers resembling lotus flowers bloomed around them. With a loud bang, the demonic energy spread out, shattering the 6 layers of magical shield from Gu Qing and Lu Ruoyun. But fortunately, Jiang Jin and the others were unharmed. Those who were unlucky or less skilled were shattered on the spot. Once the demonic energy dissipated, only the 3 from Shushan, the 2 from Baiyunmen, the 3 from Tianwu sect, the 2 from Baiwa sect, the 2 from Lingyin sect, and the 3 from Jiang Jin remained. The female disciple from Baiyunmen, Pei Shulan, couldn't withstand the demonic energy's slashing attack and was instantly obliterated. Jiang Che from Lingyin sect stood in front of Lu Yingying just as her barrier was about to shatter, sacrificing himself for her. Junior sister, Jiang Jiang. Seeing Jiang Che explode in front of her, Lu Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. This is all your fault. Another disciple from Shushan pointed at Jiang Jin and shouted, "If you hadn't rushed in, we would have been out by now. You can't get out now." Tu Wan looked at that disciple coldly and said, "When you ran, the 3 of us didn't run either. Once the spatial blockade starts, those within the range can no longer escape. If you hadn't rushed in, you would have been strangled to death by the spatial blockade." The Shushan disciple was taken aback, not expecting it to be like this. The senior definitely didn't mean to harm us. It was he who gave me the Yuan returning pill. Our only option now is to work together to defeat that figure in black if we want to survive. Huabai Rue said to everyone. "Oomph." Just as Huabai Rue finished speaking, everyone heard a cold laugh. It sent shivers down everyone's spine as they looked towards the throne. Was that a woman's voice? Chapter 27. The unparalleled and stunning Jun Tianling. Jun Tianling is a woman? Upon hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but look at Chao Chongqing. He had just said he had seen Jun Tianling. Jiang Jin and the others turned their gaze to Lin Feng. Yun Tianling. Dan Jin. Love? Breaking the spell? 2 women? Jiang Jin and the others simply couldn't connect the story Lin Feng had told earlier. Lin Feng himself was also confused. The book indeed said so, Lin Feng said awkwardly. At this moment, he was supporting Lu Yingying, who was still in shock from Jiang Che's sacrifice, looking as if she might faint at any moment. "This is my true self, Jun Tianling." At that moment, the figure on the throne spoke. The oppressive voice was clear to everyone. It was definitely a woman. "Those who trespass into the illusory palace. Kill. No. Mercy." Everyone heard these 3 words in their minds, and their hearts trembled. Soul attack. Regulate your breathing. Jiang Jin was the most experienced here and immediately reacted, preparing to circulate his energy. Just as he was about to do so, Jiang Jin was taken aback. He saw everyone adjusting their breathing and circulating their energy, their expressions pained. Some even, like Li Wanqing and the still dazed Lu Yingying, bled from their 7 orifices, on the brink of death. But Jiang Jin felt nothing. Jiang Jin couldn't help but look at his 9 heavens reversal robe. Could it be that this thing had protected him? He then looked back up at the throne. Jun Tianling also noticed Jiang Jin, her brow furrowing as she gazed at him. Then a smile crept onto her lips. Holy grade protective gear, interesting indeed. At this moment, the Shushan disciple also spat out blood, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground, his soul shattered, losing all vitality. Jiang Jin took out a small teleportation talisman and placed it on Lu Yingying, teleporting her away to save her life for now, then stepped towards Jun Tianling. Ding. Lin Feng's favorability, 35. Return multiplier, 350. Since the 9 heavens reversal robe can withstand it, what else is there to fear? Seeing this, Jun Tianling raised her right hand and shot a black arrow from her fingertip towards Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin attempted to dodge, and the Luhong sword was instantly in his hand. However, That black arrow hit a barrier just 5 centimeters away from Jiang Jin and bounced back. Seeing this, Jun Tianling raised her hand. A black barrier blocked the black arrow, which showed cracks but did not break. So that's how it is. You're just a fragmented soul. Despite having the aura of the great ascension stage, you only possess the strength of a perfected nascent soul. Jiang Jin felt more confident upon seeing this. The reason you can use the spatial blockade is due to the residual demonic energy. You gathered all the demonic energy to form this spatial blockade. Now that all the demonic energy has been used for the spatial blockade, you can no longer manipulate it. Jun Tianling looked into Jiang Jin's eyes and was momentarily taken aback, not because of what he said, but because she suddenly felt that this old man was quite handsome. Is that possible? He's just an old man. How could I possibly like an old man? It turns out he has a natural charm. Jun Tianling, with her vast experience, quickly figured out the reason. If I can seize his body and refine it back to youth. Ying, are you still alive? I'm here to find you. Jun Tianling's gaze sharpened, and she charged down from the throne, her right hand lunging directly at Jiang Jin like a pitch-black arrow. Bang! Jun Tianling instantly appeared in front of Jiang Jin, where a barrier blocked her. Just as she was about to exert force to break the barrier, Jiang Jin raised the Luhong sword and casually waved it. The Luhong sword unleashed a concentrated and hardened golden flame that directly struck Jun Tianling, sending her flying. A tear appeared in Jun Tianling's black robe, revealing a long, slender leg. The pure and well-proportioned leg stunned Jiang Sun. He had to admit he was a leg man. But he also had to acknowledge that after living for 1,000 years and seeing countless female disciples from the Huan sect, he had never encountered such a perfect leg. Long, white, and proportionate, with not a hint of excess flesh. What are you looking at? Yun Tianling noticed Jiang Sun's gaze, and her expression darkened as she decided to attack from a distance. 5 fingers shot out black arrows toward Jiang Sun, their power even stronger than the previous black arrows, aiming to break Jiang Sun's defenses in one strike. However, although she had seen high-grade defensive gear, she was unaware of the terrifying nature of the 9 Heavens reversal robe. All 5 black arrows were rebounded. Jun Tianling reacted quickly, immediately cutting through the black arrows with a wave of dark energy. But Jiang Sun was not just standing idle. He swung the Luhong sword, and 4 streams of golden flames formed a cross in the air, striking toward Jun Tianling, having just defended against the black arrows. Jun Tianling could not immediately counterattack and could only dodge to the side. After narrowly avoiding this strike, the hood of her black robe was shredded. Beneath the hood was a face that could topple kingdoms. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall of black jade to her ankles, and her skin shimmered with a pearl-like luster. The entire face was like a masterpiece of sculpting, with jawline sharp as a curved blade and a forehead glossy and full. Her lips were crimson like congealed blood, thin like flower petals, with the corners slightly upturned. The bridge of her nose was carved like cold jade, with nostrils nearly perfect. Most striking of all were her eyes. The left pupil sparkled with black light like obsidian, while the right pupil resembled a small ice ball, radiating a chilly aura. Although the 2 pupils were different, they harmonized perfectly on her face, enhancing her enchanting beauty. Jiang Sun never expected that beneath the black robe lay such a perfect and alluring face. Anyone who saw it would be momentarily stunned. Jun Tianling was furious, biting her lower lip tightly, which only made her seem even more enticing in Jiang Sun's eyes. Jun Tianling had already used demonic energy to force this group of sect disciples into a desperate situation. They had no inner strength left to fight her. Even if her demonic energy was unavailable, with her full Yuaning cultivation, she could easily eliminate them. She prepared to seal the space and eliminate this group. But unexpectedly, someone else rushed in from outside. She used the last remnants of her demonic energy to launch a soul attack against all of them, intending to shatter their souls directly. To her surprise, one of the newcomers was an old man clad in treasures. Not only did he detect the soul attack, prompting the sect disciples to defend and saving most of their lives, but he also used a small teleportation talisman to send away a woman. She sensed that this old man was merely a golden core cultivator, yet his black robe and sword were quite strange. She couldn't take him down. Hey, old pervert, since you can take her down, why aren't you hurrying up? Tu Wan sat on the ground, opened her eyes to look at Jiang Sun, and shouted with all her strength. At this moment, none of them dared to move. They could feel their souls shattering, as they had to hold their breath and focus to stabilize their breaking souls, or they would surely die. Just then, Long Qingxin spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 28, discussing terms junior sister. Chao Chongqing's eyes widened at the sight, but dared not move, watching helplessly as Long Qingxin collapsed to the ground, lifeless. If you stop now and spare them, I can still spare your life, Jiang Sun said to Jun Tianling upon seeing this. He truly was reluctant to strike this beauty, even though it was just a remnant soul. At the same time, he could use this to gain some favor. Sure enough, when Jiang Sun said this, the favorability of Lin Feng, Hua Bai Rui, and 2-1 all increased. Stop? Then you all will deal with me? Yun Tianling sneered. Foolish thought. After saying that, Jun Tianling charged toward Gu Qing. In her view, Gu Qing was brought by her. If she could capture her, the old man would be forced to surrender. It must be said that Jun Tianling was indeed fast. Jiang Sun couldn't catch up at all. In the blink of an eye, Jun Tianling was already in front of Gu Qing. Bang! The anticipated capture of Gu Qing did not occur. Lin Feng exerted all his strength and dashed in front of Gu Qing, using his shoulder to shove Jun Tianling aside. After stabilizing himself, he immediately sat down to recuperate. But that moment had already caused his soul to shatter, and Lin Feng directly fell in cultivation level. From the peak of mid-Yuaning, he fell straight back to early Yuaning. Lin Xiaoyu? Jiang Sun was also surprised, not expecting him to do this. Senior has saved me and my junior sister multiple times. It is time to repay. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, finding it even more difficult to resist the soul attack now. A typical soul attack would end in an instant and would not persist. But Jun Tianling's soul attack was different. It was like a parasitic leech, seemingly unwilling to stop until it drained the host dry. Gu Qing and Lu Riyun dared not make a move, not even opening their eyes, afraid to lose focus. They completely blocked their perception of the outside world. They had no idea what had just happened. Because they were disciples of the Hehuan sect, primarily cultivating through dual cultivation, although their realms rose quickly. They were unstable in all aspects, especially since Gu Qing had just broken through and had not yet had the chance to stabilize. Lu Riyun was even relying entirely on supplemental techniques. Her soul was inherently fragile, and though she appeared fine now, she had actually sustained internal injuries. Her organs felt as if they were burning in pain. It wasn't that Jiang Sun didn't want to quickly eliminate her, nor was it a matter of reluctance. It was simply that Jiang Sun only had the golden core level, relying solely on magical artifacts, and he was much slower than Jun Tianling. As long as Jun Tianling did not attack him and instead targeted others one by one, everyone except Jiang Sun would die. Although ultimately only Jiang Sun and Jun Tianling would remain, Jun Tianling might be killed by Jiang Sun or exhausted. But Jiang Sun didn't want Gu Qing and Lu Riyun to die either. Jiang Sun did not make a move, after being shoved aside by Lin Feng. He also did not attack as he landed a backflip onto the throne where Jun Tianling sat. Clearly, both of them understood this point. Let's discuss. Jiang Sun said to Jun Tianling, I can let you take your people away. Jun Tianling said directly, seeing through Jiang Sun's thoughts. As long as Jun Tianling agreed to let them go, the spatial barrier could be opened to allow the three to leave, but it would immediately close again, preventing Jiang Sun from entering. The people inside would naturally be dead. Jun Tianling also did not want her soul to disappear, so she proposed this deal to Jiang Sun. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun glanced back at Gu Qing and Lu Run, feeling somewhat reluctant to part with the fated woman Hua by Rui and the fated son Lin Feng, not to mention Long Qingxin, who lay dead on the ground. He had a resurrection pill. As long as he revived Long Qingxin, he could obtain something better than a resurrection pill and also gain the favor of a beauty. Old pervert, if you save me out, I will repay you. 2-1 hurriedly shouted to Jiang Sun. Oh, how will you repay me? Jiang Sun replied with a smile. I can give you anything you want. Anything except me. I can agree to. 2-1 said, hearing hope. She can't be used. Before Jiang Sun could speak, Yun Tianling Shetshe fantasy. Huh, why not? 2-1 looked at Jun Tianling in confusion. I need a physical body to leave here, and I find you quite suitable. Jun Tianling lightly licked her lips, looking at Tu Wan with a smile. Tu Wan was not bad-looking, and her physical age was quite young. At such a young age, she was already at early Yuaning and practiced demonic arts, making her very suitable for Jun Tianling to take over. Sister, I beg you. Tu Wan was on the verge of tears. After I go out, I will bring you as many women as you want. Don't fixate on me. You look at that flower girl. She's really as beautiful as the moon and flowers. And, Tu Wan looked at Gu Qing and Lu Run, was about to speak, but saw Jiang Sun's threatening gaze and quickly shut her mouth, fearing that Jiang Sun would ignore her. Hearing Tu Wan call her name, Huabai Rui was also taken aback, feeling both amused and helpless. What does this have to do with me? However, upon hearing Jun Tianling's intentions, Jiang Sun instinctively thought of the wall-bound jade pendant in her arms, where the divine souls can enter and exit. Jun Tianling might also be able to enter the wall-bound jade pendant. But is it a bit dangerous for Jun Tianling to stay by her side? Moreover, she didn't know if it would harm Qin Miaoying. Although Jiang Sun thought this way, she couldn't imagine that Jun Tianling's goal was not Tu Wan at all. She said that just to lower Jiang Sun's guard. What she truly wanted was to take over Jiang Sun's body, which was born with a seductive quality. What she had said earlier about letting Jiang Sun take her people out was also to ease Jiang Sun and the others' vigilance. As long as Jiang Sun wanted to take someone out, she would seize the moment to capture Gu Qing or Lu Ruyun, forcing Jiang Sun to let her take over. Choose quickly. Jun Tianling no longer paid attention to Tu Wan, looking at Jiang Sun coldly. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A man in a black robe rushed towards Jun Tianling from behind Tu Wan, sword in hand. The long sword transformed into a 10-meter giant sword and directly slashed down at Jun Tianling. Jun Tianling remained unperturbed, dodging to the side, the sword wind knocking her away. Using the force to fly in the air, just as she was about to attack, another man in a black robe appeared in front of her. This was another guard of Tu Wan. Holding a black knife, he slashed towards Jun Tianling's neck. Both of these men were at the peak of the nascent soul stage. In fact, they had already stabilized their divine souls, but had not made a move until they heard that Jun Tianling's target was Tu Wan. Feeling they could no longer hold back. Bang! A black long knife condensed in Jun Tianling's hand, identical to that of the black-robed man's weapon, blocking his attack. At the same time, her delicate long leg kicked out, sending the black-robed man flying. Jun Tianling and the knife-wielding black-robed man landed simultaneously. That old man. Hurry up. You join forces with us to take down this remnant soul. The black-robed man who had just used the sword shouted at Jiang Sun. Miss Tu Wan is the saintess of our Tianwu sect. If you can help us rescue the saintess, the sect master will not treat you poorly. The knife-wielding black-robed man also looked at Jiang Sun and shouted. Chapter 29. The demon lord became my weapon spirit? Ho impiho yun tianling snortil coldly. Two black arrows shot out from her hand, turning in the air and piercing towards the two Tianwu sect disciples. Seeing this, the two Tianwu sect disciples immediately raised their swords to defend. However, they did not expect that the black arrows would pierce through the magical artifacts in their hands, breaking them into two. The knife-wielding black-robed man was pierced through the abdomen, and the sword-wielding black-robed man was cut on the arm. The two black arrows then circled back, swaying behind Jun Tianling, resembling two thin tails. I can't deal with him, but I can't deal with you either. Yun Tianling holds coldly. Even if she was currently only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, she was no ordinary nascent soul. Even if she faced someone at the transformation stage, she had the ability to kill across realms, let alone just two nascent souls. Ah bao! Tu Wan saw that the knife-wielding black-robed man had been pierced in the abdomen, and the injury was definitely not light. She exclaimed anxiously, Saintess, don't panic. Focus on stabilizing your mind. Bao covered the blood hole in his abdomen, his face under the mask showing pain. He exerted all his effort to heal the injury, but the wound seemed to be poisonous, showing no sign of healing, and even spreading. This arrow is poisoned. The other black-robed man also grasped his arm, realizing that he could no longer lift it. They just couldn't understand why the old man could easily block or even bounce back the attacks, but they couldn't withstand it. Even a magical artifact in their hands couldn't take a hit. Jun Tianling didn't say much. Her fingers moved slightly, and the trailing black arrows shot towards the two men again. The two immediately tried to dodge, and the black arrows were connected to June Tianling's fingers. As long as she moved her fingers slightly, the black arrows danced freely in the air. Wherever they went, they pierced through and created numerous holes. The sword-wielding black robe man was all right, but Bao, who had been pierced in the abdomen, found it very difficult to dodge. Old man, help them quickly. Tuan was anxious and looked at Jiang Sun, who stood still. Jiang Sun felt helpless. He wanted to move, but behind him were Gu Qing and Lu Ruyun. If he moved, they would be in trouble. Ahong, I entrust the Saintess to you. Seeing that he could no longer dodge, Bao shouted at Ahong. Taking a step forward, his figure flickered in front of everyone, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of June Tianling. Let's perish together. Bao circulated his inner strength, directing all his energy toward his core, and a barrier appeared around him, preparing to self-destruct with June Tianling inside the barrier. Bao. Tu Wan's eyes widened as she stood up directly from the ground, showing that she had a good relationship with her guards, Bao and Ahong. But then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahong immediately pressed Tu Wan back down, using his energy to pat her back to help stabilize her mind. Pesht! June Tianling looked at Bao's outstretched hand with disdain. Her brows furrowed, her fingers moved slightly, and two black arrows instantly attacked. The black arrows struck Bao's entire body, piercing him with countless transparent holes in an instant. At this moment, Bao did not care about these. He grabbed June Tianling's wrist, his remaining body exploding with powerful inner strength. The barrier enveloped the two of them. The self-detonation of a nascent soul cultivator is no joke. Boom! In the next moment, Bao's entire body exploded, and the barrier was filled with blood and flesh, shaking the entire hall. If it weren't for Tu Wan being here, Bao would never have set up this barrier. Disgusting. Just as everyone thought that June Tianling and Tu Wan had perished together, they heard June Tianling's disdainful voice. The barrier dissipated, and Bao's blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Within the barrier was a black sphere, which dispersed to reveal and unscathe June Tianling. A severed arm fell at June Tianling's feet, which she crushed underfoot. That was Bao's arm that had been severed by June Tianling. Tu Wan didn't have time to feel sorrow, because she saw Jiang Sun had moved. Jiang Sun exerted all his strength and rushed behind June Tianling, slashing down with his sword. He had been waiting for such a chance to launch a sneak attack. June Tianling sensed something was wrong and quickly used a black barrier to defend. However, the Lu Hong sword directly cleaved the barrier into pieces. A sacred-grade, magical artifact. June Tianling was stunned. What kind of trick is this old man using? Seeing the blade coming towards her, June Tianling steeled her heart and directly dispersed her powers. The spatial blockade and the divine soul attacks from everyone dissipated. Everyone felt a huge sigh of relief when they opened their eyes and saw Jiang Sun's sword slashing down. June Tianling's soul was cleaved, scattering her soul. Dead? Zhuiyang looked at the disappearing June Tianling in disbelief. The spatial blockade is gone. The soul is also scattered. It seems she is dead. Chao Changqing looked around and said, quickly getting up to run to Long Qingxin's side. Upon checking, Long Qingxin was indeed lifeless. Everyone thought that Jiang Sun had severed June Tianling's soul, but Jiang Sun knew it wasn't. The Lu Hong sword has demonic energy. June Tianling's soul drilled into the Lu Hong sword, becoming a weapon spirit. Kid, take me out. Don't force me to go down with you. June Tianling's voice reached Jiang Sun's ears through the Lu Hong sword. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun immediately retracted the Lu Hong sword to prevent others from noticing the issue. Junior sister, junior brother. Chao Changqing sat cross-legged on the ground, deeply sighing as he looked at the two corpses before him. Lin Feng also closed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Che's corpse, trying to ease his pain. Li Shimi, Huabai Rue, held Li Wanqing in her arms, gently tidying her disheveled hair, trying to keep her body in a clean state. Master, are you all right? Feeling the attack on their souls had ceased, Gu Qing and Lu Ruoyan also got up and ran to Jiang Sun's side. It's nothing. Jiang Sun nodded, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground. If they were to save someone, it would naturally be Long Qing Xin. After all, she was the only one among the corpses who was the daughter of destiny. Boom! At that moment, the throne collapsed with a loud crash, revealing a downward passage in front of everyone. This leads to the treasury. Kid, empty it out. It'll be beneficial for both you and me. Jun Tianling's voice echoed in Jiang Sun's mind again. I've sheathed my sword, big sister. How are you talking to me? Jiang Sun was also confused. Your sword has already recognized you as its master and is connected to your soul. As long as the sword exists, I can communicate with you. Jun Tianling's tone was laced with amusement, and her soft laughter was quite pleasant. Where's your storage ring or storage bag? Since Jun Tianling was already in his spirit, Jiang Sun naturally aimed for the best. He hadn't seen Jun Tianling wear a ring during the battle, nor did she seem to have a storage bag on her. There's a crystal coffin at the back of the main hall. My body is lying there, preserved well. Don't worry, the barrier there can only be opened by me. You can go to the treasury first. Jun Tianling said. Chapter 30. Soul Rejuvenation Pill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun frowned. He glanced at Long Qing Xian and then thought of his own soul rejuvenation pill. Could that pill revive Jun Tianling? Hiss. But forget it. If Jun Tianling came back to life, it wouldn't be something that the Nine Heavens reversal robe could deal with. With the temperament of this demon lord, she would definitely not be grateful. Instead, she would tear him to pieces. However, could this be an opportunity to control Jun Tianling? Jiang Sun was unaware that Jun Tianling's purpose for entering his spirit was to eventually seize his body. After waiting for 1,000 years, was she missing this little bit of time? As long as she could obtain the form of this naturally charming man, she could finally do things with Ying that she couldn't do before. However, before that, he needed to think of a way to turn her back into a younger form. This old man disliked his own appearance, and he certainly wouldn't catch Ying's eye. Seeing the treasury open, the others did not rush down immediately. There had been at least 200 cultivators when they arrived, and now only a handful of them remained. Moreover, they each had their own casualties, and the atmosphere was quite somber. I'll save her. Jiang Sun slowly walked up to Long Qing Xian and said to Chao Chongqing. Huh? Chao Chongqing was taken aback, quickly rising to look at Jiang Sun. Does the senior have a way to save my junior sister? Everyone turned to Jiang Sun upon hearing this. I have a soul rejuvenation pill that can save her life. Jiang Sun nodded. Please, senior, save my junior sister. Chao Chongqing immediately bowed deeply upon hearing this. Senior, please save my junior brother. Lin Feng shouted, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Please, senior, save my junior sister. Huabai Rue hastily put down Li Wanqing's corpse, kneeling on the ground, almost wanting to bow to Jiang Sun. Senior. Tu-Wan also quickly got up and ran to Jiang Sun, grabbing the sleeve of his robe with a pleading look. Senior, I beg you, save a bow. Senior, we are disciples of Bai Yin sect. Please, senior, save my junior sister, and Bai Yin sect will definitely reward you. Zhuang also quickly bowed and called out. Bai Ming Liang echoed similarly. This soul rejuvenation pill is not a common item. There is only this one. Jiang Sun shook his head. He naturally wasn't afraid of them trying to snatch it. If they dared, it would only lead to death. They were also well aware of this. Senior, this is our 3 storage rings. All our savings are in here. Please take it. After leaving, I will definitely come to thank you from Shushan and provide you with more resources. Chao Chongqing, this guy was quite savvy, quickly taking off the storage rings from himself and Long Qing Xian and another Shushan disciple's corpse, running to Jiang Sun. Get away! Tu-Wan yelled, holding Jiang Sun's sleeve. Are you tired of living? A Hong stood up from the ground, having finished adjusting his breathing. He felt that after Jun Tianling disappeared, the injury on his arm could finally heal. At this moment, aside from Jiang Sun, he was the strongest. The aura of his perfected nascent soul emanated a chill that made everyone fearful. It was certain that they were no match for Ah Hong. Senior, please save a bow. She has been with me for many years and cannot die like this. I am willing to do anything. Here is my storage ring. There must be something you can use. Tu-Wan also took off her storage ring. As a sectess saintess, she definitely had valuable items in her storage ring. However, Tu-Wan, even if I want to help you, I have no way. Jiang Sun took Tu-Wan's hand off his arm, looking at her. Why? Tu-Wan frowned upon hearing this. If it's because of what happened before when I attacked you and disrespected you, I apologize. Tu-Wan quickly bowed, her tone very sincere. Jiang Sun sighed and shook his head. Tu-Wan, the effect of the soul rejuvenation pill is to bring the dead back to life. You're a Bao. Jiang Sun glanced at the bloodstains on the ground. Don't mention bones. She exploded herself into pieces with no fragments left. Tu-Wan fell silent upon hearing this. They had indeed heard of the soul rejuvenation pill. It was something that could hardly be bought for a fortune. Saying that this one pill could buy a royal city was not an exaggeration. Kid, hearing about the soul rejuvenation pill, Jun Tianling was no longer calm. I want to allow you to give it to them. Keep this pill for me. I will ensure you live a worry-free life and help you advance to the great ascension stage. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Compared to this kid's body, even though it had a naturally charming bone structure, it could also allow her to have more interactions with Aang. But being able to return her own body was something she desperately sought. Once she obtained her own body, not only would her realm be restored, but it would also be easier for Tang Ying to recognize her. You're getting anxious. Jiang Sun sighed upon hearing this. If you dare to give it to them, I will risk my life to kill them all. Jun Tianling's tone suddenly became serious, filled with killing intent. Oh, really? Then come out and try. Jiang Sun smiled and nodded. Seeing this little old man so arrogant, Jun Tianling immediately prepared to come out of the Lu Hong sword. But she soon realized she couldn't get out. This sword has the ability to lock spirits. Once you go in, you can never come out unless I allow it. Jiang Sun smiled. Of course, this was a lie. The Lu Hong sword had been taken into the system space, not a storage ring. The system wasn't something anyone could use. What did you say? Jun Tianling exploded in anger upon hearing this, her pleasant voice breaking, as if she was shouting at the top of her lungs. She had no choice but to believe it because she had already tried. It was indeed impossible to get out at all. It's over. Now I have to look at this little old man's face if I want to go out. How could this be acceptable? Everyone, please listen to me. Jiang Sun coughed twice to quiet everyone down, then looked at Long Qing Xin on the ground. Earlier in the square, this young lady Long Qing Xin. Chao Chong Qing quickly said, Miss Long taught you about the weaknesses of the monster beasts. If it weren't for Miss Long, your losses in the square would have been even more severe. Jiang Sun nodded and continued, therefore, I want to use this soul rejuvenation pill for Miss Long. Jiang Sun didn't take care if they had objections. Walking straight to Long Qing Xin, of course. First accepting the 3 storage rings that Chao Chong Qing handed over. It was free, so why not take it? Stop. Giving it to that kind of waste is simply a waste. Upon seeing Jiang Sun take out a black-purple pill radiating a strange light, Jun Tianling instantly recognized it as the soul rejuvenation pill. She shouted unwillingly in Jiang Sun's mind. Jiang Sun ignored her and helped Long Qing Xin up. Help me get her to sit cross-legged. Jiang Jun looked at Gu Qing and Lu Ruiyun and said. The two nodded and stepped forward to support Long Qingxin, positioning her for meditation. If it were a corpse, someone would need to use a soul recovery pill on her, but since Long Qingxin's body was still intact, it wasn't that complicated. Jiang Jun directly fed the pill into her mouth. You old bastard. Jun Tianling exclaimed anxiously, pulling at his hair. But there was nothing he could do except curse loudly. Chapter 31. If you make me happy, I will save you. Diang Yun glanced at Keu Shanqing. Chao Chongqing understood and quickly sat behind Long Qingxin to circulate his energy, helping her digest the soul recovery pill. Under everyone's gaze, Long Qingxin's life force began to gradually restore. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Long Qingxin furrowed her brows and spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Cough, 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 cough. Long Qingxin came back to life in front of everyone. Is this the soul recovery pill? Amazing. Lu Ruiyun was also very surprised. What's going on? Didn't Ti die? After recovering, Long Qingxin looked at the 2 women beside her, feeling someone behind her circulating energy, and turned to see. Senior brother, you saved me? Long Qingxin's eyes widened, looking at Chao Chongqing with a face full of emotion. No, no, no. Chao Chongqing quickly got up. He didn't dare take credit, fearing that the senior would kill him. It was this senior who used the precious soul recovery pill to save you, Chao Chongqing said, looking at Jiang Jun. Long Qingxin looked at Jiang Jun, clearly surprised that it was Jiang Jun who saved her. Ding, Long Qingxin's favorability, 80. Return multiplier, 800. saving Long Qingxin's life with the extremely precious soul recovery pill. Reaching a favorability of 80 was within Jiang Jun's expectations. Unfortunately, it didn't reach a full 100 directly. Ding! Soul recovery pill gift successful. Gained return 800 soul recovery pills. Jiang Jun felt a bit speechless. 800 soul recovery pills? Am I supposed to eat them as snacks? It seemed that the soul recovery pills were indeed the highest tier of recovery pills. Of course, he wouldn't use these soul recovery pills on Jiang Che and the others. They weren't the children of destiny. That would be a pure waste. Thank you, Senior. Long Qingxin quickly stood up with the support of Gu Qing and Lu Ruoyan, cupping her hands in gratitude to Jiang Jun. Seeing that Long Qingxin really came back to life, Zhuiyang, Lin Feng, and others felt mixed emotions but didn't say much. Zhuiyang and Jiang Jun didn't know each other and didn't expect Jiang Jun to help them. Hua Bai Rui had already received Jiang Jun's favor, so she wouldn't say much either. On Lin Feng's side, Lu Yingying's life had been saved by Jiang Jun several times, so he was already content. I wonder how to address you, Senior. Are you an elder of the Mountain Rain Tower? Long Qingxin hesitated as she looked at Jiang Jun. After all, with such strong power and the ability to produce soul recovery pills, he couldn't be an ordinary disciple. I am surnamed Lin, and I won't say more. Jiang Jun waved his hand and smiled. Thank you, Elder Lin. Long Qingxin has no way to repay you, only. She was just about to take off her storage ring, but realized it was already gone. I already gave it to the Senior, Chao Chongqing said awkwardly. And Long Qingxin felt a bit embarrassed as well. All right, no need to say more. Jiang Jun waved his hand and looked up to see Lin Feng leaving the main hall, presumably to find Lu Yingying. Senior, should we go to the treasure vault next? Zuo Yang asked Jiang Jun. If Jiang Jun said not to go, who would dare to? This was also inquiring whether Jiang Jun would allow them to go down together. We'll go down first, and then you can follow. Jiang Jun said without hesitation. It seemed they wouldn't dare to refuse. No way. Unexpectedly, someone shouted loudly. Unsurprisingly, it was Tu Wan. If it weren't for my Hong and Bao taking action, how would he have had the chance to slay the demon lord's soul? Why should he go down first? Tu Wan shouted de ressent. Feel free to follow if you dare. Jiang Jun smiled and said this before walking down towards the throne. Gu Qing and Lu Ruoyan immediately followed. Tu Wan gritted her teeth and prepared to follow, but Hong stopped her. The saintess cannot go. Hong, you're stopping me too? Tu Wan looked at Hong indignantly, but Hong knew that his saintess was just angry and was merely acting out of spite. Give her a way out, and she would back down. With our current strength, we cannot contend with that person. I must ensure the saintess returns alive. Don't let down Bao, Hong said seriously to Tu Wan. Although Tu Wan's expression was still not good, she no longer had the intention to continue. Little Demonis, does your treasure vault have formations? Jiang Jun asked while walking down. My formations will leave you unable to walk away. Jun Tianling said coldly. Oh, I'm so scared. If I die, the Luhong sword will be destroyed with me, and then you won't even have a wisp of soul left. Jiang Jun threatened with a smile. I am a demon lord, am I not? Yun Tianling paused slightly, then frowned and said, if one didn't know, they would think Jiang Jun is the demon lord. Is there ISNT there? Tiang Yun enselt non comite. Jun Tianling snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Godi, she thought. Let us perish together. Jun Tianling shouted in her heart. After all, she couldn't escape from this sword. And being a sword spirit for this old man was not worth it. Dying would be better. Oh no, I dropped something. Jiang Jun pretended to drop something, and a soul recovery pill rolled onto the ground. Jun Tianling's eyes widened at the sight. Gu Qing hurriedly picked up the soul recovery pill, also a bit dazed. Soul recovery pill? Master, you still have more? Gu Qing said in surprise. Shoot, don't let it out. Jiang Jun nodded. This one is for you, for emergencies. Thank you, Master. Gu Qing's eyes lit up, and she didn't hesitate to directly accept the soul recovery pill. Ding! Soul recovery pill gift successful. Ding! Gained 1,000 soul recovery pills. Gu Qing's return multiplier was 1,000 times. It's unfair, Master. I want one too. Lu Ruoyan, seeing this, became jealous and clung to Jiang Jun's arm in a spoiled manner. All right, you can have one too. Jiang Jun took out another soul recovery pill and placed it in Lu Ruiyun's hand. Although Lu Ruiyun didn't have a return multiplier, she was still his disciple. Besides, soul recovery pills were currently as abundant as candies. Master is so good. Lu Ruiyun took the soul recovery pill and kissed Jiang Jun's cheek, very happy. Old man, you're not from any righteous sect, right? Seeing Gu Qing and Lu Ruiyun's behavior, Jun Tianling furrowed her brows tightly. I'm just a humble servant, the former elder of the Hahuan sect. Jiang Jun nodded. I still have plenty of soul recovery pills. If you make me happy, maybe I can save you too. So it's from the Hahuan sect. Wanted me to make you happy, maybe in the next life. Yun Tianling Lahots, unsurprisingly. That this demeanor was surely not a good thing. Oh dear, what to do? Jiang Jun continued walking forward while pulling out 5 soul recovery pills. He crushed one with his hand. Oops, I accidentally crushed one. Now there are only 4 left. I slipped again. How did 2 fall on the ground? Oops, I stepped on them. Stop. Jun Tianling saw that only 1 soul recovery pill was left and gritted her teeth, shouting loudly. Chapter 32. The Treasure Vault of the Void Sect. The door ahead is the entrance to the treasure vault. The switch is on the wall beside it. Jun Tianling said, telling Jiang Jun both the incantation and the location of the switch. If the wrong switch is pressed or the incantation is incorrect, the entire vault will be destroyed. Thank you, little Demonis, for the reminder. Jiang Jun saw that his goal had been achieved, smiled, and retracted the soul recovery pills. Don't forget what you said. Jun Tianling said coldly. What did I say? I never promised to tell you about the treasure vault in exchange for reviving you. I promised you to make me happy. Do you see me happy now? Jiang Yunflaonil. Rascal. Jun Tianling was completely speechless. Jiang Jin no longer paid attention to Jun Tianling. Master, that must be the door to the treasure vault. Gu Qing pointed at a door that appeared ahead and said, It must be. Jiang Jin nodded, and the 3 of them walked forward together. This door has a barrier. Lu Ruiyun threw out a few silver needles, which bounced off the door due to a black barrier. However, Jiang Jin had already found the switch on the wall, pressed it, and, after reciting the corresponding incantation, the door to the treasure vault opened. Such a simple mechanism? Gu Qing was taken aback, not having heard Jiang Jin recite the incantation, thinking it was just a switch. Master! Master! Lu Ruiyun pointed at the treasure vault with an excited expression. As the vault door opened, torches inside automatically ignited, revealing a large number of treasures in front of Jiang Jin and the others. High-quality spirit stones were piled up like mountains, and materials for refining elixirs were everywhere. The weapon storage gleamed with various lights, and there were countless magical tools, protective gear, and treasures. This is a treasure trove, little Demonis, Jiang Jin said as he walked into the vault, looking at these treasures. Do you think my Su Wang sect is just any place? Compared to your insignificant Hehuan sect, it's like the difference between low-grade spirit stones and top-grade spirit stones. Jun Tianling said proudly, although Jiang Jin couldn't see her expression. Although her words were a bit exaggerated, they weren't far from the truth. We can't carry all this, master. There's too much. Gu Qing looked at the dazzling array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and said, We can carry it all. Jiang Jin waved his hand, and 900 Qinquan bags appeared in front of him. I originally got these 900 Qinquan bags for today. Wow. Gu Qing and Lu Ruiyun both looked excited. So master was prepared. Gu Qing exclaimed. Of course, hurry up and pack. Jiang Jin nodded, and Lu Ruiyun and Gu Qing immediately began to frantically gather treasures with the Qinquan bags. Ding, Lu Yingying's favorability, 50. Return multiplier, 500. At this moment, Jiang Jin's system suddenly prompted. After Lin Feng went out, he told Lu Yingying everything that had happened inside. Upon learning that it was Jiang Jin who saved her, Lu Yingying was deeply moved. After all, the earlier blow had been too great for her, and she really hadn't recovered her senses. If it weren't for Jiang Jin, she would have been dead by now, so she was naturally very grateful. Where's the senior? After Lin Feng brought Lu Yingying back, he saw everyone sitting on the ground resting and couldn't help but ask, Your ally abandoned you and went down by herself, Tu Wan sneered. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was also helpless. The appearance of Jun Tianling disrupted all their plans, and now with Jiang Jin's formidable strength, having saved both Lu Yingying and his life, He naturally felt embarrassed to follow them down. Senior brother, we didn't really help much anyway, Lu Yingying advised Lin Feng as she looked at him. Lin Feng could only nod helplessly. Among the more than 200 people, only 9 remained. Xu Shan, Chao Chongqing, Long Qingxin, Bai Yunmin, Zhuiyang, Bai Mingliang, Bai Yuozong, Hua Bai Hui, Lingjin Sect, Lin Feng, et Lu Yingying, Tian Wuzong, Tu Wan Hong. These 9 were all saved by Jiang Jin, except for Tian Wuzong, which was independent. The other 4 were all from the top 10 sections. As for the other members of the top 10 sects, many were lost during the B segment. And after entering the main hall, many were killed by Jun Tianling's strike, leaving a ground full of corpses. About half an hour later, Jiang Jin and the others were finally satisfied as they exited the treasure vault. Jiang Jin wasn't so cruel, having filled 500 of the 900 Chinquan bags. The remaining ones were of no use to the Hehuan sect and weren't rare items, so Jiang Jin left them behind. It wasn't a wasted trip for them. Senior, seeing Jiang Jin and the others come out, Lin Feng cupped his hands in greeting. Jiang Jin nodded, looking at them. We're done. You can go down now. As soon as Jiang Jin finished speaking, Tu Wan and Ahong jumped down quickly. The others, seeing this, also rushed down without any politeness. However, Jiang Jin stopped Lu Yingying. There's nothing good left below. We'll work together all the way, and I will naturally keep my word, Jiang Jin said, tossing a Chinquan bag to Lu Yingying. This was naturally for the return. These are what we brought for you. Take them. Lu Yingying looked at the Chinquan bag in her hand, feeling a bit at a loss. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng, however, did not hesitate, as one could not be polite at such a time. Thank you, Senior. Seeing her senior brother express his gratitude, Lu Yingying felt she couldn't say much more and could only accept the Chinquan bag. Ding, Chinquan bag, high-quality spirit stones, several precious magical tools, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures successfully gifted. Received return. Chinquan bags 500, top-grade spirit stones 10,000, holy magical tools 5, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. As soon as Lu Yingying accepted it, the system immediately reacted with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, which she would likely never spend in her lifetime, and also received 5 holy magical tools, a huge profit. Ding, Lu Yingying's favorability, 70. Return multiplier, 700. Ding, Lin Feng's favorability, 50. Return multiplier, 500. The favorability of both Lu Yingying and Lin Feng towards Jiang Jin also increased to varying degrees. Then we will take our leave first. May we meet again by chance, Jiang Jin said with a smile afterward. Thank you for your help, Senior. Otherwise, we would have been killed by the demonic golden core halfway up the mountain. Lin Feng said quickly upon hearing this. It was just a small effort. Jiang Jin nodded, then turned and left. Sisters, may we meet again by chance. Lu Yingying smiled at Gu Qing and Lu Ruin. Both nodded slightly, smiling at Lu Yingying, and then followed Jiang Jin out of the main hall. Let us go down and take a look. After the 3 left, Lin Feng said to Lu Yingying. Okay. Lu Yingying nodded, then followed Lin Feng down. Jiang Jin, after leaving the main hall, did not leave directly, but instead went around to the back of the hall to find Jun Tianling's corpse. There's a pillar behind the hall. My corpse is inside that pillar. Jun Tianling pointed Jiang Jin in the right direction. After all, this was also for her own revival. Chapter 33. What do you want my undergarment for? You two wait for me here. Jiang Jin paused and looked back at Gu Qing and Lu Run. He didn't want anyone to know about Jun Tianling's corpse. This was also to protect them. If Jun Tianling's secret was revealed, he feared she might find an opportunity to eliminate them. After all, she was not truly soul-sealed. The Luhong sword couldn't even be taken out now. Gu Qing and Lu Ruyin didn't ask any further and nodded, standing in place. Jiang Jin then leaped forward, landing in front of the pillar that Jun Tianling mentioned. Following the complex incantation that Jun Tianling had described to, he opened an extremely complicated magic array. The stones on the pillar began to fall off. Moments later, Jun Tianling's corpse was revealed before Jiang Jin. The corpse was dressed in a black robe with golden threads, black knee-high boots, and held a completely black long sword in her hand. Her hair was down, with no hair ornaments. Her stunning face had her eyes tightly closed, making one feel a sense of wicked thoughts just by looking at the corpse. Ding! Detected the daughter of luck, Si Yuyan. Return multiplier, 10. Favorability, 0. Si Yuyan. Jiang Jin was taken aback. Wasn't it June Tianling? But she did indeed introduce herself as June Tianling. Jiang Jin didn't think too much and reached out to shatter the outer layer of crystal. Taking the ring off June Tianling's hand and casually putting the black long sword into his system space. After June Tianling erased the consciousness from the ring, Jiang Jin opened it and saw that it indeed contained many good things. Basic items included foundation establishment pills, Zhengyuan pills, Yuanying pills, and barrier-breaking pills. There were also recovery pills, top-grade transformation pills, top-grade great ascension pills, and other rare elixirs. There were even 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even more impressive is that there are several vials of ancestral gods' essence blood, such as the fire god essence blood, cloud saint essence blood, and 10,000 ancestors' essence blood. If these essence bloods are completely absorbed and the body can support it, one can fully obtain the abilities of those ancestral gods. These essence bloods are not just rare, they are extraordinary. There's also a manual in the ring, titled Heavenly Net Soul Crushing Technique. What is the Heavenly Net Soul Crushing Technique? Jiang Jin immediately asked. It's the technique you saw before when black arrows and black blades appeared in my hand. Yuanxianing the plight. When under someone's roof, one must bow their head. That's pretty cool. Jiang Jin nodded upon hearing this, planning to practice it later. Besides these items, there are many other miscellaneous things. Jiang Jin also saw the clothes June Tianling usually wore in the storage ring. With a thought, a black undergarment appeared in Jiang Jin's hand. You bastard! June Tianling was momentarily stunned when she saw this, then shouted, What are you doing with my undergarment? Jiang Jin ignored her and brought the undergarment to his nose to take a deep breath. The scent of 1,000 years. Seeing Jiang Jin's actions, Yuanxianing's eyes widened. As the demon lord, who would dare treat her like this? Who dares? Jiang Jin put away the undergarment, seemingly still unsatisfied, his gaze turning to June Tianling's corpse. June Tianling immediately felt uneasy. What are you going to do? The beauty's corpse has not decayed for 1,000 years. Jiang Jin leaned closer to June Tianling's body, took a deep breath. Still fragrant. Why is there no smell of decay? June Tianling wouldn't tell him it was specially treated with secret methods, just so she could meet Tang Ying immediately after awakening. It wouldn't be good if she smelled bad at that time. Don't go too far, June Tianling said coldly. What will you do? Jiang Jin said as he reached out to grab in that soft area. One hand wasn't enough. This soft sensation almost made Jiang Jin intoxicated. You. June Tianling was so angry her teeth felt like they would break. But what could she do to this guy? This clothing is unusual, isn't it? Jiang Jin not only felt the texture, but also sensed that the garment was not an ordinary item. June Tianling was about to proudly introduce her holy armor, but suddenly realized that this lecherous old man didn't care what the clothing was. He wanted to take off her clothes. Sure enough, as soon as June Tianling had this thought, Jiang Jin had already taken action. He unfastened June Tianling's outer garment with one hand and reached inside. Stop. You stop right now. I can help you practice the Heavenly Net Soul Crushing Technique. June Tianling shouted in a hurry. How could someone other than I touch her? TCH. Jiang Jin was indifferent. She would teach it sooner or later anyway. So he immediately reached out and had a good feel. Then he withdrew his hand with satisfaction and leaned in to sniff, fragrant. June Tianling was completely furious, her whole body erupting with an aura that only she could feel, scaring no one but herself. And she fell silent, not saying a word. All right, lecherous old man. You're quite something. You better not give me a chance to get out for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll let you know that the nascent soul cannot defeat me. This sentence suddenly appeared in June Tianling's mind, and she felt deflated. However, this grudge must be repaid. After teasing her, Jiang Jin stored June Tianling's corpse in the system space, ensuring it would not decay. Moreover, even if June Tianling escaped one day, as long as this body was in Jiang Jin's hands, he would ensure there would be no accidents. He didn't intend to keep the corpse. Even if June Tianling was a stunning beauty, Just imagining that scene gave him goosebumps. Where did you take my body? Jun Tianling saw her body suddenly vanish and, forgetting her anger, quickly asked, "Don't worry, it's in a place where no one except me can find it, and it will ensure your corpse remains fresh forever." Jiang Jin's words had a double meaning. Don't think about finding a chance to escape and take revenge on me. Lecherous old man. At that moment, a woman's roaring voice echoed. Jiang Jin turned to look, and it was the woman Tu Wan, who leaped down from the hall's roof, wielding a snake chain whip, and struck at him. The snake chain whip opened in midair, transforming into a series of connected blades. If this whip struck him, it would surely hurt. "Stop!" Lu Yun's voice came, and at the same time, she leaped up, throwing out white silk that directly bound the snake chain whip, landing in front of Jiang Jin. Gu Qing immediately stood in front of Jiang Jin. Tu Wan landed simultaneously, locking in a standoff with Lu Ruyun. "Lecherous old man, you must have emptied the treasures in the vault," Tu Wan shouted at Jiang Jin. After failing to stop her, Ahong jumped down from the hall's roof and landed beside Tu Wan. Empty? There was originally not much in there. Jiang Jin naturally wouldn't admit it. "Look at us. How many spatial treasures do we have? How much could we possibly move?" Hearing this, Gu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Storage bags and storage rings cannot be stacked together. But the master didn't know what treasure was used to make 800 Chinkoan bags disappear in a flash. Tu Wan scrutinized the three of them carefully, only to find that each of them had only one storage bag. Only Jiang Jin had a storage ring, which was not enough to empty that vast vault. Chapter 34. You are disciples of the Harmony sect, right? Did Miss Tu Wan come specifically to trouble me? Jiang Jin, unyielding in etiquette, fixed his gaze on Tu Wan. Misunderstanding, Ahong immediately said, raising a hand. The whip and white cloth tangled with Lu Riyun and Tu Wan parted. "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. The saintess mistakenly thought the vault was emptied, which is why she caused the disturbance. Please forgive her." Just a moment ago, Ahong, who was high and mighty, quickly looked at Jiang Jin and bowed respectfully. "Oh." Tu Wan glared at Ahong. "How can our Tianwu sect bow to him? I'm standing right here. Let us see if he dares to touch a finger of mine." "Saintess, don't say any more." Ahong quickly looked at Tu Wan, even giving her a fierce look. This startled Tu Wan. Simultaneously, Ahong transmitted a message to Tu Wan. "Saintess, now that the vault has been emptied, the eyes of those sect disciples will turn toward us. If it's just him, an old man, of course, we're not afraid, but if you die here, it would be a joint effort of several sections. How will the sect leader handle it?" After hearing this, Tu Wan suddenly realized and turned to look at the hall. She saw those sect disciples standing at the back of the hall, watching them. It seemed that as soon as this lecherous old man made a move, they would rush in. "I want to make it difficult for you. Leave the storage ring, and you can go," Jiang Jin said to the two of them. Ahong didn't hesitate at all and directly threw his storage ring to Jiang Jin, who caught it steadily. "Saintess." Then Ahong looked at Tu Wan and called out softly. Tu Wan gritted her teeth. Although she was reluctant, she had no other choice. This was the price for her impulsiveness. Tu Wan took off her storage ring and threw it to Jiang Jin, then prepared to leave. The slight favor she had gained for Jiang Jin in the hall just now was completely wiped out. "Wait." Just as Ahong and Tu Wan were about to leave, Jiang Jin called out to stop them. "Senior?" Ahong frowned when he saw this. Could it be that this old man is going back on his word? Ahong immediately prepared for a fight to the death, at least to ensure the saintess could escape. "I was joking with you. I don't care for this storage ring. Take it back." Jiang Jin tossed the storage ring back to Tu Wan. Tu Wan caught the storage ring, looking confused. Her brows furrowed, staring at Jiang Jin with a look of disbelief. "You have." The last word of illness was not dared to be spoken. "Go on." Jiang Jin waved his hand before she could say more. Ahong didn't hesitate either and immediately pulled Tu Wan away. Ding! Storage ring 2 gifted successfully. Return received. The items in the 2 storage rings that Jiang Jun just sent have multiplied tenfold. Seeing that Tu Wan and the others had left, Zhu Yang and the others said nothing more, simply greeting him before leaving. Lin Feng and Lu Yingying bowed to Jiang Jun from a distance and then left together as well. Chao Changqing and Long Qingxin came over to Jiang Jun, with Hua Bairui following behind. "Senior, have you released the people from the Mist sect?" Chao Changqing first bowed and then asked. "Too lazy to deal with them." Jiang Jun nodded and smiled. Hearing this, Chao Changqing was taken aback and then said, "Thank you, senior. If it weren't for you, not only would my junior sister have died, but I would have lost my life as well." Just a small effort. Jiang Jun looked at Long Qingxin, who immediately spoke up. "If you need help in the future, senior, Qingxin will never refuse. There's a communication jade tube in that storage ring. You can contact me anytime." The communication jade tube is a means of communication aside from communication talismans. As long as you attach a bit of your own divine sense to it, it can serve as a communication tool. You can speak into the jade tube, and it will directly transmit to the corresponding communication jade tube. It can also be used to leave messages. Changqing will also keep his word and will definitely bring his master to Shinaila to express gratitude later, and will bring more gifts as thanks, Chao Changqing said, cupping his hands. "No need, no need. Don't come to Shinaila looking for me. It will only add to my troubles." Jiang Jun waved his hand. Although he really wanted those gifts, he wasn't a person from Shinaila. Chao Changqing was taken aback by this, seemingly realizing something, but he didn't speak, just nodded. "Well then, you are also welcome to visit Shushan. Qingxin will take you around," Long Qingxin said as she took a token from her waist and handed it to Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun glanced at it. It was a token from Shushan, engraved with Long Qingxin's name. "With this token, when you come to Shushan, just show it, and there will be disciples to call for me." Long Qingxin smiled at Jiang Jun. "All right, I'll visit when I have time." Jiang Jun nodded and accepted the token. "Then we will take our leave," Chao Changqing said, bowing with Long Qingxin. After Jiang Jun nodded, they left. Senior, after Chao Changqing and the others left. "Hue bei bel to Jiang Yun Miss Hue, Jiang Yun nodded. Just call me Bairuei." Miss Hua sounds a bit strange while Bairuei looked at Jiang Jun, her lips curving into a faint smile. For her, showing the smile was already quite forced. Usually, she wouldn't smile. "Didn't you leave? Why are you still here?" While Bairuei then asked. "I'm waiting for you," Jiang Jun said. Gu Qing and Lu Riyun exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. "Waiting for me?" Hua Bairuei was surprised. "Take this." Jiang Jun took out a Qingquan bag and tossed it to Hua Bairuei. "Senior, what is this?" Hua Bairuei was taken aback. "Some supplies from the treasury. I prepared a portion for you." Jiang Jun smiled. "I can't accept this." Hua Bairuei was stunned upon hearing this, and quickly raised the Qingquan bag in front of Jiang Jun. "Bairuei has already received Senior's grace. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to enter the Void Palace, and even less likely to survive after going in. How can I accept your things? It's also to form a good relationship with you, Bairuei. Actually, we are not people from Shinaila." Jiang Jun pushed Hua Bairuei's hand back and looked at her. "I know," Hua Bairuei said softly, nodding. "You know?" Jiang Jun was taken aback. "You are the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect, Gu Qing, and Elder Lu Riyun, right?" Hua Bairuei looked at Gu Qing and Lu Riyun and said. She had always found them familiar, and later recognized their cultivation methods and feelings in the Void Palace. Finally recalling them. "Oh, Sister Hua is still as clever as before. Annoying," Lu Riyun said, no longer pretending when her identity was revealed. Looking at Hua Bairuei with a sarcastic tone. "You're the Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect, Jiang Jun, right?" Hua Bairuei ignored Lu Riyun and looked up at Jiang Jun. "How do you know?" Jiang Jun frowned but nodded. "I've heard that Elder Jiang has a natural charm. Handsome and graceful, but recently suffered a failed tribulation, becoming older, hence I deduced it." What Bairuei wouldn't tell him was because she felt a moment of affection when she saw his face, thinking she couldn't possibly like an old man. That she remembered the naturally charming Jiang Jun, chapter 35. Cursing instantly, Jun Tianling Ha. "Miss Bairuei is indeed exceptionally clever," Jiang Jun said with a smile. "In that case, does Miss Bairuei have any interest in returning to the Hahuan sect with us?" This, Hua Bairuei was taken aback. She was well aware of the cultivation methods of the Hahuan sect. She didn't want to become a furnace, nor did she want to practice dual cultivation with anyone. "Elder Jiang, I don't have that intention." Hua Bairuei looked up at Jiang Jun. "Yes, Miss Hua has always looked down on our Hahuan sects in scrupulous ways." Lu Riyun also clicked her tongue and said, "I won't force you, just a casual mention." Jiang Jun waved his hand. "If Miss wishes to come in the future, just come directly." I can guarantee that once you arrive at the Hahuan sect, no one will force you to do anything you don't want to do. Thank you for your kind intentions. Elder Jiang Hua Burwei bowed and smiled, then raised the Qingquan bag in front of Jiang Jun again. Take it. Jiang Jun pushed it back and then turned to leave. Lu Riyun snorted coldly at Hua Burwei, then turned to follow Jiang Jun and Gu Qing as they left. No wonder Lu Riyun had animosity towards Hua Burwei. Back then, Hua Burwei had snatched quite a few disciples from them and had killed many, and the two were natural enemies. Seeing Jiang Jun really leave like this, Hua Burwei glanced at the Qingquan bag in her hand, sighed, and still accepted it. At the same time, Jiang Jun's system also prompted a return sound. Ding! Hua Burwei's favorability, 55. Return multiplier, 550. Then the senior is probably not a person from Shinaila. Meanwhile, Chao Chongqing said to Long Qingxin as they walked down the mountain. It's clear he doesn't want us to go to Shinaila. Long Qingxin nodded. But he shouldn't be a bad person, otherwise, how could he give me such a precious soul recovery pill? Who knows? We'll have to wait until we meet again. Chao Chongqing shook his head. Senior brother, where are we going now? To the foot of the mountain, to the Void Town. I think those cultivators affected by the demonic energy should be slaughtering in the Void Town right now. Since they still have strength, I want to help them. Chao Chongqing said with a frown. Exterminating demons is indeed our duty. Long Qingxin nodded, quickening her pace. Meanwhile, Zhui Yang and the others, who left earlier, were also heading to Void Town to save people. Bastard, where the hell did you put my body? Jun Tianling's voice kept echoing in Jiang Jun's mind. What bastard? Son of a bitch, lecher, shameless, snotworm, disgusting maggot. In short, Jun Tianling cursed Jiang Jun with every unpleasant word imaginable. The cursing made Jiang Jun's head hurt. This demoness really knows how to curse. But Jiang Jun had no way to block her, so he could only pretend he didn't hear it. Master, are we going back now? Gu Qing asked as she followed Jiang Jun on his sword. Yes, Jiang Jun nodded. After we return, regarding the soul recovery pill and my actions, don't mention anything. Just say that the disciples worked together to defeat the remnant of Jun Tianling, and we seized the treasury while they were weak. Yes, master. Gu Qing nodded, having no hesitation. What about you? Jiang Jun turned to look at Lu Riyun on the other side. Is master still worried that Xiao Lu will betray you? Lu Riyun covered her mouth and laughed. Lu Riyun vows never to betray master's secret, otherwise heaven and earth will punish me. Is that enough? Lu Riyun extended her finger, swearing. It won't come to that, ha. Jiang Jun saw this and smiled, but he did feel much more at ease. The journey back to the city was not as rushed as when they came, and the three of them were not in a hurry. By evening, they found a cave in the woods. After setting up a barrier, they planned to rest there for the night. Jiang Jun walked deep into the cave to meditate, while Lu Riyun and Gu Qing kept watch outside. The urgent matter was to prevent this little demoness from cursing anymore. You shameless bastard, crawling like a maggot in the sewer. Dirty rat, return my body at once. I will chop you into 1,000 pieces and scatter your soul. All right, aren't you tired? Jiang Jun responded helplessly. You think you can keep my corpse to do something strange? Jun Tianling shouted upon hearing this. Big sister, what could I possibly do with corpse? I'm not a pervert, Jiang Jun shrugged. You from the Hahuan sect. Who knows what weird preferences you have? Besides, didn't you already touch it? Can you honestly say you didn't? Yun Tianling looks disdainful. Right now, you can only follow me. You can't go anywhere else. You should behave. If I'm in a good mood, I might help you. Jiang Jun advised. Ho, impio, Yun Tianling snil, iti haladi. Sighed Jiang Jun sighed, waving his hand to take out a soul-casting pill. Do you recognize this? Soul-casting pill? Jun Tianling frowned upon seeing it. As expected of a demon lord, well-informed. Jiang Jun nodded. Say a few nice words, and I'll cast your soul. At least I'm 1,000 years older than you. Who are you calling brother? Yun Tianling shouted. Although the soul-casting pill could only be used to cast souls into magical artifacts, since Jun Tianling had already become a spirit within the Luhong sword, the soul-casting pill could also be used on her to recast her soul. Call me brother, and I'll cast your soul, Jiang Jun said, ignoring her. After a long silence, brother, Jun Tianling's voice came out like a mosquito's. She weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Perhaps after her soul was recast in this strange sword, she could reform her physical body, and then she would definitely tear this little brat into pieces. For now, she would just have to endure some humiliation. What did you say? I didn't hear you, Jiang Jin said, scratching his ear with a smile. Brother, brother, brother. Is that enough? Jun Tianling paused for a moment, then shouted in succession. This rapid change in tone made Jiang Jin feel no enjoyment. Instead, it reminded him of the character Li Kuei from Water Margin, wielding two big axes and chasing after Song Jiang while shouting. After taking out the Lu Hong sword, you better not act recklessly. Otherwise, if I fail, I won't have a second soul-casting pill, Jiang Jin said as he pulled out the Lu Hong sword from the space. Jun Tianling instinctively prepared to try to rush out again, but she thought better of it. After all, even if she got out, she couldn't defeat this guy and would miss out on the soul-casting pill. She knew very well that Jiang Jin would not let her use that resurrection pill. At least not now. I'll first cast your soul, and when your soul is nearly cast, if I'm in a good mood, I might just let you return to your physical body, Jiang Jin said, while starting to infuse the soul-casting pill into the Lu Hong sword. This was also to prevent her from continuing to curse. Jiang Jin's ears were about to develop calluses. At the same time, after infusing the soul-casting pill, he could also receive a return from Jun Tianling. Let me ask you, is your name Si Yuyan? Jiang Jin asked while infusing the soul-casting pill. Chapter 36. The human heart is dirty. Everything looks dirty. What, dead fish eyes? Your whole family has dead fish eyes. Just as Jun Tianling was about to cultivate her soul, she suddenly heard Jiang Jin cursing her and got furious. Si my sissy, your mother is dead. Si tu si, you're the dead disciple. Your disciples are all dead. Are you an old man deliberately looking for trouble? Jun Tianling's mother had died thousands of years ago, and her disciples had all died in a battle 1,000 years ago. She truly thought Jiang Jin was looking for trouble. Sigh, the human heart is dirty. Everything looks dirty, Jiang Jin sighed helplessly. But he also realized that she didn't know her real name was Si Yuyan. You're the dirty one. This esteemed one. She wanted to say she was a virgin and liked women, but felt embarrassed to speak up. Si, the Si of law, the Yu of rain, the Yin of beautiful. Si Yuyan. Jiang Jin said it all in one breath, not giving Jun Tianling a chance to interrupt. But in the future, he definitely had to interrupt her. Si Yuyan? I don't know her. Jun Tianling was stunned upon hearing this, then realized she had misunderstood him and shook her head. Apologizing was out of the question. Have you lost your memory? Jiang Jin asked while using his powers. How do you know? Jun Tianling frowned, also asking while using her powers. Just a guess. I'm just a remnant soul. My memories are not many. Only some about myself and some about the illusory palace. I really can't remember much else. Jun Tianling nodded. There was one thing she didn't mention, which was her memory of Tang Ying. Let me ask you, do you know Tang Ying? Jun Tianling continued to ask. The supreme elder of the 100 Flowers sect? I've heard of her, Jiang Jin nodded. He learned this while studying the history of the 100 Flowers sect. 1,000 years ago, she was the sect leader, and later passed the position to her disciple and became the supreme elder. After that, he didn't know what happened. However, he was not clear about her current situation. Can you take me to the 100 Flowers sect? Jun Tianling asked urgently, disregarding everything else. Call me brother, I beg you. Without waiting for Jiang Jin to finish speaking, Jun Tianling spoke directly. This time her voice was very pleasant, and her tone was soft. That brother, I beg you, nearly melted Jiang Jin's heart. He was also very surprised. Oh, so you really broke your cultivation for Tang Ying? Jiang Jin couldn't help but ask. The two of them simultaneously stopped their powers, and the soul-casting pill had been successfully used. Ding! Soul-casting pill used successfully. Receive return crit. Congratulations on obtaining God-casting pill. Effect. Cast the God's law form through the blood of the ancestor god. When a cultivator reaches the void refinement stage, they can cultivate their own law form. This is the most expensive time. What spiritual stones, what heavenly materials and earthly treasures, what essence blood, all must be poured into the law form. The more you invest, the stronger the law form becomes, and naturally, the individual becomes stronger as well. This is the time when a cultivator truly begins to spend money like water. Don't look at Jiangji now having an endless supply of top-grade spiritual stones. When he reaches the void refinement stage, those top-grade spiritual stones might not be enough. Tang Ying is not someone you can just meet. Moreover, the Huan sect and the Hundred Flower sect are like fire and water, and not long ago. The Hundred Flowers sect replaced the Huan sect as one of the top 10 sects. Now they are at odds with each other. After Jiang Jin finished his powers, he opened his eyes and said, immediately putting the Luhong sword back into the system space, fearing this woman would act recklessly. Indeed, someone at your level of nascent soul who can't even pass a mere tribulation is not someone who can meet her. Jun Tianling said disdainfully. She had been listening when Bai Huirui spoke about Jiang Jin earlier. Stop looking down on people. I'll be back to nascent soul soon. Jiang Jin rolled his eyes. It was just a matter of time. If he wanted to, he could break through to the nascent soul stage right now, with the 9 heavens reversal robe in hand. Even if there were heavenly thunder, it might not harm Jiang Jin. After 1,000 years of cultivation, you only reach the great perfection of nascent soul. Apart from your innate charm, you have nothing else. Jun Tianling continued to sneer. To be honest, Jiang Jin's talent was indeed not impressive compared to those young prodigies who were already at nascent soul or transformation stage at a young age. His spiritual root was still a mixed spiritual root. His cultivation speed was painfully slow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught up by Tu Qing and his disciples. Mind your words. I'm going to cultivate, so be quiet for a while, or you won't get to meet Tang Ying. Jiang Jin sighed. This guy's mouth was really sharp. Saying this, Jiang Jin operated the Yin-Yang Hahuan decision, using his powers to enter the wall boundary jade pendant. Just as he entered the wall boundary jade pendant, Jiang Jin heard a woman's puzzled voice. Thinking it was Qin Miaoyin, Jiang Jin opened his eyes. He was stunned. It was Jun Tianling. Jun Tianling was slightly taken aback as she looked at Jiang Sun, not expecting that his cultivation was actually in the Luhong sword. If that were the case, she could take over Jiang Sun through the Luhong sword and directly occupy his body. What a clever kid. What boldness. Jun Tianling stepped forward, her beautiful leg bent, and her jade finger extended, shooting a black arrow towards Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun quickly withdrew his soul, returning to his body and opening his eyes. Damn. That scared me to death. How did I end up in the Luhong sword? Running away? Not cultivating anymore? Jun Tianling's voice rang in Jiang Sun's mind, sounding quite regretful. Jiang Sun ignored her, thinking carefully that it must be because he was currently connected to Jun Tianling's soul. As soon as he sank into the sea of consciousness, he would enter the Luhong sword. He had to be more careful in the future. Oh my. She wouldn't also be able to appear with me in the boundary jade pendant, would she? Thinking of this, Jiang Sun took out the boundary jade pendant, held it in his hand, and carefully infused his soul into the pendant. Once Jiang Sun entered the pendant and opened his eyes to look around, he found no sign of Jun Tianling. Yun Tianling, little demoness? Old witch. Jiang Sun tentatively called out a few times. He found that not only did Jun Tianling not follow him, but there was also no voice from her in his mind. Otherwise, just one old witch would definitely have blown her cover. Finally, he could have some peace. Jiang Sun breathed a sigh of relief, then waved his hand, and in front of him appeared a small mountain of top-quality spirit stones and 5 holy-grade magical artifacts. Among the holy-grade artifacts were 3 swords, a spear, and a folding fan, all exuding rich spiritual energy. Jiang Sun then began to absorb the spiritual energy, and the 5 holy artifacts started to revolve around him, with spiritual energy pouring into Jiang Sun's body. The small mountain of spirit stones also had a large amount of spiritual energy flowing towards him. The mist inside the boundary jade pendant also began to surge towards Jiang Sun. This cultivation speed was at least 100 times faster compared to other cultivators. The next morning, Jiang Sun opened his eyes, having reached the peak of the late golden core stage, almost at perfection. Gu Qing and Lu Rian were also cultivating outside. Upon sensing Jiang Sun's emergence, they immediately got up, and the 3 of them returned to the Hahuan sect together. Chapter 37. Rich beyond measure on the evening of the next day, the 3 returned to the Hahuan sect, heading straight to the Hahuan Hall, where Tu Qing was. As all 3 were elders or above, they naturally encountered no obstacles. Upon hearing that Jiang Sun and the others had returned, Tu Qing hurried to the Hahuan Hall to meet them. Senior brother, Tu Qing was wearing a sheer nightgown, with her undergarments clearly visible. Her long, white legs were mesmerizing. However, apart from Jiang Sun, there were no other men in the inner sect, so Tu Qing didn't need to be coy. You're back. Jiang Sun nodded and smiled. The demoness of the Hahuan sect is truly shameless. The sect master is indeed the most seductive. Jun Tianling sneered upon seeing Tu Qing. Jiang Sun ignored her. How are you, senior brother? You weren't injured, were you? Tu Qing, disregarding the gazes of others, reached out to remove Jiang Sun's clothing, anxiously inspecting him. Don't worry. I'm not only uninjured, but I've also gained a lot. Jiang Sun took Tu Qing's hands and smiled, then waved his hand to produce 100 Qian Kuan bags. Here are 500 Qian Kuan bags, all filled with items taken from the illusory sect's treasury. 500? Tu Qing looked at the pile of Qian Kuan bags that suddenly appeared before her, stunned, her head buzzing. Senior brother, did you empty the illusory hall? Pretty much. Lu Ruoyun chuckled, covering her mouth. That's incredible. Senior brother, how did you do it? Tu Qing looked at Jiang Sun with admiration. Since there were no other people around besides her and the three of them, she didn't need to maintain any formality. Let me tell you all about it. Jiang Sun exaggeratedly recounted the events at the illusory sect to Tu Qing. He didn't tell the truth because Tu Qing's favorability towards him was lacking, and Jiang Sun didn't want any accidents. Senior brother, you all work hard. If there is anything you need from these items, just take it, Tu Qing said, looking at the Qian Kuan bags. Jiang Sun waved his hand. Qing and Xiao Lu have already taken what they need. I don't need anything, so I'm giving them all to you. The word give was quite significant. After all, these items came from him, and as long as Tu Qing accepted them, she would have to return the favor to Jiang Sun. This isn't appropriate, senior brother. You risked your life to go so far, and you don't want anything? How can that be? Tu Qing frowned. Senior brother wants you, Jiang Sun said, pulling Tu Qing's waist closer and leaning in with a smile. Master, sect master, Qing has other matters, so I'll take my leave first. Gu Qing, very perceptive, said this and immediately left. As for Lu Ruiyun, she had long disappeared. Senior brother, Tu Qing's face turned red, her delicate hand gently resting against Jiang Sun's chest. Since that's the case, how does senior brother want to play tonight? I'll go along with you. You bastard. What the hell did I just see? My eyes are burning. How old are you? Do you have no shame? Don't you know I'm still here? I really want to blow your head off. You disgusting worm. Shameless bug. After parting with Tu Qing, Jiang Sun's mind was filled with Jun Tianling's furious insults, giving him a headache. If you don't want to see it, you don't have to look, Jiang Sun said helplessly. Can't you hear me saying not to do that? Didn't I tell you to leave quickly? You Ahuan sect members are simply shameless. Don't you know to be a bit discreet? Yun Tianling shouted, Helfasit. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. She hadn't intended to watch, but for some reason, she couldn't control her curiosity and ended up watching the whole thing. By the time she realized what had happened, she was covered in goosebumps. Ding, gift successful. Ding. 950 times, return successful. Congratulations received. 475,000 Qian Kuan bags. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The system's return sound rang out, and the 475,000 Qian Kuan bags made Jiang Sun feel somewhat amused. As for the other items, Jiang Sun had become numb to it. He was now incredibly wealthy, with enough spirit stones on him to buy a city. If he were willing to give all of this to Tu Qing, it would only be a matter of time before the Hahuan sect became the #1 sect in the world. However, Tu Qing's favorability had reached 95 and would no longer increase. This puzzled Jiang Sun, but he could understand. After all, Tu Qing was now the sect master. She couldn't easily trust anyone and had to remain vigilant towards everyone, Jiang Sun included. This was a good thing for the Hahuan sect. Teach me the Tian Luo soul summoning technique, Jiang Sun said as he flew towards his small room. Get lost, Jun Tianling coldly shouted. If you don't teach me, I won't have enough strength to break into the 100-flower sect and take you to meet Tang Ying. Jiang Sun had figured out how to handle Jun Tianling. As long as it involved Tang Ying, Jun Tianling's mind would short-circuit. I'll teach you. As expected, Jun Tianling immediately agreed. Jiang Sun quickly returned to his small room. Upon seeing Jiang Sun return, Lin Qingwan hurried over. Master, you're back. Oh, you shameless one. Still keeping a pet here? Jun Tianling was also taken aback upon seeing Lin Qingwan. Lin Qingwan looked extremely pure and had a naturally adorable demeanor, looking nothing like a demoness of the Hahuan sect. Has anything happened here in the past few days? Jiang Sun nodded and smiled. An outer sect disciple named Zhang Yuan came to look for you. But he said you weren't here and would come back in a few days, Lin Qingwan replied. Zhang Yuan? Jiang Sun was taken aback for a moment, then realized it was the guy who had given him the boundary jade pendant. If it weren't for him giving the boundary jade pendant to Jiang Sun, perhaps Qi Miaoying would have had an affair with him. Zhang Yuan might be able to leave the Hahuan sect thanks to his connection with Qi Miaoying and join the Baiyin sect. The outer disciples of the Hahuan sect do not realize that they have actually become cauldrons, and those few who figure out are immediately silenced. The Hahuan sect has a protective mountain formation that prevents outsiders from entering and those inside from leaving. Anyone attempting to escape will be discovered. The ancestral master has worked hard. Qingwan, come give him a massage? Lin Qingwan nodded and smiled at Jiang Sun. Sure. Jiang Sun did not refuse. Lying back in the rocking chair, closing his eyes, and enjoying Lin Qingwan's massage. Little demoness, teach him, Jiang Sun said to Jun Tianling. A shameless demoness from the Hahuan sect. Jun Tianling snorted coldly, but began to instruct Jiang Sun on the Tianluo soul summoning technique. The Tianluo soul summoning technique is divided into 10 levels, and Jun Tianling became the demon lord through it, but she had only practiced to the 9th level. If she reached the 10th level, she would likely become the legendary supreme, a powerful figure at the tribulation crossing stage, just a step away from ascension. Chapter 38. Heartbroken Qi Miaoying, what kind of garbage comprehension is this? I'm really speechless. Do you have no brain? Jun Tianling spent an entire hour explaining it to Jiang Sun. As a result, Jiang Sun didn't even understand the first level. Furious, Jun Tianling nearly wanted to destroy her own soul. Understand, I have been cultivating through dual cultivation for 1,000 years, both pleasurable and effective. And I haven't thought about studying techniques for a long time. Jiang Sun felt a bit guilty. If one can cultivate through dual cultivation, who would still study techniques? Perhaps this is the downside of the Hahuan sect. Come in, and I will personally teach you. What if you take over my body when I go in? Unless you vow not to harm me. Jiang Sun refused to go in. Said Si Yuyan. Just as Jun Tianling was about to swear, Jiang Sun added. Jun Tianling frowned at this. Why? Si Yuyan should be your real name. Swearing using Jun Tianling won't work. Jiang Sun trusted the system more. I, Si Yuyan, swear that during the teaching period, I will not harm Jiang Sun, otherwise my soul will perish. To Jun Tianling, she was not really Si Yuyan. Swearing as Si Yuyan meant nothing to her. But when she saw a flash around her, she was a bit confused. This is the symbol of the vow being formed. Am I really called Si Yuyan? Don't try to find loopholes. I made you swear never to harm me, not just during the teaching period. Jiang Sun caught onto Jun Tianling's verbal loophole. One day when I get out, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Upon hearing this, Jun Tianling put her hands down and said coldly, she would never make that vow. Then forget it. I don't need you to teach me. Jiang Sun shrugged. In fact, he and T completely understood earlier. It had just been a long time since he studied knowledge, and his mind was a bit muddled. If he sorted out carefully, he should still be able to learn it. Then Jiang Sun opened his eyes and saw that at some point, Lin Qingwan had knelt down and fallen asleep on his lap. She can sleep like this? Jiang Sun smiled helplessly, then got up, carried Lin Qingwan back to the room, laid her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. After all, she was also his woman. After doing all this, Jiang Sun took a shower and changed his clothes. He then took out the wall-bound jade pendant, preparing to cultivate to the peak of the golden core stage. The surroundings shifted, and Jiang Sun appeared cross-legged in the wall-bound jade pendant, only to find Qi Miaoying already there. They had agreed to meet every 3 days, and today happened to be the 3rd day. After seeing Jiang Sun, Qi Miaoying squatted on the ground, tears in her eyes, looking at him, completely different from before. What's wrong? Jiang Sun asked Qi Miaoying. Senior, Sister Pei died at Lingxiao Mountain. Qi Miaoyin looked at Jiang Sun and said in a low tone, Jiang Sun nodded, not saying much. This matter had nothing to do with him. Senior. You lied to me. Qi Miaoyin looked at Jiang Sun, her eyes red. Jiang Sun realized that after Yang and the others returned, they must have described Jiang Sun's appearance. Qi Miaoyin immediately recognized him. Did you tell him about us? Jiang Sun asked. Qi Miaoyin shook her head. No, I was going to say it, but I held back. She was not only saddened by Sister Pei's death, but also hurt that Jiang Sun had deceived her, tricking her into giving herself to him, even if it was just her soul. But she was also grateful to Jiang Sun for giving her the foundation establishment pill that allowed her to succeed in establishing her foundation and for teaching her cultivation. So in the end, she held back and did not mention anything related to Jiang Sun. Senior, are you from the Shanila? Qi Miaoyin continued to ask. Don't ask too much, Miaoyin. No matter what, I will not harm you. Jiang Sun stood up and gently wrapped his arm around Qi Miaoyin's shoulders. Even though we only have a spiritual connection, you are still my woman. But I don't even know who you really are, your identity, or where you are. I can't even be sure if the name you told me is real. How can that count as being your woman? Qi Miaoyin looked up at Jiang Sun with a face of grievance, tears streaming down her face. Why do you have the wall-bound jade pendant? Why did you appear here? Why did you lie to me that you were an immortal living in the pendant? Why did you promise me you wouldn't go to Lingxiao Mountain, yet you still went? Why won't you tell me who you really are? Ever since I learned that you are the mysterious senior from Shanila mentioned by my senior brother, these questions have been in my mind, and I can't figure them out. I was just a female cultivator at the Qi refining stage at that time. A senior who can even slay the soul of the demon lord. Why bother making up such nonsense to deceive me? What benefits can I give you, senior? This series of questions left Jiang Sun dumbfounded. He had spent a millennium in the Hahuan sect, engaging only in dual cultivation and pleasure. Who had ever talked about love? He had only tricked Qi Miaoyin into dual cultivating with him out of habit, completely ignoring that he had no feelings for this girl at all. But this girl was determined to repay him and was tricked into swearing an oath and giving herself to him. Jiang Sun did not know that Qi Miaoyin had been trying to persuade herself to love this old man, which was very difficult for a young girl. But she managed to do it. To find out she had been deceived felt no different than killing her. Girl, my name is Jiang Sun. After coming to terms with it, Jiang Sun squatted beside Qi Miaoyin and said softly, Jiang Sun? Qi Miaoyin, upon hearing this, forgot to cry. The great elder of the Hahuan sect, Jiang Sun? Jiang Sun, that was the title he held before he aged. Now, people called him Old Pervert. It seems you have heard of me. Jiang Sun nodded with a bitter smile. I heard you were a graceful and handsome man, the most beautiful in the world, even surpassing women. How could you? You lied to me again. Qi Miaoyin looked at Jiang Sun, incredulous. Sigh. Jiang Sun sighed. Haven't you heard? I failed my breakthrough and was struck by the heavenly tribulation, losing my cultivation and lifespan? Huh? Qi Miaoyin shook her head in a daze, having never heard of this. That was something that happened not long ago. Now I'm slowly recovering, and given time, I will become young again. Jiang Sun patted Qi Miaoyin's head. Don't worry. Although I did have ulterior motives towards you, I absolutely have no intention of harming you. From that day on, you are my woman, and I will take full responsibility for you. Qin Xinzi, you aren't disgusted by this old bone of mine, are you? No, no such thing. Looking into Jiang Sun's eyes, Qi Miaoyin inexplicably blushed, feeling a bit shy. Everything I say now is true. I absolutely did not deceive you. Jiang Jun embraced Qi Miaoyin and continued, if you really don't like how I look now, then wait for me. Wait until I return to the nascent soul stage, break through to the transformation stage, and return to my original appearance to see you. I won't appear here again before that. That's not true. Don't say such things, Qi Miaoyin said, gently pressing her finger against Jiang Jun's lips. She blinked and looked at Jiang Jun with affectionate eyes. I just feel like you've been deceiving me, which makes me very uncomfortable. Then what do you think since you know I'm the Hahuan prince? Jiang Yun smiled. People say the Hahuan prince is very handsome. I wanted to see for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be an old man. Qi Miaoyin smiled, pursing her lips. I didn't expect I could be with the Hahuan prince either. My identity cannot be revealed, you know? Jiang Jun looked down at Qi Miaoyin, and as I said before, This place cannot be known to anyone. Qi Miaoyi nodded. Jiang Jun looked at her and leaned down to kiss her. At first, Qi Miaoyi was a bit taken aback, but then she closed her eyes and went along with it. After some cultivation, Qi Miaoyi's mood improved a bit. Why did you use the precious soul-returning pill to save the Shushan disciple? Later, while leaning in Jiang Jun's arms, she asked, barely covering herself. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Or do you think I didn't save your senior sister? Jiang Yun asked. No. Qi Miaoyin's face turned red. I was just thinking. Shushan and your Hahuan sect should be enemies, right? They exterminate demons, while you are from a demonic sect. Hey, you can't say that. How can our Hahuan sect be a demonic sect? Dual cultivation is not illegal. Jiang Jun interrupted Qi Miaoyin upon hearing this. Dual cultivation is fine, but I heard that the women of your Hahuan sect take advantage of men, treating them as furnace cauldrons, absorbing their inner power, and eventually sucking them dry. Isn't that demonic? Love between men and women is consensual. It's just that they can't handle it themselves. Look at me. I've been in the Hahuan sect for 1,000 years, and I'm still full of life. Jiang Jun touched Qi Miaoyin's fair and proud figure. Hearing Jiang Jun say he was full of life, Qi Miaoyin's face turned red as she had seen it for herself. Saying the Hahuan sect is a demonic sect is just prejudice against us. I saved that Long Qingxin also because she is a Shushan disciple. In the future, if Shushan acts against the Hahuan sect, they should still give me some face, right? Jiang Jun deceived her again, but it was necessary. That's true, Qi Miaoyi nodded, not doubting Jiang Jun's words. All right, I need to cultivate to the great perfection of the golden core today. Let's cultivate together, Jiang Jun then said to Qi Miaoyi. Okay. Qi Miaoyi nodded, preparing to sit up to meditate, but was directly pressed down by Jiang Jun. Qi Miaoyin's eyes widened. Are we going to cultivate? Yes. Jiang Yun chuckled. The next day, Jiang Jun opened his eyes, and his cultivation had reached the great perfection of the golden core. As a demonic cultivator of the Hahuan sect, dual cultivation is also a form of cultivation. After Jiang Jun washed up with Lin Qingwan's assistance, the bell on Qingyu Peak rang. This was the bell calling all inner disciples to gather. Master Ancestor, are we going? Lin Qingwan asked Jiang Jun upon hearing the bell. Of course we're going. Jiang Jun nodded, wrapping his arms around Lin Qingwan. Hold on tight. Lin Qingwan nodded with a red face. And then Jiang Jun used his sword to carry Lin Qingwan to Qingyu Peak, landing in the square in front of the main hall of the Hahuan Palace. Many disciples had already gathered there, all female disciples. They were dressed very lightly, with some even wearing just 2 pieces of tattered cloth. The colorful scene was quite enchanting. Any man here would feel as if he were in paradise. They were laughing and playing in the center, pulling each other's clothes, comparing sizes, and occasionally letting out charming laughter. The inner disciples had to be at least at the foundation establishment stage, and there were about 1,000 inner disciples standing here. There were more than 3,000 outer female disciples. There were over 5,000 outer male disciples, all of whom were cannon fodder and furnace cauldrons. If someone were to attack, they would be the first to charge in. The originally playful female disciples stopped their antics upon seeing Jiang Jun holding Lin Qingwan land ahead. Not out of respect for Jiang Jun's authority, but because they didn't want an old man to see their bodies, feeling uncomfortable as if insects were crawling on them. Seeing the gazes of these disciples, Jiang Jun felt helpless. It was true that no matter where you are, it's all about looks. When he was younger, these female disciples were quite enthusiastic towards him, more excited than when they saw the sect leader. They would have loved to drag Jiang Jun into bed under the bright daylight. Master, Gu Qing and Lu Ruyan quickly approached Jiang Jun to greet him upon seeing him. Jiang Jun nodded. You should return to your team, Gu Qing then said to Lin Qingwan. Yes, Lin Qingwan replied respectfully, quickly walking back to her fellow disciples. What are they doing? Jiang Yun asked Gu Qing. The sect master wants to distribute the resources obtained yesterday to the disciples for their cultivation, Gu Qing explained. I see. Jiang Jun nodded. That's good. Tu Qing just became the sect master and needs to win people's hearts. Greetings, Master Uncle. At this moment, 2 women walked up behind Gu Qing and Lu Ruyan. One of the women was dressed in a pink off-shoulder dress, revealing a large expanse of white skin, tied at the waist with a ribbon that made her waist look slender. She wore a flower-like hair ornament, and her loose hair fell across her chest. creating a beautiful curve. This was Tu Qing's eldest disciple, Lingxiao. She bowed to Jiang Jun, further enticing him to explore the depths. Indeed very pink. The other woman wore a blue-green gauze dress, with a circular ring around her neck connecting to the clothing, exposing her fragrant shoulders and a large expanse of white back. There was a small hole in the front of her dress, making one unable to resist looking there. Her smooth back also attracted attention, and with the high slit of the dress revealing her fair thighs, it was hard to decide where to look. Master Uncle, she slightly bowed. This was Tu Qing's second disciple, Xiaolong. Mengxiao, Xiaolong, your cultivation has also improved. Jiang Jun smiled at the two. With Tu Qing watching over them, Jiang Jun didn't get a chance to enjoy their beauty. Xiaolong did not allow it, because her cultivation method was the heartfelt desire technique, which strictly forbade any violation. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be in vain. As for Li Mengxiao, she did not like men. She had a fixed dual cultivation partner, Yu Yin, one of the three great elders of the Hahuan sect. The two of them used mutual comfort to eliminate their inner desires, which could also be considered dual cultivation. Although this effect was not as good as dual cultivating with men, it could still suppress their desires. Master Uncle is joking. You're the one who is scary. It's only been a little while, and you've already returned to the great perfection of the golden core. Li Mengxiao looked at Jiang Jun in surprise. Her alluring little mouth slightly agape. This speed of cultivation is too shocking. Looking at Li Mengxiao's small mouth, Jiang Jun couldn't help but have some improper thoughts. Ahem. Just as this thought crossed Jiang Jun's mind, he heard someone cough softly behind him. Turning around, he saw a woman in a dark green gauze robe. Although most of her body was covered, her stunning figure was still evident. The woman had phoenix eyes, straight brows, a small and upturned nose, and slightly larger lips, which made her even more alluring. Junior brother Jiang, don't you dare have any designs on my Mengxiao. The newcomer was Yu Yin, Jiang Jun's senior sister and the eldest disciple of Luan Lan. Seeing Jiang Jun's gaze, she immediately saw through his thoughts. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Mengxiao is so beautiful. Which man wouldn't he want to take a few more looks? Tiang Yun smiled at Yu Yin, secretly moving his feet to hide behind Gu Qing and Lu Ruyan. Yin still has a bit of a psychological shadow regarding him. When she was young, she heard that Sister Yu was not interested in men, but Jiang Jin stubbornly didn't believe it and tried to seduce Yu Yin every day with flirtatious gestures. Not only did she fail to seduce her, but she also made Yu Yin terrified of men. For more than 100 years after that, whenever Yu Yin saw a man, she felt nauseous. Just when she was finally feeling a bit better, Jiang Jin secretly crept into the bathhouse to peek at Yu Yin while she was bathing. This infuriated Yu Yin. She directly beat up Jiang Jin and threw her in the middle of the square, calling a group of female disciples to come. She said she wanted to cool Jiang Jin down. That group of female demons almost drained Jiang Jin dry. If it weren't for Yulan intervening, Jiang Jin might have already become a dry corpse. The yin-yang harmony technique couldn't withstand such treatment. For a long time after that, Jiang Jin didn't dare to see Yu Yin. Until one night, when Yu Yin got drunk and accidentally walked into Jiang Jin's room instead of Li Mengxiao's. Jiang Jin saw this as a great opportunity. She made her move, and, as expected, they kissed and touched, but just when it was about to go all the way. Yu Yin suddenly spoke. Mengxiao, why do you have a chicken? As soon as she said this, Jiang Jin didn't even react before Yu Yin did. She almost took her sword and castrated Jiang Jin. Fortunately, Jiang Jin quickly raised her fist and barely dodged. Yu Yin also ran away. The next day, when Yu Yin sobered up from her hangover, she dragged Jiang Jin out of her room, tied her to Yanyuan Peak, and gave the male disciples of Yanyuan Peak aphrodisiacs. If it weren't for Tu Qing arriving just in time to save Jiang Jin, she might have lost her backside. Since then, Jiang Jin would hide as far away from Yu Yin as possible. Yu Yin snorted coldly, glaring at Jiang Jin. I'm watching you. Yes. Jiang Jin nodded. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. She loved watching Yu Yin take care of Jiang Jin. The sect master is here. At this moment, a woman shouted. Everyone looked towards the Hahuan Hall. Tu Qing, wearing a high-slit white robe and white high heels, walked forward with a sway, her long white legs occasionally exposed. This scene made all the disciples marvel. What a figure! Beside her was a woman in a black gauze skirt, with a straight neckline revealing her fragrant shoulders and collarbones. Her bangs parted at the front, and her black hair flowing down her back. Her eyes were full of indifference and cunning, her brows and eyes cold, her complexion dark, and her lips a deep red. The combination of her black gauze skirt gave her a mysterious beauty and a suffocating aura that made people dare not approach. The last one was the Grand Elder, Ming Ning. She was Jiang Jin and Tu Qing's senior sister, and Yu Yan's junior sister. She was the archetypal Hehuan sect demoness. Anyone who dared to enter her room ended up becoming a dried corpse overnight. Jiang Jin had helped deal with no less than 40 corpses, all in tragic states. Although Ming Ning had often invited Jiang Jin to her room for dual cultivation, Jiang Jin never dared to go. If she really had the guts to go into Ming Ning's room, it was hard to say whether she would live or die, and she probably wouldn't even be able to get it up. Ding detected the daughter of high fortune, Lingxiao Mountain. Ding detected the daughter of high fortune, Xiaolong. Ding detected the daughter of high fortune, Ming Ning. Lingxiao favorability 10. Return multiple 100. Xiaolong favorability 80. Return multiple 800. Yu Yan favorability 5. Return multiple 50. Ming Ning favorability 35. Return multiple 350. Ming Ning's level. Jiang Jin was taken aback. What the hell is Xiaolong's favorability of 80? Xiaolong? 80? The love of longing? You long for me with the love of longing. Welcome, sect master. At that moment, the entire Hehuan sect collectively bowed and shouted. Jumping clown. Jun Tianling's voice sounded, seemingly dismissive of Tu Qing. Yes, yes. How can our Hehuan sect compare to your lofty sect? We can't even live for 1,000 years. Jiang Jin said in an yin-yang manner. TCH, Jun Tianling scoffed disdainfully. The existence of the Su Wang Palace has probably only been around for about 800 years. Destroying your third-rate sect would be as easy as a flick of my finger. Although we have fallen out of the top 10 sects, we can still be considered a second-rate sect. Jiang Jin laughed. This was indeed hard to refute for Jun Tianling, who was at the Great Ascension stage. It would be a simple matter. 4 days ago, the secret realm of Su Wang Mountain opened, and Grand Elder Gu Qing, Elder Lu Run, and Jiang Jin led the way, defeating a number of sect disciples, claiming the top spot, and acquiring a large amount of resources in Su Wang Mountain. Tu Qing didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Hearing Tu Qing's words, everyone became excited, glancing at Jiang Jin from time to time. Jiang Jin? Leading? Claiming the top spot? Is that true? Elder Jiang was not incapacitated. Today, we have called all the disciples here to share the spoils with everyone. Tu Qing said, waving her hand, and a large number of resources appeared in the square, instantly shining with golden light. Spirit stones, magical artifacts, elixirs, alchemy materials, defensive gear, poisons, and so on were all available. The female disciples were all amazed, exclaiming in excitement. Each person could take 2 types of items they needed. If they took spirit stones, they could take away 10 superior spirit stones. Don't take things you don't need. They will be distributed in order of strength, starting with the Grand Elder, who will take them first. Tu Qing then looked at everyone and said, just as Yu Yan was about to step forward, Tu Qing looked at Jiang Jin. Senior brother Jiang, please go first. Jiang Jin was about to step forward when she heard Yu Yan's cold snort, instantly covered in goosebumps. Auntie, why don't you let sister you go first? Chapter 41. Let you bully my senior brother when you were young. Sister, please. Jiang Jin was quite tactful, looking at Yu Yan and making a gesture of invitation. I say, senior brother, you go first. Tu Qing said coldly, her voice leaving no room for discussion, glaring at Yu Yan. Junior brother, please. Seeing this, Yan also took a step back, forcing a smile at Jiang Jin. Feeling the pressure from Tu Qing, Jiang Jin felt a bit embarrassed. Tu Qing adapted to her new identity quite quickly. Let you bully my senior brother when you were young. Watching Jiang Jin walk towards a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Tu Qing thought proudly. On the surface, however, she remained calm. Jiang Jin walked up, casually took 2 items, and then returned to her spot. Yu Yan looked at Tu Qing and, seeing her nod, stepped forward to choose what she needed. Next was Ming Ning, Gu Qing, Lu Ruiyun, and Xiaolong. Seeing Xiaolong's meaningful glances towards her when she returned, Jiang Jin was filled with confusion. Did Xialong's love of longing truly long for her? As someone involved, Jiang Jin couldn't figure out, but outsiders could see through it. Xialong, as an inner sect disciple and Tu Qing's direct disciple, had never been in the outer sect. She didn't want to improve her strength through dual cultivation, nor did she want to harm others' lives. So what could she do? Cultivate the love of longing. Besides Jiang Jin, there were no other men around Tu Qing, and Xialong could always see Jiang Jin when she was with Tu Qing. In the entire inner sect, there was not a single other man besides Jiang Jin. She didn't like women, so who else could it be but Jiang Jin? No one else. After all the grand elders and elders had taken their items, the disciples also stepped forward in an orderly manner to take what they currently needed. Among the items were enhancement pills for breaking through to the golden core stage and a small number of Yuan infant pills for breaking through to the Yuan infant stage. But the quality was questionable. The quality of pills is also divided into supreme, superior, medium, and inferior. If there's a choice, naturally, one would choose supreme pills. The difference between cultivators who break through using supreme pills and those who use other pills is like heaven and earth. Now is the time to lay the foundation. When they reach the virtual realm, while others' Dharma forms are incredibly solid, yours will shatter at a touch. This is the difference caused by taking different pills during the cultivation process and absorbing spiritual energy differently. After everyone received their share, there was still a pile left in front of them. The remaining items were evenly distributed among the elders from various peaks and given to the female disciples of the outer sect. Tu Qing looked at Lu Riyun and the others. The three nodded and stepped forward to start collecting the items. At this moment, Shishan Peak did not have an elder, so Gu Qing had to step in and take a portion. Senior brother, Tu Qing then looked at Jiang Sun and took out a storage ring. This contained some lesser resources. Can you help me deliver it to Yanyuan Peak? Sure. Jiang Sun nodded, stepping forward to take the storage ring. He also knew that there were no elders at Yanyuan Peak, and they did not want to go there, making it inconvenient for them to act. Jiang Sun originally went to Yanyuan Peak just to pass the time, and since he was the one who brought back the resources, it was most appropriate for him to go. One more thing, Tu Qing then addressed the disciples. Right now, there are no elders at Shishan Peak. Soon, a competition will be held here, and everyone from each peak can participate. The cultivation level must be above the mid-stage golden core. In the end, the victor, regardless of how they win or their cultivation level, can become an elder at Shishan Peak. Upon hearing this news, the disciples began to buzz with excitement. They knew that the treatment of elders was vastly different from that of inner sect disciples. Once someone became an elder, the cultivation resources within the sect would definitely be prioritized for them. This was a great opportunity for ascension. The competition would start in 3 days. During this time, they should sign up with the elders from each peak, who would compile the list and report it to the Grand Elder Yu Yan. After finishing her announcement, Tu Qing turned and left. Farewell, Sect Master. Everyone shouted in unison, bowing in unison. Everyone disperse, Tu Qing said as she returned to the Hahuan Hall, waving her hand. The disciples all began to leave. All right, now that my junior sister has become the Sect Master, she will definitely take care of you, Yu Yin said with a gloomy expression as she appeared behind Jiang Sun after the disciples had dispersed. This immediately gave Jiang Sun goosebumps, and he quickly took 2 steps back. What are you saying, senior sister? I don't understand. I have tasks assigned by the Sect Master, so I won't keep you company. With that, Jiang Sun quickly ran away. Wait for me, Master Ancestor. Lin Qingwan saw this and quickly followed on her sword. However, she had just established her foundation, and her sword technique was not very steady, causing her to fall directly from the air. Gu Qing originally wanted to go save her, but saw Jiang Sun flying over and catching Lin Qingwan in midair. Are you all right? Jiang Sun looked down at Lin Qingwan and smiled. I'm fine, Lin Qingwan replied, blushing as she saw the Master Ancestor's flowing white hair and smiling face. Who said this old man isn't handsome? This old man is so handsome. Jiang Sun carried Lin Qingwan all the way to Yanyuan Peak. Compared to Qingyu Peak, Yanyuan Peak was like the difference between a heavenly palace and a small village. The decorations here were simple, and the disciples lived in houses made of mud bricks and tiles. The uneven stone platform served as their training ground. Hundreds of dilapidated houses were their dormitories for 5,000 people, and the cafeteria was just a larger house. There was also a somewhat decent library where some scriptures that could enhance their vitality were stored. The stronger they practiced these, the more satisfied the female disciples would be in absorbing their energy. Despite this shabby environment, they practiced diligently because they were not after a living environment but aimed to cultivate together with their senior sisters. Every time they cultivated together, it was simply transcendent. Moreover, those who could cultivate with their senior sisters more than 5 times would all enter the inner sect. It was said that entering the inner sect even allowed them to cultivate with elders and the sect master. They were all looking forward to that day. Of course, they were thinking too beautifully. When Jiang Sun landed with Lin Qingwan, the disciples of Yang Yuan Peak quickly gathered in the training ground, all staring at Jiang Sun and secretly sizing up Lin Qingwan. "Welcome, Elder Jiang," the disciples shouted in unison. Although they knew Jiang Sun had failed his tribulation, they were just outer sect disciples and did not dare to say much. Besides, even if Jiang Sun had failed his tribulation, he was still much stronger than them. Jiang Sun nodded and turned to Lin Qingwan. "You speak." Lin Qingwan nodded and looked at the disciples. Elder Jiang brought back a large amount of cultivation resources from the illusory mountain secret realm. Sect Master Tu asked Elder Jiang to distribute the resources to you. The male disciples were very happy to hear this, especially some who were seeing a female senior sister for the first time, and they were particularly excited. As expected, just like the rumors say, the inner sect senior sisters are all celestial beings. We will not disappoint the sect master's expectations and will work hard to cultivate. We will strive to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Elder Jiang is amazing. Chapter 42. The Memory of Jun Tianling. Under Jiang Sun's arrangements, the materials were distributed. Although these materials were much lesser than what Tu Qing had distributed at Qingyu Peak, it did not affect this group of outer sect disciples' joy. Elder Jiang, after the resources were distributed, Zhang Yuan quickly walked up to Jiang Sun and bowed deeply. "It's you," Jiang Sun nodded. "I heard you came to look for me. What is it?" "I wanted to thank Elder Jiang for saving my life." Zhang Yuan quickly lowered his voice to avoid being overheard by others. "It's fine, I'll take care of you this time, but next time, you'll have to fend for yourself." Jiang Sun nodded and left with Lin Qingwan before he could say anything more. In fact, Jiang Sun did not need to worry about him anymore. Because of what Jiang Sun had instructed that day, Lurian thought Jiang Sun intended to cultivate Zhang Yuan, so she ordered that no one was allowed to touch him. From then on, he would no longer be used by the Hahuan sect for energy absorption or dual cultivation, and he became the gravekeeper of the Hahuan sect. As long as someone was absorbed to death, he would bury the body in the back mountain. He was quite relieved that he had bet correctly. Otherwise, he would have become one of the countless nameless wild graves. Although he was temporarily safe, he still needed to find a way to escape from the Hahuan sect, this den of demons. Master Ancestor, recently Qingwan feels that her realm is still unstable. After returning to the small room, Lin Qingwan held Jiang Sun's hand, intertwining their fingers and gazing lovingly into Jiang Sun's eyes. "Can Master Ancestor help Qingwan a bit?" Of course, Jiang Sun nodded, lowering her head to kiss Lin Qingwan. Lin Qingwan immediately cooperated, the little snake in Jiang Sun's mouth moving lively. Cough, cough. Just as Jiang Sun was about to use her hands and feet, a cough interrupted them. Lin Qingwan quickly looked up in shock, hurriedly bowed, not daring to raise her head at all. "Sect Master, what brings you here?" Jiang Sun turned to look at Tu Qing, who was dressed as before, indicating that she had come directly from the Hahuan Hall. "Senior brother, let us talk inside." Tu Qing came to Jiang Sun's side, affectionately linking her arm with Jiang Sun's as they walked past Lin Qingwan without even glancing at her. Once inside the small room, Lin Qingwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Tu Qing set up a soundproof barrier to isolate the sounds from inside and outside. "Senior brother, I just broke through to the God transformation stage, and my realm is unstable. Can you help me out a bit?" Tu Qing said, pushing Jiang Sun onto the bed. "Let us do it together." Jiang Sun smiled at the door. "I don't want that. If you do that, I'll find someone else. I'll just randomly find a male disciple from Yang Yuan Peak, and he can satisfy me just the same." Tu Qing said, slightly annoyed. She didn't mind Jiang Sun being intimate with others, but but she was not going to let him take things too far and drag someone else into it. You dare. If you find one, I'll kill one, Jiang Sun said, flipping over to take control, pressing Tu Qing down. Oh no, I'm so scared. Tu Qing curled up in Jiang Sun's embrace, fearfully calling out, but in reality, she was blushing and looking forward to Jiang Sun's next move. Shameless. Jun Tianling felt like she couldn't bear to look. How come everyone in the Hahuan sect is like this? And what is up with this sect master? Is this how you become a sect master? After thinking for a while, Jun Tianling quickly cut off her connection with the outside world. Ever since she used the soul-forging pill, she felt her soul becoming stronger, and she could do even more in this shimmering sword. About 2 hours later, Tu Qing finally left Jiang Sun's small house with satisfaction. After stepping out, she glanced at Lin Qingwan and then left. Seeing this, Lin Qingwan hurriedly ran into the small house to pick up Jiang Sun's clothes from the floor. Master, do you want to wash them? Let's wash the clothes. Jiang Sun, lying on the bed, nodded. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Qingwan took the clothes and went out. After being frightened by Tu Qing just now, she didn't dare to act too boldly towards Jiang Sun for the time being. However, they still had to sleep together at night. When night fell, as the two lay together, Lin Qingwan felt Jiang Sun's hands and feet were restless, but naturally, she did not resist and allowed him to do as he pleased. Is it still not done? Jun Tianling, opening the connection to the outside world, was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, then quickly reacted. They even changed partners? Oh my eyes, I really want to dig them out and throw them away, Jun Tianling said, but still quickly hid away. In the early morning, Jiang Sun fell into a drowsy sleep. But not long after, he felt a chill all over his body, jolted awake, and opened his eyes. Lin Qingwan was gone from his side, and he was not lying in his own bed. Before him was a cliff. Under the moonlight, a long-haired woman stood at the edge of the cliff, holding a long sword that was red and black in color. Jiang Sun frowned and took a closer look. Isn't that the Luhong sword? Did I enter the Luhong sword again? Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly adjusted his spiritual consciousness. Upon doing so, he realized he had lost his internal power. The woman at the cliff suddenly swung her sword, and a scorching firelight cleaved towards the other side of the cliff. The power was several times stronger than what Jiang Sun could produce. Tianling, I succeeded. The woman suddenly turned to look at Jiang Sun, her face filled with excitement. Under the glow of the firelight, Jiang Sun saw the woman's face. Her eyes were as clear as spring water, devoid of any impurities. Her skin was as white as snow, with a rosy hue on her cheeks. Her face was delicate and small, with an oval shape and a hint of playfulness. Her straight and petite nose, along with her cherry-like lips, was currently smiling, her eyes squinting happily at Jiang Sun. For a moment, Jiang Sun was lost in thought. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly sat up from the bed. Master? What's wrong? Lin Qingwan, feeling the person beside her sit up, groggily propped herself up, covering her snowy body with the blanket. A dream? Jiang Sun glanced back at Lin Qingwan, his brow furrowed. What a real dream. Just now, it seemed he truly saw that woman before him. What did she call him? Tianling? Yun Tianling? Could it be Jun Tianling's memory? Master? Seeing Jiang Sun not speaking, Lin Qingwan leaned over with some concern. It's nothing, just go back to sleep. Jiang Sun shook his head, got out of bed, put on his shoes, and draped a robe over himself as he walked out the door. Watching the fish belly of dawn appear in the sky, Jiang Sun still felt a bit dazed. If this was Jun Tianling's memory, then the woman he saw just now was probably Tang Ying. He had never met Tang Ying, so he couldn't confirm it at this moment, and the memory was too vague, feeling like he was on the verge of forgetting it. Are you sick? Not sleeping late at night? Jun Tianling, who was meditating, sensed Jiang Sun moving and opened her eyes to speak. You're the one who's sick, watching me? Jiang Sun retorted. Have you gotten a temper after sleeping with a few women? Jun Tianling was somewhat surprised. Jiang Sun had not talked back before. Chapter 43. Where's my tribulation? Jiang Sun ignored her, but upon hearing her speak, he took out the sword that had been in her corpse's hand earlier. This sword was entirely black, seemingly the same size as the Luhong sword. After drawing the blade, it displayed a red-black color, flickering alternately, and the whole sword exuded a murderous aura. indicating that many had died beneath it. Jiang Sun then took out the Luhong sword, drew it out, and compared the two swords. Only then did he realize that their sizes, lengths, widths, and even the curvature of the blood groove on the hilt were completely identical. Only the Luhong sword was a clear half-red, half-black, rather than alternating. Jun Tianling, watching Jiang Sun's strange behavior, was also puzzled and curious. When Jiang Sun took out the Luhong sword, she intended to see if she could get out. As a result, she also noticed that the two swords looked almost identical and was momentarily stunned. "Where did you get this sword?" Jun Tianling was about to speak when Jiang Sun asked first. "Where did you get your sword?" Yun Tianling vitotit. "You answer me first." Jiang Sun immediately replied. Based on the dream just now, it was certain that the sword the woman was holding was undoubtedly his Luhong sword. "Oh man, have you forgotten that I told you my memory is incomplete?" Jun Tianling said somewhat speechlessly. "I've long since forgotten the name and origin of this sword. I only know it's a sacred artifact, a bargain for you." "Does this sword have a spirit?" Jiang Sun asked. "Since it was a sacred item, it should have a spirit, I guess." Jun Tianling also wasn't very sure. "Can you feel your consciousness on this sword?" Jiang Sun continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Jun Tianling tried it out. Afterward, she shook her head. "It's gone. Perhaps it thinks I'm dead and needs to recognize a new master." Hearing this, Jiang Sun put away the Luhong sword, then used Jun Tianling's sword to cut himself, letting blood flow along the blood groove over the entire sword body. Subsequently, the sword emitted a red-black glow. Jiang Sun wondered if the woman was the spirit of this sword. As the red-black glow dissipated, the sword returned to its original appearance. However, Jiang Sun could feel through his consciousness that this sword had already recognized him as its master. "What on earth are you doing?" Jun Tianling still couldn't help but ask. Although it recognized him as its master, it was just recognition. After that, there was no further movement, nor did she feel the presence of a sword spirit. Strange. Jiang Sun sighed and retracted Jun Tianling's sword. "Dare you ignore me?" Jun Tianling was stunned for a moment, then shouted angrily. Jiang Sun, having gone through Jun Tianling's trash-talking attacks, had developed the ability to filter her words and directly ignored her. Then, Jiang Sun shook his head, flew away with the sword, and arrived at a distant solitary peak. "What do you want to do again? Why are you so good at causing trouble?" Jun Tianling asked upon seeing this. "I'm feeling frustrated, just going through a tribulation to break through," Jiang Sun said, taking out a top-grade Yuaning Dan and swallowing it. Then took out 5 sacred artifacts to protect himself, put on the 9 heavens reversal robe, and waited for the tribulation to descend. "I've really never seen such a way to relieve frustration," Jun Tianling said speechlessly. Jiang Sun ignored her, holding his breath and focusing, waiting for the tribulation to arrive. A cup of tea, an incense stick, an hour passed. "Where's my tribulation?" Jiang Sun waited for a long time without seeing any reaction from the sky. It was already bright. He couldn't help but shout at the sky. Boom! Just after he finished shouting, a thunderclap roared from above. Dark clouds began to gather, and the entire sky turned gloomy. This startled Jiang Sun, who quickly began to channel his energy. As a result, it started to rain from the sky. The thunder and lightning were incessant, and the rain fell heavier and heavier, yet there was not a single trace of a tribulation. The barrier formed by the 5 sacred artifacts and the 9 heavens reversal robe became Jiang Sun's umbrella. Not a single drop of rain fell on him. Jiang Sun also felt that he had already reached the early stage of Yuaning. The Yuaning broke free from the Dan and formed a baby-like body within Jiang Sun. This Yuaning was very quiet. As soon as it came out, it went to sleep, looking somewhat listless. However, Jiang Sun could feel that this Yuaning was much stronger than his previous one. Not only Jiang Sun was puzzled, but Jun Tianling was also filled with confusion. She was still waiting for the tribulation to strike Jiang Sun so she could escape. "Aren't you going to face the tribulation?" After a moment, Jun Tianling finally asked quietly. "I was struck by the tribulation to reach foundation establishment." Remembering that the Golden Dan had also not faced the tribulation before, Jiang Sun was also a bit bewildered. "I understand. It's probably because your body has already passed through the tribulations of the Golden Core and nascent soul stages. So now that you're breaking through, your tribulation is no longer present, and naturally, it will not be triggered. Jun Tianling thought for a moment and then said, "What do you mean?" Jiang Sun fell silent for a moment before asking. "Everyone has their own tribulation, just like after you had a meal yesterday. You can't have the same meal today. Do you understand now?" Jun Tianling, knowing this kid's comprehension was poor, organized his words and explained. "Then if I spit it out, I can eat it again, right?" Jiang Sun replied. Though it was a bit disgusting, the logic was indeed sound. "You are really disgusting." Jun Tianling also felt goosebumps at those words. "Didn't you lose your memory? How can you say it so coherently?" Jiang Sun understood, but was puzzled again. "After the soul-forging pill took effect, my soul is gradually returning and recovering. I now remember some unimportant things that you were able to use," Jun Tianling said helplessly. It seemed that these memories awakened just to match Jiang Sun's confusion. It's frustrating that one can't even exchange brain cells with heavenly tribulation. Ah, the way of heaven is unfair. Jiang Sun nodded, sighed, and after putting away that pile of weapons, he directly rode the wind. No need to use a sword anymore. Jiang Sun was already very familiar with riding the wind. Moments later, Jiang Sun returned to the small house and saw Lin Qingwan standing at the door with an umbrella. Upon seeing Jiang Sun land, she was first surprised and then hurriedly ran over with the umbrella. "Master Ancestor, where have you been in this heavy rain? Hurry and change your clothes, don't get drenched." She didn't even bother to hold the umbrella for herself, instead holding it all over Jiang Sun's head. "Silly girl, do you think a nascent soul cultivator is afraid of getting wet?" Jiang Sun laughed, hugging Lin Qingwan, and the two of them walked under the eaves together with the umbrella. "Master Ancestor, have you really returned to the nascent soul?" Lin Qingwan looked at Jiang Sun in surprise. She felt it when Jiang Sun flew down just now, thinking it was an illusion, but it turned out to be true. "Yes," Jiang Sun nodded. Feeling his nascent soul stronger than before, he couldn't help but think, perhaps starting over from the foundation establishment stage is quite good, as it allows him to make up for previous shortcomings. Back then, he didn't use a top-grade nascent soul pill to break through. "So, is this rain your tribulation, Master Ancestor?" Lin Qingwan then looked at the thunderstorm and asked. "Yes." Jiang Sun lazily nodded, unwilling to explain further. Chapter 44. Merging with the 100 Flowers sect? 3 days later, the elder selection officially began. During these 3 days, Jiang Sun had been discussing philosophy with Lin Qingwan, but after reaching the nascent soul stage, Lin Qingwan's help to him wasn't that significant anymore. Instead, he was benefiting her greatly. If he wanted to cultivate through dual cultivation, it would be best to choose someone with a higher cultivation level, like Tu Qing. Jiang Sun had little interest in the elder selection. Logically speaking, with his current identity, he could participate, but it was hard to shake off the elder identity to gain a bit more freedom. Jiang Sun was too lazy to go. Tu Qing also didn't go, as she was uninterested in watching the competition. Whoever wins would become an elder anyway. So, Tu Qing came to Jiang Sun's small house and spent time with him. After a long and profound exchange of words, Tu Qing nestled in Jiang Sun's arms. Indeed, dual cultivating with Tu Qing was much stronger. Jiang Sun felt that his breakthrough into the nascent soul stage was now completely stable. By the way, Jiang Sun suddenly remembered Xielong, who was Xielong's object of affection while practicing the heartfelt technique. The so-called heartfelt technique requires the practitioner to have feelings for someone. When using this technique in battle, the depth of affection enhances the power of the technique. However, it can only be yearning. Once it turns into something real, the technique will fail. All the cultivation over hundreds or thousands of years could be wasted, and it might even endanger one's life. Tu Qing was slightly stunned and then asked, "Senior brother, why are you suddenly asking this? You aren't interested in Xielong, are you? Are you jealous?" Jiang Sun looked at Tu Qing, intentionally teasing her. Tu Qing scoffed. "Of course I'm jealous. Senior brother has too many women." "Were there many? Including you?" "There are only 3. Jiang Sun said dismissively. The 3 he referred to were naturally Tu Qing, Gu Qing, and Lin Qingwan. Tu Qing was also aware of Lu Ruyun's situation. As for Qin Miaoyin, she naturally didn't know. "Oh, so those past flings don't count, right?" Tu Qing glared at Jiang Sun and shouted, "How can they count? That was at most a bit of dual cultivation. They aren't my women." Jiang Sun smiled. saying there was a significant difference. 3 is already quite a lot. Tu Qing rolled her eyes at Jiang Sun. Don't change the subject. Jiang Sun certainly wouldn't give Tu Qing the chance to change the subject. Sigh. Seeing her plan fail, Tu Qing sighed. It's you, okay? Why is it me? Jiang Sun asked in confusion. There's only you, the only man on Qingyu Peak. If not you, then who? Tu Qing looked helpless. However, since you failed the tribulation, Xiaoling's technique has indeed improved. Though she can't say it, she's quite worried about you. You really have a way, making Xiaolong develop feelings for me. Jiang Sun said helplessly upon hearing this. It's you who has a way, right? Tu Qing rolled her eyes at Jiang Sun. Not to mention anything else, just your face when you were young. Which girl wouldn't be moved? Bruce, you treated Xiaolong well when she was young, so she naturally has feelings for you. Tu Qing quickly added, but you mustn't have any designs on Xiaolong. She just broke through to the nascent soul. Don't let her efforts go to waste. I know. Jiang Sun nodded, just wanting to confirm. Senior brother, look. Tu Qing suddenly got up from the bed, waved her hand, and a pill appeared in her hand. A top-grade transformation pill. What for? Jiang Sun smiled upon seeing this. Senior brother, you are now a nascent soul, progressing so quickly, I'm sure you'll soon return to the great perfection. This is something from the treasure vault you brought back. I brought it for you to use later. Tu Qing had a face full of expectation, looking eagerly at Jiang Sun. Good, you're the best, junior sister. Jiang Sun nodded, accepting the transformation pill and patting Tu Qing's head. Tu Qing smiled brightly, squinting her eyes and showing her little tiger teeth, looking very cute. Seeing Tu Qing like this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but pull her to dance. Before long, the room was filled with Tu Qing's cries for mercy, continuously shouting for help. Senior brother, you're ungrateful. I'm repaying kindness with cruelty. Fortunately, at this time, everyone from the Hawan sect was in the Hawan Hall, and Lin Qingwan had also come to join the fun. Otherwise, they would definitely think the sect leader was being killed by Jiang Sun. After another round of teasing, Tu Qing was completely exhausted. This is the old man? This is the early nascent soul? Even the transformation realm can't withstand it? Senior brother, I still want? Jiang Sun leaned in close to the panting Tu Qing. No. Spare me. I need to talk about serious matters with you. Tu Qing shook her hands repeatedly, protecting herself. Go ahead. Jiang Sun nodded. I'm preparing to bring the Hawan sect back to the top 10 sections. Tu Qing finally sighed in relief, looking at Jiang Sun seriously. The weakest of the current top 10 sects is the 100 Flowers sect. Do you want to take action against the 100 Flowers sect? Jiang Sun thought for a moment and then frowned. Tu Qing nodded. Although the 100 Flowers sect has the supreme Elder Tang Ying in charge. She hasn't shown her face for hundreds of years, so I suspect she must have died. You just died. Before Jiang Sun could respond, Jun Tianling shouted from the Luong sword. A pair of siblings, not one good thing. I'm going out to tear you apart. Jun Tianling shouted through gritted teeth, clearly very angry, and his killing intent was almost overflowing. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this a good opportunity to determine Tang Ying's current status? Jiang Jin said helplessly. Jun Tianling was taken aback by Jiang Jin's words and felt that he was quite right. Not to mention that the current sect master of Baiwa sect, Yin Ning Yu, is in the mid-stage of the transformation god realm. You might not even be her match. Jiang Jin then looked at Tu Qing. Even if we defeat her, what then? The top 10 sects are not something you can just fight your way into. We fell out of the top 10 sects because our master went into seclusion, I failed my breakthrough, and the strength of the Hawan sect plummeted. Tu Qing nodded. So, now that senior brother has returned to the nascent soul stage, we need at least one peak mid-stage transformation god in our sect to surpass Baiwa sect. Jiang Jin frowned at Tu Qing's words, as if her goal was not to gain a position through battle. You don't mean to merge with Baiwa sect, do you? Tu Qing immediately nodded. Senior brother is really smart. Even if we fight Baiwa sect, the top 10 sects won't recognize us, and we could fall out at any time. Only by merging with Baiwa sect can we secure our position in the top 10 sects, and then we won't be in a precarious position anymore. Are you foolish? Or is Yin Ning Yu foolish? Or am I foolish? Why would she merge with the Huan sect? Jiang Jin reached out to touch Tu Qing's forehead, wanted to see if this transformation god fairy had a fever and was confused. Chapter 45. the secret realm of Shuqian this time. Baiwa sect sent 3 nascent soul disciples to the illusory mountain's secret realm, but only one returned. Tu Qing grabbed Jiang Jin's hand, her eyes blazing. Currently, Baiwa sect only has 1 mid-stage transformation god, Yi Ningyu, 1 fully realized nascent soul, and 3 other nascent soul disciples. We, Hehuan sect, have 1 early-stage transformation god. And including you, we have 6 nascent soul disciples. Wait, Jiang Jin raised her hand to interrupt Tu Qing. Gu Qing, Luriyun, Xiaolong Lingxiao, Yin, and Ming Ning. Aren't these 7 nascent souls? Senior sister Yu Yin is breaking through, and if she succeeds, we will have 1 more transformation god. Tu Qing said with a grin. Jiang Jin finally understood where this little girl got her courage to challenge Yi Ningyu. It turned out that Yu Yin was also about to break through. Aren't you afraid that senior sister you will come looking for trouble after a breakthrough? Jiang Jin laughed, recalling the day Tu Qing had given Yu Yin a cold shoulder. Senior sister wouldn't do that. If she dared, Master wouldn't let her off, Tu Qing said confidently. The reason they only chose to appoint a proxy sect master between Jiang Jin and Tu Qing and did not consider the fully realized Yu Yin was also for a reason. After all, Yu Yin did not dual cultivate and had not broken through yet, spending all her time focusing on Lingxiao. Although she was strong, her actions were not suitable for the position of sect master of Hehuan sect. Yulan was also worried that Yu Yin would turn Hehuan sect into an all-female sect, which would completely waste the dual cultivation path that had been passed down for thousands of years. Thinking of this matter, Jiang Jin also thought of Ming Ning. As a girl of great fortune, her aptitude was even better than Tu Qing's, yet despite her relentless efforts, why was her cultivation only at the peak of the nascent soul stage? Why had she not broken through to full realization? Could she still be considered a girl of great fortune? Or did Ming Ning have some secret? The resources senior brother brought back this time also allowed many disciples to improve, and there were several more golden core disciples now. Once senior sister Yu successfully breaks through, we will go negotiate with Yi Ningyu. If negotiations fail, we will fight. Tu Qing said as she fiercely waved her small fist. If it really comes to fighting, the top 10 sects won't recognize us. Jiang Jin shook her head. But even if we fight, we can still merge with Baiwa sect. Even if the top 10 sects don't recognize us, it doesn't matter. As long as the heavenly Tao recognizes us, we can receive its protection, and the disciples' cultivation will be twice as effective. Tu Qing's insistence on the top 10 sects was also due to this so-called heavenly Tao. It is said that 10,000 years ago, an immortal established the top 10 sects and protected them. As long as a sect's strength is strong enough to enter the top 10, it can gain the protection of the immortal. The speed of cultivation for disciples in the sect will be enhanced. A powerful sect will grow stronger and stronger. As for how the top 10 sects are divided, it is not determined by a single person. When a sect enters the top 10, an immortal's mark will appear within, and it is this mark that brings protection. Over the years, the disciples of the sect have roughly understood the rules of ranking, which depend on the overall strength of the sect. Especially the more powerful the sect master, the stronger the sect will be. Yulan went into seclusion, and Hehuan sect fell out of the top 10 sections. But rumors say that Tang Ying's strength is stronger than Yulan's. If this is true, then Hehuan sect was no longer in the top 10 before Yulan went into seclusion. However, if Hehuan sect is still in the top 10, it proves that Tang Ying might not be within the sect. She could have left or gone into seclusion, or perhaps even died. This is why Tu Qing felt that Tang Ying was dead. At that time, we will surround Baiwa sect with the disciples. I will negotiate with Yi Ningyu with the 2 senior sisters and the elders of each peak, and if negotiations fail, I will hold Yi Ningyu back while you deal with those girls from Baiwa sect. Tu Qing thought her plan was extremely clever. The premise is that Tang Ying is really not there. Yi Ningyu has not broken through to the late stage of transformation god. Senior sister, you can successfully break through, and Yi Ningyu's master does not intervene during her seclusion. Jiang Jin sighed, looking at this eager little girl. You have a master, but so does Yi Ningyu. Her master is not Tang Ying. If Yi Ningyu's master were not in seclusion, Hehuan sect wouldn't have fallen out of the top 10 sections. Besides, directly bringing people into Baiwa sect is impossible. You have a protective mountain formation, and so does Baiwa sect. This plan is full of loopholes. It's easy for Haohuan's sect to fall entirely into Yinningyu's hands. Baihua's sect has my informant. Her message is that Yiningyu is still in the mid-stage of transformation god, and Tang Ying has not appeared in the sect. As for Yiningyu's master, 7 days later, there will be an opening of the Shutian's secret realm, during which Yiningyu's master will leave for 7 days. Shutian's secret realm? Jiang Jin was taken aback. The cultivation levels of cultivators are divided into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation god, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. When entering the transformation god realm and breaking through the void refinement stage, there will be a competition for the position of respect. Once reaching the tribulation crossing stage, one is referred to as the supreme. Although it is called the 3,000 paths, in reality, there are only 9 paths that can be cultivated: sword path, body refinement path, blade path, etc. At the end of each path, there can only be one person of the tribulation crossing supreme. There are only 9 strongest people in the world who can sit on the supreme position. As long as these 9 do not die, there will be no other supremes in the world. The Great Ascension stage is called the Saint. Compared to those in the Tribulation Crossing stage, there could be 9 times more, with 9 Great Ascension Saints for each path. This means that there can only be 81 Great Ascension Saints in the entire world. Following this logic, there are 729 Integration Stage Respecters and 6,561 Void Refinement Cultivators. As long as there are already 6,561 Void Refinement Cultivators, there will be no more positions available. Everyone below can only remain at the peak of the Transformation God realm. To continue breaking through, one must wait for someone in the Void Refinement stage to die or kill a Void Refinement stage person directly to inherit their position. The conditions for opening the Shutian secret realm are that someone must die, not be killed. Dying of old age, dying from tribulation, dying from reckless actions, falling from their realm, or being killed by someone already holding a position, etc., can all open the Shutian secret realm. The Shutian secret realm for the Void Refinement stage will only invite those at the peak of the Transformation God realm to participate. The Shutian secret realm for the Integration stage will only invite those at the peak of the Void Refinement realm to participate, and so on. This time, Yulan went into seclusion because she received news that a respect in the Integration stage was nearing the end of their lifespan, and their position might become vacant. Because this Integration stage respect was quite fearful of death, as their lifespan drew near, they used means to hide themselves to finish their life in peace. No one could find him to kill and take the position. They can only wait for him to die of old age. Yiningyu's master and Yulan are also in seclusion for this reason. Yulan didn't expect the secret realm of Shutian to come so soon. The secret realm of Shutian would open for 7 days, during which the souls of all those who had reached the great perfection of the Void Realm would enter the secret realm, and everyone would fight each other. The last person remaining would successfully obtain the position of respect and undergo the tribulation. This fighting would not endanger lives. The losers would return to their bodies and wait for the next secret realm of Shutian. Chapter 46. The Fairy Tower. Are you targeting this secret realm of Shutian? Jiang Jin realized upon hearing the words. After 7 days, when the secret realm of Shutian opens, there will be no interference from anyone above the God Transformation realm in Baihua sect. Once the 7 days are over, even if the person who ultimately obtains the position of respect is Master Yiningyu, it would be too late. Her closed-door training cave will be surrounded by layers, and in her weakened state, she would be helpless, easily captured by Jiang Jin and others. They could directly bring her before Yulan, and the position of respect would then belong to Yulan. If she fails to obtain the position of respect, she would still be in a weakened state and could possibly be killed on the spot. As far as I know, Master has already made a deal with the Supreme Pavilion before her retreat. The Supreme Pavilion will send 2 experts at the great perfection of the Void Realm to assist Master in the Secret Realm. This time, Master has a high chance of success. Once Master emerges as a respected figure, we will take down Baihua sect and capture Yiningyu and Zhong Lingxing first. Once Master crosses the tribulation with the help of the respected figures, it's possible that Yiningyu and Zhong Lingxing could be brought under our banner. And then our Haohuan sect will soar. Tu Qing said, her eyes bright. Zhong Lingxing was Yin Mingyu's master. According to her plan, with Baiwa sect in hand and Yulan becoming a respected figure, if they could also get Yin Mingyu and Zhong Lingxing to willingly join, then Hahuan's sect would truly rise to prominence. So we have 7 days to prepare, right? Since the secret realm of Shutian is opening, Tu Qing's plan is indeed worth a try. Yes, Tu Qing nodded. In that case, I'll go to Baiwa sect first to ensure everything is foolproof. Jiang Ji nodded as well. He didn't want any troubles for Hahuan's sect or for Tu Qing and Gu Qing. They had to ensure everything was perfect before taking action. Senior brother, you agree. Tu Qing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Jiang Jin's disagreement would have made her hesitant to act. Although Jiang Jin was generally average in cultivation comprehension, he was definitely skilled in schemes. Hey, Jiang Jin pressed down on the excited Tu Qing. I haven't said yes yet. The 1,000-year foundation of Hahuan's sect cannot be ruined in your hands. I only said to go take a look first. All right. Tu Qing nodded vigorously, as she naturally also hoped for everything to be foolproof. Moreover, that little girl, Yin Mingyu, had some connections with Jiang Jin. Even if Jiang Jin was discovered in Baiwa sect, he wouldn't die. The Hahuan Hall should also be reaching a conclusion soon. You should go check it out. I'm heading to Baiwa sect now, Jiang Jin said as he got up and began dressing. Tu Qing nodded, getting up to help Jiang Jin put on his clothes before dressing herself. The sect leader seemed like a little maid beside Jiang Jin. Should I call Gu Qing to go with you, senior brother? Tu Qing asked while combing her hair after getting dressed. No need. Let Gu Qing and the others protect senior sister. I hope senior sister succeeds and doesn't bully me afterward. Thinking of Yu Yin, Jiang Jin couldn't help but get goosebumps. Just wait. I now have a system. Given time, I will definitely let you experience the feeling of nearly being drained. Okay, then I'm leaving first. Senior brother, you must be careful. If there's danger, run at the first opportunity. Tu Qing finished arranging her hair, took out a mirror to check her makeup, meticulously adjusted her clothes, and then said, "Don't worry, I run faster than anyone." Jiang Jin nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Tu Qing kissed Jiang Jin on the cheek and said, "If senior brother dies, I'll have to find another man." After that, Tu Qing gave a light laugh and flew out. What a tempting little demon. Jiang Jin touched his face, smiling helplessly. After leaving a message for Lin Qingwan about his departure for a few days, Jiang Jin flew away from the small house. Dong Ying definitely won't aider. After Jiang Jin left, Jun Tianling finally spoke. Who can say for sure? I'm going to verify it this time. Jiang Jin replied. If Tang Ying dies, I have no reason to exist. Jun Tianling's tone was somewhat despondent. You're quite infatuated, Jiang Jin said with a helpless smile. To be honest, I don't even know why I feel this way. I've forgotten. I just remember that Tang Ying is very important to me. I really like her. Halfway through the conversation, Jun Tianling seemed to realize something and became angry. What does it have to do with you? You taught me the Tianluo soul summoning technique. If I can see Tang Ying this time, I will let you out to meet her. Jiang Jin seized the opportunity and said, Really? Jun Tianling was extremely happy upon hearing this. Really? Jiang Jin nodded, but you have to swear that when I call you back, you must return. Yun Tianshuyan. Swear that I will return when Jiang Jin calls. Otherwise my soul will perish. Jun Tianling did not hesitate to make the vow. After all, she was originally trapped here. Moreover, using the name Siyu Yin, she was not hesitant at all. In fact, it wasn't originally there, but after she made this vow, she was truly trapped. Jiang Jin was not in a hurry with the Tianluo soul summoning technique. The real goal was this. By the time Jiang Jin left, it was already late, and by midnight, he arrived at the Fairy Tower in Tianji City. This was the property of Hahuan's sect, essentially a brothel. The women here were mostly outer disciples who couldn't make further progress in their cultivation or had no intention of continuing to practice. They would be restricted and sent to the Fairy Tower. On one hand, it made money for Hahuan's sect, and on the other hand, it gathered intelligence for the sect. The Fairy Tower was only in Tianji City. For the sake of collecting information, it was expanding worldwide, albeit slowly. Jiang Elder, the madam at the door, who was soliciting customers, was taken aback when she saw Jiang Jin. But after confirming that it was indeed Jiang Jin, She ran over with an astonished expression. The madam looked young, dressed in a provocative yet conservative manner, seeming to reveal something, but upon closer inspection, nothing was actually exposed. She had a large, curvy figure that was quite eye-catching. Oh my, Elder Jiang, I heard you had trouble during your tribulation. I didn't expect you to be this handsome, even after aging. The madam smiled at Jiang Jin. Zhao Mama, you still know how to flatter. Jiang Jin smiled and walked inside. Arrange a room for me. I'll stay one night and leave. No problem. Do you need me to arrange a girl for you? Zhao Mama covered her mouth and chuckled softly. No need. I see that you're good enough. Jiang Jin laughed as he wrapped an arm around Zhao Mama's waist. Elder Jiang is teasing me again. How can a mere mortal body withstand your presence? Zhao Mama also playfully patted Jiang Jin's backside and laughed. Then please arrange a table of food and wine to be sent to my room. Jiang Jin said as he took out a few mid-grade spirit stones and placed them in Zhao Mama's hand. Of course, he didn't need to spend money in his own brothel. This was a tip. Spirit stones were much more valuable than ordinary silver. I will definitely arrange it properly. Seeing the spirit stones in her hand, Zhao Mama's eyes lit up. This was quite a sum for her. Chapter 47. I'll make you submit, little demoness. A table full of delicious food was quickly arranged. Jiang Jin also took out the Luhong sword and released Jun Tianling. With Jun Tianling's vow in place, Jiang Jin was not worried about not being able to retrieve her. As soon as Jun Tianling came out, she immediately struck at Jiang Jin with a hand chop. Jiang Jin remained calm, raising his wine cup and taking a sip. At the same time, Jun Tianling's hand passed through Jiang Jin's body. You're just a weapon spirit, a soul with no physical body. Why go through all this effort? Jiang Jin then laughed. I just want to hit you to vent my anger. Jun Tianling naturally understood this, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Let you out to breathe. Don't think about attacking my soul. My robe can block it. Of course. Jiang Sun still took precautions. What exactly are you? Jun Tianling sat beside him, her beautiful legs crossed, one hand propped on the table, sizing up Jiang Sun as she spoke. The pose, combined with her tattered black robe, fully revealed her beautiful legs, which were quite alluring. It's a pity she couldn't glimpse the abyss. Even more regrettable was that she could only look, not touch. Can you even talk to me? Jiang Sun looked at Jun Tianling with a foolish expression and smiled. Although he could only watch, it was still quite nice to see a beauty eating. It's the first time I've seen someone able to rebound another's spells. Jun Tianling's beautiful eyes slightly frowned, murmuring to herself. It must be your current memory that's seeing this for the first time. Maybe you'll remember when your memory recovers. Jiang Sun swallowed a mouthful of food, took a sip of wine, and glanced at Jun Tianling's beautiful legs again. TSK, so good. The wine doesn't intoxicate people, but it sure does intoxicate the heart. If you keep looking, I might just dig your eyes out. Jun Tianling also noticed Jiang Sun's gaze. After following Jiang Sun for so many days and seeing the things he did, she was now extremely resistant to him, especially when she saw his gaze as if he was appraising a plaything. But since becoming a weapon spirit, she could no longer fight with her soul as before. Even if she condensed a black arrow in her hand, it couldn't hurt Jiang Sun. Such a beautiful woman. Why does she like women? What a waste, sigh. Jiang Sun sighed while drinking. What? Are women supposed to be playthings for people like you? Jun Tianling said coldly, her gaze sharp enough to kill. Plaything? What kind of futile thinking is that? Such matters are about mutual consent. You've been with me for so many days. Look, when was I ever the one to take the initiative? Jiang Sun smiled at Jun Tianling. Jun Tianling was momentarily speechless. It seemed that indeed, it was always other women who took the initiative to find him. If only I could touch her once. Jiang Sun looked at Jun Tianling's legs with regret. Suddenly, Jiang Sun's mind sparked, and he froze for a moment. Jun Tianling also froze, her eyes widening. Hee. A mischievous smile appeared on Jiang Sun's face. Jun Tianling's expression turned to one of horror. You dare. Idare. Jiang Sun immediately waved his hand, and Jun Tianling's body appeared between them, still in the cylindrical form, still standing. Stop. Jun Tianling quickly tried to stop Jiang Sun, but naturally, she passed right through him. Jiang Sun's hand entered Jun Tianling's skirt, feeling the smooth touch. Ah, so good. You bastard. Jun Tianling looked around, ready to grab a nearby vase to hit Jiang Sun on the head. But of course it passed through again. Jiang Sun's hand began to wander over June Tianling's body, stirring up spring feelings. Incredible. Amazing, little demon girl with legs like yours, even without looking at your face. You're a once-in-a-lifetime beauty, comparable to a divine artifact. Jiang Sun praised with admiration. June Tianling was so angry she was about to explode. Wildly swinging her fist behind Jiang Sun, a black knife appearing in her hand as she hacked at him again and again. She even tried to dive back into her own body. All failed. What she got in return was Jiang Sun taking even more liberties. Watching Jiang Sun wanting to explore the abyss, June Tianling was terrified and quickly shouted, "Brother, brother, please stop, spare me, please." Seeing this, Jiang Sun's hand stopped 25 centimeters above her knee, looking at June Tianling. "Do you really want me to stop?" Jiang Sun looked at June Tianling with a wicked smile. Yes, although she knew Jiang Sun might be up to no good again at that moment. What could be worse than being taken advantage of by him? Come on, act a bit cute for your brother. Jiang Sun pulled his hand back, his fingers lightly hooking June Tianling's chin as he smiled. He certainly wouldn't say anything like making June Tianling swear to never harm him or always listen to him. If she swore that, wouldn't that just give Jiang Sun leverage? Then June Tianling would definitely be willing to fight to the death. Not worth it. Act cute? As the demon lord, how could she act cute? She simply didn't know how. Don't know how. Jiang Sun smiled at June Tianling. June Tianling looked at Jiang Sun, then at her own body, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. Damn it. If I'm going to be embarrassed, then so be it. Brother, please don't bully me. June Tianling used the gentlest tone she could muster, mimicking Lu Riyun and Lin Qingwan, blushing as she looked at Jiang Sun shyly. Little did she know that her delicate appearance and soft voice only made people want to bully her more. She had no idea she had turned acting cute into seduction. Come, learn from me. Just say, little demon girl knows she was wrong and will never scold brother Jiang Sun again. Please spare me. Jiang Sun was indeed more excited, looking at June Tianling with anticipation. Don't go too far. June Tianling gritted her teeth, a few words escaping her mouth. If looks could kill, Jiang Sun would have been sliced into a billion pieces by her gaze. I didn't touch her left leg just now. Jiang Sun saw this and pretended to reach towards June Tianling's body. Brother, little demon girl knows she was wrong. June Tianling didn't dare hesitate any longer, hurriedly speaking, her voice almost smaller than the written word. Her face visibly turned from pale to bright red. I will never scold Jiang Sun again. Please spare me. After finishing the sentence, June Tianling wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Today, 5 cities will be cut, tomorrow 10 cities, then I can sleep peacefully at night. There is still plenty of time. Jiang Sun was determined to make this little demon girl obedient. Good performance. Jiang Sun contentedly retracted June Tianling's body. Seeing this, June Tianling also let out a long breath, then quickly stood up from the ground and, without waiting for Jiang Sun to speak, dove back into her sword. Afraid Jiang Sun would come up with some bad idea again. Jiang Sun couldn't help but laugh at this sight. This little demon girl was quite shy. After happily finishing their meal, Jiang Sun sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing meditation until late at night before falling asleep. In the early morning, Jiang Sun was again awakened by a bright light piercing his eyes. Chapter 48. Meeting Hua by Rui Tianling. Where are we going? A familiar face appeared beside Jiang Sun. It was the stunning woman from the cliffside who had wielded a sword. To Tianling City. Jiang Sun felt himself speaking, instinctively looking down at himself. Dressed in a black brocade robe, with a white collar and a sword hanging at his waist, it was the Lu Hong sword. Tianling City? Ha ha. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. What is the relationship between Tianling City and June Tianling? Jiang Sun wanted to ask her what her name was and who she was, but couldn't get the words out. The next moment, Jiang Sun opened his eyes again. Looking around, he found himself back in the room of the Immortal's Tower. This dream lasted longer than the last and felt more real. The woman was very close to him, but now, recalling it, her face was even less clear than the last time at the cliff. It seemed veiled by a layer of mist. Hey, could it be that the one in the black brocade robe was crying? By the way, was it a man or a woman? What are you doing? Just then, a loud shout rang in Jiang Sun's ear. A face so white it glowed appeared in front of Jiang Sun, startling him and causing him to step back a little. Looking up, he realized it was June Tianling's soul. Are you sick? Not sleeping at night? Jiang Sun scolded upon seeing her. He had forgotten to put away the Lu Hong sword before sleeping. Are you sick? Sleeping while wearing armor? June Tianling looked at Jiang Sun and scolded. She saw Jiang Sun asleep and originally wanted to come out and take over his body. But the Nine Heavens reversal robe on Jiang Sun blocked her, almost causing her own soul to scatter. If I hadn't been wearing it, wouldn't you have killed me? Jiang Sun rolled his eyes at June Tianling, got out of bed, and put on his shoes. Where? Why do you think so badly of me? I'm still hoping to go see Tanging with you. June Tianling said, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Jiang Jin glanced at her, but didn't speak. Who would believe what she said? It wasn't that Jiang Jin thought poorly of her, but rather that he knew how much she hated him. Pouring himself a cup of water, Jiang Jin raised the Lu Hong sword and said, "Come back." As soon as Jiang Jin's voice fell, June Tianling's soul uncontrollably returned to the sword. Huh? June Tianling was stunned. The name I use is Si Yuyan. What does it have to do with me, June Tianling? You must be mistaken. However, June Tianling was no fool. She immediately began to think carefully. Could it be that her name was Si Yuyan? Then who was June Tianling? Why did that old pervert know her name was Si Yuyan? Did she know him? Damn it, amnesia is really annoying. When will this damn soul be completely reunited? When will she remember things from the past? June Tianling's soul had been scattered for 1,000 years. It was different from Jiang Jin's scattering just over 10 days. How easy could it be to reunite the soul in a short time? Yun Tianling. What? Nothing. Just checking if you came back. Don't bother me. Go away. Yun Tianling scolded. TCH. Jiang Jin rolled his eyes and then put the Lu Hong sword back into the system space. Since she was already awake, they might as well continue on their journey. The location of Baiwa sect was still a distance from Huan's sect, but there were teleportation arrays in the city that could be used. The teleportation array only required enough spirit stones, and then you tell the guard the destination. If that place had a teleportation array, the guard would send you directly there. If not, you would be sent to the nearest location with a teleportation array. However, the cost of using the teleportation array was high, so generally few people would choose to use it. Instead, they opted for flying ships. These are controlled by spells and flew in the sky. The tickets weren't expensive, but the speed was slower. To Huani City, Jiang Jin arrived in front of the teleportation array and spoke to the guard. Huani City? 200 top-grade spirit stones. The guard glanced at the notebook in front of him and nodded. Jiang Jin waved his hand, and 200 top-grade spirit stones appeared in front of the guard. Then Jiang Jin stepped onto the teleportation array. The guard placed the spirit stones into a formation, and all the stones disappeared. Jiang Jin's surroundings began to shimmer with light. When Jiang Jin opened his eyes again, a different scene lay before him. The sky was still misty and hadn't fully brightened, and there were not many people on the street. After stepping off the teleportation array, Jiang Jin looked around and casually found an inn, booking a room. Because Huani City was very close to Baiwa sect, there was no ferry tower here. Baiwa sect was located on the mountain peak not far from Huani City, and the disciples of Baiwa sect often came to Huani City for leisure. After arriving in the room, Jiang Jin took out a communication jade tube, which could contact Hua Bai Rue. Jiang Jin invited Hua Bai Rue to meet him at the Shanshui inn where he was staying today. Given Hua Bai Rue's current favor towards him and the previous matter with Su Wang's sect, Jiang Jin believed she would not refuse. After speaking, the communication jade tube vanished from Jiang Jin's hand, heading towards Hua Bai Rue. Yun Tianling. What? June Tianling responded quite quickly. After all, as a living person, staying in the sword was quite boring. Want to come out for some fresh air? Humph. June Tianling snorted coldly and didn't speak. But it was clear she was thinking about it. Jiang Jin then took out the Lu Hong sword and released June Tianling. June Tianling ignored Jiang Jin and walked to the window to look outside, resting her chin on the windowsill without saying a word. Seeing Yun Tianling suddenly quiet, Jiang Jin felt a bit unaccustomed. What are you thinking about? Jiang Jin gently asked as he approached her. What do you want? June Tianling turned back, meeting Jiang Jin's gaze. Under the influence of his natural charm, Her face unconsciously turned red, and she took several steps back. What are you doing? I just wanted to ask what you were thinking. Jiang Jin said helplessly. None of your business. Go away. Don't block my view. Yun Tianling waved here hand symbolically. Jiang Jin didn't press her and stepped back a few paces, watching as she leaned back against the windowsill again. That little perky but made one unable to resist wanting to give a slap. Jiang Jin waved his hand, but of course it fell through. Not wanting to dwell on it, Jiang Jin sat down on the bed and began to meditate. The meeting with Hua Bairuei was set for the hour of C, and there was still an hour left. Moreover, he had to wait for Hua Bairuei's response to see if she could come. While cultivating, time flew by, and by the time the hour of C arrived, Jiang Jin had not received a response from Hua Bairuei. Just when Jiang Jin thought Hua Bairuei wouldn't be able to come, Jun Tianling suddenly returned to the sword on her own, and at the same time, someone knocked on the door. Senior, are you there? It was clearly Hua Bairuei's voice. Jiang Jin immediately got up and opened the door. Fairy Hua. Long time no see. It hasn't been long, has it? Hua Bairuei looked at Jiang Jin and forced a smile. Please come in. Jiang Jin stepped aside to let Hua Bairuei enter, then looked outside to confirm no one was following before closing the door and activating the soundproof barrier. Chapter 49. What are you doing with this nesting doll? Seeing Jiang Jin's skilled actions and recalling the infamous name of Hahuan Gongzi, Hua Bairuei was startled, her face slightly pale. She had been somewhat conflicted about whether to come, but after all, he was her lifesaver. It was right to come, but she wasn't here to offer her body. No, this won't do. What should I do? But I can't fight him. Besides, he's my lifesaver. It wouldn't be right to make a move against him, would it? No. Even a lifesaver shouldn't do that to me. Just as Jiang Jin pulled out a chair, he noticed Hua Bairuei's expressions changing dramatically. One moment red-faced, the next pale-faced. It seemed like she was about to perform a grand play for Jiang Jin, shaking her head like a rattle drum. Jiang Jin was also a bit confused. Fairy Bairuei, what's wrong with you? Hua Bairuei came back to her senses, seeing Jiang Jin pulling out a chair and making a gesture for her to sit. Are you okay? Jiang Jin asked. I'm fine, Hua Bairuei quickly replied. I don't know why Elder Jiang called me here. I'm no longer an elder. Just call me Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin waved his hand with a smile. Let's sit down and talk, Jiang Jin said as he sat down opposite her and poured her a cup of tea. Hua Bairuei anxiously sat opposite Jiang Jin, looking at the tea he handed her, unsure whether to drink it or not. It wasn't until she saw Jiang Jin take a sip that she cautiously took a small sip herself. Fairy Bairuei, after you returned, did you tell your sect leader about my situation? Jiang Jin looked at Hua Bairuei and smiled. Elder Jiang, forgive me. As a disciple of Baiwa sect, Bairuei naturally reported truthfully to the master. Hua Bairuei looked at Jiang Jin and said, Master? Your master is eating you? Jiang Jin frowned and asked. Indeed. Hua Bairuei nodded, not denying it. You've revealed my identity. Aren't you afraid of me making a move against you? Jiang Jin then smiled. This is Huani City. It won't happen, and if I wanted to kill you, I would have done it in Lingxiao Mountain, Hua Bairuei confidently stated. This was one of the reasons she dared to come. Jiang Jin nodded. How did Fairy Bairuei describe me? I'm just curious. If it's inconvenient to say, forget it. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Hua Bairuei shook her head. I only said that the person from Shanila was Hahuan sect's Elder Jiang and Guqing, while Lu Ruoyun was disguised. The senior displayed combat power at the peak of the nascent soul stage, yet his realm was only at the golden core stage. And he even killed the demon lord's soul, saving Bairuei's life. And he also gave Bairuei a return essence pill. The resources I brought back were also given by Elder Jiang. Is that all? Didn't you tell your master about the soul return pill? Jiang Ji nodded. Hua Bairuei nodded slightly, and her expression did not seem to indicate she was lying. It must be an important secret for her senior. And even for the righteous path, Bairuei would not say much. Jiang Jin smiled and continued to ask, what did your master say? Hua Bairuei appeared somewhat troubled. Jiang Jin took a step back. It's fine if you don't want to say, you don't have to. My master said that Jiang Jin is inherently lecherous and must be coveting Bairuei's beauty, so he offered his help. Hua Bairuei lowered her head, her small face slightly blushing. Inherently lecherous? That is really absurd. Jiang Jin was taken aback upon hearing this, then said, if she had a chicken, she would say something like that. That's the nature of a man. The fact that Hua Bai Rui would say this was also to test whether Jiang Jin truly had feelings for her. If it were true, she would have to consider whether to keep her distance from Jiang Jin. After all, the two sects were mortal enemies. Moreover, now that the 100 Flowers sect had just replaced the Harmony sect to become one of the top 10 sects, the relationship was quite tense. This is definitely absurd. All rumors. I helped you, it definitely wasn't for coveting beauty. Otherwise, I would have bound you and taken you away right then, right? Jiang Jin looked into Hua Bai Rui's eyes, seemingly seeking confirmation. Did the senior call Bai Rui here just to ask these things? Hua Bai Rui changed the subject and asked. She felt a little disappointed in her heart. What was going on? It's not that. I was just curious, casually asking. Jiang Jin waved her hand, then got to the main topic. I actually want to ask if Bai Rui has seen Elder Tang Ying at the 100 Flowers sect. Tang. Hua Bai Rui was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Jin was here for Tang Ying. Upon hearing Tang Ying's name, Jun Tianling also listened intently. This, I'm sorry, Bai Rui cannot disclose. Hua Bai Rui hesitated for a moment, shaking her head. What is there that can't be said? Jiang Jin asked in confusion. I'm really sorry. This really cannot be said. Hua Bai Rui was more determined in her stance, looking at Jiang Jin and saying earnestly, the old lecher must suspect you covet Tang Ying. Quickly say you don't. Yun Tianling the minded. Jiang Jin hesitated, but felt that Jun Tianling's words seemed reasonable. After all, she really didn't have a good reputation outside. Fairy Bai Rui, rest assured, it's just that a friend asked me to inquire about Elder Tang. I haven't seen her, and I'm not coveting her beauty. I only know you in the 100 Flowers sect, so I wanted to ask you. Jiang Jin looked at Hua Bai Rui with a serious expression. Since she was a disciple of the sect leader, she would definitely know a lot. Senior, regarding Elder Tang, everyone in the 100 Flowers sect has made an oath. Even Elder Tang's real name cannot be mentioned, let alone news about her. Hua Bai Rui said with some helplessness, looking at Jiang Jin earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jin furrowed her brows tightly. Although her words did not reveal Tang Ying's whereabouts, in Jiang Jin's heart, there was a 90% chance that Tang Ying was not in the 100 Flower sect now. If it weren't to erase traces, why go to such lengths to make everyone in the 100 Flowers sect swear an oath? Why is it like this? Jun Tianling also sighed in disappointment. Don't worry. Tang Ying should be fine. She just isn't in the 100 Flower sect for some reason, Jiang Jin comforted. How do you know? Yun Tianling asked instinctively. If she were already dead, why would everyone in the 100 Flowers sect swear an oath to conceal it? Moreover, if she is from the same era as you, her strength must be very high now. The 100 Flowers sect wouldn't fall out of the top 10 sects. And it wouldn't be in the precarious situation it is now. So I think she may have just temporarily left the 100 Flowers sect. What if she is just in seclusion? Wouldn't being in seclusion also be considered not being in the sect? Yun Tianling asked. Why would there be a need to conceal it? Letting everyone know that Elder Tang Ying is in seclusion, stationed at the 100 Flowers sect, would be more beneficial than harmful, right? What if she really died? And the 100 Flowers sect wanted the world to think she was in seclusion and not provoke the sect? Jun Tianling asked again. Are you playing with nested dolls here? Jiang Jin rolled her eyes. Chapter 50. Meeting Yi Ningyu if you really want to know about me. I can take you to meet my master. She hasn't sworn an oath, but I can't say for sure if she will. Are you willing to go? Hua Bai Rui looked at Jiang Jin, who hadn't spoken for a while, and then said, Let us go. Jun Tianling said without hesitation. Sister, could you consider my little life? Jiang Jin said speechlessly upon hearing this. Were you afraid of? Isn't that robe of yours able to rebound attacks? Jun Tianling retorted. After all, it's a whole sect. Jiang Jin wouldn't tell her that this robe could only withstand attacks below the transformation god stage. However, it could still block attacks from the transformation god stage, reducing their power to 1/3, which is roughly equivalent to a mid-stage nascent soul strike. If Jiang Jin really wanted to fight, she could keep up with transformation god stage cultivators. These protective gear and magic tools also require rare materials to maintain. The better they're maintained, the higher the level of attacks they can withstand. But Jiang Jin didn't have that time yet. Let me think about it. Jiang Jin then looked at Hua Bai Rui and said, Hua Bai Rui nodded, quieting down, waiting for Jiang Jin to consider. She naturally understood Jiang Jin's concerns. Do you have any token that would allow Tang Ying to recognize you? Jiang Jin asked in her heart. That soul-restricting weapon of mine. Tang Ying should recognize it. But I'm not sure, Jun Tianling said after thinking for a moment. Soul-restricting? Jiang Jin was taken aback. It's that black and red sword of mine. Jun Tianling said. Didn't you forget its name? As my soul gradually heals, my memory is also gradually recovering. Have you remembered its origin? Not yet. That sword of yours seems quite powerful. I'm actually afraid that if I give it away, I'll one day be able to get it back. Jiang Jin smiled, recalling that Jun Tianling had previously mentioned that this sword was a sacred item and had surely been nourished by plenty of rare materials. Take a risk for once. Help me ask, and I could teach you another technique called red wings, which will allow you to grow wings and have a flying speed 100 times that of sword control, with strong auxiliary effects in battle. Jun Tianling considered for a moment and then said, If you put it that way, I might really consider it. Hearing this, Jiang Jin's eyes lit up. You should swear an oath first. Jun Tianling did not hesitate and immediately swore to teach Jiang Jin red wings. After she finished swearing, Jiang Jin looked at Hua Bai Rui. Then please take me there, Bai Rui. Jiang Jin said, taking out a rejuvenating pill and a supreme transformation god pill and placing them in front of Hua Bai Rui. This is a token of thanks for you. Fei Bai Hui. Supreme transformation god pill. Hua Bai Rui looked at the pills in front of Jiang Jin with wide eyes. Is this something you can give as a thank you? The rejuvenating pill was practically insignificant compared to the supreme transformation god pill. Senior, this is too precious. This can't be accepted. Hua Bai Rui quickly pushed the supreme transformation god pill back and instead picked up the rejuvenating pill. This rejuvenating pill is already completely enough. I really can't accept anything else. Originally, she didn't want the rejuvenating pill either, but she was afraid that if she didn't take something, it would make Jiang Jin feel embarrassed. Ding, rejuvenating pill gifted successfully. Gained, supreme soul forging pill. I still have plenty of these. Fairy Bai Rui will need this when you break through to the transformation god stage, so just accept it. Jiang Jin pushed the transformation god pill in front of Hua Bai Rui again. Senior, I'm only at the peak of mid-stage nascent soul now, and I'm far from the transformation god stage. Besides, my master will prepare transformation god pills for me then. Hua Bai Rui repeatedly waved her hand. Whether the one prepared then will be a supreme transformation god pill is uncertain. Just accept it. This pill is not only to thank you for taking me to meet your sect leader, but also to thank you for not disclosing the matter of the soul return pill. Jiang Jin pushed again. Fairy Bai Rui wouldn't be looking down on me, would she? Hua Bai Rui listened to Jiang Sun and seemed a bit angry. So she had no choice but to accept the transformation pill. She firmly decided in her heart that she would definitely repay Jiang Sun in some way in the future. Ding! Ding! Hua Bai Rui's favorability, 70, return multiplier, 700. After Hua Bai Rui accepted the system popped up a few prompts. Senior, please wait a moment. I will report to my master first. Hua Bai Rui then stood up and said. Jiang Sun nodded, and Hua Bai Rui left the room, using a jade tube to send a message to Yin Ningyu. Little demon girl, if I were to fall at the 100-flower sect because of you this time, how do you plan to repay me? Jiang Sun said to Jun Tianling after seeing Hua Bai Rui go out. Fan, you're already fallen. What is there to repay? Reincarnation? Jun Tianling couldn't help but laugh. If I were to fall, but miraculously escaped, you should dance for me. Jiang Sun teased. Then you might as well die. Jun Tianling's smile froze on her face. Dance? I'll go for your carotid artery. Then I won't go. Jiang Sun immediately said. Dance. Jun Tianling immediately shouted, her face turning red. After all, she had already acted spoiled. Dancing wouldn't cost her a piece of meat. Moreover, if he really fell, whether he could live was another matter. Isuit. Jiang Sun wouldn't listen to her empty words. In less than half a month of following you, I've sworn all the vows I've never made in my life. Jun Tianling sighed and then swore. During this time, she had become a bit numb to making oaths. A moment later, Hua Bai Rui knocked on the door. "Senior," my master agreed. "Good. I'll come right away." Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun nodded, stood up, opened the door, and walked out with Hua Bai Rui. After leaving the inn, the two rode the wind towards the 100-Flower sect. "Senior, have you broken through?" Seeing Jiang Sun riding the wind, Hua Bai Rui was quite surprised. "Just a few days ago, you were only at the late stage of golden core. How did you become nascent soul so quickly?" "Yes, the secret realm of the illusory sect helped me a lot." Jiang Sun nodded and smiled. "Senior is truly impressive." Hua Bai Hui's Milid. Although she wanted to ask how he went from golden core to be able to handle a fully matured nascent soul. But after all, cultivators have their secrets, right? Even if she asked, Jiang Sun might not say. Under Hua Bai Rui's guidance, the two quickly arrived at the gate of the 100-Flower sect. Hua Bai Rui took out her disciple token, quickly formed a hand seal, and activated the protective array, allowing them to enter the mountain gate. Several disciples stood on either side of the mountain gate, all female disciples dressed in pink disciple robes. This was indeed more in line with the sect than the colorful attire of the Harmony sect. Upon seeing Hua Bai Rui, they all bowed and greeted her. "Sister Hua." Hua Bai Hui nodded. Behind these disciples were large mountains on both sides, densely covered with vines and various flowers and plants. Jiang Sun knew that these plants were also part of the mountain's protective array. Once the protective array faltered, these plants and vines would serve as a barrier. "Let us go, Senior. My master is at Yuhua Peak. We'll fly over directly." Hua Bai Rui then looked at Jiang Sun. Seeing Jiang Sun nod, the two flew together towards Yuhua Peak. Chapter 51. Do you really not cherish any old feelings at all? With Hua Bai Rui leading, the two made their way smoothly to Yuhua Peak and the 100-Flower Hall. The 100-Flower Hall was different from the Harmony Hall. It was built into the mountainside, surrounded by flowers, trees, and vines, with a large flower field in front of the hall. Various colors of flowers were blooming. Many disciples were patrolling here. However, upon seeing Hua Bai Rui, they all bowed and saluted, calling out, "Sister Hua, it seems that you have a high status in the 100-Flower sect." Jiang Sun said with a smile. "After all, I am a direct disciple of the sect master." Hua Bai Rui said a bit shyly, "You're the eldest disciple, right? Those two from the illusory mountain before. They are both my junior sisters and also disciples of the sect master." Hua Bai Hui nodded, a trace of sadness crossing her eyes. However, having cultivated for many years, she was accustomed to life and death separations and did not remain in that sadness for long. We arrived. Hua Bai Rui stopped in front of the main door. "My master said to let you go in alone. I will wait for you here. Don't worry, nothing will happen." "Okay." Jiang Sun nodded. "Thank you, Fairy Bai Rui, for leading the way." "Where's it me thanking you, Senior?" Hua Bai Rui said a bit shyly. The surrounding disciples were shocked to see Hua Bai Rui showing such a shy expression and couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Oh my, Sister Hua never smiles. Today, she actually shows such an expression. Who is that old man? Could it be that Sister Hua?" Pa, don't talk nonsense. How could Sister Hua possibly like an old man?" "Exactly. He must be a guest of the sect master. His status must be very noble. That is why Sister Hua is smiling." "What noble status could it be? I actually thought Sister Hua was a poker face." Go in. Sister Hua is coming over. Stop talking." As Jiang Sun walked into the hall, Hua Bai Rui also let out a sigh of relief. Feeling a bit shy about her earlier expression, but when she turned back and saw the disciples whispering, she felt that something was not right. She quickly managed her expression, coldly waiting for Jiang Sun at the door. Upon entering the 100-Flower Hall, there were some flower statues on both sides of the hall, and further ahead, there were 4 stone chairs placed on each side. At the very front center, there was a jade chair where a woman in a pink and white dress was sitting. The pink dress reached her ankles, her beautiful legs crossed, revealing a small section of her fair calf, and she wore short pink shoes. Her chest was ample, comparable to Tu Ching, with long hair cascading down and adorned with hairpins and decorative waves. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and her light pink lips slightly parted. "It really is you." She looked at Jiang Sun with a complex gaze, somewhat incredulous. She didn't expect that the once elegant young man, holding a folding fan and dressed in white with a proud demeanor, had now become a hunched old man in a black robe, lacking any imposing aura, even leaning on a crutch. Ding! Detected the daughter of great fortune. Yin Ningyu. Favorability, 80. Return multiplier, 800. It's been a long time, Fairy Yin. Jiang Sun looked at Yin Ningyu's favorability and revealed a bitter smile. Didn't he expect she still had an 80 favorability towards him? Yin Ningyu and Jiang Sun, along with Tu Qing, were from the same era, back then. They were both direct disciples of the sect master and had some connection. Of course, it was a connection forged through fighting. Back then, Jiang Sun was deeply in love with Yin Ningyu, and naturally, Yin Ningyu also had a bit of admiration for the charming young man. However, due to the two sects, they gradually drifted apart, and 500 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Have a seat. After a long time, Yin Ningyu sighed and pointed to the stone chairs beside her. Jiang Sun also didn't stand on ceremony and sat on the stone chair closest to Yin Ningyu. Yin Ningyu waved her hand, and a teapot and a cup appeared on the wide armrest of the stone chair. Jiang Sun poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip. Sweet. This 100-flower sect tea is indeed good. I thought you would become the sect master of the Harmony sect. And perhaps you and I could join forces to develop both sects together, but I didn't expect you to fail your tribulation. Why are you in such a hurry? Yin Ningyu's eyes were filled with regret. Jiang Sun, you're King setting me up again. Jun Tianling, listening to their conversation, could not help but realize the two had some connection. This appearance of mutual affection. How could Yin Ningyu possibly attack Jiang Sun? Once again, he had tricked her. Jiang Sun ignored her. Although the two had some connection, 500 years had passed, and people change. Who knew if Yin Ningyu had changed? Have you heard about my tribulation? Jiang Sun looked at Yin Ningyu and smiled. Who doesn't he have a few spies? Yin Ningyu's expression was slightly proud. Then looking at Jiang Sun, clearly unprepared, without using the transformation pill, and his internal strength not at its peak. Why must you forcefully provoke that heavenly tribulation? Hearing Yin Ningyu say that everyone has a few spies, Jiang Sun secretly felt something was off. It seemed the spy who delivered the message to Tu Qing had already been caught by Yin Ningyu, and she must have known that the Hahuan sect was going to take action against the Baiwa sect. The authenticity of the information was also uncertain. Moreover, Yin Ningyu revealing this to Jiang Sun might really mean she had made plans to not let him leave. Isn't this just what Fairy Yin thought? If I become the sect master, perhaps our two sects could even form a marriage alliance. Jiang Sun smiled calmly. Yin Ningyu did not respond, but continued. Well now, your junior sister has always looked down on our relationship, and as soon as she takes over as sect master, she will attack my Baiwa sect immediately. Jiang Sun was momentarily speechless, not expecting her to say it so directly. Must it really be such a deadlock? And then you send me to investigate. Do you think I would soften my heart and really tell you something? As Yin Ningyu spoke, a peak late-stage transformation aura suddenly erupted from her, giving off a faint sense of about to break through to the void refinement realm. The information really is false. Jiang Sun felt a bit flustered inside, but maintained a calm demeanor, taking a sip of tea. He already had a guess in his mind about who the spy from Baiwa sect was. Fairy Yin's strength is truly remarkable. I don't know when her cultivation surpassed mine, and she is still far ahead. Jiang Sun looked at Yin Ningyu and smiled. Yin Ningyu retracted her aura, as it was merely to give Jiang Sun a warning. To let Jiang Sun know that the current Baiwa sect is not something the Hahuan sect can touch. Even with Tu Qing and Yu Yin both at the transformation stage, there's still no match for her in the peak late-stage transformation. It seems you have not been slack in your cultivation these years. Seeing your current achievements makes me happy for you. Ningyu. Just as Jiang Sun spoke those three words, the teacup in his hand shattered with a crash, and the teapot broke as well. Tea water flowed all over the stone chair's armrest. Jiang Sun, do you still think you're worthy to call me Ningyu? Ningyu looked at Jiang Sun, her eyes filled with anger. She had thought Jiang Sun would recall their old feelings and dissuade Tu Qing, but unexpectedly, he actively came to Baiwa sect to investigate news. Jiang Sun, do you truly not cherish any old feelings? Chapter 52. Why don't you say you like him? Kill him. Kill him. Jun Tianling saw Yin Ningyu suddenly erupt and shouted excitedly, Beat him! Look at what you've done. Such good tea wasted. Jiang Sun collected the shards of the teacup and teapot into his storage ring and casually took out a piece of clothing to wipe away the tea stains on the stone chair. He then waved his hand to brush off the tea leaves from his body. I didn't come this time to gather intelligence. I just had a friend who asked me to inquire about something. Jiang Sun then looked at Yi Ningyu and smiled. Seeing Jiang Sun smile, Yi Ningyu was momentarily stunned. In that instant, it seemed she saw his former self on Jiang Sun's face. What is it? Yi Ningyu then coldly asked, purely curious. Is your Baiwa sex elder, Tang Ying, currently available? Jiang Sun asked directly. After all, the strength Yi Ningyu was displaying now was no longer something Tu Qing could contend with. Whether Tang Ying was there or not, the result would still be losing. Master? What do you want with Master? Yi Ningyu frowned and asked. It's not me. It's a friend. Jiang Sun shook his head and smiled. I came for this. Since you don't plan to let me go, what does it matter if you tell me? Master left Baiwa sect 1,000 years ago. I don't know where she is now. Yi Ningyu said directly without hiding anything. 1,000 years ago? You were already in Baiwa sect 1,000 years ago? Jiang Sun was taken aback and asked, how old must she be then? It was my master who told me. Yi Ningyu said, somewhat speechless. But she did not refute Jiang Sun's words about not planning to let him go. Tu Qing, you little girl, if you have the ability, come and seize him. 500 years ago, you took Jiang Sun once. 500 years later, can you still take him away? I don't believe I can't make him return to how he used to be. You Huan sect don't want to take care of him. Yi Ningyu will take care of him. Damn it. I've been deeply in love with you for 500 years, preserving my purity. Jiang Sun, you bastard. You live so freely in the Huan sect. With Tu Qing and Gu Qing, even openly giving lectures? Do you have no shame? Even my Baiwa sect spies have crawled into your bed. That's right, her spy is Lingxiao. After all, those words from Tu Qing were said privately to Jiang Sun in his small room. Only Tu Qing and Jiang Sun knew about these matters. How could they be leaked? Unless Lin Qingwan left a listening formation in Jiang Sun's room. Lin Qingwan really did not expect that during that public lecture, Jiang Sun would choose her. But having lurked in the Huan sect for over a decade, she couldn't let her previous efforts go to waste, could she? She could only crawl into Jiang Sun's bed. Later, she discovered that Tu Qing and the elders of each peak often saw Jiang Sun for discussions. Suddenly, she felt that gathering intelligence from Jiang Sun was also a good route. So she took the initiative to propose to Gu Qing to be Jiang Sun's maid. At that time, Lin Qingwan absolutely did not expect she would obtain such intelligence about the Huan sect planning to attack the Baiwa sect. 1,000 years ago, that was after the fall of the Su Wang sect, when Tang Ying disappeared. Jiang Sun said to Jun Tianling. Hearing the conversation between the two, Jun Tianling also felt a bit dejected, forgetting to let Yi Ningyu beat Jiang Sun. She did not expect that Tang Ying had actually left Baiwa sect at that time. You can stay. If Tu Qing dares to come in 7 days, I will make sure she comes back without success, allowing you siblings to reunite. After answering Jiang Sun's question, Yi Ningyu said, if I can merge the Huan sect, then letting you manage the Huan sect wouldn't be impossible. Hearing Yi Ningyu's words, Jiang Sun thought of her favorability. Yi Ningyu indeed still had intentions towards him. Don't misunderstand. It's just that you are more familiar with the Huan sect. And you are weak, making you easy to control. Yi Ningyu noticed Jiang Sun's gaze and said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Early-stage nascent soul is indeed very weak for her. But her words were merely a cover for her own insecurity. Seeing you like this makes me feel disgusted. I will find a way to make you return to how you were before. Before Tu Qing comes, you should stay in the dungeon. As Yi Ningyu spoke, she waved her hand, and many vines surged around, binding Jiang Sun's hands and feet. I can walk myself, Jiang Sun said helplessly upon seeing this. With a system, he also knew Yi Ningyu was just saying harsh words to cover her feelings. In fact, before Jiang Sun took the initiative to gather intelligence, Yi Ningyu's favorability towards him was still at 90. Old arms and legs, I'll help you walk, Yi Ningyu said as she waved her hand again. And these vines bound Jiang Sun and took him to the back of Baiwa Hall. All the way, the vines replaced each other and directly sent Jiang Sun to the dungeon. The dungeon was prepared with a bed, tables, and chairs, and even had facilities for bathing and a toilet. Oh, they planned to keep you here all along. Jun Tianling laughed so hard she shook all over. Seeing Jiang Sun in such a predicament made her happier than seeing Tang Ying. I heard some women raise little white faces. What are you? An old white face? Ha ha. What kind of vision does Yining you have? Jun Tianling continued to tease, laughing uncontrollably. Laugh. You better wait to dance. Didn't you hear? She isn't planning to kill me and even wants to help me become young again. Jiang Sun sneered. Yun Xianling is left to the plopsly stopped. He felt it made some sense. Meanwhile, Master, please release the senior. After learning that Jiang Sun had been locked in the dungeon, Hua Bai Rui stood beside Yining Yu, looking somewhat worried. Bai Rui, he is from the Hahuan sect, and the Hahuan sect is currently preparing to attack my Baiwa sect. He came to scout. Are you going to speak for him? Yining Yu frowned and looked at Hua Bai Rui. Unexpectedly, my disciple would actually speak up for Jiang Kun. Master, the senior is someone I brought with me. I told him it was fine. The senior came because he trusts me. If you lock him up, Hua Bai Rui's voice slightly choked with tears. Shut up. Yining Yu shouted in anger, her aura startling Hua Bai Rui. Yining Yu was furious. Jiang Kun, now an old man, still had the ability to seduce women, and he seduced his own disciple. Master, after regaining her composure, Hua Bai Rui knelt before Yining Yu and clasped her hands together. Master, I beg you. The senior saved my life, helped me, and even gave me top-quality transformation pills and beauty pills. He has done me great favors. Please let him go. Hua Bai Rui did not know about the grudges between Yining Yu and Jiang Kun, and thought Yining Yu wanted to kill Jiang Kun. Ignoring everything else, she continued to plead with Yining Yu. If something happened to him, because of her, she would blame herself for a lifetime. This might become her inner demon. You really say anything to save him. Why don't you say you like him? Yining Yu sneered upon hearing this. I like him. Hua Bai Rui hesitated for a moment and then shouted. Chapter 53. Why should I smile? Hua Bai Rui was startled by her own words, but she knew she was just trying to save the senior. As long as she said she liked him, Master would definitely not kill him, right? At least she could ensure the senior's life was safe. However, she did not realize that her words directly hit the mark with Yining Yu. Yining Yu's face turned pale. You crazy girl, go reflect on yourself. Yining Yu waved her hand, and vines wrapped around Hua Bai Rui's ankles, directly throwing her out of the 100 Flowers Hall. Hua Bai Rui landed steadily on the ground and wanted to run back, but the door was closed. Master, please let him go. Hua Bai Rui shouted as she knocked on the door. This attracted other disciples to watch, all wondering what had caused Sister Hua to look so distressed. I beg you, Master. Hua Bai Rui did not care about their gazes and continued to shout. Get back. Don't come to see me for a month. Yining Yu's different voice came from inside the hall. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances. In the end, 2 disciples stepped forward to Hua Bai Rui's side. Sister, the sect leader has spoken. Let us go. A female disciple said, looking at Hua Bai Rui. Master. Hua Bai Rui ignored her and knocked even harder on the door. Take her away. Yining Yu shouted. Hearing that the sect leader was really angry, the disciples did not dare to delay and quickly moved forward to take Hua Bai Rui away. Sigh. After Hua Bai Rui left, Yining Yu sat on the jade chair and sighed deeply. This innate charm really is troublesome. From Hua Bai Rui's performance and expression, it was clear that she had truly fallen for Jiang Kun. Perhaps she was still unaware of it herself. But in these hundreds of years, when had she ever shown such a worried expression? Even when she was in seclusion, even when her junior sister was breaking through, facing heavenly tribulation, and almost getting struck down, she had never been this worried. This damned innate charm. Is there any way to get rid of it? Yining Yu sat on the jade chair, deep in thought. If she could replace this innate charm, then there wouldn't be so many people competing with her for Jiang Kun in the future, right? Meanwhile, Jiang Kun was trying to leave the dungeon. He had tried 5 holy items, but none could open it. It wasn't that the holy items were ineffective, but the spiritual energy in the prison was sealed, and there was not a trace of spiritual energy. Jiang Kun couldn't use his internal strength. He simply couldn't get out. Naturally, he couldn't send messages either, and even his storage ring was unusable. Although the system space was available, Jiang Kun hadn't placed any communication jade tubes in it. This woman is playing quite the game. You're completely powerless now. What does she want to do with an old man like you? Jun Tianling remarked upon seeing this. You don't understand. She wants to protect me, preventing any battle from affecting me, Jiang Kun replied, lying back on the bed, propping his legs up and staring at the ceiling. Oh, you really think highly of yourself, don't you? Jun Tianling said sarcastically. Believe it or not, Jiang Kun had no intention of trying to convince Jun Tianling. Suddenly, Jiang Kun thought of the boundary jade pendant. If he could contact Qi Miaoyin, she could help him send a message. So Jiang Kun took out the boundary jade pendant and attempted to activate it. But as expected, there was no response. Without internal power, how could he activate it? However, according to the agreement between Jiang Kun and Qi Miaoyin, they would meet every 3 days. Today was the second day. And if Qi Miaoyin didn't see Jiang Kun tomorrow, she would probably think something had happened to him. Even if she thought Jiang Kun was busy and didn't come, she would definitely try to contact him with the jade pendant. When she found out Jiang Kun didn't respond, she would surely realize something was wrong. Then it would depend on whether Qi Miaoyin would inquire with the Hahuan sect. Fortunately, she was aware of her own identity. Why didn't you resist earlier? Seeing Jiang Kun looking at the jade pendant, Jun Tianling assumed it was something very important to him and didn't ask further, speaking instead. Jiang Kun chuckled. Do you want the truth? Jun Tianling was speechless. Is there really someone who enjoys being deceived? Ha ha, I think you really do like being deceived. Jiang Kun couldn't help but laugh at this. Jun Tianling's face darkened. Are you going to say it or not? To be honest, I didn't react in time. He really hadn't reacted in time. When he entered, he had observed the surroundings. Apart from the sculptures, there were only chairs, and there were no vines at all. Who knows where those vines came from? When he was caught, although the 9 heavens reversal robe lessened the grip, Jiang Kun still couldn't break free. So he said he would walk himself. But Ning you didn't given the chance at all. After being caught, he lost his internal strength. What could I resist? You forced me to become a tool spirit. It's really embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Jun Tianling almost wished to bang his head against the tofu. An hour passed, and the bored Jiang Kun fell asleep. Jun Tianling didn't want to make a fool of himself either, so he sat down on the ground to meditate. Suddenly, he felt something strange. Wasn't the spiritual energy sealed? Why could he still cultivate? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out. Late at night, Senior Jiang, Senior. A woman's soft voice called from outside the cell. Jiang Kun opened his eyes in a daze and looked towards the cell door. Hua Bai Rui was holding a candle, looking at him through the door. Fairy Bai Rui, why are you here? Jiang Kun slowly got up and approached the cell door to ask. It's Bai Rui who harmed you. Seeing that Jiang Kun was fine, Hua Bai Rui unlocked the cell door with a key and said, after you come out, I will take you to the nearest exit. It will depend on the senior then. You're going to let me go? Jiang Kun was taken aback. He hadn't expected this. Yes. Hua Bai Rui nodded, opened the cell door, and pulled Jiang Kun out. Without further ado, she took Jiang Kun's hand and started walking outside, saying, I told you it would be fine. I won't let you come to harm. Aren't you afraid of your master blaming you? Jiang Kun smiled as he looked at their hands intertwined. Hua Bai Rui shook her head, not caring about that anymore. After the two exited the dungeon, Jiang Kun felt that his internal strength had returned. You really are quite harmful. This girl saved you this time. Regardless of whether you can escape or not, she will suffer for it. Jun Tianling felt pity for Hua Bai Rui upon seeing this. After all, according to her style, if the sect had such a traitor, it would definitely be a dead end. As for what Ning would do, he didn't know. After his internal strength returned, Hua Bai Rui pulled Jiang Kun into the air, flying at full speed towards the nearest exit. Come with me. Jiang Kun gently squeezed Hua Bai Rui's hand and said. Hua Bai Rui then realized she was still holding Jiang Kun's hand and quickly let go, saying, I'm not going. Your master won't spare you. Jiang Kun advised. No, master will just scold me and put me in confinement, don't worry. Hua Bai Rui turned to look at Jiang Qian, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a very beautiful smile, like a flower suddenly blooming in the cold winter. Feeling herself smile, Hua Bai Rui was surprised and touched her own mouth. Why am I smiling? I clearly did such a thing. Chapter 54. This might not be kidnapping, you still have to take risks for me, this matter. Jiang Qian looked at Hua Bai Rui's smile and was stunned for a moment. Until Hua Bai Rui turned her head back, Jiang Qian couldn't help but chuckle. It should be. Hua Bai Rui shook her head. I sent you to the back mountain of Yuhua Peak, where there's a cliff. After opening the mountain protection array, Master will discover it immediately, so you must not hesitate. Run as fast as you can. Are you really not coming with me? Jiang Qian asked persistently. Hua Bairui shook her head firmly. Senior, how could you possibly outrun a master at the peak of transformation stage? I have to hold him off for you. Woo! I wonder if Master will beat me to death. Hua Bairui thought to herself. The two flew at full speed and arrived at the edge of the cliff in less than a T's worth of time. But before Hua Bairui could open the mountain protection array, she trembled all over. Jiang Qian felt helpless as well. They both saw that at the edge of the cliff, Yin Ningyu was standing there in a thin blue garment, which perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. It seemed to be her nightgown. Hua Bairui looked at the two landing, her expression tense, and Yin Ningyu's eyes flashed with sadness. Are you going to betray Master for him? The moment the prison door opened, Yin Ningyu already knew that Jiang Qian had escaped. The closest place to the mountain protection array was here, so she waited here, instructing everyone to guard every exit. Master, why do you force me so hard? Hua Bairui shouted at Yin Ningyu, but quietly moved a few steps to protect Jiang Qian behind her. At the same time, she transmitted sound. Later, I'll hold off, Master. You take my token to activate the mountain protection array and leave. The formula is... Hua Bairui was abruptly interrupted by Yin Ningyu. The gap in strength among the three was too great. She couldn't hide a sound transmission from her. Hearing that Hua Bairui was going to fight her and tell Jiang Qian the formula for the mountain protection array, she was genuinely angry. After interrupting Hua Bairui, Yin Ningyu directly attacked. Two huge vines came crashing down toward Hua Bairui and Jiang Qian. By the looks of it, being hit would be fatal. Just as Hua Bairui was about to strike, Jiang Qian suddenly wrapped his arms around Hua Bairui's waist and leaped back, summoning the Lu Hong sword and striking out. Two flames directly severed the vines, and then the flames began to burn uncontrollably. The back mountain of Yuhua Peak, already filled with flowers and plants, caught fire. The entire back mountain lit up. As the fire grew larger, Yin Ningyu formed hand seals, and water streams appeared out of thin air, extinguishing all the flames. However, the disciples of Baiwa sect also rushed toward the burning area. Ningyu, this is the Hellfire Pearl. Jiang Qian took out the Hellfire Pearl. The flames of the Hellfire Pearl will continue to spread. Unless the thoughts of the user are completely burned, the flames will never cease. Seeing this, Yin Ningyu's hands that were casting spells stopped. Let's go. Or don't blame me for being merciless. I don't want to hurt you. Hearing Jiang Qian affectionately call her Master Ningyu, and hearing him mention old feelings, Hua Bairui's head buzzed. No wonder Master was so angry. She was competing for a man with Master. It's over, it's over, it's over. Leave her behind. Yin Ningyu didn't think Jiang Qian was lying. After all, there was no need for him to do so. She coldly pointed at Hua Bairui, cursing Jiang Qian in her heart 1,000 times. I kindly saved you, and this is what you're doing? Don't you want to be young again? Don't you want to return to your peak? Don't you want to join forces with me to control the Hahuan sect and form a good relationship between the two sects? After 500 years, do you really have no feelings for me at all? Man. Ding. Yin Ningyu's favorability, 70. Return multiplier, 700 at the same time. Jiang Qian's system voice sounded, and Yin Ningyu's favorability dropped. No, she must come with me. Jiang Qian couldn't care about anything else at this moment and tightened his hold on Hua Bairui's waist. Feeling herself tightly embraced, Hua Bairui's face turned red. She had never been held like this by a man, but she still had to say, Senior, I won't go. You can go. Look at how angry she is. You definitely won't have a good outcome. Come with me. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. I can swear. Jiang Qian looked at Hua Bairui, the two facing each other, less than 5 centimeters apart. Those eyes made Hua Bairui's face blush to the point of dripping blood. Seeing this, Yin Ningyu's anger surged, gritting her teeth. You two, are you showing off your affection in front of me? Master, are you okay? Several disciples landed beside Yin Ningyu, seeing her dressed so lightly, quickly took out clothes to drape over her. Senior Sister Hua? More disciples arrived one after another, and seeing Hua Bairui in Jiang Qian's arms, they were all stunned. Pervert, let go of Senior Sister Hua. A female disciple pointed at Jiang Qian and shouted, "Senior Sister Hua, don't be afraid, we will save you. Quickly let go of Senior Sister Hua. Otherwise, I will make you unable to eat and walk." The female disciples of Baiwa sect rushed in, pointing at Jiang Qian and cursing. They all believed that Jiang Qian had kidnapped Hua by Rue, trying to take the opportunity to escape. "By Rue, Master Uncle will save you, don't be afraid." A woman in red flew in from not far away, landing in front of Jiang Qian and comforting Hua by Rue. But she suddenly realized something was off. The man in front of her was only in the early stage of yuaning, but Hua Bai Rue was in the peak of the mid-stage of yuaning. Being caught by him? Unlikely. Moreover, it seemed that this man was holding Hua Bai Rue's waist, and Hua Bai Rue showed no intention of resisting, her face even turning red. This master uncle was somewhat surprised, turning to look at Yin Ningyu, then back at that man. Her gaze sharpened. "Jiang Qian? Long time no see, Fairy Chun." Jiang Qian nodded and smiled. This girl was Yin Ningyu's junior sister, one of the current elders of Baiwa sect, Chen Ning. "You scoundrel, you become like this, yet you still come to Baiwa sect? Could it be that Hahuan sect no longer wants you, and you came to seek refuge with your senior sister?" As soon as Chen Ning heard Jiang Qian admit his identity, she immediately shouted, "This may not be kidnapping." "Chen Ning, shut up, step aside." Yin Ningyu quoted the site Behing Ten Ning, fearing that Chen Ning would say something more, especially with so many people watching. Chen Ning seemed to realize this as well, glaring at Jiang Qian before walking to Yin Ningyu's side. "Hand him over, get lost." Yin Ningyu then looked at Jiang Qian and said, "If you don't hand him over, either you all step aside, or I will activate the Hellfire Pearl and burn your Baiwa sect to the ground." Jiang Qian stood his ground, determined to take Hua Bai Rue away today, no matter what. Saying this, to intimidate everyone, Jiang Qian's fire pillar glowed, and a black flame flew toward a nearby tree, instantly igniting the entire tree in black flames. Disciples who could use water spells rushed to extinguish the fire, but it was utterly ineffective. The entire tree was quickly reduced to ashes, and the black flame dissipated after the tree's ashes settled. "Step aside," Jiang Qian shouted sternly. Chapter 55. Then I will entrust my former self to you. Seeing Jiang Qian's actions, the disciples of Baiwa sect were frightened. What kind of flame is this? How is it so powerful and cannot be extinguished? If it burns down, the entire sect will probably be destroyed. Some disciples began to secretly release poisonous mist, try to incapacitate Jiang Qian. But this was also a type of technique. Wearing the Nine Heavens reversal robe, Jiang Qian had no fear of their poisonous mist, unless Yin Ning, you personally released the poison. But now Jiang Qian was keeping a close watch on her, and she didn't have that opportunity. "Bai Hui, have you thought this through? Once you leave, you'll become a traitor of the Baiwa sect." Yin Ningyu said solemnly as she looked at Hua Bai Rue after a moment of silence. "You made a mistake, and punishment is unavoidable, but the master will go easy on you." Hearing Yin Ningyu's words, the disciples of the Baiwa sect were all bewildered. Wasn't senior sister Hua bound? Did she voluntarily throw herself into his arms? "If you go over now, she will use you to threaten me and make me stay." Jiang Jin saw through Yin Ningyu's thoughts and whispered to Hua Bai Rue. Although the voice was very soft, Yin Ningyu could still hear it. "Bai Hui, is the master not as good as an outsider? You would rather believe him than trust the master?" Yin Ningyu said to Hua Bai Rue, who was struggling with her thoughts. "I only said I don't want to hurt you, but I didn't say I wouldn't hurt your disciples. If you don't step aside, what will happen to your disciples when this flame burns on them?" Jiang Jin threatened, choosing not to ask for Hua Bai Rue's opinion, lightly raising the infernal fire pearl. Although there were various beauties in uniform around, Jiang Jin had no intention of pitying them. "Don't!" Hua Bai Hui exclaimed, grabbing Jiang Jin's hand. She didn't want Jiang Jin to harm her junior sisters. "I can't believe you've become so despicable after all these years." Yin Ningyu's face darkened, looking extremely disappointed in Jiang Jin. But the favorability didn't drop? Noticing this, Jiang Jin thought, "Has Yin Ningyu already decided to let me go? It's just that more and more disciples are gathering. As the leader of a sect, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to say this, right? Where'd she put her face? She needs a way out." Jiang Jin immediately waved her hand, and a ball of black flame surrounded Chen Ning, but only encircled her without harming her. Jiangjin. Seeing this, Ning panicked but didn't dare to move. Let us go, and the flames will naturally extinguish. Otherwise, this fire will burn Ning to death and turn all of us into ashes. Jiangjin continued to threaten. Bai Rui, swear that you will never reveal any secrets of the Baiwa sect. Seeing Jiangjin give her a way out, Yiningyu immediately looked to Hua Bai Rui and said, Hua Bai Rui, hesitate for a moment, but still don't want Jiangjin and the Baiwa sect to remain at standstill. Continuing like this might not end well for anyone. She then began to swear, and Jiangjin didn't stop her. Get lost. After Hua Bai Rui swore, Yiningyu waved her hand to open the mountain protection array and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Jiangjin immediately took Hua Bai Rui and flew out. Master, Soda. Hua Bai Rui shouted loudly to Yiningyu in midair. For the master who raised her for 100 years, she felt quite grateful, and tears blurred her vision. Sorry. Don't worry, your master won't blame you. She deliberately let us go. Jiangjin whispered to Hua Bai Rui. This sentence could only be heard by Hua Bai Rui and Yiningyu, who had reached the great perfection of the transformation stage. You're being overly sentimental. Hearing this, Yiningyu gritted her teeth and muttered softly. Jiangjin didn't linger, taking Hua Bai Rui back to Huani City. After stepping onto the teleportation array, she put away the infernal fire pearl and extinguished the flames that trapped Ning. Chase. Seeing this, Yiningyu ordered loudly. The disciples of the Baiwa sect, including Ning, immediately chased in the direction Jiangjin left. Yiningyu watched her disciples' retreating figures and sighed deeply. They must be safe now, right? 500 years ago, the master stopped me. 500 years later, I became the sect leader, and no one stand between us anymore. But I'll let you take away my disciple. Why did I do this? Do you also like Bai Rui? Yes, Bai Rui was raised by me. In every aspect, perhaps she is quite similar to me. Does this prove that you once truly liked me? Then I will entrust my former self to you. This time, you must cherish it. When she stood in front of the mountain protection array, she truly wanted to capture Jiangjin and Hua Bai Rui. She never expected Jiangjin to possess a treasure like the infernal fire pearl. That scorching black flame terrified her. She lied to herself, thinking she could definitely not withstand that black flame, and she couldn't capture Jiangjin in a short time. She didn't want to see the 1,000-year foundation of the Baiwa sect destroyed in an instant. This fire could burn the entire mountain down. Since that was the case, she chose to let Jiangjin go. But Jiangjin, taking advantage of the situation, wanted to take Hua Bai Rui as well. This made her very angry. She was angry that back then, you didn't stand up and say you want to take me away, right? Was it because you didn't have these treasures back then? Was it because your strength wasn't strong enough? Was it because you didn't love me enough? No, you were arrogant because of your favor. You were sure I wouldn't make things difficult for you. You clearly saw through my thoughts, yet you still left. Good. Jiangjin, where are you? The people of the Baiwa sect caught up to Huani City and immediately ran to the teleportation array led by Ning. Who are you? The guards, seeing the Baiwa sect crowd in such a fierce manner, were a bit bewildered. Just now, a man and a woman, the man was an old man. Did they come by? Ning asked the guard. They came by, but they've already left. The guard nodded in understanding. Where did they go? Ning pressed on. Tianji City. The guard answered truthfully. What should we do, elder? Should we still chase? A female disciple came to Ning's side and asked. Tianji City is the territory of the Hahuan sect. We can't chase anymore. Ning shook her head and sighed. Senior sister, why can't you let him go? With your strength, capturing him would be a piece of cake, right? Even if Yuhua Peak gets burned a bit, what's the big deal? If we grab that pearl, will we still be afraid of not extinguishing the fire? Let's go back. After saying this, Ning flew back to the Baiwa sect first. Over 100 disciples immediately followed behind her. Senior, since you're safe now, Bai Rui will go back. Meanwhile, Jiangjin and Hua Bai Rui were in the immortal building in Tianji City. Aren't you afraid your master will punish you? Jiangjin, seeing that they had escaped danger, poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Hua Bai Rui, smiling. I'm not afraid. I was supposed to be punished. Hua Bai Rui said awkwardly, feeling at a loss about how to face Jiangjin at this point. After the surroundings quieted down, she regained her composure and reviewed the situation, always feeling that Yu had entrusted her to Jiang Jin, which sent a chill down her spine. What kind of story is there between the master and the senior? Chapter 56. The master really doesn't want me anymore. Don't go back. Going back will only cause trouble for your master. She asked me to take you away to protect you. Otherwise, if you betray the sect, you won't be punished. What will the other disciples think? If your punishment is too light, it wouldn't be appropriate. It would definitely be severe. And your master wouldn't be able to bear it. Jiang Jin smiled at Hua Bai Rui. Hua Bai Rui lowered her head and didn't speak, feeling that Jiang Jin made sense. So what should I do next? Am I really going to the Hahuan sect? I've heard that the Hahuan sect is full of temptresses, the kind that's very promiscuous. Don't worry. Jiang Jin seemed to see Hua Bai Rui's worries. I don't live in the Hahuan sect. I live in a small house at the foot of the mountain. I will have someone build another small house next to it. You can live there, and we will be neighbors in the future. Neighbors? Hua Bai Rui was taken aback upon hearing this. After you stay here for a while, when the heat has passed, if you want to go back, I want to stop you. How does one let the heat pass? Hua Bai Rui couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Just wait for 300 to 500 years. Jiang Jin laughed. Upon hearing this, Hua Bai Rui felt extremely helpless. Just when she was worried about how to continue her cultivation, a communication jade tube quietly flew in front of her. Jiang Jin and Hua Bai Rui were both bewildered. Hua Bai Rui used her divine sense to check, and found it was sent by Yu. She didn't avoid Jiang Jin and opened the communication jade tube. The following is the entire continuation of the cultivation method practiced by Hua Bai Rui as dictated by Yu. After hearing about these methods, Hua Bai Rui let out a deep sigh, and then tears began to roll down her cheeks uncontrollably. Master, you really don't want me anymore. The contents of the communication jade tube could only be heard by Hua Bai Rui herself. Although Jiang Sun didn't know what Yu had said, he quickly took out a handkerchief and came to Hua Bai Rui's side to help her wipe her tears. At this moment, how could he just hand it over? That would be too insensitive. With Jiang Sun wiping her tears, Hua Bai Rui felt even more wronged and cried even harder, eventually burying herself in Jiang Sun's embrace. If someone next door heard, they might think Jiang Sun had done something to this beautiful girl. After a long while, Hua Bai Rui finally stabilized her emotions. This was the first time she had cried so much in her life. She hadn't expected that once she started, she wouldn't be able to stop. After crying, she felt a bit shy and dared not look Jiang Sun in the eye. You cried quite fiercely. The neighbors might think I was slaughtering pigs, Jiang Sun joked. I'm not a pig. Hua Bai Rui's face turned even redder at his words. What did Yu say just now? Jiang Sun asked. Master told me all about the continuation of the cultivation method, but didn't say anything else, Hua Bai Rui replied, feeling a bit disappointed. She had thought her master would say more to her. In fact, Yu's thought was, I can't let the child I raised with my own hands learn that ridiculous charm method. So, since that's the case, just stay here with me. Jiang Sun nodded. Well, Hua Bai Rui said, not knowing what else to say, and could only nod. After a long silence, Hua Bai Rui looked at Jiang Sun. Xinyua. Just call me Jiang Sun. There's no need to be so formal. Jiang Sun interrupted her. Jiang Sun, Hua Bai Rui nodded, feeling quite unaccustomed to calling out this name. But it would take some time to adapt. After all, having an elder with an ethereal demeanor sitting in front of her would make anyone want to call him senior. Master said that your Hahuan sect wants to attack the Baiwa sect. Is that true? Hua Bai Rui asked Jiang Sun. It's just an idea. Now that I've seen Yu's strength, I think this matter is still up for discussion. Jiang Sun nodded, not denying it. After all, Hua Bai Rui couldn't go back. Why? Even if there are some minor frictions, it shouldn't escalate to a war between sects, right? Many people would die then, Hua Bai Rui frowned and asked. Of course, it's to solidify the positions of the 10 major sections. With the protection of immortals, cultivation becomes much more efficient, Jiang Sun shrugged. We've heard about your sect leader's breakthrough to the transformation stage, but you've seen Master S strength. You can't defeat her. Plus, there are the protective arrays and flowers all over the mountain. Whether you can even ascend the mountain is a problem. Hua Bai Rui's words were indeed true. She didn't mention that if Jiang Sun used that infernal fire pearl, all the flowers would be burned to ashes, and everyone in the sect would likely be trapped. After all, she didn't want anything to happen to the Baiwa sect. But if she didn't say it, would Jiang Sun not know? In that situation earlier, although there was a possibility of being captured if Jiang Sun and the others from the Huan sect went together with Tu Qing and others guarding, it would be completely different, as long as they couldn't take down Tu Qing and the others in an instant, once Jiang Sun unleashed his flames. Even if the Baiwa sect won in the end, they would still be engulfed by the flames. Given my relationship with Ying Yu, to be honest, I don't want to hurt her either. Let's wait until I return and discuss this with Tu Qing. Jiang Sun waved his hand. Now I want to talk more about this topic with Hua Bairui. At this moment, a jade tube flew over and appeared beside Jiang Sun. It was sent by Tu Qing. She said that when she went to the small house, Lin Qingwan had already run away and that she had sent someone out to look for her. Generally, inner disciples cannot leave the Huan sect without the sect leader's orders. But Lin Qingwan was Jiang Sun's maid, so she could leave freely. Fortunately, she didn't know the incantations for the Huan sect's protective array. Jiang Sun hadn't expected that the seemingly harmless little girl would be a spy for the Baiwa sect. She looked somewhat adorably silly, would fall asleep on his lap while massaging him, helped him dress and bathe, and brought him an umbrella when it rained, even getting wet herself. In dual cultivation, she was also very clumsy, completely passive. It was hard to believe such a little girl could be a spy. Could it be that her silly demeanor was all an act? Damn, he even gave her a piece of precious armor. Wasn't he that aiding the enemy? However, it was also thanks to her that he obtained the 9 Heavens reversal robe, which gave him the chance to show off in front of others. About your relationship with Master. Hua Bairui looked at Jiang Sun, wanting to speak but hesitating. However, the gossiping spirit in her eyes was already blazing. She had long wanted to ask this question. Jiang Sun waved his hand. Old stories, let's not mention them. It's getting late, you should rest. Until the house is built. You can stay in the fairy tower. Once it's done, I'll call you right away. Jiang Sun stood up and looked at Hua Bairui. Of course. If you have anywhere else you want to go, just let me know before you leave. After saying that, Jiang Sun turned and left the room. Chapter 57. After 500 years, how could she still have such intentions? After explaining everything to Hua Bairui, Jiang Sun flew towards the Huan sect, opened a protective array, and soon arrived at a small house. Senior brother. In the small house, Tu Qing was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, looking very anxious. Seeing Jiang Sun return, she hurriedly ran towards him and threw herself into his embrace. Senior brother, are you okay? What could happen to me? Jiang Sun chuckled as he held Tu Qing. It's all my fault. If I had noticed the spy, you wouldn't have had to suffer this. Tu Qing, nestled in Jiang Sun's embrace, spoke with a choked voice. It has nothing to do with you. I wanted to go to the Baiwa sect myself and went directly to their sect. Jiang Sun gently stroked Tu Qing's little head to comfort her. See, I came back safe and sound. Oomph. Tu Qing emerged from Jiang Sun's embrace, glaring at him with a look of resentment. I bet Ying Yu wouldn't make things difficult for you. She must want to monopolize you. After 500 years, how can she still have such intentions? On the way back, Jiang Sun had already told Tu Qing everything that happened at the Baiwa sect. And Tu Qing's words were not wrong. But how could Jiang Sun admit it? She just locked me up and never saw me. I don't know what she means. Jiang Sun laughed. Then what about the one who saved you, Hua Bairui? Tu Qing looked at Jiang Sun and asked. I've arranged for her to stay in the fairy tower for now. Tomorrow, have someone build a small house next to mine. She'll stay here in the future. Tu Qing shot Jiang Sun a glare. I don't care. The woman you brought back is your business to handle. Why should I help you build a house for another woman? Am I easy to bully? Is our Tu Qing jealous? Jiang Sun couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I am jealous. What is wrong with that? Tu Qing proudly raised her chest and tilted her head. Smack! Jiang Sun unceremoniously slapped the back of Tu Qing's thigh about 10 centimeters up. Tu Qing immediately deflated, covering her bottom. I was wrong, senior brother. You little vixen. You will always be my first woman. What are you jealous of? Jiang Sun smiled at Tu Qing. Can the small house be built by tomorrow? Not tomorrow. It'll take 3 days. Tu Qing pouted and shook her head. Even with magic, building a house isn't that fast. Then are we still going to the Baiwa sect? Tu Qing then looked at Jiang Sun and asked. She is at the peak of the transformation stage. Can you beat her? By the way, has sister you broken through? Jiang Sun asked. She successfully broke through and is currently in seclusion, stabilizing her internal energy. Du Qing nodded. So, should we be on guard against them attacking the He Huan sect instead? I've looked into it, and although Yiming Yu has a higher cultivation level, there are no other transforming god experts besides her. Chun Ning is only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and while the other elders didn't show up, everyone at that time surrounded me, and I didn't sense any transforming god aura. Therefore, as long as we have the protective mountain formation, Yiming Yu won't take action against us. She doesn't have confidence. If you and senior sister you can hold her off. The people from the Baiwa sect will suffer heavy losses, and even if she wins, it won't benefit her at all. Tu Qing nodded upon hearing this, and then her eyes lit up. Senior brother, can you show me that purgatory fire pearl of yours? Jiang Jun broke through using the purgatory fire pearl, so Tu Qing naturally knew of its existence. Moreover, taking it out in front of so many people made it impossible to keep a secret. Jiang Jun immediately took out the purgatory fire pearl and handed it to Tu Qing. This is the purgatory fire pearl? I've never heard of such a treasure before. Tu Qing gazed at the purgatory fire pearl and said, if this flame really doesn't stop, then we can use it to attack the Baiwa sect, right? And the fire can be controlled, so we can surround all the people from the Baiwa sect. At that time, Yiming Yu definitely won't dare to fight back. You destroyed the listening array? Jiang Jun glanced at the room upon hearing this. Of course, Tu Qing nodded. Jiang Jun looked at Tu Qing with a serious expression. A Qing. Hearing Jiang Jun call her a Qing, Tu Qing was momentarily stunned. Senior brother only does this when he needs something from her. I know, in order to rank among the top 10 sects, we can only merge with the Baiwa sect. I can use the purgatory fire pearl to surround them, but can we avoid hurting them? If they resist desperately, then let's just forget it. Senior brother, you don't want to make Yiming Yu sad, do you? Tu Qing was well aware of Jiang Jun's thoughts. She didn't expect that Jiang Jun, now so mature, would still be liked by Yiming Yu, and she never thought that Yiming Yu had really waited for Jiang Jun for 500 years. I guess so. Jiang Jun nodded. On one hand, I don't want to hurt her, and on the other hand, we're going to merge sects. After the success, they will all be disciples of the He Huan sect, so there's no need to eradicate them completely. Otherwise, it will be hard to control them later. I've already thought about it. At that time, I'll place the entangling goo on all of them. I'm not afraid they'll be disobedient. Over time, they will gradually assimilate with the He Huan sect, and then I won't need the entangling goo anymore. Tu Qing smiled. The so-called entangling goo is a unique goo insect of the He Huan sect. After ingesting this goo insect, if there is no antidote within a month, it will cause unbearable itching all over the body, leading to scratching the skin off completely until death, which is extremely painful. It can also locate every goo insect based on the mother insect, completely grasping their whereabouts. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Jiang Jun couldn't help but say, oh, senior brother, I'm using the entangling goo to make them obedient. As long as they listen, I will naturally give them the antidote, and gradually I will stop using the entangling goo. Besides, making the antidote is a significant expense. I don't want to spend that money. By the way, senior brother, I've noticed you become really powerful lately. How did you quickly go from foundation establishment back to the early nascent soul stage? Where did the purgatory fire pearl come from? And this black robe of yours looks quite extraordinary. Tu Qing est Jiang Yun rapidly. It's a matter of opportunity. I encountered a great being, but he doesn't allow me to say much. Jiang Jun smiled. Oh, Tu Qing nodded upon hearing this. Senior brother now has secrets from me. A Qing. Jiang Yun looked at her helplessly. All right, I know. It's that great being who doesn't let you say. Tu Qing nodded repeatedly. But senior brother, you should be careful too. Don't fall for others' tricks. Don't worry, I have a good sense of it. Jiang Jun nodded. Since Tang Ying is no longer in the Baiwa sect, then 6 days later, when the Void Sky secret realm opens, we will attack the Baiwa sect with the whole sect. Chapter 58. Is this how you use idioms? Tu Qing did not stay for dual cultivation today and left in a hurry. She probably went to arrange the construction of houses and the attack on the Baiwa sect. With Lin Qingwan not around, Jiang Jun felt a bit unaccustomed. Little thing, I must catch you back then. Jiang Jun looked at the few pieces of clothing left by Lin Qingwan, licked his lips, and ended up licking his own beard. Pa pa pa. After returning, Jun Tianling had not spoken at all. Jiang Jun certainly knew why she was silent. It was simply because she had escaped. Jun Tianling wanted to dance for him, so she was trying to lower her presence. Hey! Seeing Jun Tianling not talking, Jiang Jun became more energetic. The great demon lord is not keeping her word. Be careful, the heavenly Tao makes you lose your soul. You have made a vow. Yun Tianling. What do you want? Come out and dance for me. I won't. Won't you? Just wait. Jiang Jun said as he took out a message talisman and sent a message to Lu Ruiyun. The message talisman can quickly send messages over short distances, while the message jade tube is used for long distances. Master, you are really annoying. Every time I'm doing something, you always disturb me. Not long after, Lu Ruiyun arrived at Jiang Jun's room with a face full of grievances. She was only wearing undergarments, exposing her slim waist, and wore a dark red, semi-transparent gauze skirt, with her hair down, giving off a foreign dancer style. Master, why are you looking for me at night? Are you feeling lonely and need me to comfort you? Lu Ruiyun leaned against Jiang Jun's shoulder, her fingers tracing Jiang Jun's cheek, smiling charmingly. Yes. Jiang Jun hugged Lu Ruiyun and said, the long night is endless, and I can't sleep. I want to call you, little Lu, to dance for me. Jiang Jun lifted Lu Ruiyun's chin and smiled. Just a dance? Liu Ruiyun smiled coyly, hugging Jiang Jun's neck. If you want to do something else, that's fine too. Jiang Jun teased as he touched Lu Ruiyun. No, I'm very tired today. I'll just dance for master and then go back to sleep. Lu Ruiyun shyly stood up, a pipa appearing in her hand, spinning around and smiling lightly at Jiang Jun. And she plucked the strings and began to dance. Her agile and fair waist twisted with the music, captivating souls, her steps graceful, and her skirt swayed accordingly. After warming up, Lu Ruiyun put away the pipa, slightly parted her legs, and spread her arms. Looking at Jiang Jun understood and took out a guzheng to start playing. As Jiang Jun played faster, Lu Ruiyun began to dance with larger movements. You better watch closely, Jiang Jun thought to Jun Tianling, and his hands began to play even faster. No matter how fast Jiang Jun's rhythm was, Lu Ruiyun could keep up. The fabric on her body became less and less until she was completely naked. You, do you have no shame? Do you want me to dance for you like this? Jun Tianling's eyes widened at this scene. You shameless, filthy leech. I would never dance for you like this. Jiang Jun ignored her and enjoyed Lu Ruiyun's sultry dance, until Lu Ruiyun wrapped her arms around Jiang Jun's neck. Sending flirtatious glances, Jiang Jun tossed aside the guzheng and took action. Lu Ruiyun trembled all over, a blush appearing on her nose. Master. Lu Ruiyun sat in Jiang Jun's arms, quickly grabbing Jiang Jun's wrist, wanting to explore the depths. Little Lu is really tired today, but you're like thunder and fire. What am I supposed to do? Jiang Jun looked up at Lu Ruiyun with a smile. Little Lu, use another place, please, master. Little Lu looked at Jiang Jun pleadingly. All right. Jiang Jun already knew Lu Ruiyun would definitely not agree, so he simply let go of Lu Ruiyun and nodded. What do you mean by another place? Jun Tianling covered her eyes with her hand, but upon hearing Lu Ruiyun's words, she felt a bit confused. She couldn't help but open her eyes to take a look. However, she saw Lu Ruiyun bending down and exclaimed, "Oh, that's really disgusting. Can that even be eaten?" Jun Tianling shouted while retreating into her consciousness, not daring to show her face at all. After an hour, she finally came out, only to find Jiang Sun happily taking a bath. Jun Tianling and Jiang Sun shared their gazes, with Jiang Sun looking up at the ceiling, and Jun Tianling doing the same. Lu Ruiyun had already left. Disgusting, Jun Tianling said suddenly. You just don't have a life. You don't understand the joy of savoring the essence of life. Jiang Sun replied with a relaxed and satisfied smile. Is that how you use savoring the essence of life? Jun Tianling widened her eyes upon hearing this. It's about chewing on the heroic magnificence, Jiang Sun laughed. Jun Tianling was utterly confused. Have you learned it? Jiang Sun asked. I could never perform striptease. It's simply inappropriate. Jun Tianling hesitated before saying, well, the first half could be done. After all, I swore an oath. What if I don't dance? All right, Jiang Sun nodded, taking out the Luhong sword. If I can watch the demon lord dance, I'll be fine with whatever she dances. Go ahead. You bastard. Can't you say that after taking a bath? Yun Tianling coast. But as soon as Jiang Sun said the word dance, Jun Tianling's soul uncontrollably surged out of the Luhong sword. Upon seeing Jiang Sun in the bathtub, Jun Tianling's eyes widened, and she quickly turned around and ran out of the bathroom. Damn it. This is so unlucky. Oh, my eyes, my purity. Jun Tianling was almost in tears. She simply couldn't understand how she, the dignified demon lord, a great ascension saint, and the sword saint of Lingxiao, who could destroy the world with a flick of her hand, was suffering at the hands of an old man in the early stage of the nascent soul who couldn't even pass the heavenly tribulation. And she had to act cute for him, and dance for him, and even teach him martial arts, and let him use her soul-binding treasure, hold her treasure, wear her storage ring, and even touch her body. What did I owe you in my last life? Damn it, Jun Tianling shouted outside, holding her head. It's just a dance. Why are you going crazy? Jiang Sun had no idea what Jun Tianling was thinking. Hearing her shout, he only felt confused. After Jiang Sun finished his bath, he put on a loose white robe, sat cross-legged on the blanket, took out a guzheng, and raised an eyebrow at Jun Tianling. Shall we start? Hurry up. At that moment, Jun Tianling just wanted to quickly wrap up this troublesome matter. As Jiang Sun's guzheng began to play, Jun Tianling awkwardly started to twist and turn. Compared to Lu Riyun, it was simply worlds apart, like the difference between the qi refining stage and the tribulation stage. If it weren't for her beauty, Jiang Sun would have thought she was turning into a zombie. Jiang Sun couldn't help but laugh, and after Jun Tianling danced chaotically for a while, she hurriedly dove back into the Luhong sword. She couldn't face anyone for a while. Chapter 59. Is this a serious martial art? The next day, the male disciples of the Hawan sect came to Jiang Sun's small house and began building a house for Hua by Rui. Tu King, who was also verbally critical yet straightforward, said it would take 3 days to build, but with 5,000 male disciples all showing up, they completed the construction in a single day. Moreover, since this was the Hawan sect, everything for women was readily available, and Hua by Rui didn't need to buy anything. Jiang Sun quickly sent a message to Hua by Rui. That same night, Hua by Rui moved in. If you need anything, just let me know. Shout, and I can hear you, Jiang Sun said while surveying Hua by Rui's room. The interior decoration was quite similar to Jiang Sun's small house. A bed with curtains, a dining table, a reception area with a bookshelf, a rug on the floor, low stools, and a long table. Behind the screen was a bathtub. Next to the small house was a kitchen, although it might not necessarily be used. As for the yard, it was empty. I didn't have them tidy up the yard. You probably want to plant some flowers or something, right? Jiang Sun pointed outside. Thank you, Hua by Rui nodded. She indeed had that in mind. Unexpectedly, without her saying it, Jiang Sun had already done it. Ding, Hua by Rui's favorability, 80. Return multiplier, 800. If you want to join the Hawan sect, I can talk to Tu Qing for you. Coincidentally, the West Mountain Peak is lacking an elder. The current elder was chosen a few days ago. She is a late-stage Golden Core disciple. If you defeat her, it would be only natural for you to become the elder of the West Mountain Peak. No, Hua by Rui waved her hands repeatedly. I can't just come in and become an elder. That would be too unreasonable. Hua by Rui felt it was inappropriate, and on the other hand, she didn't want to join the Hawan sect because its reputation wasn't very good. Don't worry. Even if you join the Hawan sect, you can continue practicing your martial arts. And my idea is that you can teach your martial arts to the disciples of the West Mountain Peak. At that time, the West Mountain Peak can be considered a branch of the Baiwa sect. Jiang Sun smiled. That's not possible. I swore an oath. And my martial arts are also a part of the Baiwa sect secrets. Hua Bai Rui shook her head with a smile. That is true, Jiang Sun nodded. If you want to go out, just let me know, and I'll escort you. Hua Bai Rui nodded. Look at this. Jiang Sun went to the door and pointed at the formation on the wall. This is a soundproof barrier. Once opened, the sounds inside won't be heard outside. This is a protective barrier that can withstand outside attacks. It doesn't require a spell, just a touch. Okay, I understand, Hua Bai Rui nodded. Then the two fell into silence. After a moment, Jiang Sun pointed at the door and said, then, I'll head back now. Ah, Hua Bai Rui was taken aback. Glancing at the teapot on the table, just about to speak when Jiang Sun had already turned and left. Isn't serving guests supposed to involve pouring tea? Hua Bai Rui looked at the teapot and thought. She usually didn't socialize much, so she didn't react in time. I'll definitely remember next time. Hua Bai Rui sighed and then began to examine her room. Afterward, she nodded. It looked quite satisfactory. In the following days, Hua Bai Rui started planting flowers and plants in the yard. Jiang Sun occasionally came out to get some fresh air in the yard, and they would greet each other. Everything went smoothly with Hua Bai Rui living here, except for tonight. Oh my God, who is it this time? Hua Bai Rui lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Jiang Sun's room was 10 meters away from hers, separated by 2 walls. But whether it was the woman from last night or the one tonight, the noises were simply too loud. And every time it got to the later stages, the screams were heart-wrenching, as if someone was about to die, and they kept begging for mercy. The begging lasted for 2 hours, all night long. Tonight's visitor was Tu Qing, who was already a bit rough, and now knowing that Hua Bai Rui was living next door, was even more spirited, deliberately making sure Hua Bai Rui could hear, letting her know who this man belonged to. However, Hua Bai Rui clearly didn't think that way. She only felt, is doing that really so terrifying? Is this what the Haluan sect is like? Hua Bai Rui was somewhat questioning her life. The day before yesterday, when Hua Bai Rui had just moved in, there was no noise because Jiang Sun had gone out on a date with Qin Yaoing. The next morning, when Jiang Sun opened her eyes, Tu Qing had already left. After stretching, Jiang Sun planned to practice Jun Tianling's martial arts properly today. Yun Tianling. Huh? Who are you calling? Jiang Sun heard Qin Yaoing's voice in her mind. Ah, wrong number. It's nothing. Jiang Sun was taken aback, her mind still a bit unclear in the morning. Wrong number? Qin Yaoing was confused. Yun Tianling. Jiang Sun re-established the connection. What is it? I'm learning martial arts. First, teach me the Tianluo soul summoning. Jiang Sun said while walking outside. Oh, come in. Jun Tianling nodded, having previously promised to teach and wouldn't go back on her word. Previously, I made a vow not to lay hands on Jiang Jun during the teaching period, so Jiang Jun was not worried about her attacking him with the Luhong sword. He lay back in the chair, took out the Luhong sword, and his spirit entered it. Using blood as a guide, he impacted the spiritual orifice, made hand seals, and transformed blood into form. Jun Tianling spoke while demonstrating with her hands, but it was different from what he used. It was red. This way, a basic transformation could be achieved. Why is it red? Jiang Jun asked upon seeing this. This is blood. You need to learn to transform first. Then I can teach you to strengthen it. After strengthening, the hardness can be increased, and with increased hardness, it can last longer and have stronger penetration. Jun Tianling said helplessly. The more Jiang Jun listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. Was she speaking seriously? Was it her who was not serious? Or the technique that was not serious? Or was it that he himself was not serious? What kind of look is that? Yun Tianling frowned upon seeing Jiang Yun's expression. Suddenly, he recalled something he said when dealing with Gu Qing and Tu Qing, something about being very hard and lasting long. At this thought, Jun Tianling nearly went mad. Would I just tell him? No, I am seriously teaching the technique. It's all this brat-ass fault, my thoughts. Are you learning or not? Seeing Jiang Jun's increasingly strange gaze, Jun Tianling shouted in embarrassment and anger. I'll learn. Jiang Yun nodded repeatedly. To enhance hardness and durability, right? How hard and how long does it need to be to satisfy you? What are you saying? Jun Tianling quickly stood up and took several steps back, her face turning red. Huh? The technique, Jiang Jun said seriously. I told you to use blood to impact the spiritual orifice. What are you talking about? Jun Tianling was momentarily speechless, as she had indeed just explained it that way. Chapter 60. Tianluo Soul Summoning Technique. Jiang Jun stopped teasing Jun Tianling and began to calm down and learn the technique with her. However, he clearly overestimated his understanding. After 2 hours, Jun Tianling was going crazy. Using blood as a guide. Can't you understand? Or is there no blood in your body? Can't you feel your blood vessels? Jun Tianling was pulling her hair out in frustration. If it weren't for the vow, she would really want to slash Jiang Jun with a sword. 2 hours. He and T even grasped the first step. Of course I can feel it. But how do I control its flow? Jiang Jun asked, looking confused. You know what a heart is, right? Jun Tianling took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Jun. She clearly thought he was a fool. You know, Jiang Yun nodded. The heart is like a pump. It rhythmically contracts and expands to push blood out, driving blood flow in the body. Pump. You know what a pump is, right? Jun Tianling said, tightening and loosening her hand as she spoke. I know. Jiang Jun nodded. Isn't that enough? You control the beating of your heart, and the faster you pump, the faster the blood flows, right? Just like pumping water from a well, the faster you pump, the quicker you get water, understand? Do you get it? You should have said that earlier. You only said to use blood as a guide, but you didn't say to use the heart to control blood flow. Jiang Jun nodded as if enlightened. Isn't that common sense? After cultivating for 1,000 years, what exactly have you been practicing? Yun Tianling shouted. Okay, stop with the nagging, let me try. Jiang Jun said, closing his eyes and using his inner strength to start pressing on his heart. But as soon as he pressed, he nearly bursted. You tricked me. Jiang Jun cried out in pain, clutching his chest. Are you crazy? How hard are you pressing? Why don't you just use all your strength and kill yourself instead? Jun Tianling sighed in exasperation. To teach this guy to reach the nascent soul great perfection. His master truly is a talent. Just use a bit of inner strength to disturb it. Jun Tianling was already somewhat numb. I'll trust you one more time. Jiang Jun glanced at Jun Tianling and then gently pressed on his heart again, feeling that his blood flow had indeed increased a bit. He then guided his blood to surge toward the spiritual orifice. A stream of fresh blood gushed from Jiang Jun's fingertip like a fountain. Jiang Jun raised his finger, looking at the little red fountain, momentarily speechless. You need to make seals. If you keep spraying like that, you'll lose too much blood in no time. Jun Tianling helplessly said while making seals with her hands. Sigh. She sighed again. Oh. Jiang Jun nodded, using his left hand to mimic Jun Tianling's gestures to make seals. He recited the incantation, Tianluo, soul summoning, soul extinguished in the 9 heavens. Oh. Jiang Jun nodded and began to recite the incantation. With the incantation and the hand seals, the blood began to gradually solidify, changing from a spraying form to a flowing form. As Jiang Jun infused more inner strength, it transformed from a soft state to a rigid state. As he urged more inner strength, 5 blood-red, long nails grew on the fingers of his right hand. Before Jun Tianling could speak, the blood-red long nails suddenly began to extend, taking the shape of sharp arrows, then covered with a layer of black. Jiang Jun waved his hand, causing the black arrows to disappear, and flipped his hand to reveal a black knife. With a thought, the shape of the black knife began to change into a long sword, then a spear, then a dagger. Jun Tianling was quite surprised. Have you learned it? It seems so. Jiang Jun nodded, the black knife disappearing. He pointed, and a black arrow extended from his fingertip, dancing in the air, just like how Jun Tianling used it before. Go out and test its power, Jun Tianling said. Jiang Jun nodded, then left the Luong sword. Opening his eyes while lying on the recliner. Still lying there, he slightly raised a finger. A black sharp arrow immediately shot out from his fingertip, dancing in the air. Then with a wave of Jiang Jun's hand, the black arrow flew toward the woods, piercing through 10 trees under his control. The 10 trees looked as if they were sewn together with thread. With another flick of his finger, the 10 trees collapsed with a loud crash. Is this it? Jiang Jun looked at the scene before him, quite satisfied. If he wanted to, the sharp arrow could continue to penetrate the trees. 1 to 3 layers, all accomplished. Jun Tianling nodded, a bit surprised. Although this old man had poor comprehension, it seemed that once he understood, he could master it perfectly. Jiang Jun? Isn't this your technique? Jun Tianling? Hua Bai Rue, who was planting flowers next door, was dumbfounded by Jiang Jun's display, momentarily unable to react, her mouth agape. Yes, I learned it. Jiang Jun turned to Hua Bai Rue and smiled. Oh my, you're amazing. Hua Bai Rue looked at him with admiration. Just average. I practiced for a few minutes and got it, huh? Jiang Jun said unabashedly. Jun Tianling could only sneer. You've already reached the 3rd layer? Jiang Jun then asked in his heart. Yes, The first layer is controlling blood to open the spiritual orifice, allowing an ordinary person to absorb spiritual energy and begin cultivating. The second layer is turning blood into weapons, giving blood penetrating power. The third layer is hardening the blood, allowing it to be released as black knives or black swords. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the weapon's strength. With your current nascent soul stage, it could be considered spiritual quality. What about the next layer? Jiangju nodded and asked. The next layer, you can only learn when you reach the God transformation stage. Oh, then teach me that, the crimson wings. Jiangju nodded. Sigh. Upon hearing that he had to teach again, Jun Tianling deeply sighed. After that, it was another 3 hours of torment. By the time Jiang Jun opened his eyes again, it was already dark. Senior, didn't you sleep well last night? As soon as Jiang Jun opened his eyes, Huabai Rui was right in front of him, looking at him eagerly. Yeah, after working so hard last night, I definitely didn't sleep well. Jiang Jun was taken aback. If Huabai Rui wanted to do something to him just now, he would probably be dead by now, especially since he wasn't wearing the 9 Heavens reversal robe. In the future, if he wants to enter the Luong sword, he should set up some formations around him to ensure his safety. I was just cultivating and got a bit absorbed in it. Jiang Jin waved his hand and smiled. You can cultivate while lying down? That's too comfortable. It's a cultivation related to the spirit, Jiang Jin explained. Oh, if you're going to do this kind of cultivation in the future, it's best to call me. I'll protect you. Otherwise, it might be a bit dangerous. Huabai Rui nodded. She thought Jiang Jin looked like he had fallen asleep, so she came to guard him. Chapter 61. You are Jun Tianling? Then who is Xi Yin? All right, Jiang Jin said without being polite. I will definitely trouble you. It's not trouble at all. Huabai Rui unconsciously smiled. Senior's really amazing. Those who can't break through the heavenly tribulation basically die, but you survived. I've heard that those who survive the heavenly tribulation can no longer continue cultivating. I didn't expect you to return to the nascent soul in less than a month and even learn the magic techniques of the demon, Lord Jun Tianling. At this rate, I guess we will soon see you looking elegant and graceful, right? Didn't I say not to call me senior? It makes it seem unfamiliar. Jiang Jin smiled. Seeing you so powerful, I couldn't help but call you senior, Huabai Rui said, a bit embarrassed as she scratched her cheek. In 2 days, we will attack the Baiwa sect, Jiang Jin said suddenly. He had been thinking about whether or not to tell Huabai Rui these past few days. After thinking it over, he decided it was better to say something. Huabai Rui nodded, not surprised. Aren't you surprised? Jiang Jin asked when he saw her reaction. Not really, Huabai Rui nodded. With you around, the Baiwa sect will lose. That's hard to say, Jiang Jin smiled. Whether Jiang Jin can I know? Jiang Jin interrupted Huabai Rui, nodding. If we can avoid fighting, we will try not to. We are aiming for a merger, not for slaughter. And we won't be harsh on Ningyu. You also need to be careful. I think with your master's temperament, she might go all out against you. Huabai Rui said this a bit helplessly. After all, she is somewhat similar to her master. If she were the sect leader, she would definitely go all out if forced into a corner with the infernal fire pearl. But if the person with the infernal fire pearl is Jiang Jin, she doesn't know if she would still go all out. After all, the first step to going all out is to spare no effort to seize the infernal fire pearl. Then I will go back, Huabai Rui pointed to her small room. Aren't you going to sit down for a cup of tea? Jiang Jin smiled. No. I'm planning to take a shower tonight. Huabai Rui waved her hand and then turned to leave. Why did I tell him I'm taking a shower? He won't think I'm hinting at something, right? No. He is someone master likes. Hey, why do I care about this? It shouldn't be. Huabai Rui's heart was in a mess. Useless. After Huabai Rui left, Jun Tianling scolded. She wasn't scolding Jiang Jin for not seizing the opportunity, but because 3 hours had passed, and he still hadn't even practiced his wings. Just a little more, stop scolding. Jiang Jin said helplessly. This is too difficult. She was now dry and thirsty and really didn't have the strength to scold anyone. It was a big mistake to agree to teach him the techniques. Jiang Jin also knew he was in the wrong and didn't dwell on this with Jun Tianling. He got up and returned to his room to tidy up and prepare for sleep. Tianling, are you okay? As he entered his dreams, Jiang Jin felt a woman's voice crying beside his ear, and he opened his eyes with a frown. In front of him was a woman in green, looking at Jiang Jin with a worried expression. This time, Jiang Jin's vision was very clear, and the woman was very close. Jiang Jin saw clearly. This woman is Jun Tianling. No, it should be Siyu Yin. Her pupils were different from those Jiang Jin had seen before. They were both normal colors. Tianling, you're awake, that's great. I thought you were dead. Siyu Yin looked at Jiang Jin, with tears rolling down her eyes, looking pitiful. Jiang Jin had never seen this expression on the Siyu Yin in the Luhong sword. This Siyu Yin, compared to the one in the Luhong sword, looked more innocent, without such a violent aura. Why are you looking at me like that? Siyu Yin asked with a puzzled expression when she saw Jiang Jin not speaking for a long time. Did you hit your head? Is this dream lasting so long? Jiang Jin thought to himself while trying to sit up, but felt a tearing pain all over his body. Looking down, he saw a gruesome wound on his chest, as if it had been split by a sword. Jiang Jin instinctively let out a painful cry, covering his chest with his hand. What are these two lumps? So soft. Jiang Jin reached down and discovered it was a woman's body. This dream is so real. Hurry and use the elixir. I can't open your storage ring, so don't move around. Without waiting for Jiang Jin to think more, Siyu Yin looked at him with concern and shouted. Jiang Jin nodded and tried to open the storage ring in his hand. He then realized this ring was the same as the one Jun Tianling was wearing. There was no obstruction, and he could see the items inside. He took out a large recovery pill and swallowed it. Then he began to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. When he circulated his energy, Jiang Jin was shocked. This body is actually at the peak of the integration stage, just one step away from becoming a great ascension saint. Who are you? Just as Jiang Jin swallowed the recovery pill and was recovering, a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. In an instant, Jiang Jin was dragged into a sea of consciousness. In front of him, the woman had eyebrows like swords, eyes like cold stars, a face like a crowned jade, and skin like congealed fat. She was dressed in a black-tied outfit that outlined her tall and slender figure, exuding a sense of competence and heroism. She wore a black cloak with a hood. Her ponytail stood high. If it weren't for the peaks in front of her chest, Jiang Jin would have thought she was a man just by looking at her face. It wasn't that she looked very masculine. It was just that she had a heroic type of appearance, combined with this outfit, giving the impression of a man. Who are you? Jiang Jin frowned and asked the woman in front of him. Damn, can you even enter the sea of consciousness in a dream? Jun Tianling, the woman said coldly. Hearing this name made Jiang Jin's skin crawl. You are Jun Tianling. Jun Tianling is really a woman? Jiang Jin still hadn't figured out what was going on with Siyu Yin in the Luhong sword, who was clearly named Siyu Yin, but claimed to be Jun Tianling. Now the real Jun Tianling appear before him. Speak. Who are you? And why are you occupying my body? Jun Tianling slowly drew a long sword from her sleeve. Jiang Jin recognized it at a glance. This was the Zhenhuan sword. How would I know? I was sleeping at home, and when I opened my eyes, I appeared here. Jiang Jin felt the overwhelming pressure from the integration peak in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel terrified. He had never seen such a strong person. A revered one. Out of reach. Jun Tianling's brows furrowed tightly at his words, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Her toes slightly turned toward Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin knew this was the starting stance for a sword strike. She was preparing to rush over and kill him. Just as Jiang Jin was about to speak, in the blink of an eye, it was just a moment when his eyelids closed and he felt his head and body separate. In an instant, everything spun, and Jiang Jin's head fell to the ground, seeing his own tense body. Chapter 62. Time-Space Disorder? 2,000 years ago. Did I die? Jiang Jin's head was buzzing. The surroundings gradually turned dark. Damn! The next moment, Jiang Jin suddenly opened his eyes. He was back in his own room. At this moment, Jiang Sun was dripping with sweat, gasping for breath, nearly unable to catch his breath. He could be certain that the scene he had just experienced was definitely not just a simple dream. Everything was too real. Even the sensation of death was exceptionally clear. After all, he had once walked through the gates of hell under the heavenly tribulation. He would never mistake the feeling of death. The innocent Siyu Yin, the real Jun Tianling, the sea of consciousness filled with dark energy, the injured woman's body, the identical ring, and the town soul. Are you having a fit in the middle of the night? Why'd you take out the town soul? Jun Tianling's voice echoed in Jiang Sun's ears. Hearing this, Jiang Sun glanced at his hand and realized he was holding the town soul. The hilt of the town soul was radiating an eerie glow. Jiang Sun looked closely and found that the glowing part resembled a small formation. Did my body move just now? Jiang Sun asked. No, you just suddenly sat up and gasped for breath. Jun Tianling shook his head, not forgetting to mock him. Old people dream a lot, huh? Do you still remember Tianling City? Jiang Sun ignored Jun Tianling's teasing and recalled the last time he dreamt about Tianling City. Tianling City? I don't know. Jun Tianling thought for a moment and then replied. So, how much of your memory has returned? What do you remember? What does it have to do with you? It's very important. Tell me. Jun Tianling sensed Jiang Sun's seriousness, paused for a moment, and then said a mix of things about cultivation methods, about the town soul, about the treasure house, and some trivial matters in life. What specifically about the town soul? Jiang Sun inquired. The town soul is a holy grade magic weapon. I must have used a lot of spirit stones and heavenly materials to nurture it, almost to the limit. As for its origin, I haven't remembered yet, but it should have a spirit. Magic weapons are divided into ordinary, spirit, treasure, holy, and divine grades. Ordinary items are just scrap metal used by ordinary people. Spirit items are magic weapons that can be infused with spiritual energy to enhance their power, typically used by cultivators. Treasure items are rarer. They can be infused with spiritual energy, nourished with spirit stones, and the better they are nurtured, the greater their power, but there is a limit. Holy grade items are extremely rare. Infusing with spiritual energy and nourishing with spirit stones is basic, and they can also cultivate a weapon spirit and possess special abilities. The formation of a weapon spirit can occur through natural formation after infusing vast resources, which results in a relatively dull spirit that can only slightly assist in combat. Forcibly merging a cultivator's soul into a sword to become a weapon spirit, which essentially remains an independent person who has become this sword and can also control it. The stronger the captured person or the willing person is, the more powerful the sword becomes. Then there's the soul forging pill, which when infused into the sword, gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a perfectly compatible weapon spirit that can completely merge with the sword, ensuring absolute loyalty. If it develops a physical form, it can also wield the sword in battle when necessary. Once there is a weapon spirit, the cost for spirit stones and heavenly materials will increase significantly. As for special abilities, the capabilities of different holy grade magic weapons vary. For example, amplifying spell power. Using non-user spiritual root attribute skills, the sword body can freely extend and retract, splitting the heavens with one strike, controlling fire, controlling lightning, slicing through the void, and so on. Divine-grade magic weapons are extremely rare, possessing the ability to infuse spiritual energy, nourish with spirit stones, cultivate weapon spirits, and special abilities. In addition to having the power to destroy heaven and earth and the ability to control order. If the power of order is disturbed, it may lead to catastrophic consequences such as stars falling, the earth cracking, and chaos in time and space. Chaos in time and space. The thought of the information about every grade of magic weapon made Jiang Sun's skin crawl. Could it be that this town soul is a divine-grade magic weapon? And the scene he just experienced was the so-called chaos in time and space. Moreover, that Si Yuyan, although anxiously beside him, did not touch his body. She saw his wound tearing and made a move to help him, but ultimately her hand did not manage to grab him. At that time, he was a woman, and Si Yuyan was also a woman. There was no possibility of inappropriate contact between men and women. There was only one possibility. Si Yuyan was the weapon spirit of the town soul. She had no physical body and could not touch Jiang Sun's body at that time, including the one currently in the Luhong sword. It must be Si Yuyan. The reason he recognized the town soul at that time, and the weapon spirit of the town soul did not react at all, was that the weapon spirit Si Yuyan was already in the Luhong sword at that moment. Furthermore, combined with the system prompt, Ding detected the fated daughter Si Yuyan. It meant that Si Yuyan must have willingly become a weapon spirit. As for the body of Si Yuyan currently in Jiang Sun's space, it should be a body developed postnatally. Therefore, He had not just been dreaming. He had returned to who knows how many years ago. At that time, Jun Tianling was not yet the demon lord, not yet at the great completion realm, and Si Yin had not yet had a physical body. Calculating this, it was at least 1800 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the Suwang sect was destroyed, and 1800 years ago, the Suwang sect was established. Do you remember your memories from the fusion realm? Although Jiang Sun had a rough conjecture in his heart, he still had to treat this Si Yin before him as Jun Tianling to ask. After all, from the current perspective, this Si Yin had Jun Tianling's memories and completely regarded herself as Jun Tianling. How would I remember? Not to mention that my memory isn't complete now. Even if I had all my memories, I wouldn't bother remembering such distant things. Jun Tianling laughed. It seems asking you is useless. Jiang Sun sighed, and the bright formation on the town's soul gradually dimmed, returning to its normal color. At the same time, 2,000 years ago, in a certain cave. Tianling, how are you? Are you okay? Si Yin looked at Jun Tianling, who was slowly opening her eyes with a worried expression. Come back, Jun Tianling said without saying much, raising the town soul in her hand. Although Si Yin was reluctant, she obediently returned to the sword. Cough, cough, cough. Jun Tianling then coughed violently, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, hurriedly leaning against the stone wall to sit up, and took out several pills to swallow, then began to circulate her energy to heal. An hour later, Jun Tianling's complexion improved significantly. Sword Dao Saint, indeed formidable. Jun Tianling looked pale as she gazed at the cave entrance. She had come to Tianling City to challenge the Sword Dao Saint of that city across borders, aiming to seize a prestigious position. Although she had severely injured that saint, she had also exhausted all her spiritual energy hanging by a thread. It was still Si Yin who controlled the town's soul and flew her out of Tianling City, hiding in this cave. Chapter 63, Ancient Formation. What was up with that old man just now? Why was he in my sea of consciousness? After recovering her breath, Jun Tianling recalled the old man in her sea of consciousness, frowning deeply. Just now, she had completely passed out, and her soul had nearly shattered. But she could feel that her body had entered another soul. Initially, she thought it was someone trying to seize her body, but she felt her body recovering. That soul controlled her body to consume a great return pill and circulated energy to gradually awaken her soul. Jun Tianling initially thought that Si Yin had found some way to enter her body to control her. But upon opening her eyes and seeing an old man in her sea of consciousness, it felt like the sky had fallen. He was so old, clearly a dying old ghost, definitely trying to take advantage of her weakness to seize her body and live again. How could Jun Tianling allow that? She immediately drew her sword to strike him. However, she always had a feeling that her sword was striking against cotton. The soul was shattered, but it didn't seem to have vanished. Instead, it left a trace of aura in her sea of consciousness. It must be some kind of imprint. Thinking of this, fearing that the old ghost would attack again while she was weak, Jun Tianling braced herself and stood up. Yin, control the sword and take me away. As soon as Jun Tianling's voice fell, the soul of the town floated in front of her. Tianling, where are we going? Seeing Jun Tianling draw her sword, Si Yin asked. To Dongming, the further away from here, the better. Okay. Si Yin nodded and quickly left with Jun Tianling. Jiang Sun stared at the soul of the town in his hand, spending a sleepless night. Until the sun was high in the sky, Jiang Sun put away the soul of the town and rode the wind towards Qingyu Peak. Speaking of formations, there was one person in the Hahuan sect who was particularly skilled. Senior sister, are you up? A moment later, Jiang Sun landed in a secluded small courtyard at Qingyu Peak and knocked on the door. Come. A woman's voice came from inside, and Jiang Sun pushed the door open to find a dried corpse in front of him. Looking up, he saw Ming Ning at the dressing table. Her hair looked slightly damp, and she was wearing a black gauze dress, wrapped in undergarments, with her curvy waist partially visible. Even standing at the door, he could smell the fragrance. It seemed she had just taken a bath. You're just in time. Help me deal with this. Ming Ning glanced at Jiang Sun through the mirror. Jiang Sun helplessly waved his hand, throwing the dried corpse out, igniting it in midair with a flame, instantly reducing the entire corpse to ashes. Senior sister, I want to ask you about a formation. Jiang Sun said as he sat down at Ming Ning's desk, grinding ink and starting to draw. Although Ming Ning didn't speak, she walked over slowly after finishing her hair. Jiang Sun glanced up and noticed that he could see Ming Ning's white satin undergarments through the black gauze. However, Ming Ning suddenly grabbed Jiang Sun's hand, ignoring Jiang Sun's gaze, and looked at the formation, saying, "This is a soul exchange formation. It looks somewhat dangerous. Don't draw it." Senior sister, do you know what this specific formation is called? What is its function? Jiang Sun asked, putting down his brush. I don't know what it's called. Ming Ning shook her head. Its function is literally soul exchange. After the formation is triggered, the user can extract their soul and forcibly occupy someone else's body. However, there are a few strokes in this formation that I can't understand. These strokes enhance the whole formation's function, but also increase its danger. If you're not careful, it may lead to the destruction of the soul and the user's soul scattering. Given the complexity of this formation, it should be an ancient formation that is not easily controlled. No one knows what secrets are hidden in ancient formations. Ming Ning then looked up, her gaze calm as she stared at Jiang Sun. Don't use it. I won't use it. I just happened to see it and wanted to study it. Although Ming Ning's expression showed no fluctuations, Jiang Sun knew she was concerned about him. Ming Ning was afraid that Jiang Sun, not wanting to use the old man's body, would want to use this soul exchange formation to occupy someone else's body. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Ming Ning released Jiang Sun's hand and nodded. Thank you. Senior sister, here's a breaking barrier pill for you. You've been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for a long time. This should help you break through. Jiang Sun took out a breaking barrier pill and smiled. Ming Ning was currently at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage and had been stuck here for over 200 years. Just thinking about it was distressing. Just one level of cultivation had her completely stuck. If it were Jiang Sun, he would have lost his mind long ago. Ming Ning was slightly taken aback but still maintained her calm expression. No need. You keep it. I don't need it. My recent cultivation is like drinking water. It's very fast. I'm leaving now. Jiang Sun placed the breaking barrier pill on the table and smiled, not waiting for Ming Ning to react before getting up and leaving her room. Elder Jiang. As Jiang Sun stepped out, he saw someone standing at the door. It was Zhang Yuan. What are you doing here? Jiang Sun nodded and asked. Elder Ming sent me to collect the corpse, Zhang Yuan replied, bowing slightly. No need. I've already dealt with it. You can go back. Jiang Sun nodded. Understood. Zhang Yuan nodded and turned to leave. Recently, he had become the corpse collector for the Hawan sect, specifically handling the corpses drained by senior sisters and elders after their feeding. This job made Zhang Yuan anxious. He was afraid that one of the senior sisters, especially the elder Ming Ning, would be unsatisfied and grab him for feeding. Ming Ning was simply outrageous. Draining one a day, and sometimes even two, it was quite terrifying. He was most unwilling to come to Ming Ning's place. But he could understand. After all, everyone knew Ming Ning had been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for a long time, so it was natural for her to be anxious. After Zhang Yuan left, Jiang Sun also rode the wind away. Ming Ning looked at the breaking barrier pill on the table, reached out to pick it up, and sighed. Silly boy. Ming Ning shook her head and stored the breaking barrier pill in her storage ring. Ding! Breaking barrier pill gifted successfully, triggering 10,000 times critical hit. Obtained. Supreme Breaking Realm Pill. Effects. Used for breaking through to the Great Ascension stage at the peak of the combined body stage. Taking the pill can avoid heavenly tribulation and directly reach the Great Ascension stage. Can also be taken at any time to greatly enhance levels below the Great Ascension stage. Ming Ning's favorability. 50. Return multiplier. 500. Seeing this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile slightly. After leaving Ming Ning's residence, Jiang Sun headed to Yu Yan's place. Although she bullied him when they were young, as his senior sister, he still needed to show some concern. Hey, Master Uncle, what brings you here? Upon entering Yu Yan's courtyard, Lingxiao was sitting inside drinking tea, and upon seeing Jiang Sun, she quickly stood up. How is senior sister? Jiang Sun asked, nodding. Elder Yu is still in seclusion. She asked me to keep watch here and not let anyone disturb her. Lingxiao smiled, then covered her mouth, her eyes curving as her body trembled slightly, especially not letting you in. Jiang Sun felt a bit awkward. Yu Yan seemed to be on guard against him like a thief. Chapter 64. June Tianling, you tricked me again. Ahem. Jiang Sun cleared his throat and took out a pill. Then tell senior sister that I've been here. This is a nourishing yuan pill that can help stabilize her internal energy after breaking through. Please give it to her. Understood. Li Mengxiao nodded and took the nourishing yuan pill. Mengxiao you, ahem. Jiang Sun was about to tease Li Mengxiao when he suddenly heard Yu Yin cough from inside. Jiang Sun was so startled that he quickly turned and ran away. Hee hee. Li Mengxiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Mengxiao, give me the nourishing yuan pill. After Jiang Sun left, Yu Yan's voice came from inside the room. Okay, coming. Li Mengxiao nodded and quickly ran into the room. Ding, nourishing yuan pill gifted successfully. Obtained, spirit nourishing pill. Effect. After taking, it nourishes the soul. Seeing the returned item, Jiang Sun didn't hesitate and directly took it out and swallowed it in one go. Strengthening the soul is always a good thing. What are you up to so early in the morning? June Tianling asked as she watched Jiang Sun running around. Just wandering around, nothing to do. Jiang Sun couldn't exactly tell her he was showing off his abilities. Is it wrong to wander around instead of practicing? Have you learned the crimson wings? June Tianling said sleepily, and after saying that, she suddenly woke up and immediately regretted it. I thought you didn't want to teach me anymore. I was too embarrassed. Hearing this, Jiang Sun immediately found a place, sat cross-legged, set up a barrier, and dove into the Luhong sword. June Tianling's face turned dark as she and Jiang Sun exchanged glaring looks. Then she sighed. I've really done my best. I'll teach you one last time. If you still can't learn it, I can't help you. Yun Tianling looked at Jiang Sun resignedly. Okay. Jiang Sun nodded, indicating he understood. I'll explain what I said yesterday in simple terms. The crimson wings are formed from condensed blood. It's a technique I created using the second layer of Tianluo soul summoning. You need to output blood from your hand to your shoulder blades. As June Tianling spoke, she came to Jiang Sun's back and poked his shoulder blade with her fingers. Since they were both souls, they could touch each other. The blood output point is here. June Tianling tapped just below the shoulder blade. It comes out from here. Operate the second layer of Tianluo soul summoning and think of a wing in your mind. You try it first, just form the wing. If you had taught me like this yesterday, I would have learned it already. Jiang Jin glanced at June Tianling and said, go to hell. June Tianling slapped Jiang Jin on the head. She really didn't want any physical contact with Jiang Jin, but there was no other way. Jiang Jin rolled his eyes and didn't say anything more, starting to operate the second layer of Tianluo Chuan. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed the flow of blood, beginning to gather it below the shoulder blades. Once he felt that there was enough blood to form wings, Jiang Jin circulated his energy, allowing the blood to start emerging from below the shoulder blades. The blood did not tear the clothes, as if each molecule was passing through the tiny spaces between the fabric, beginning to form behind Jiang Jin. After a moment, a pair of blood wings, about 1 meter long, appeared behind Jiang Jin. According to Jiang Jin's imagination, these wings could change at will, and he used the second layer of Tianluo Chuan to solidify them. Can't I continue to harden them with the third layer? Jiang Jin asked, looking at the wings. You can. The crimson wings are used for quick flight, for pursuit or escape. Once hardened, they're called black feather wings, used for offense or defense. June Tianling nodded. You should try flying first. It's similar to riding the wind, but the difference is that you use your wings to ride the wind. Okay, I'll give it a try. Jiang Jin nodded and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had returned to his body. After breaking the barrier, Jiang Jin transformed into crimson wings and leaped off the cliff. Is it really that simple? Jiang Jin felt himself flying and was surprised. Hey, Yun Tianling sneer. The next moment, Jiang Jin fell down the cliff. Realizing something was wrong, he hurriedly tried to ride the wind, but with the crimson wings on his back, Jiang Jin couldn't properly ride the wind and fell directly. Crash! He hit the ground hard. Ouch, my back, you damn it! Jiang Jin's face was in the dirt, and he covered his aching back with one hand, howling in pain. I told you to use your wings to ride the wind, not your own body. You didn't listen, so it's your own fault for falling. June Tianling said happily as he watched Jiang Jin fall in a disheveled state. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Jiang Jin shakily stood up, supporting himself against a nearby tree. You didn't say how to use my wings to ride the wind. Come on. It's just like riding the wind. You control the surrounding spiritual energy to gather airflow beneath or around your body, creating an upward lifting force. You know that, right? After all, you can do it, Jun Tianling said. I know, Jiang Ji nodded. Using the wings to ride the wind means gathering that lifting force on the wings. Can't you think a little more flexibly? Jun Tianling said, speechless. Jiang Ji nodded at his words and then began to try again. Following Jun Tianling's instructions, he applied the lifting force to the wings and then jumped up, flying high into the air with the wings catching the wind. This time he succeeded. Jiang Jin soared into the clouds. Using inner strength to flap the wings could increase speed. To fly right, he flapped the left wing. To fly left, he flapped the right wing, leaning his body upward to fly higher and sinking his body to fly lower. With long-term practice, he could make the wings a part of his body, maximizing his speed. Jun Tianling watched Jiang Jin successfully take off and added, good. You've got it. Jiang Jin nodded, beginning to get used to the wings. As expected, once he learned it, Jiang Jin's talent became quite extraordinary. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had completely mastered the crimson wings. As Jun Tianling said, these crimson wings were indeed a powerful tool for fleeing and pursuing. With a thought, he flapped his wings and was suddenly 10 miles away. He could fly 100 miles in 10 seconds. For ordinary cultivators, flying at full speed, they could only manage 10 to 15 miles in that time. Indeed, once you learn it, you can fully master its use. It took me 3 days to completely master the crimson wings the first time I used them, Jun Tianling said, watching Jiang Jin fly freely in the air. Really? So, I am a genius, Jiang Jin smiled and nodded. Is that so? The crimson wings consume a lot of spiritual energy, so you can't fly for long. Doesn't the genius know that his spiritual energy is running low? Yun Tianling xiaoku softly. Huh? Jiang Jin froze upon hearing this, suddenly feeling drained of all spiritual energy. The wings vanished, and he hovered in the air for 3 seconds before shouting, ah. I'm at 10,000 meters high. Yun Tianling. You damn it, you tricked me again. At 10,000 meters high, Jiang Jin's screams echoed, but he was nowhere to be seen. He had already fallen rapidly towards the ground, and at this height, he would surely become a meat paste. Chapter 65. Sect Conference of Falling Through Death. Ha ha ha. Jun Tianling didn't care about Jiang Jin's life or death and laughed heartily inside the Luhong sword. Just as Jiang Jin was about to hit the ground, Tu Qing suddenly appeared, catching Jiang Jin in his arms. After spinning a few times in the air to dissipate the force, they landed safely on the ground. Heavens, senior brother, what are you doing? Is there something on your mind? Tu Qing looked at Jiang Jin in his arms and asked. Fortunately, Tu Qing's embrace softened the impact. Otherwise, hitting the ground head first would have hurt quite a bit. You scare me to death. Jiang Jin felt the ground beneath his feet and finally let out a long breath. How did you know I was in trouble? After releasing Tu Qing, Jiang Jin said, still shaken. My spiritual sense connects to the entire mountain protection formation. I saw you flying well in the sky, and then suddenly your inner strength disappeared. I was worried and came over, but I happened to see you falling. Tu Qing explained, also feeling a bit shaken. I see. Thank goodness. If you hadn't come, I would have been dead for sure. Jiang Jin nodded repeatedly. I didn't expect this new technique to consume so much inner strength that it drained me in one go. Senior brother, in the future, be careful when learning new techniques. It's really worrying. Okay, I understand, Jiang Jin said, taking out a healing pill and swallowing it. After circulating his energy for a bit, all his inner strength was restored. Ever since he acquired the treasures from the illusory Void Mountain's treasury and gave some to Tu Qing, Jiang Jin now had an absurd amount of various pills, more than he could ever consume. Sister has exited her seclusion. Seeing Jiang Jin's energy restored, Tu Qing wasn't surprised and said to him, does that mean we need to prepare for a meeting? Jiang Jin nodded. Yes, tomorrow at the hour of the snake. We'll gather in the main hall, Tu Qing confirmed. Jiang Jin glanced at Tu Qing and noticed her expression was calm, indicating that they were determined to take down the 100 Flowers sect. All right, I got it. I'll head back now. Senior brother, be careful and don't fall again. Tu Qing said with a smile before leaving. What a pity. You didn't fall to your death, Jun Tianling said, feeling regretful. Just wait. You'll get what's coming to you. Jiang Jin rolled his eyes and used the crimson wings again, this time also employing the third layer of Tianluo Chuohan to transform the crimson wings into black feather wings. Then he leaped into the air. Although it was said to be slower, it was still significantly faster than typical wind riding, about half the speed of the crimson wings. Jiang Jin charged toward the small mountain and, just before crashing into it, wrapped his upper body with the black feather wings. Boom! It was a loud crash. The entire mountain seemed to tremble slightly. Jiang Jin himself was unharmed, flapping his wings and hovering in the air, staring in awe at the mountain before him. A massive pit, 5 meters deep, had been created in the mountainside. If this blow had struck a person, they would surely be reduced to a pulp. With Jiang Jin's current early-stage nascent soul strength, using this move would force even a peak mid-stage transformation realm cultivator to evade its edge. Wow, I really want to use this move to send you flying into oblivion, Jiang Jin said, satisfied as he looked at the deep pit. TCH. Jun Tianling did not respond to Jiang Jin's words and continued. Your realm is too low. You still cannot unleash the full power of the crimson and black feather wings. As your strength increases, these two techniques will also become stronger. All right, I've settled the debts I owed you. Don't bother me unless it's necessary. Jun Tianling was quite dissatisfied now. These two matters were both exchanged by Jiang Jun for meeting Tang Ying, but not only did he not meet Tang Ying, he also lost 2 cultivation methods, and even had to perform a seductive dance for Jiang Jun. It was a heavy loss. The next day, at the hour of the snake, Jiang Jun arrived at the main hall of the Huan Palace on time. At this moment, all the elders and the Grand Elder, except for Tu Qing, were gathered here. Those who were of a lower generation than Jiang Jun stood up to greet him. Among them was a disciple from East Mountain Peak named Ho Rui, who was in the late Golden Core stage and a student of Lurun. Jiang Jun paid special attention and noted that she was not the daughter of fortune. Jiang Jun nodded, signaling everyone to sit down, and then approached Yu Yin and Ming Ning. Good morning, 2 senior sisters. Please sit down. Ming Ning lightly nodded and then said, okay. Jiang Jun nodded and, seeing that Yu Yin was ignoring him, decided not to care about her. The only available seat was also the one closest to the sect leader. In front of the Huan Palace was the stone-carved seat of the sect leader, with 4 chairs on each side. Including Jiang Jun, there were exactly 8 people seated. It was Ho Rui's first time seeing such a scene, and she was very nervous, her hands clasped together, head lowered, not daring to move her eyes, and only sitting slightly on the chair, completely unable to relax. But as everyone remained silent, she also didn't dare to speak to ease her tension. Hey! Yu Yin suddenly spoke, looking at Jiang Jun's senior sister. Jiang Jun turned to Yu Yin. Why are we having this sudden meeting today? Yu Yin asked. Guess. Jiang Yun smiled. What the heck, just say it. Yu Yin glared at Jiang Jun. Let a Qing say it. Jiang Jun waved his hand. It wasn't very appropriate for him to say such things. It seemed to be a major matter. Ming Ning glanced at Yu Yin upon hearing this. Yu Yin nodded. Everyone fell silent again. After a cup of tea, Tu Qing slowly walked in from the back of the hall. Sect leader. Everyone stood up together and bowed to Tu Qing. Sit down. Tu Qing nodded, first sitting in her place, then gesturing for everyone to take their seats. I have gathered everyone here today for a matter concerning the 1,000-year foundation and future inheritance of the Huan sect. My senior brother and I have been planning for a long time, and now the time has come. Tu Qing's gaze swept over everyone. Tomorrow, the Void Sky's secret realm will open, and at that time, the former sect leader of the 100 Flowers sect and our sect leader will enter the Void Sky secret realm for 7 days. During these 7 days, we will mobilize the full strength of our sect to launch an attack on the 100 Flowers sect. Upon hearing Tu Qing's words, everyone was taken aback. No wonder you wanted me to break through to the transformation stage, Yu Yin said, realizing the situation with a wry smile. Now just being in the transformation stage is useless. Tu Qing shook her head. A few days ago, my senior brother went to the 100 Flowers sect alone to investigate and was captured by Yi Ningyu. Therefore, we learned that Yi Ningyu is now at the late transformation stage. Hearing that Jiang Jun had been captured, everyone was shocked and looked at him. It's embarrassing to talk about. Jiang Jun smiled awkwardly at the sight. Embarrassing? I see you clearly let her catch you on purpose. Yu Yin snorted with a laugh. Gu Qing was not too surprised, as he had already seen Hua Bai Rui, who lived next door, during the past few days when he went to visit Jiang Jun. He had also heard Jiang Jun say a few things. Speak. Ming Ning looked at Jiang Jun and said, Jiang Jun nodded and recounted the events that happened in the Hundred Flowers sect to everyone. Chapter 66. The Opening of the Void Sky Secret Realm. A great battle is imminent. This is the Hellfire Pearl. Jiang Jun flipped his hand and took out the Hellfire Pearl. At that time, we will first surround the entire Hundred Flowers sect. Let Yinning come out to meet and negotiate. If the negotiation fails, we will work together to break through the mountain protecting Great Formation. Everyone here will work together to protect my senior brother, using the Hellfire Pearl to break through the second layer of the Hundred Flowers sect's floral barrier. We will trap all of them within Lingxiao Mountain of the Hundred Flowers sect and force them to consume the lingering goo. What if they resist fiercely? Yin asked. Then there will be no mercy. Tu Qing's eyes hardened as she spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone involuntarily looked at Jiang Jun, clearly aware of the situation between him and Yinning. What are you looking at me for? With my current cultivation level, the Hellfire Pearl won't even be able to kill Yinning. I don't care about the others. As long as Yinning is alive, that's enough. Jiang Jun shrugged and smiled. Tu Qing's gaze flashed with a hint of displeasure. Yu Yin covered her mouth and laughed softly. I didn't expect my junior brother to be such a devoted romantic. Our Huan sect enters the Tao through love. I am a great romantic, which proves my martial prowess is high. Jiang Jun joked. The red signal flare means attack. The green flare means retreat. The yellow flare means standby, just in case. And the black flare means fight separately and break through back to the mountain. Everyone go back and make arrangements. Today, 5,000 male disciples, 2,000 outer sect female disciples, and 700 inner sect disciples will head to the foot of the Hundred Flowers sect mountain. 5 days later, at the hour of the snake, we will gather in the bamboo forest 100 miles outside Huani City. The remaining disciples will stay behind to guard the mountain. Yes, sect leader. Everyone responded in unison. That Hua Bai Rui. Tu Qing then looked at Jiang Jun, worried that Hua Bai Rui would mess things up. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Jiang Jun gave Tu Qing a reassuring look. Tu Qing nodded. Senior sister Yu. Go summon the disciples of Yang Yuan Peak and set off. After Tu Qing finished speaking, she turned to leave. Everyone watched her leave before returning to their respective peaks to mobilize their disciples. Jiang Jun also returned to his small house and went to Hua Bai Rui's side. We're ready to depart. Jiang Jun stood at the door of the small courtyard, looking at Hua Bai Rui, who was washing up. Hua Bai Rui nodded at Jiang Jun. Although her expression was calm, the water droplets that dripped after washing her face revealed her inner anxiety. You even forgot to wipe your face. To reassure them, I need to set up a barrier here, which will automatically dissolve in 7 days or when we return. Okay. Hua Bai Rui nodded without hesitation. Jiang Jun then set up a barrier around Hua Bai Rui's residence, allowing him to sense the situation of living beings within the barrier. We're leaving, Jiang Jun said afterward. Hua Bai Rui hesitated as she watched Jiang Jun's back. When she saw Jiang Jun turn to look at her, she still said, Be careful. Jiang Jun nodded and then left on the wind. Do you think Tang Ying will show up if you attack the Hundred Flowers sect? Yun Tianling asked. It would be best if she doesn't show up. Otherwise, we might not survive. Jiang Yun Pudel. Tang Ying has already disappeared for 1,000 years. She shouldn't show up at the Hundred Flowers sect at this critical moment. Moreover, judging by the deep affection between Tang Ying and Jun Tianling, she didn't show up when the Void Sect's secret realm opened, let alone when the Hundred Flowers sect is in trouble. As Jiang Jun acted, the entire mountain's mountain protecting Great Formation had already activated, and a large number of disciples were flying towards the Hundred Flowers sect. Of course, all the male disciples from the outer sect had consumed the lingering goo before setting off to prevent them from secretly escaping on the way. They also aimed to prevent any spies from the Hundred Flowers sect among them. Jiang Jun had 2 main objectives for this trip. One was to protect Yinning Yu's life, and the other was to catch that little girl Lin Qingwan and give her a good lesson. Watching Jiang Jun leave, Hua Bai Rui had a myriad of thoughts. She didn't want her master to get into trouble, didn't want the disciples of the Hundred Flowers sect to get into trouble, and didn't want Jiang Jun to get into trouble. This made her feel very conflicted. She had been entangled in her thoughts for the past few days and finally decided, whatever, I won't care anymore. After all, having one more or one less person doesn't make much of a difference. Just leave it to fate. Besides, there shouldn't be any conflict between my master and Senior Jiang, right? Jiang Jun arrived directly at Huan-Yi City through the teleportation array and found Nin to settle down. A day later, the Void Sky's secret realm appeared above the entire Wuxian continent, and a group of cultivators at the peak of the Void refinement stage responded to the summons and entered the Void Sky secret realm. In this Void Sky secret realm, their entire strength was completely consistent with the outside world, and their magical tools, weapons, armor, and treasures were also fully replicated. The mystic realm of Shutian will first conduct a round of chaotic elimination, relying entirely on luck and allies. When only 100 people remain, one-on-one battles will take place. The eliminated souls will not leave immediately. They can only be forced to watch the battles in the mystic realm of Shutian, only after 7 days. When all battles are concluded and the final victor is chosen, will the mystic realm of Shutian dissipate and allow their souls to leave. The victor can then prepare for rest and tribulation, and must invoke the heavenly tribulation within 7 days to undergo the tribulation. If the tribulation is successful, they will be promoted to the status of a combined form realm master. If the tribulation fails, their esteemed position will revert to the heavens and earth, and they will have to wait for another day to compete for the mystic realm of Shutian. For the next 4 days, Jiang Sun waited for his disciples to arrive. They could not all use the teleportation array, as the cost would be too high. Moreover, most of them were in the Qi refining stage and could not fly with swords, so they could only take ships in batches, which took a lot more time. On the 5th day, at the hour of the snake, Jiang Sun arrived at the bamboo forest over 100 miles outside Huan-Yi City, where over 5,000 male disciples had gathered. They wore the same disciple robes, white long gowns, brown belts, and carried ordinary long swords slung diagonally across their bodies. Some of the disciples, having a bit of money, had prepared spiritual long swords for themselves. Currently, Yin was here supervising them. The remaining female disciples were gathering deeper in the bamboo forest, including Tu Qing and others. You lead them, Yin said, and upon seeing Jiang Sun arrive, she finished speaking and turned to walk deeper into the bamboo forest. Elder Jiang. Just as Jiang Sun sat down, Zhang Yuan hurried over from a distance, bowing and cupping his fists in greeting. Jiang Sun glanced at him and nodded. Why are we here? Zhang Yuan asked, looking puzzled. Jiang Sun was taken aback. You don't know? No, the disciples gathered around, looking confused at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun was speechless. No wonder Yin ran off as soon as she saw him. It seemed her fear of men was still not resolved. She would still resist when facing unfamiliar men and wouldn't even speak a word to them. We are here to attack the 100 Flowers sect with the aim of merging with them. You all need to prepare mentally. We will be launching an attack soon. The disciples exclaimed in surprise. Don't even think about running. You all have been afflicted with the entangled goo, and if you don't get the antidote within 3 days, you will die. Jiang Sun looked at everyone and said, 3 days was naturally meant to scare them. What if someone capable found a way to lift the entangled goo? 3 days wouldn't be enough for them to find someone, so naturally, they wouldn't think of running away. Upon hearing this, the crowd became restless. Jiang Sun ignored their commotion. Chaos was chaos, but they still had to go up and fight. Let's go. Tu Qing's voice reached Jiang Sun's ears. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun stood up, tapped his cane on the ground, and a surge of momentum erupted around him, causing the ground to tremble instantly. Everyone quickly quieted down. Your task is to surround the 100 Flowers sect's protective mountain formation. Red signal flares. Jiang Sun explained the signal flares to them again, then led them towards the 100 Flowers sect. They were considered the vanguard. As these 5,000 men set off, the other female disciples followed behind. At the moment of the hour of the monkey, the disciples arrived at the 100 Flowers sect and surrounded it tightly. Jiang Sun and the elders, including Tu Qing, gathered at the mountain gate. The 100 Flowers sect also quickly noticed the unusual situation, and all disciples rushed out to guard the protective mountain formation. At the same time, 3 elders and a grand elder of the 100 Flowers sect, led by Yin Ningyu, arrived at the mountain gate. Jiang Sun, do you have no shame? The sect master has already let you go, and you still bring people to attack. Chen Ning shouted loudly at Jiang Sun. Sister, I don't even have a position. It's obvious I'm not the one leading people here. Jiang Sun replied with a smile at Chen Ning. Ning Yu, Tu Qing, in her white robe and holding a precious, took a couple of steps forward, staring coldly at Ning Yu, who had a calm expression behind Chen Ning. It's been many years. You've really changed a lot. Ning Yu stepped forward as well, her tone and aura not losing ground, while she placed her hand gently on Chen Ning's shoulder, pulling her back slightly. The subtext was still mocking Tu Qing for having once been Jiang Sun's little follower. I'm here today to merge with the 100 Flowers sect. If you all give up resistance, it will be a happy outcome for everyone. If you wish to fight back, then be prepared to leave no one alive. Tu Qing snorted coldly and ignored Ning Yu's words. Demoness of the Hahuan sect, what nonsense are you spouting? Our 100 Flowers sect will never let ourselves be bullied. You can't breach our 100 Flowers sect. The three elders of the 100 Flowers sect shouted, pointing at Tu Qing. Do you really want to be my enemy? Ning Yu looked at Jiang Sun, her expression complex. I don't want to. Jiang Sun shook his head, so let's merge with my Hahuan sect. In this way, we can account for the past 500 years. As Jiang Sun spoke, he flipped his hand to take out the Inferno Fire Pearl. Seeing the Inferno Fire Pearl, Chen Ning and the others obviously had bad expressions. You have one moment to consider. After that moment, either open the Protective Mountain formation and join the Hahuan sect, or we will attack the 100 Flowers sect, and blood will flow like rivers. After saying this, Tu Qing turned around and walked to a stone, sitting down and closing her eyes to adjust her energy. Master, Chen Ning called out to Ning Yu. Ning Yu turned to the Grand Elder, a middle-aged woman in a green dress. Senior sister, what do you think? Me? It's up to you. The woman shook her head. If you want to fight, then I will kill that kid and seize the fire pearl. If you surrender, I will find a chance to leave on my own. Upon hearing this, Ning Yu's brows furrowed tightly, her gaze sweeping across the disciples and then at the flowers, grass, and trees covering the mountain, finally settling on the direction of Yuhua Peak. The 100 Flowers sect has 1,000 years of foundation. But Jiang Sun is not a match for you, senior sister. If we want to seize the fire pearl, Jiang Sun will definitely die. If we abandon the 100 Flowers sect, its 1,000-year foundation will be destroyed at my hands. Jiang Sun, if you were not from the Hahuan sect, I wouldn't be so conflicted. She didn't want Jiang Sun to die, nor did she want anything to happen to the 100 Flowers sect. In the mid-stage of the transformation god, Yin looked at the woman in green and felt a tightness in her heart, quickly sending a voice transmission to Tu Qing. Tu Qing naturally noticed this, so now she needed to adjust her state to the peak and prepare to fight with her life on the line. Those little sisters from the 100 Flowers sect are quite pretty. Yeah, look at that one. Oh my, that little egg-shaped face, and those big breasts, childlike face, and huge breasts. Hiss, that one too, that's nice. The male disciples surrounding the Protective Mountain formation laughed, while pointing at the female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect. Shameless. Upon hearing their conversation, the faces of the 100 Flowers sect disciples turned dark, glaring and cursing. Sister, how can we surrender without a fight? They're at most in the early transformation god stage. They're definitely not a match for you and Elder Liang. Chen Ning said to the hesitant Ning Yu. Now is not the time for romantic feelings. The survival of the sect is at stake. Yes, sister, Jiang Sun has already become like that. Who knows how long he can live? Sister, you must not let him delay important matters again. Another elder looked at Ning Yu with concern. They were all afraid that Ning Yu would make a wrong decision because of Jiang Sun. If we don't kill him, can we seize the fire pearl? Ning Yu asked Elder Liang. What if we seize it? Magical artifacts recognize their master. If we don't kill him, the burning flames will not stop unless I can seize the fire pearl before he releases the flames. Otherwise, he must die, Elder Liang said, looking at Jiang Sun with murderous intent. If the Inferno Fire Pearl were in someone else's hands, Ning Yu wouldn't be so conflicted. Tu Qing and the others obviously understood this, so even though their cultivation was higher than Jiang Sun's, they didn't say they would take the fire pearl and control it themselves. Jiang Sun, after hesitating for a moment, Ying Yu looked at Jiang Sun and sent a voice transmission, calling out, "Hmm?" Jiang Sun nodded and looked at Ying Yu. "They are not our opponents." "Hmm. Don't put me in such a difficult position." Ying Yu looked at Jiang Qian, her brows slightly furrowed. "Don't make it difficult for me either." Jiang Qian shook his head. "Do I have to join the Hahuan sect? Isn't it good for you to come to the Baihua sect? Is the Hahuan sect really worth it for you? If it weren't for the master, I would have been dead long ago, and I wouldn't have the current cultivation and lifespan. Tu Qing and the others are equally important to me. I won't give up on the Hahuan sect. What about me? Am I already someone you could take or leave?" Ying Yu's gaze was filled with questioning. "Ning Yu, you know how it is between us. If you join the Hahuan sect, we can continue our past connection. Just don't mess it up." Upon hearing Jiang Qian's words, Ying Yu was first surprised, and after a moment of silence, she uttered these 4 words. Then she cut off the communication between the two. "Time's up." After a moment, Tu Qing opened her eyes and looked at Ying Yu. "How about this?" Ying Yu looked at Tu Qing. "Our sect's Grand Elder will fight your sect's former Grand Elder, Jiang Qian. If Elder Liang loses, the Baihua sect will willingly listen to Sect Master Tu's orders. If Elder Jiang loses, you may leave." Chapter 68. "Annie Liang, can you do it?" "Nonsense, my master." Before Tu Qing could finish speaking, Gu Qing became anxious. She could see that Elder Liang was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Wasn't this clearly declaring war? But before Gu Qing could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Jiang Qian's hand. "Senior brother?" Tu Qing looked at Jiang Qian in confusion. She had wanted to curse earlier. "I'll take it." Jiang Qian looked at Tu Qing and said, "Senior brother, don't be reckless. Liang Ru is at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. You are not her opponent now." Tu Qing said seriously, "It's fine, I'll take it." Jiang Qian shook his head and took 2 steps forward. I see you're trying to help the Baihua sect in this way." Yu Yin snorted coldly. "Am I that kind of person, senior sister?" Jiang Qian smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, I will do my best." "She wants to kill you," Ming Ning said to Jiang Qian, looking at Liang Ru's eyes filled with killing intent. "She can't kill me." Jiang Qian gave Ming Ning a reassuring look and said, "Senior brother, are you really confident?" Tu Qing asked through voice transmission. She knew Jiang Qian had obtained an opportunity, and that the Purgatory Fire Pearl was not an ordinary item. Perhaps senior brother could indeed defeat her. Even if he couldn't win, she would definitely ensure Jiang Qian's safety. "I am confident." Jiang Qian nodded. "All right, I agree." Hearing this, Tu Qing directly looked at Ying Yu. "Senior sister." Ying Yu looked at Liang Ru. "I know." Liang Ru nodded. She understood that Ying Yu wanted to say not to kill Jiang Qian, but her verbal agreement was one thing. Whether to kill or not was still entirely up to her. "Even if I really kill that kid, can you kill me?" Liang Ru thought to herself and directly opened the barrier to walk out. "Senior brother, be careful," Tu Qing said to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian nodded and took a few steps forward. "You're really looking for death. Dealing with a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator is no different from dealing with a child." Jun Tianling also mocked Jiang Qian in his mind. Jiang Qian waved his hand, and the Luhong sword appeared in his hand, thinking, "Then help me out. In your dreams." Jun Tianling laughed, not caring about Jiang Qian's life or death. "Let's get started, Annie Liang." Jiang Qian looked at Liang Ru and smiled. The term auntie made Liang Ru's heart tremble. Her eyes widened, and she gritted her teeth, looking for death. After saying that, Liang Ru flipped her hand, and with strong inner strength, she dashed towards Jiang Qian in a flash. The speed of a transformation realm cultivator was indeed much faster than that of a nascent soul cultivator. Jiang Qian didn't even have time to unleash his sword energy and could only dodge immediately. At the same time, he raised the Luhong sword to defend. Liang Ru's palm struck the Luhong sword, and with a powerful inner force, she directly flipped Jiang Qian away. Jiang Qian performed a backflip in midair, landing on the ground and supporting himself with his sword. Goodness, if it weren't for the 9 heavens reversal robe, that palm would have shattered my internal organs. Jiang Qian thought to himself as he felt this force. The 9 heavens reversal robe indeed reduced Liang Ru's attack to Jiang Qian's level, to Jiang Qian. This person was now just at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Coupled with the Luhong sword, Jiang Qian's realm could even be said to be above Liang Ru's. The advantage is mine. Jiang Qian immediately swung his sword, and a wave of heat surged towards Liang Ru. Liang Ru originally planned to shatter the flame with her inner strength, but upon preparing to exert force, she felt that this flame was extraordinary and quickly performed a backflip to evade. The flame struck the ground, creating a crack 2 meters deep. This made Liang Ru feel a lingering fear. Thankfully, she avoided it. Seeing this, Liang Ru waved her hand, and from beneath her feet, several colorful flowers emerged. The flowers began to release poisonous mist. Senior brother, be careful. This poisonous mist will make people lose their senses. Tu king shrouded urgently. Jiang Qian flipped his hand, producing a black folding fan, and with a wave, a powerful gust of wind blew, dispersing all the poisonous mist. It crashed against the Beauties mountain protecting formation, all of it being blocked. Then Jiang Qian threw the folding fan, which spun in midair and sliced towards Liang Ru's neck. Liang Ru immediately jumped to avoid it, while Jiang Qian had already appeared above her, delivering a wave of heat downward. Lotus flower protect. Seeing this, Liang Ru's flower chain rattled, and her entire body was enveloped by a pink lotus flower, blocking Jiang Qian's attack before it shattered. Liang Ru waved her hand, and several thorns shot up from the ground, piercing towards Jiang Qian in the air, aiming to impale him. Jiang Qian saw this and instantly sprouted crimson wings from his back, disappearing into mid-air in the blink of an eye. What? Liang Ru was stunned. Jiang Qian's figure had vanished before her eyes, and she quickly looked around. Everyone was startled, but when they looked around, there was no sign of Jiang Qian. Just then, several fiery slashes fell from the sky, striking towards Liang Ru. Seeing this, Liang Ru quickly dodged in a panic, narrowly avoiding 3 slashes, but her sleeve was cut off, igniting in flames, almost burning her clothes completely. Before Liang Ru could react, Jiang Qian had already appeared before her, catching the returning folding fan and swinging it fiercely. Liang Ru was sent flying, crashing violently against the mountain protecting formation. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and Liang Ru landed on the ground, half squatting and clutching her chest. This folding fan is a holy item. How could this happen? Elder Liang, who is at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, how could she be unable to fight back? Ning was completely taken aback. Jiang Qian looked like just an early nascent soul cultivator. How could he overpower Liang Ru, a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator, without any ability to fight back? His speed is too fast. Those wings look like the crimson wings of the demon Lord Jun Tianling. Another elder remarked, looking at the wings behind Jiang Qian. The secret realm of the Shuang sect indeed contained Jun Tianling's techniques. He must have taken them. Senior sister, are you all right? Yu called out to Liang Ru with concern. She had thought that to deal with Liang Ru, Jiang Qian would surely use the Purgatory Fire Pearl, and all senior sister needed to do was to seize it. But unexpectedly, Jiang Qian didn't even need to use the Purgatory Fire Pearl to suppress senior sister Liang. It's fine, I underestimated him. Liang Ru stood up from the ground, her bloody teeth nearly biting through themselves. Annie Liang, can you do it? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Jiang Qian closed the folding fan with one hand, looking at Liang Ru and smiling. Being called Andy by an old man would make anyone angry. Liang Ru summoned her magical artifact, and a long sword with a green handle appeared in her hand, then charged towards Jiang Qian, instantly appearing before him. But now Jiang Qian had crimson wings, moving much faster than Liang Ru. The moment Liang Ru's sword came down, Jiang Qian was already in midair. With a wave of his hand, he closed the folding fan, and, at the same time, 5 extending arrows appeared in his left hand, piercing into the ground and trapping Liang Ru within the black arrows. Seeing this, Liang Ru added a layer of wind blades to her sword and slashed at the black arrows, shattering them and breaking free from the encirclement. The celestial net soul summoning used by someone in the nascent soul stage really couldn't stop a transformation realm cultivator. Andy Liang, I don't want to play anymore. Jiang Jun stopped, then soared straight into the sky, his wings behind him turning black, and suddenly dove down. I'll smash you to pieces. Chapter 69, What the hell? Senior sister, you're hiding quite deep. Senior sister, be careful. Feeling a powerful aura in the air, diving down at high speed, Yi Ningyu's expression changed, and she shouted loudly, "Damn it!" Liangru quickly urged her flower chain, and 3 layers of lotus flowers bloomed around her body. She also sensed the rapid descent of the object from the sky and could not evade it in time, so she could only unfold her defense barrier in place. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Jiangjun, wrapped in wings, fell from the sky. He smashed hard onto the lotus flowers. A crow flying a plane. Jiangyun shouted loudly. "What kind of ridiculous name is that?" Jun Tianling shouted in response. Crack! In just 2 breaths, the lotus flowers began to crack. Seeing this, Liangru hurriedly channeled her inner strength with all her might. But it was too late. In the next moment, all 3 layers of the lotus flowers shattered. Senior sister. Upon seeing this, Yi Ningyu immediately rushed out from the protective mountain array, her whole body bursting with a powerful aura. Holding a long sword and preparing for a full strike. Tu Qing was about to act, but someone was faster than her. It was Ming Ning. She wielded a black sword and swung it at Yi Ningyu. Yi Ningyu could only immediately block with her long sword. However, she did not expect that she could not withstand Ming Ning's attack. She was directly sent flying by Ming Ning's sword. At the same time, Jiang Jun's attack had already struck Liang Ru, directly crashing her into the ground. Not to mention her flesh, even her bones were shattered, and her primordial infant could not escape in time. She turned into a pile of flesh. What the hell? Jiang Jun was also stunned upon seeing this. He really did not expect such great power. Yi Ningyu rolled on the ground 3 times, spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Ming Ning in shock. Half-step into the void realm. Not only was Yi Ningyu shocked, but everyone from the Huan sect was also dumbfounded. Elder Ming Ning had been stuck in the late-stage primordial infant for over 200 years, right? How? How could she be in the void realm? When did this happen? Senior sister, you are indeed deep hidden, Jiang Jun said, looking at Ming Ning's back. I told you, a woman of great fortune. How could she be stuck in a late-stage primordial infant for 200 years? Elder Liang, sect master. The people from Baiwa sect saw that their elder and sect master had been taken down and were also panicking. Chen Ning and the other 3 elders hurried to Yi Ningyu's side to help her up. No wonder when they heard about attacking Baiwa sect. Senior sister Ming's expression was completely calm. It turns out she had confidence. Tu Qing looked at Ming Ning, feeling deeply shocked. Why didn't the master make senior sister Ming the sect master if she is in the void realm? Moreover, since there is someone in the void realm within the sect, why is Baiwa sect ranked higher than a Huan sect? This is impossible. I'm about to transcend the tribulation. Just as everyone was confused, Ming Ning spoke up. Huh. Everyone was even more bewildered. They saw dark clouds starting to gather in the sky, thunder rumbling, and the heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Senior sister, what exactly is going on? Tu Qing asked Ming Ning. The inner strength I have cultivated for 200 years has been stored in my primordial infant through the array. Just now, in an instant, I absorbed all the power, broke through to the void realm, and now the heavenly tribulation is coming. Ming Ning looked at Tu Qing and answered her question. Senior sister, doesn't the void realm require a position of respect? Jiang Jun also looked at Ming Ning and asked. As for the position of respect in the void realm, my master has already prepared it for me. His soul is in my hands, and I can take his life at any time. Ming Ning said, looking at Jiang Jun. Boom! At the same time, a deafening thunderclap sounded. Before everyone could ask more, Ming Ning began to circulate her energy, and the first heavenly thunder struck down, which was resisted by Ming Ning's technique. At the same time, Ming Ning began to draw an array. The second heavenly thunder struck down. Ming Ning threw out the black sword to counter the heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder was blocked by the black sword, which then flew back into Ming Ning's hand. The third heavenly thunder fell. Ming Ning's array was completed, and black light shot into the sky, colliding with the heavenly thunder, completely negating it. No one dared to step forward to help. After all, the heavenly thunder of the void realm was something they could not withstand. No one dared to interfere. Otherwise, they would also be regarded as tribulation bearers and face the heavenly tribulation alongside Ming Ning. Ming Ning could withstand this heavenly tribulation, but if it fell on them, not to mention being scattered, even a fate worse than death was enough. The fourth heavenly thunder lingered without falling, and Ming Ning was also reinforcing the array. The first 3 heavenly thunders could be said to be just a warm-up, but the following heavenly thunders would be stronger than the last. The Hahuan sect actually produced another Void Realm practitioner. Chen Ning and the others looked at Ming Ning and felt a chill. They were only in the primordial infant stage, and the Void Realm was simply like heaven to them. Not to mention those disciples at the Golden Core, Foundation Establishment, and Chi refining stages. They were scared to death. Boom! With a loud bang, a heavenly tribulation much stronger than the previous ones fell from the sky. Just the sight of it was terrifying, and everyone involuntarily retreated a considerable distance. The heavenly thunder struck Ming Ning's array, and the entire array collapsed. Now it's up to me. After the 4 heavenly tribulations passed, Ming Ning stood up unscathed, holding the black sword and twirling it in a flourish, her gaze fixed on the sky, waiting for the 5th heavenly tribulation. Baiwa sect, Ning Yu, immediately withdraw the protective mountain array, hand over the sect master seal, or I will unleash heavenly thunder to attack the protective mountain array and kill you all. Ming Ning hovered in midair, pointing her sword at Ning Yu, filled with killing intent. She was afraid that she could not survive the heavenly tribulation. If she really died under this heavenly tribulation, she at least wanted to do one more thing for the Hahuan sect. Boom, boom. As the heavenly thunder rolled, the 5th heavenly thunder was about to strike. Ning Yu clenched her fist tightly and took out the sect master's seal. Sect master. Chen Ning saw this and quickly grabbed Ning Yu's wrist. It's already lost. Ning Yu shook her head. Senior sister Liang was dead, and the bet had already been lost. Even if they did not acknowledge this bet, they could not withstand Ming Ning, who was in the Void Realm. Chen Ning gritted her teeth, unsure of what to say. She originally thought the greatest enemy was the Hellfire Pearl. Who would have thought the real threat was the way stuck at the realm for over 200 years? Ming Ning. Ning Yu waved her hand to disperse the protective mountain array and threw the sect master's seal to Tu Qing. Seeing the scene, Ming Ning did not linger and flew straight into the distance, with dark clouds and thunder following her. I'll go check on senior sister. Don't hurt her. Jiang Jun shouted at Tu Qing, then waved his crimson wings and chased after her. Hearing Jiang Jun's latter half of the sentence, Tu Qing rolled her eyes. Ning Yu looked at Jiang Jun with a complicated expression. Senior sister. Seeing that Ming Ning and Jiang Jun had both left, Chen Ning quickly looked at Ning Yu, implying that this was a good opportunity. They could counterattack, whether they charged out or fled. Defeating them was not impossible. Don't increase unnecessary sacrifices. Ning Yu shook her head. Even if we fight now, what difference does it make? Can we finish before the heavenly tribulation ends? If it really comes to blows, when Ming Ning finishes transcending the tribulation and returns, will we have a good outcome? Let all the disciples of Baiwa sect gather at the mountain gate. Seeing that Ning Yu did not intend to resist, Tu Qing's lips curled up, revealing a smile. Chen Ning, go. Ning Yu said to Chen Ning. Yes. Chen Ning gritted her teeth and nodded, then went to arrange for the disciples to gather at the mountain gate. Chapter 70. Surviving the Heavenly Tribulation. Reviving pill saves Ming Ning's life. The disciples of Baiwa sect gradually gathered, surrounded by the disciples of Hahuan sect. In the distance, the heavenly thunder continued to fall until the 8th strike ended, and then the heavenly thunder suddenly stopped. Why did the heavenly thunder stop? Could it be that senior sister? Tu Qing became worried upon seeing this. Everyone's gaze turned to the dark clouds. Tu Qing and the others secretly guarded against it. If Ming Ning failed to transcend the tribulation, the disciples of Baiwa sect might rise up in rebellion. Senior sister, how are you? Jiang Jun flew in the air, looking down at Ming Ning and shouted. After 8 heavenly tribulations, Ming Ning's clothes were torn to shreds. Even her undergarments were in tatters, failing to cover her important parts. Ming Ning herself was covered in blood, with almost no good flesh left on her body. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, glanced at Jiang Sun, and couldn't speak. Her formation sealed her internal strength, requiring a long time to absorb it. Originally, Ming Ning planned to gradually release this power when her internal strength was sufficient to break through to the peak of the void training stage, allowing her to fully control and calm this internal power. But now, suddenly breaking through, Her body hadn't adapted yet, and her internal strength was insufficient. She hadn't even made the necessary preparations. She had only hurriedly swallowed a top-grade void-breaking pill. She was already almost powerless to resist the heavenly tribulation. Senior sister, recovery pill, great recovery pill, you can break through with confidence. After passing the last heavenly tribulation, even if you die, I can bring you back. Jiang Sun threw 2 pills to Ming Ning. Without hesitation, Ming Ning immediately swallowed them. After circulating her energy, her body began to recover rapidly. Meanwhile, the last heavenly thunder gathered for a moment above the dark clouds, descending towards Ming Ning with overwhelming might. Boom! Ming Ning exerted all her internal strength to resist. A shield formed by the formation appeared above her head in 7 layers. But this heavenly thunder was too powerful, directly shattering the 7 layers of the formation and striking Ming Ning. Ugh! Ming Ning immediately screamed in pain, her sorrowful voice echoing in the mountains, causing everyone to tremble. Just hearing that sound made it clear how much pain she was in. After the thunder, the sky cleared up. Ming Ning's body sat there, completely blackened, with her flesh charred to ruins, her life force gradually weakening until it was completely gone. Seeing this, Jiang Sun immediately flew down and took out a recovery pill. Bastard! This is the last recovery pill. Wasn't it meant for me? Just as Jiang Sun was about to use the recovery pill on Ming Ning, Jun Tianling immediately shouted, "Shut up!" Jiang Sun had no time to explain so much, directly using his internal strength to inject the recovery pill into Ming Ning's body. As the recovery pill entered her body, Ming Ning's life force began to coalesce again. Her body visibly recovered at a rapid pace. Bones, meridians, blood vessels, fat, flesh, and her fair skin all began to reorganize, finally transforming back into her beautiful, gloomy appearance. Ding! Recovery pill, great recovery pill successfully gifted. Gained, recovery pill X1, superior great recovery pill X1, recovery pill X500. Ming Ning furrowed her brows. Her beautiful eyes gradually opened, and she exhaled a breath of turbid air. She was alive. Ming Ning felt the early-stage void training power within her, clenched her fist. She didn't show a happy expression. After all, she originally planned to rush to the peak of the late-stage void training and then find an opportunity to enter the combined body stage to become a revered master. But now she had barely any clothes on. Jiang Sun also saw Ming Ning's body for the first time and couldn't help but be somewhat mesmerized. Her exquisite, alluring collarbone, soft as a papaya, with a perfect curve and a slim waist with a defined line, opened up because of her seated posture, making Jiang Sun swallow hard. "What are you looking at? Want to dual cultivate with your senior sister?" Ming Ning looked at Jiang Sun's gaze without avoiding it, instead opening her legs outward and resting her hands behind her, unabashedly displaying her alluring body, revealing an enticing expression. "No, no, no." Jiang Sun waved his hands repeatedly. Coming back to his senses, took out a black robe and covered his eyes. "Senior sister, hurry and put on some clothes." Dual cultivation at the nascent soul stage can suck a person dry. Now at the void training stage, one time might suck dry 4 people. Jiang Sun wasn't ready to die yet. Humph. Ming Ning snorted coldly, took the black robe and draped it over herself. "You have lustful thoughts, but no courage, don't worry. I'm not interested in old men. Senior sister, what happened to you? How did you directly reach the void training stage? Did the master know all along? Did he prepare a position for you?" Jiang Sun dared to look directly at her only after she put on her clothes. Originally planning to break through to the peak of the void training stage and then remain in seclusion for another 200 years. Now it seemed all efforts were in vain. "Ming Ning Sikhet, no wonder you didn't want my void-breaking pill. Turns out you're a high-level person." Jiang Sun gave a thumbs up. "But you, I felt I had already died. How did you bring me back to life?" Ming Ning stared at Jiang Sun and asked. "Recovery pill." Jiang Sun didn't hide it. After all, this was a good opportunity to increase affinity. If his affinity reached 100, he wouldn't have to worry about being drained dry the next time he met Ming Ning when she seduced him. Ming Ning was surprised and paused for a moment. Thinking of Jiang Sun having been to the Illusory Mountain's secret realm, she figured he might have obtained it there and didn't ask further. You used such a precious thing on me. Don't you need to be repaid, senior sister? Ming Ning hugged Jiang Sun's shoulder, squeezing his head under her armpit, and asked with a soft voice, "Really no need, senior sister. I still want to live a few more years. You can't repay kindness with enmity." Jiang Sun also rubbed against her a couple of times. "Hiss, that feels good. Don't worry. How could I bear to drain you dry?" Ming Ning licked her lips and smiled. "Senior sister, let's go back over there first. I'm more worried about Tu Qing and the others." Yang Kun Binchet Ming Ning Weist. Then he said, "This will count as my thank you. TCH, brat." Ming Ning didn't mind, pushed Jiang Sun away, and then flew toward Tu Qing and the others. Jiang Sun immediately followed. Ding! Detected Ming Ning's affinity. 80. Return multiple. 800. At the same time, the system chimed, 3 pills exchanged for 30 affinity points, which was a pretty good result. "Senior sister, do you want to be the leader of the Hawan sect?" Jiang Sun caught up with Ming Ning and asked. "Don't worry. I won't compete with your Tu Qing for the position." Ming Ning glanced at Jiang Sun. "Then, senior sister, does that formation have any drawbacks? Jumping directly from a nascent soul to the void training stage is too absurd. Can you teach me?" Jiang Sun pressed on. "Of course there are side effects, and they are quite severe. You won't be able to learn it." Ming Ning sighed. "What side effects?" "Not telling you." Come on, just tell me. Stop asking, or I'll hit you." Chapter 71. Merging with the 100-Flower Sect, the two quickly returned to the entrance of the 100-Flower Sect, and after Ming Ning landed, Tu Qing and Yu Yin rushed over. "Senior sister, junior sister, are you okay?" The two asked worriedly while looking at Ming Ning. "I'm fine. The breakthrough was successful." Ming Ning nodded. Jiang Sun also retracted his wings. "Master, you're amazing. Even the transformation stage can't compete with you." Gu Qing also quickly ran to Jiang Sun and hugged his arm. Yes, Master is the best." Lu Riyun hugged Jiang Sun's other arm and smiled. Wait. Save the flirting for later." Jiang Sun pulled his arms out from between the two girls and came before the people of the 100-Flower Sect. "Where is Lin Qingwan?" Looking at Jiang Sun angrily wanting to find Lin Qingwan, Yiming Yu sighed. "She hasn't returned. I sent her elsewhere." "Where did you send her?" "To the Tianwu sect." "Call her back. She's lost contact." "Don't lie. I can't be bothered to lie." "Really lost contact?" "MHM. Cough, senior brother. Let's talk about this later." Tu Qing, not knowing when she came to Jiang Sun's side, cleared her throat and said, "All right." Jiang Sun nodded. All the people of the 100-Flower Sect swore allegiance to the Hahuan sect, becoming a branch of the Hahuan sect, and from now on would follow my orders. If there is any disobedience, heaven will punish them. Tu Qing said to the people of the 100-Flower Sect. Their expressions were not very good, and they all looked at Yiming Yu. "We will absolutely not practice the Hahuan sect's cultivation method. If you can agree to this, we can swear." Yiming Yu looked at Tu Qing and said, "According to the cultivation method transmitted back by Lin Qingwan from the Hahuan sect, once cultivated to the foundation establishment stage or above, there would be a strong sexual desire, and they would actively seek out men for dual cultivation. Otherwise, they would suffer unbearable itching." She didn't want her disciples to become those unsatisfied women. What they want to learn on their own. You can't force them not to learn, right? Tu King smiled. "Besides, I never intended for your Baiwa sect to forcefully learn the techniques of our Hawan sect. The so-called merger of the two sects is a comprehensive merger, and naturally, the techniques of both the Hawan sect and Baiwa sect must be integrated. From now on, disciples can freely choose which techniques to learn." "What if someone doesn't want to join the Hawan sect and wants to leave?" Yiming Yu then asked. "After joining the Hawan sect, outer disciples will lose their freedom and cannot decide their own fate. But inner disciples can leave freely if they are willing to abandon their techniques and swear never to reveal the secrets of the Hawan sect. However, for the Baiwa sect, whether outer or inner disciples, they can leave whenever they want. You all heard it. Which technique to cultivate is entirely up to you. Those who want to learn the Baiwa sect's techniques can stay on this mountain. Those who want to learn the Hahuan sect's techniques can go back with us to Lingxiao. And those who want to leave can do so now." Tu Qing looked at the people of Baiwa sect. The members of the Baiwa sect exchanged glances and began to discuss in a flurry. "Senior sister, Chen Ning looked at Yiming Yu, hesitating to speak. "If you want to leave, hurry up and don't let them change their minds." Yiming Yu said to Chen Ning. "What about you?" Chen Ning asked. Yu looked at Jiang Kun and then at the disciples. I'm not leaving. I have to be responsible for the disciples who stay. You're clearly not doing it for the disciples, Ning sighed. You could say it's not just for them. Yu smiled. Senior sister. This might be the closest senior sister has been to Jiang Kun. Let her go. Another elder grabbed Ning's arm and said, yes, with Jiang Kun here. Senior sister shouldn't be bullied. The last elder also advised. Are you all planning to leave? Yu asked her 3 junior sisters. Senior sister. Ning looked at Yu and transmitted sound. We'll find an opportunity outside to rebuild the Baiwa sect. Sooner or later, we'll get back what we owe. Another one also transmitted sound. We'll wait for our master to come out of seclusion and then leave with her. If our master can break through to the integration stage, we won't have to wait long to get this debt back. What if our master can't reach the integration stage? Sigh, let's wait for the right moment. But no matter what, you must take our master away. She's also afraid that her master will scold her severely later and worry that her master will turn against the Hahuan sect. All right, we'll come back to pick up our master in 3 days. Ning nodded. Senior sister, you must be careful. Yu nodded. Then her 3 junior sisters left one after another. With the 3 of them leading the way, many disciples from the Baiwa sect followed them out. But the vast majority chose to stay. After all, the opportunity to cultivate and seek the Tao is not something everyone has. Since they can still practice the Baiwa sect's techniques in the future, it is not a bad choice to stay. In the end, including the 3 elders of the Baiwa sect, more than 1,000 disciples left, most of whom were the disciples of the 3 elders. Those who stayed were mostly outer disciples in the Qi refining stage and Yu's direct disciples, along with a few inner disciples. Also, the majority of the outer disciples who planted flowers and herbs were male. They had come for the beauty of the Baiwa sect disciples. Now that the Baiwa sect and Hahuan sect have merged, especially the Hahuan sect, the female disciples who join the Hahuan sect must meet beauty standards. Beautiful women are everywhere. How could they bear to leave? However, for the female disciples of the Hahuan sect, the male disciples of the Baiwa sect are really not up to par. After all, the Baiwa sect's purpose in recruiting male disciples was not for dual cultivation. After about an incense stick's worth of time, most of the departing disciples had left. Under the leadership of Yu, they swore loyalty to the Hahuan sect. Don't think I didn't hear that. You took advantage of the chaos to swear loyalty to Jiang Kun. Tu Qing looked at Yu with a resentful expression. She specifically listened for her vow. So what? Yu shrugged and smiled. She wants to tie herself to Jiang Kun. This time, both sects have merged. No one can stop them now, right? TCH. Tu Qing rolled her eyes at Yu and said no more, turning to Yu Yan. Senior sister Yu, I will trouble you to stay here and take care of the Baiwa sect as the sub-sect master of the Hahuan sect. Aye. Yu Yan looked at Lingxiao. Lingxiao should stay too. Tu Qing certainly knew what she meant. Yes. Thank you, sect master. Lingxiao nodded with a smile. And Yu Yan was also very happy, as long as she could be with Lingxiao. Senior sister, are you all right? Tu Qing then looked at Mingning. Everyone knows that accumulating such a powerful force and breaking through has significant side effects. I'm fine. Mingning shook her head. I'm not keeping you here to guard our foundation. You understand me, right? Tu Qing asked. Of course. Mingning noted it. Her expression always making it hard to tell what she was thinking. Chapter 72. The 10 Great Sects. Then, everyone led by Yu took a tour of the Baiwa sect. The Baiwa sect is different from the Hahuan sect. All disciples are on Yuhua Peak, with outer male disciples planting flowers at the foot of the mountain, outer female disciples on the mountainside, and inner disciples at the top of the mountain. Senior sister. Upon arriving at the Baiwa Hall on Yuhua Peak, Tu Qing took out a storage bag and handed it to Yu Yan. Yu Yan received the storage bag and nodded. Inside are all the lingering goo. Then Yu Yan took Lingxiao and a group of Hahuan sect disciples to feed the Baiwa sect disciples the lingering goo. This great hall isn't as grand as our Hahuan sect. Gu Qing looked around and said, while following Jiang Kun. Tu Qing unceremoniously sat in the main seat, propping her legs up, with Jiang Kun sitting on her left and Mingning on her right, Gu Qing and Lu Riyun standing beside Jiang Kun, and Xiaolong standing behind Tu Qing. Ho Rui looked at the other elders standing behind the master and was momentarily unsure whether to sit or not. What are you dawdling for? You're an elder now. You need to have the presence of an elder. Sit down, Jiang Kun said to Ho Rui. Yes. Ho Rui nodded quickly and sat down next to Jiang Kun. Only Yi Ningyu was still standing in the center of the great hall. Are you satisfied? Yi Ningyu asked Tu Qing. The jade chair is nice. Tu Qing smiled. After all, it's yours now. Yi Ningyu smiled. There's resentment. Tu Qing's lips curled up. Naturally, Yi Ningyu said truthfully. You must come back to the Hahuan sect with us. You can't stay here. Tu Qing said, putting away her smile. That's exactly what I want. Yi Ningyu looked at Jiang Kun with fiery eyes. Tu Qing could only sigh in her heart. This was not only to keep an eye on Yi Ningyu, but also to make her senior brother happy, as he would definitely want Yi Ningyu to go to the Hahuan sect. Senior sister Mingning, please arrange for people to set up formations at the entrance of Zhong Lingxing's seclusion cave. Once she comes out, capture her immediately and seal her internal power. Tu Qing looked at Mingning and said. Mingning nodded and stood up, looking at Yi Ningyu. Can you lead the way, Sect Masterine? Yi Ningyu, hearing this, felt helpless. She didn't expect they were going to go all out against their master. Don't worry, we don't plan to kill her. Jiang Kun spoke. If your master is willing to join the Hahuan sect, it will be a joyous occasion for everyone. If she is unwilling, at least she is a senior of the void refining stage, so we should give her face and let her leave on her own. Yi Ningyu nodded. She knew that Zhong Lingxing would be weak after coming out of the secret realm, and with the formation support, Zhong Lingxing would be unable to resist. But since Jiang Kun had promised not to kill her master, then let it be. Moreover, she couldn't resist Jiang Kun's words now. Gu Qing, Lu Ruyun. Tu Qing then looked at Gu Qing and Lu Ruyun. Here, the two hurriedly walked in front of Tu Qing. Go change all the marks of the Baiwa sect to those of the Hahuan sect. Yes. After the two agreed, they walked out. Xielong. Here, go to collect the list of disciples from the 100 Flowers sect, detailing their cultivation levels. Yes. Xielong then also left the main hall. Sectmaster, what should I do? Seeing that the elders had all left, Hoei hurriedly stood up and asked. Go assist Xielong. Tu Qing thought for a moment and said. All right. Ho Rui quickly nodded and rushed out. For a moment, only Jiang Sun and Tu Qing remained in the hall. Senior brother, you're really amazing now. Aren't you? Clearly just at the peak of the early Yuanying stage. Yet Liang Ru, who is in the mid-Hua Shin stage, is completely no match for you. After everyone had left, Tu Qing ran to Jiang Sun's side, squatting next to his leg with an expression of admiration. You seem even stronger than before. Haha, really? Jiang Sun patted Tu Qing's little head. You also have quite the sect master demeanor. Hee. Tu Qing chuckled. I just didn't expect the original plan to be completely useless. It was all thanks to you and senior sister that we took over the 100 Flowers sect. With the two strongest fighters of the 100 Flowers sect captured, bringing in others would only increase casualties. No one wants to create such an ugly situation. If the more than 1,000 disciples of the 100 Flowers sect had died today instead of leaving, it would have been much harder for us to take over. Jiang Sun nodded. However, I'm a bit worried about senior sister Mingning. I think the formation she used to break through must have very strong side effects. But she won't tell me. Should I ask her about it? Tu Qing nodded upon hearing this. Yes, you must ask, or I'm afraid something might happen to senior sister Mingning. Jiang Sun nodded seriously. Our master really is something. She didn't tell us about this before going into seclusion, and we don't even know when she prepared a position for senior sister, or even where the training ground is, male or female. We have no idea. Tu Qing sighed at this point. She was once happy that her cultivation level surpassed Mingning's. Now senior sister said she originally planned to accumulate to the peak of the virtual realm to break through to the combined stage, which might take another 200 to 300 years. By that time, our master would have come out of seclusion. So that is probably why our master didn't tell us. Jiang Sun said helplessly. So, today senior sister broke through early to protect you. If Yi Ningyu's attack had hit you, you might not have died, but would have been severely injured. I didn't expect senior sister Mingning, who usually seems cold towards you, actually cares about you. If Tu Qing didn't know that nothing ever happened between Jiang Sun and Mingning, she would definitely be jealous right now. Jiang Sun smiled, but didn't say anything, knowing in his heart that it was probably due to that barrier-breaking pill, or perhaps Seeing your sister Ming Ning has at least watched him grow up? Who knows what she thinks? The affairs within the Hundred Flowers sect were proceeding in an orderly manner. After the Hundred Flowers sect's emblem was replaced with the Hahuan sect's emblem, the Hahuan sect returned to the ranks of the top 10 sections. With Tu Qing, Yu Yin, and Yi Ningyu in the Hua Shun stage, along with Ming Ning in the virtual realm, the Hahuan sect directly jumped to become the 7th sect. The ones pushed down were the long-standing 8th Shanhai Pavilion and the previously fluctuating 6th and 7th Yunlang Valley, with the newly promoted Gi sect claiming the 10th spot. The current ranking of the top 10 sects is Tiangai Island, Wushang Pavilion, Baiyun Gate, Shushan, Lingyin Sect, Laming Temple, Hahuan Sect, Shanhai Pavilion, Yunlang Valley, Gi Sect. Among them, Tiangai Island and Wushang Pavilion are said to be incredibly strong. Previously, during the Void Sect's secret realm, neither Tiangai Island nor Wushang Pavilion sent anyone, reportedly because they looked down on that pile of junk. As for the people from Laming Temple and Shanhai Pavilion, at the start of the secret realm, they were attacked by the Shanhai Pavilion people who were invaded by demonic energy. The people from Laming Temple were more resolute and could move, so they fought back, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. The people from Yunlang Valley, however, died in front of the Void Palace Square, crushed by demonic beasts. Gui Sect is a newly emerging sect, able to rush to 11th place in one breath, and now can pick up the 10th spot. Both strength and luck cannot be underestimated. Chapter 73. You want to be that rebellious disciple. I want to return to the sect first. Once the master successfully breaks through, I need to see her right away. Tu Qing said afterward. Do you want me to accompany you? Jiang Sun nodded. Senior brother, you need to stay here to command Yi Ningyu and persuade Zhong Lingqing to join the Hahuan sect. Tu Qing shook her head. If Zhong Lingqing is unwilling, just let her go. Don't make it a fish-dead, net-breaking situation. Although she is weak now, if a perfected virtual realm cultivator self-destructs, none of the surrounding disciples would survive. All right, Jiang Sun nodded, then smirked. Tell the master that I'm still alive, and let her not forget to fulfill her promise. Promise? Tu Qing was taken aback, then remembered what Yulan said before going into seclusion. If I come out and you're still alive, I'll have some fun with you. Oh, are you serious about that? That is our master, Tu Qing exclaimed as she realized. You want to be that rebellious disciple. What kind of talk is that? We are the Hahuan sect. Besides, Gu Qing and Ruo Yun are still my disciples, so what is wrong with that? Jiang Sun laughed. Master, wouldn't he do that? Tu Qing said helplessly. Master, wouldn't he go back on her word? You just tell her. Jiang Sun pinched Tu Qing's little round face and smiled. Oh, Tu Qing had to nod. Then I'll leave first. Jiang Sun nodded, and Tu Qing got up and left. 3 days later, at the Hundred Flowers sect, on top of Yuhua Peak, in a closed-off cave, under Ming Ning's leadership, hundreds of disciples set up a large formation here, which would control Zhong Lingqing the moment she stepped out of the cave. Ming Ning sat quietly waiting in front of the cave, while Yi Ningyu stood beside her. Jiang Sun was also sitting on a tree not far away. In case of any situation, he would definitely run away at the first opportunity. Afterwards, he would use the soul-returning pill to bring back Ming Ning and Yi Ningyu. In the sky, the void secret realm gradually began to dissipate, and countless souls flew in different directions. Seeing this, Ming Ning stood up. Yi Ningyu swallowed nervously. Convince the master to join the Hahuan sect? ISNT, that putting pressure on her. They're coming. Ming Ning gestured with her hands, and at the same time, the cave door opened, and a white cloth shoe stepped out from inside. Instantly, all the formations in the air surged towards that foot, attaching themselves to her fair ankle. Huh? Zhong Lingqing was momentarily stunned, then realized that all her inner strength was sealed. Frowning, she still walked out. Zhong Lingqing had her hair styled in a bun, with a long lock falling in front of her chest, reaching her waist. She wore a jade hairpin and earrings, her face cold, a typical mature woman-esque appearance. Ningyu, what is going on? Zhong Lingqing looked at Yi Ningyu and asked. Master, the Hundred Flowers sect has merged into the Hahuan sect. Yi Ningyu stepped forward and said. Zhong Lingqing fell silent for a moment, then looked at Ming Ning, instantly recognizing her as a beginner in the virtual realm. With a virtual realm expert present, It was normal for Ning to be unable to stop her. Isn't this mean girl? She is already so strong now. Zhong Lingqing looked at Ming Ning and smiled. Not bad. Ming Ning looked at Zhong Lingqing and said, Aunt Zhong, would you like to join our Hahuan sect too? Oof. Ha 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 ha. Zhong Lingqing laughed so hard she nearly trembled. Jiang Sun's heart tightened, his crimson wings sprouting, ready to flee at any moment. But unexpectedly, Zhong Lingqing said, Sure. Ming Ning was taken aback, and Yu also looked incredulous. Disciples around them, whether from the Hundred Flowers sect or the Hahuan sect, were all dumbfounded. They had prepared for a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, Zhong Lingqing agreed. What to do? It seems Master is also going to join the Hahuan sect. In the distance, Qin Ning and the others stood on the mountaintop, also stunned by Zhong Lingqing's words. Hahuan sect, Lingxiao Mountain. Master. The cave door opened, and Yulan, dressed in white as snow, with a high-slit long skirt, twisted her waist, revealing her white thighs as she stepped out. To say that Rulan's face is on par with Jun Tianling's is an understatement. In terms of figure, Rulan even surpasses him, being more voluptuous and standing around 175 meters tall. When Tu Qing saw Rulan come out, she directly jumped into Rulan's arms, appearing like a child as she was a head shorter. Why are you the only one here? Rulan asked, hugging Tu Qing and patting her head with a smile. Seeing her beaming face and proud demeanor, it was likely she had successfully passed through the Su Tian secret realm. Master, we have merged with the Baiwa sect. Tu Qing said excitedly as she emerged from Rulan's embrace, then truthfully informed Rulan about the events of Baiwa sect. That child Ming Ning is really impulsive. How could she act so recklessly before the time is right? Upon hearing that Ming Ning had broken through to the Lingxiao realm, Rulan frowned. Master, could there be any side effects? Tu Qing felt something was off, seeing Rulan's expression. Sigh, her life has reached its limit. Zulan sigh. Huh? Tu Qing gasped in shock, never expecting the consequences to be so severe. Although the Lingxiao realm is already powerful, one cannot abandon their cultivation midway. If Ming Ning can only cultivate to the early stage of Lingxiao, her lifespan will eventually run out, and, on top of that, the Hahuan sect needs to continue to climb higher. If she stays here, she'll be very weak against future enemies. It's okay, Master. If my sister can't cultivate, I will protect her, Tu Qing declared, raising her fist. Rulan smiled upon hearing this and reached out to pat Tu Qing's head. I didn't expect little Tu Qing to be so ambitious, even swallowing up the Baiwa sect. Of course, it's thanks to my senior brother and sister. By the way, Master, my senior brother said that after you came out, I should remind you not to forget your promise. Just as Tu Qing finished speaking, she noticed Rulan's hand was gone from her head. Looking back, she saw Rulan hurriedly walking in her cave. I need to continue my closed-door cultivation to prepare for the heavenly tribulation and break through to the He-Ti realm. You all can handle the Baiwa sect's matters yourselves. Boom! Before Tu Qing could react, the cave door closed. Master, are you that shy? Tu Qing stammered, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun and the others also learned that Rulan had successfully become supreme. In the Su Tian secret realm, Zhong Lingqing encountered a cultivator from the Wushang Pavilion in the third-to-last battle and was defeated. The final battle was between Rulan and the Wushang Pavilion cultivator. Because of a deal made with the Wushang Pavilion, the cultivator from the Wushang Pavilion directly conceded, giving the position to Rulan. Since Rulan had become a respected figure and collaborated with the Wushang Pavilion, it was meaningless for Zhong Lingqing to struggle any longer. It might be better to follow Rulan in the future. Perhaps she could help her get a chance to become a respected figure as well. Chapter 74. I love bitter tea. Ning, you must know so. What position will I hold in our Hahuan sect while you are here? Zhong Lingqing asked with a smile. Master, you change your tone too quickly. Yu said, feeling a bit speechless but also relieved. What's wrong with that? At my level, all I care about is cultivation. I just want to become a respected figure as soon as possible. Perhaps one day, I can even explore the realm of saints. What's wrong with being a little brother to someone, as long as I can become a respected figure? Zhong Lingqing laughed. She then looked at Yu with suspicion. Now, no one can stop you from being with that kid Jiang Sun. I'm not a kid anymore, Jiang Sun said, retracting his crimson wings and landing in front of Zhong Lingqing with a smile. Zhong Lingqing was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Sun while she was in closed-door cultivation. She hadn't realized that Jiang Sun hadn't yet faced the heavenly tribulation, so she didn't know he had turned into an old man. Jiang Sun? Zhong Lingqing reacted and frowned, asking, "Yeah, I'm an old man now." Jiang Sun nodded with a smile. "Ningyu, with the way he looks now, he probably doesn't deserve you," Zhong Lingqing said, looking at Jiang Sun and speaking to Ningyu. "Master," Ningyu said, lowering her head, feeling shy to look at her. "What's undeserving? I'll be able to cultivate back soon," Jiang Sun said, wrapping his arm around Ningyu's waist. "You." Ningyu trembled all over, never expecting Jiang Sun to act this way. After hundreds of years without contact with men, she felt a bit resistant, but thinking of Jiang Sun, she became half push, half yield. "Your position as sect leader hasn't been assigned. Let's return to the Hehuan sect and let the sect leader decide," Ming Ning said. "Huh? I thought you were the current sect leader of Hehuan sect," Zhong Lingqing said, puzzled. If even Ming Ning in the Lingxiao realm wasn't the sect leader, could the current sect leader be stronger than Ming Ning? When did the Hehuan sect become so powerful? "Then please take an oath," Jiang Sun said, looking at Zhong Lingqing. Zhong Lingqing swore to join the Hehuan sect and to obey the sect leader of Hehuan sect, Tu Qing. Jiang Sun added, "Tu Qing? Tu Qing?" Zhong Lingqing was taken aback, incredulously, but continued to swear, "I will obey the commands of sect leader Tu Qing and will never betray the Hehuan sect, or my soul will be obliterated." After Zhong Lingqing finished her oath, a flash of light enveloped her body, indicating the success of her oath. "I didn't expect that Ru Lan's youngest disciple has now become the sect leader, and her cultivation is even above yours. It seems the Hehuan sect has indeed gained great fortune," Zhong Lingqing said, looking at Ming Ning. "Aunt Zhong, you're joking," Ming Ning said politely, not explaining further. "Then, without further ado, let's return to the Hehuan sect." Zhong Lingqing nodded. "Let's hurry." Qin Ning quickly stood up, leading her two junior sisters away. They never imagined that Zhong Lingqing would agree so readily, nor did they expect Ru Lan to be half a step into the respected realm, just a tribulation away. Now, wanting to take back the Baiwa sect from the Hehuan sect seemed like a pipe dream. As Ming Ning and Zhong Lingqing left, the disciples of the Hehuan sect and Baiwa sect also departed, leaving only Jiang Sun and Ningyu. "Still not letting go?" Ningyu said, slightly struggling in Jiang Sun's arms. "I know you just wanted to annoy my master. Now that they are gone, why won't you let go?" "Who said I just wanted to annoy her?" Jiang Sun replied, releasing his grip and instead holding Ningyu's hand. "Now there are no outsiders." Hearing this, Ningyu's hand trembled slightly, but she tightened her grip on Jiang Sun, lowering her head as tears rolled down her cheeks. And then she threw herself into Jiang Sun's arms, crying loudly, "You're bullying me." "I'm not bullying you. What if the Baiwa sect's disciples say something about you?" Jiang Sun comforted her, hugging Ningyu. "Ming Ning hit me so hard, and my wounds haven't healed yet. I almost died in her hands. You didn't care about me at all." Ningyu complained. "Wasn't it because you wanted to hit me that my senior sister rushed out?" Jiang Sun said helplessly. "Who wanted to hit you? How could I hit you? I just wanted to knock Liang Shiji away. Being injured by me is better than being killed by you, right? You even locked me in a dungeon. That was to protect you. You were weak at the time. What if the Baiwa sect and Hehuan sect fought, and you got hurt? Who knew you were playing possum? Clearly only at the early stage of the nascent soul. Yet you made Liang Shiji unable to fight back at all." Ningyu wiped her tears while looking at Jiang Sun with teary eyes, sobbing. "Besides, you suffered heavenly lightning. Your cultivation dropped drastically, and your lifespan is running out. I just wanted to think of a way to help you live on and turn you back into your old self. My dungeon can isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and has a medicinal bath effect. It can extend your lifespan in there. You ungrateful person, white-eyed wolf. You even helped them bully me and deal with the Baiwa sect." Ningyu lightly punched Jiang Sun's chest, afraid that she might hit him too hard. So she only touched him gently. "All right, don't be angry. Our goal has been achieved, hasn't it? Ningyu, you're quite the actress. I almost thought you genuinely didn't want to start a war for the sake of the Baiwa sect disciples," Jiang Sun said, wiping Ningyu's tears. "From now on, we can always be together and won't have to worry about those disciples talking behind our backs. You will be my maid from now on. Oomph. Ningyu snorted coldly and turned her face aside. What's going on? Huh? Are you two acting? Jun Tianling listened to their conversation, his head buzzing. Yes, can't you tell? Jiang Jin smiled. Huh? Jun Tianling frowned tightly. The first time I saw her in the main hall, wasn't she angry? She even shattered the teapot. The main hall has Zhong Lingxing's formation. Although she was in seclusion, she could monitor the hall at any time and hear the sounds from it. So you two were at the edge of the cliff, confronting each other, and even threatening each other's lives? Wasn't that to establish an image of Ningyu being impartial and caring about the lives of Baohua sect disciples? So that the disciples of Baohua sect would ultimately think well of Ningyu and be willing to follow her to join the Hahuan sect? Then, you and Tu Qing seriously discussed how to deal with Baohua sect, set a trap for Ningyu, and even used yourself and the Hellfire Pearl to propose a plan. Wasn't that taking the opportunity to propose conditions to save Ningyu's life while using the Hellfire Pearl to divert Baohua sect's attention to me, so as not to hurt Tu Qing and the others? Wait, you two were from the very beginning trying to ensure that Baohua sect successfully merged into Hahuan sect to achieve your goal of being together? Jun Tianling reacted for a moment, his head buzzing. Yes. Jiang Ji nodded. What did you two plan this? I've been here all along. How could I not know? The unique memory grass of Baohua sect, I love bitter tea. Ningyu wouldn't know, and the memory grass is sweet tea. As soon as the tea entered my mouth, I knew. The teapot broke, revealing the tea leaves, and the fragrance of the memory grass filled my nose. The plan had begun. However, taking away Hua Bai Rui was indeed something beyond the plan. Chapter 75. The Heartless Flower Created by Tang Ying. It was also because I want to take Hua Bai Rui away that Ningyu's favor towards me decreased. She was clearly jealous. You two have played Baohua sect and Hahuan sect around, and there's even a possibility of a major battle with tens of thousands of casualties. Just to be able to be together openly? Yun Tianling Faunil. The person leading Baohua sect is Ningyu. It will never escalate to the point of fighting. Ningyu hinted for me to join Baohua sect, and I hinted to her to merge Baohua sect into Hahuan sect, and the result just led to this. Jiang Ji nodded. Good, old man. I didn't expect you to have such schemes. Even I, who wouldn't interfere with your plans, was deceived by you. Jun Tianling was speechless. It seemed that the dance was not in vain. Ningyu, don't cry anymore. We have plenty of time to be together in the future. And I have returned to the nascent soul. My lifespan has already returned, so there's no need to worry about me dying. Jiang Jin said, while helping Ningyu wipe her tears. If this were done by a handsome young man, the scene would look very pleasing. But since it's an old man, it's not so harmonious. It looked like a father-daughter farewell. Stinky old man, you abandoned me for 500 years. You deserve to be punished by heaven. Ningyu looked at Jiang Jin, her tone full of resentment, but her eyes were filled with affection. Back then, my master cast the lovesickness curse on me, and as long as I thought of you, I would feel hot all over, unbearable pain, a splitting headache, and a life worse than death. I had no choice. Jiang Jin smiled bitterly. Huh? Ningyu was taken aback and forgot to cry. Hurriedly checking Jiang Jin's body. What about now? What about the lovesickness curse? Punished by heaven. Even the lovesickness curse was struck dead. Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow. It's a blessing in disguise. Back then, I was also stopped by my master and had the heartless flower planted in my body. Ningyu sighed. Later, my master went into seclusion. Although she removed the heartless flower, she made me the sect master. You know, the sect master has to maintain the mountain protecting formation and cannot leave the sect without a major situation. The heartless flower, as its name suggests, makes those planted with it become cold and heartless, regardless of family, friendship, or love. Conversely, the person who plants the heartless flower only has their heart set on cultivation, practicing day and night, and it can double the practitioner's cultivation speed, coupled with the protection of the 10 major sects. This is why Ningyu's cultivation speed was extremely fast. The heartless flower is not something you can find everywhere. It belongs to Baohua sect's treasure and is generally carried by the sect master for cultivation. However, at that time, Ningyu was so infatuated with Jiang Jin that Zhong Lingxing, out of helplessness, gave the heartless flower to Ningyu. Who created the heartless flower? Jun Tianling asked in Jiang Jin's heart. Jiang Jin also relayed the question to Yin Ningyu. The heartless flower was created by Elder Tang Ying. Yin Ningyu said as she looked around warily and even set up a soundproof barrier. It is said that Elder Tang Ying was the sect master back then and created it to forget about the demon Lord Jun Tianling. After hearing that Suwang Mountain was attacked, Elder Tang passed the position to my master, left the heartless flower behind, and left Baohua sect shortly after taking over as the supreme elder. Do you know where she went? Jiang Jin asked. I told you before that I don't know where she is. I wasn't lying to you. Yin Ningyu shook her head, but perhaps my master knows. Go ask her master. Jun Tianling was anxious to hear that Tang Ying created the heartless flower to forget about her. Jiang Jin ignored Jun Tianling and looked at Yin Ningyu. All right, I understand. Let us go back to Hahuan's sect. Will I disturb you if I go to Hahuan's sect? Yin Ningyu pouted. Of course, I'm a Hahuan young master. I change partners in bed every day. Jiang Jin smiled. Jiang Jin. Yin Ningyu's eyes widened at his words, and she grabbed Jiang Jin's collar. You. If you really have that kind of insatiable desire, I can also. Yin Ningyu stammered, her voice getting smaller, her face red as she lowered her head. Puffed. Jiang Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. How could you say such a thing? What's wrong with that? I'm also part of Hahuan sect now. What is wrong with that? Yin Ningyu remembered that she was also a member of Hahuan's sect and straightened her back. Looking proudly at Jiang Jin, I'm not worse than that too, Qing. Yin Ningyu hinted at something. Let us go back first and arrange things later. Jiang Jin wrapped his arm around Yin Ningyu's waist and flew up. Yin Ningyu looked at Jiang Jin's flowing white hair and long beard, unable to help but wrap her arms around his neck, while the other hand caressed the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. I'm sorry. I wasn't by your side when you were in pain. If it weren't for necessity, I wouldn't want you to see me like this. Jiang Jin held Yin Ningyu's hand. Give me some time. I'll be able to change back soon. No need to rush. Yin Ningyu shook her head. She was afraid that Jiang Jin would act impulsively again and get struck by lightning, and this time it might not be as simple as just aging. Take your time. I don't mind you like this. Besides, I've waited 500 years. What a little longer? Jiang Jin smiled and said nothing, soon bringing Yin Ningyu to the teleportation array and directly teleporting back to Tianji City. Where's Bai Rui? After arriving in Tianji City, Yin Ningyu asked. I'm currently living in a small house at the foot of Lingxiao Mountain, and Hua Bai Rui lives in the small house next to mine. You didn't do anything to Bai Rui, right? Yin Ningyu gently pinched the soft flesh at Jiang Jin's waist, gritting her teeth as she said, No. Jiang Jin waved his hands repeatedly. Really didn't If you don't believe me, ask her. I really don't know how you managed to attract that girl. She actually likes you. Yin Ningyu released Jiang Jin and snorted coldly. My charm is too strong. Jiang Jin said proudly. Good. You really know that Bai Rui likes you. Yin Ningyu pinched Jiang Jin's flesh, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Ouch, you tricked me. Jiang Jin grinned in pain, almost in tears. Of course, you're not honest. If I didn't trick you, how would you admit it? But I really didn't do anything to her. Ouch, let go, okay? You deserve it. Jun Tianling sneered. I'm telling you not to let her down. Yin Ningyu said as she released Jiang Jin's flesh. This was something Jiang Jin hadn't anticipated. Hahuan young master. I didn't expect you to be able to be devoted to one person. Yin Ningyu hugged her hands. Bai Rui is a good child. She has always listened to me since she was little. I didn't expect her to plead for you and take risks for you. She must like you. Unlike you, she has never liked anyone and will always be devoted. I don't ask you to be devoted to her, but at least you should be worthy of her feelings and treat her well. Chapter 76. Tang Ying's whereabouts as they chatted. The two flew towards the Hehuan sect, quickly arriving at Jiang Sun's cottage. Master, in a yard watering flowers, Bai Rui saw Yin Ningyu and hurriedly ran towards her. Halfway there, she quickly turned around and ran back into the house, slamming the door shut. Master is definitely going to settle the score with me, Bai Rui thought. Yin Ningyu's face darkened upon seeing this, and she quickly walked towards Bai Rui's cottage. Hey, don't hit her, Jiang Sun shouted, seeing this, as Bai Rui was helping him. Yin Ningyu snorted coldly and walked into the small courtyard. The barrier set by Jiang Sun had already disappeared. Bai Rui, open the door. Yining Yu said as she stood in front of the door. Master. Hearing Yining Yu's voice, Bai Rui could only obediently open the door. Come in with me. Yining Yu didn't want Bai Rui to lose face in front of Jiang Sun and directly walked into the house. Bai Rui looked at Jiang Sun with a pleading gaze. But Yining Yu didn't give Jiang Sun that chance and directly pulled Bai Rui into the room, shutting the door behind them. Master. Bai Rui was about to speak when she saw a vine emerging from Yining Yu's sleeve. Master, I was wrong. Bai Hui uhiedli sholte. Quickly running to the door to activate the soundproof array, fearing Jiang Sun would hear. But Jiang Sun had already heard her previous scream. TSK, TSK. Jiang Sun clicked his tongue and shook his head, then walked into his own room. Go find Zhong Lingxiao. What are you doing back in your room? Jun Tianling said anxiously. Don't worry, Zhong Lingxiao won't run away. I have an urgent matter now. Jiang Sun shook his head. What urgent matter? Lin Xingwan went to Tianwu's sect and has gone missing. I need to find her. Are you crazy? Why do you care about her? If she's missing, then she's missing. If she is dead, then she's dead. She betrayed you, so she deserves to die. She is still my woman. Even if I punish her, it should be me who does it. Jiang Sun changed his clothes, put on the Nine Heavens reversal robe, and tidied up his appearance. With the crimson wings and the endless big teleportation talismans in the system space, Jiang Sun was not afraid of going and not coming back. I really can't believe you. Just go find Zhong Lingxiao and ask her a question. It won't take much time. Jun Tianling said urgently. I won't go. I don't want to waste a single second. Jiang Sun said as he walked out of the small house, spreading his crimson wings and preparing to leave. Wait, help me ask her. After you ask, I'll teach you the soul-controlling sword technique. Jun Tianling shouted. Jiang Sun's movements paused halfway. Then he said, You swear. I swear, I swear. Jun Tianling nodded and hurriedly made an oath, but after swearing, he was stunned, his pupils dilating, realizing, Did you just trick me again? Thanks to the Demon Lord for your guidance. Jiang Sun chuckled and flew towards the Hehuan Hall. Ming Ning and Zhong Lingxiao also returned using the teleportation array and should be in the Hehuan Hall at this time. Knowing he had been tricked, Jun Tianling remained silent. Having already sworn, what else could he do? When Jiang Sun arrived at the Hehuan Hall, Tu Qing, Ming Ning, and Zhong Lingxiao were indeed present, each sitting in a chair. Senior brother, you're back. Tu Qing greeted Zhang San. If it weren't for Zhong Lingxiao being there, Tu Qing would have definitely run to Jiang Sun's side. Jiang Sun nodded. So what position does Sect Master Zhong hold in our sect? I was just about to tell you, Senior brother. Senior Zhong is appointed as the left protector, and Yining Yu is the right protector. They will both stay in the Hehuan sect from now on. Tu Qing smiled. With protectors at the peak of the great perfection of the virtual realm and the peak of the god transformation, you have quite a reputation now. Jiang Sun smiled as he sat down beside them. Senior brother, there's more good news. We are now the 4th-ranked sect, having pushed Shushan and Lingyin sect down. Tu Qing said happily. And Master? Jiang Sun asked, nodding. Master is now half a step to being a respected one. She was about to come out, but after hearing you say you want her to fulfill her promise, she went back to seclude herself, preparing to break through to the integration realm within 7 days. What promise? Ming Ning couldn't help but ask. You'll know when Master comes out. Jiang Sun said with a mischievous smile, then looked at Zhong Lingxiao. So, Protector Zhong, I want to ask you something. What is it? Zhong Lingxiao nodded and asked. About Tang Ying. Why did she create the Heartless Flower back then? And where did she go after passing the position to you? Jiang Sun felt there was no need to avoid Tu Qing and Ming Ning about this matter. Why do you ask this? Zhong Lingxiao frowned. You just need to say it. Jiang Sun didn't explain to Zhong Lingxiao. This puts me in a difficult position. Zhong Lingxiao sighed helplessly and looked at Tu Qing. Why are you looking at me? Tu Qing said. Master said that if anyone asked me about her whereabouts in the future, I should kill that person. Zhong Lingxiao said helplessly. Huh? Jiang Sun and the three were stunned. So I'm in a dilemma. I have sworn allegiance to the Hehuan sect now, and I can't just kill you, right? I never expected that after so many years. The one who asked me about Master S whereabouts would actually be you. Zhong Lingxiao shrugged. So where did she go? Jiang Sun asked after recovering. I don't know. Zhong Lingxiao shook her head. When Master left, she went south towards the southern Martial region. Whether she really went there or not is unclear. Southern Martial region. Jiang Sun frowned and nodded, thinking to himself. The southern Martial region should be where Tianling City is located. Could it be that Tang Ying went to Tianling City? What is Tianling City? Jun Tianling asked. What does it have to do with me? How would I know? I had a dream before that was related to you. You took a woman to Tianling City and then went to a cave from Tianling City where you were seriously injured and fell into a coma. You had a dream related to me? Why didn't you say it earlier? Jun Tianling frowned, and while thinking, he couldn't figure out these things, so he could only treat Jiang Sun as if he had just had a dream. So, I wanted to ask if someone asked you to inquire? Zhong Lingqing asked Jiang Sun, who was frowning deeply. No, I'm just curious. Jiang Sun shook his head, then looked at Tu Qing. I'm going to Tianwu sect. Huh? Senior brother, what are you going to Tianwu sect for? Tu Qing was startled and said, Tianwu sect is too dangerous. Lin Qingwan went to Tianwu sect, and I'm going to bring her back. Tu Qing instinctively wanted to say not to go, but then thought about it and knew that Lin Qingwan was Jiang Sun's woman. So it wouldn't be good to stop him. In other words, if it were herself going to Tianwu sect, she would hope Jiang Sun would go to save her. Please ask Protector Zhong to accompany Jiang Sun on this trip. Tu Qing said to Zhong Lingqing, under the command of the sect master. Zhong Lingqing smiled, adapting to her role quickly. Chapter 77. Tang Ying, this mysterious woman Protector Zhong, your spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet, right? Jiang Sun asked Zhong Lingqing. It hasn't recovered, but if it's just to grab someone from Tianwu sect, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhong Lingqing smiled. Return Yuan Dan. Jiang Sun tossed her a return Yuan Dan, which Zhong Lingqing caught. Eat it, don't drag us down if you can't help. Young Master Jiang is truly generous. Zhong Lingqing smiled and, without hesitation, swallowed the return Yuan Dan. Ding, return Yuan Dan, gifted successfully. Returned Soul Dan. Zhong Lingqing's favorability increased to return multiplier, 100. The reason Jiang Sun gave her the return Yuan Dan was naturally because she was the daughter of fortune. Speaking of which, Jiang Sun still hadn't figured out the difference between the rewards of a daughter of fortune at level and level. Could it be that he had to wait until the favorability reached 100 before there would be any difference? The favorability of Ku Guqing was already at its maximum, and nothing different had occurred. In Chapter 13, Tu Qing's favorability has been changed to 95. There is no time to waste. Let us set off now. Jiang Sun said, as he saw Zhong Lingqing had finished adjusting her breathing and restored her internal energy to its peak. All right. Zhong Lingqing nodded and stood up. Brother, be careful. If there's any danger, come back quickly. Tu Qing instructed Zhang Xai. Don't worry. Jiang Sun nodded and then left the Grand Hall with Zhong Lingqing. When I was in the Void Sect's secret realm, I probably offended the Saintess 2MO of the Tianwu sect. It might be a bit dangerous if 2MO discovers us when we go to the Tianwu sect. Jiang Sun spoke while riding the wind. I heard the Saintess of the Tianwu sect is a genius who reached the early Yuanying stage at just 19. Zhong Lingqing nodded. 19? Jiang Sun was taken aback. He only knew that 2MO was the Saintess, but he didn't know she was only 19, compared to someone who reached the early Yuanying stage at 19. What is his 1,000 years of cultivation worth? Although he had demonic skills to enhance his abilities, being able to reach Yuanying so quickly is indeed a genius among geniuses. Zhong Lingqing nodded. Now that I know this news, do you regret not killing her back in the secret realm? What are you talking about? Jealous of talent? Aren't you jealous? Jiang Sun sighed, saying that not being jealous would be a lie. In front of these geniuses, those who had cultivated for over 1,000 or even 2,000 years to reach Yuanying really didn't seem impressive at all. They even felt a bit like clowns. But then again, he thought he could also go from the early foundation establishment to the early Yuanying stage in a month. ISNT that's stronger than 2MO. The Tianwu sect is located in Tianwu Mountain, which is over 10,000 miles away from here. How do you plan to get there? By teleportation array. To the nearest place, to Tianwu Mountain. The area within 1,000 miles of the Tianwu sect is desolate, and the closest place with a teleportation array should be Yunin City, over 2,000 miles away from Tianwu Mountain, and the spirit stones to teleport there are quite expensive. I don't have that many. Zhong Lingqing looked at Jiang Sun and smiled, implying something. This is considered an official duty. How could I let you spend your own money? Jiang Sun smiled. Unlike her aloof and cool demeanor, Zhong Lingqing didn't seem cold at all, but rather had a strong contrast. She often said surprising things that were unexpected, and her words were quite unusual. Coupled with her captivating appearance, the contrast was maximized. Then thank you, young master. Zhong Lingqing's mouth curved up, the corners of her eyes slightly bending. At this moment, if she were to stick out her pink tongue and lick her lips, it would surely be quite tempting. Jiang Sun imagined it for a moment and felt quite appetizing. Why do you think Tang Ying wanted to kill me? If it weren't for you, wouldn't I be the one asking about Tang Ying's whereabouts? Jun Tianling was still entangled in the matter of Tang Ying at this time. Not necessarily. You are in the great ascension stage. Why would Tang Ying think Zhong Lingqing could kill you? Jiang Sun replied. Maybe she knew I might not be that strong if I escaped, or that I might have taken over someone else's body. If they want to kill you, do you still want to find her? Jiang Sun laughed. To be honest, I want even more. Jun Tianling pouted. Now, not only do I want to find Tang Ying to ask about the past, but I also want to ask her why she wanted to kill me. Although my memories are incomplete, one thing I can be sure of is that Tang Ying is definitely my Dao partner. Yes, I know that too. Jiang Sun nodded, recalling the disciple of Lingyin's sect. At that time, it was Lin Feng from Lingyin's sect who said that Jun Tianling fell in love with Tang Ying, which led to his drastic drop in cultivation. Perhaps it was because Jun Tianling fell in love with Tang Ying, but Tang Ying didn't love Jun Tianling, which caused Jun Tianling to suffer a blow. And then Tang Ying didn't want to have any further entanglements with Jun Tianling. So she had Zhong Lingqing kill those who came to find her. Of course, this is just a speculation. There is also Chao Chongqing from Shushan, who said he had seen Jun Tianling. At that time, he pointed at Jun Tianling very confidently and said that this was Jun Tianling. But Jiang Sun knew that it was Si Yuyan. Considering this point, perhaps the person who fought against their sect disciples back then was never Jun Tianling at all. As for where Jun Tianling himself went, Tang Ying wouldn't be Jun Tianling, would she? Jiang Sun was startled by this thought, getting goosebumps. It shouldn't be, right? Do you have a portrait of Tang Ying? Jiang Sun thought of this and looked at Zhong Lingqing. He had never seen Tang Ying, but he had seen Jun Tianling in person. No. Zhong Lingqing shook her head. When the master left, she erased her portrait and all things related to her. After 1,000 years, there are very few people who still mention her. Then describe her a bit. Jiang Sun didn't expect Tang Ying to have disappeared to such an extent. My master had eyes, a nose. Zhong Lingqing frowned. Mouth is. Eyebrows. Hey, big sister, everyone has these. Describe it like big eyes or small eyes, high nose bridge or flat nose. Jiang Sun looked at Zhong Lingqing speechlessly. No, I can't remember. Zhong Lingqing shook her head. You can't remember your master? I can think of that face in my mind, but I can't say it out loud. The face is very blurry. During our conversation, that face has become completely indistinct. Zhong Lingqing tried to recall, but the more she thought, the less she could remember. I might have been placed under some kind of spell by my master. Otherwise, I wouldn't forget. Zhong Lingqing is very certain. After all, it was her master whom she had been with for thousands of years. This is interesting. I am now a bit interested in Tang Ying. Jiang Sun said in his heart to Jun Tianling. A woman as mysterious as this is indeed intriguing. Chapter 78. Tu Nan and Tu Mo. The two quickly arrived at Tianji City. The cost of teleporting to Yunin City was indeed shockingly high, requiring 2,000 high-grade spirit stones per person. For Jiang Sun, this was just a small amount. As the formation's light flickered, the two disappeared from their original location. When they reappeared, they were already at Yunin City. Yunin City is 2,300 miles from Lingxiao Mountain, but because it is the nearest city to the Tianwu sect, its development is not as good as other cities. It resembles a large town more. Jiang Sun did not waste time here and directly used his crimson wings, wrapping his arms around Zhong Lingqing's waist. Excuse me. You're free to do as you wish. Zhong Lingqing laughed softly. Just don't let Ningyu know. What are you talking about? I'm not having an affair with your protector. Jiang Sun laughed helplessly, then tightly embraced Zhong Lingqing and leaped into the air, flying toward Lingxiao Mountain. Not to mention, Zhong Lingqing's waist, unlike Tu Qing's delicate one, was neither too thin nor too fat, with just a bit of softness, feeling soft and comfortable to the touch. So fast, Zhong Lingqing said, feeling Jiang Sun's speed. The scenery on both sides changed rapidly in an instant, even while holding someone in his arms. The speed of the crimson wings didn't drop much. Can you not say such suggestive things? Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow upon hearing those 3 words. Did I say that? Zhong Lingqing looked puzzled. Jiang Sun helplessly thought, am I too dirty-minded? Under the boost of the crimson wings, Jiang Sun and Zhong Lingqing crossed 2,300 miles in less than a quarter of an hour, appearing at the foot of Tianwu Mountain. We're here? Zhong Lingqing, who had been set down by Jiang Sun, looked in surprise at the woods shrouded in thick fog that let no light through. If one stepped into that forest, they wouldn't be able to see their own hand. This is Tianwu Mountain, and this thick fog is one layer of the protective array set up by the Tianwu sect. Tianwu Mountain wasn't originally called Tianwu Mountain. It was named after the Tianwu sect arrived. How do we get in? Zhong Lingqing looked at Jiang Sun and asked. The sect master of Tianwu sect is a perfected being at the integration stage, and with the protective array available. I advise you not to act recklessly. No need to go in. Jiang Sun waved his hand and took out a storage ring. This was the ring 2MO had given him, which he received back after returning it to 2MO, and the contents inside were also things 2MO had rummaged through several times. Among them was a jade tube that could send messages to 2-1. It was at this moment that Jiang Sun saw for the first time what was inside 2-1's storage ring. Among the items was a sacred item, the illusion feather snake chain whip, which should have been returned through 2-1 snake chain whip. There were also quite a few messy healing pills and cultivation pills, along with a top-grade Great Ascension pill and various talismans. The top-grade Great Ascension pill might have come from doubling the top-grade transformation pill. The Shinuyuo forest was also located at the foot of the Tianwu sect, inviting the Saintess for a meeting. Jiang Sun used the message jade tube to communicate, then waved his hand, causing the jade tube to disappear from sight. You can send messages to 2-1? Do you have ties with the Tianwu sect? Zhong Lingqing couldn't help but ask upon seeing this. I only got to know her during the illusory void sect's secret realm, and this message jade tube was an unexpected gain. Jiang Sun replied with a smile. If you say that, can she come? Zhong Lingqing asked with a smile. Don't worry, she will definitely come, and she will bring experts above the transformation stage. At that time, you can subdue them all, and we will use the Saintess to exchange for Lin Qingwan. After the exchange, I will use the crimson wings to fly you away. They won't be able to catch up, Jiang Sun said, feeling reassured with Zhong Lingqing, a master at the great completion of illusory void, by his side. He didn't need to plan too much. A little trick would suffice. Unless 2-1 truly lost her mind and brought her father down. If a fusion stage cultivator comes, I can just run away, he added. Zhong Lingqing laughed. I finally reached the great completion of illusory void. I don't want to die. There aren't that many fusion stage cultivators. Jiang Sun waved his hand and laughed. There's some. Besides the fusion great completion sect master Tu Qing Tian of the Tianwu sect, his left protector 2-Nan and right protector 2-MO are both mid-fusion stage. Otherwise, do you think the Tianwu sect could survive? Jiang Sun said with a smile upon hearing this. The Tu family is actually quite numerous, he added. The Tu family was originally a family from the northern wilderness, but after the northern wilderness was plagued by demons, only the 3 siblings remained. During their escape, Tu Qing Tian gained an opportunity and cultivated demonic powers to perfection, establishing the Tianwu sect alongside 2-Nan and 2-MO originally. Tu Qing Tian was called Tu Qing, but after mastering the demonic powers, he became arrogant and changed his name to Tu Qing Tian. Jiang Sun nodded upon hearing this. I heard Tu Qing Tian's sister too, Nan is also a stunning beauty. Is that all you care about? Zhong Lingqing said helplessly. 2-Nan's methods are even more ruthless than Tu Qing Tian's. None of the disciples under her hand are left with whole corpses, and I've heard that she ate them all. If you really have that kind of courage, why not go try to get close to her? Zhong Lingqing laughed. I'm afraid I would die if I tried. Jiang Sun quickly waved his hands. Pervert. As the two conversed, 3 beams of light burst out from the protective formation of the Tianwu sect, and before they arrived, 2-Wan's roar reached them, sounding full of killing intent. Fusion stage, run. Zhong Lingqing's expression changed as she shouted at Jiang Sun. Huh? Jiang Sun reacted faster than his brain, grabbing Zhong Lingqing and using the crimson wings to run away at breakneck speed. Crimson wings? One of the men was momentarily stunned. By the time the three landed, Jiang Sun had already vanished without a trace. Aunt, uncle, why aren't you chasing them? Tu-Wan asked the two. To capture that perverted old man and torture him well, Tu-Wan had specifically gone to call Tu-Nan and Tu-Mo. That's the crimson wings of the demon, Lord Jun Tianling. Its flying speed is extremely fast. We can't catch up, Tu-Nan said, nodding. I said, how could the illusory Void Mountain secret realm only have that little bit of junk? Turns out all the good stuff was taken by that old man. Tu-Mo said coldly, a tall and muscular man, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a massive build, looking intimidating with his messy hair. You really run fast, Zhong Lingqing said, glancing back to see no one was chasing them. She looked down and realized they had already passed Yunin City. Of course, I'm not done living yet. Chapter 79. How long do you plan to stay on top of me? We can't go to Lingxiao Mountain. They will probably set up formations in advance next time. Jiang Sun, seeing the crisis averted, landed on a stone platform beside a lake. If you send another message, she might bring those two with her, Zhong Lingqing said, finding it amusing. What did you do to her? I stole some things, and didn't save her subordinate. But the items have already been returned. I didn't expect that Tu-Wan would hold a grudge. Jiang Sun squatted by the lake and smiled helplessly. So what do you plan to do next? Zhong Lingqing sat beside him, talking while taking off her shoes, her delicate feet gently dipping into the water, her skirt lifting, exposing her calves as she soaked her feet. There are still people downstream drinking. Are you washing your feet? Jiang Sun remarked. But he couldn't help but notice her beautiful feet. Also, didn't she realize this could be considered a form of seduction? There are still people bathing in the lake. What's wrong with me washing my feet? I just came out of seclusion and was dragged here to be a protector for the Hahuan sect without even getting a chance to bathe. Zhong Lingqing sighed, genuinely wanting to take a proper bath. After all, she had been in seclusion for over 10 years. If she and brought her own floral scent and used her inner strength to drive away the odor, she would have smelled terrible. Then let us go to Yunin City first, rest in an inn, and you can take a bath. I also want to think about what to do next, Jiang Sun said as he stood up. Wait a minute, I just put my feet in, Zhong Lingqing pouted, giving Jiang Sun a glare. Is Ningyu really your disciple? Jiang Sun asked, covering his face in disbelief. Otherwise, is she your disciple? Zhong Lingqing retorted. In some aspects, she could indeed be considered my disciple, Jiang Sun said seriously. Nodding, Zhong Lingqing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted. After all, it wasn't just Jiang Sun who could think inappropriately. The things he said, given his identity, could easily be misunderstood. I heard from Tu Qing that disciples of the Baiwa sect can choose not to practice the Hahuan sect's techniques. You better not force my Ningyu, Zhong Lingqing said after realizing this. Of course, Jiang Sun nodded. It's not necessary to practice the Hahuan sect's techniques to achieve dual cultivation. Seriously, can you not use the old man's face to say such things to me? Zhong Lingqing stared at Jiang Sun for a moment, then pouted. Jiang Sun shrugged and fell silent. After a moment, Zhong Lingqing took her feet out of the water, her calves forming a beautiful arc as water droplets slid down her foot. Jiang Sun couldn't help but follow the droplets with his gaze. One droplet glided over the arch of Zhong Lingqing's foot, past her prominent ankle, along her calf, and slid into her skirt. What are you looking at? Zhong Lingqing suddenly placed her foot down, stepping on her shoe, and leaned forward to meet Jiang Sun's gaze with a smile. I see the left protector still has her charm, Jiang Sun replied with a smile, not denying it. Zhong Lingqing pouted, said nothing, took out a handkerchief to dry her feet, put on her shoes, and casually tossed the handkerchief aside. Let us go. Okay, Jiang Sun nodded, standing up to wrap his arms around Zhong Lingqing, and soon they flew back to Yunin City, finding a relatively clean inn. After booking 2 rooms, Jiang Sun returned to his room. Zhong Lingqing also eagerly went to her room to run water for a bath. Although it was an upper room, Yunin City was indeed backward. This upper room was quite ordinary, more than twice as small as those in Tianji City and Huani City. The sound insulation isn't very good. Jiang Jun can even hear the sound of Zhong Lingqing running water next door. The sound of shower water. Coward. 2 in the combined body realm, and you're scared to the point of losing control. Yun Xianling coldly left in Jiang Yun's mind. If you can do it, go ahead. Jiang Jun rolled his eyes. You do even worse than me. Then he added, teach me the sword technique. Come in. Jun Tianling sighed. Then Jiang Jun sat cross-legged on the bed, set up a defensive barrier, and entered the Lu Hong sword. Take out the soul calming sword. Jun Tianling stood up and looked at Jiang Jun, raising his hand to reveal a long sword identical to the soul calming sword, but entirely black, forged from Tianluo's soul. Jiang Jun nodded and waved his hand, and the soul calming sword appeared in his hand. Jun Tianling endured a night of torment. This time it wasn't just Jiang Jun's poor learning ability that tormented her, but the fact that her oath prevented her from hurting Jiang Jun in the slightest. While Jiang Jun recklessly attacked, and ended up wounding her several times. Jiang Jun even went so far as to mock her for her lack of skill, saying she couldn't even beat him. Jun Tianling truly wished she could swallow Jiang Jun whole. The next morning, after beating Jun Tianling, Jiang Jun felt refreshed and stretched lazily after returning to his body. Sitting for too long had made him a bit numb, and that stretch sent him tumbling over, crashing into the wall behind him. He didn't expect the wall to be as fragile as cardboard. With a bang, it shattered. Jiang Jun rolled backward into the next room. He quickly stretched his body and lay flat, preparing to get up. On the other side of the wall was Zhong Lingqing's bed. Jiang Jun didn't expect that with his roll, he ended up in a push-up position on top of Zhong Lingqing. Furthermore, he absolutely did not expect that this woman was sleeping completely naked. Zhong Lingqing opened her eyes the moment the wall collapsed, and not realizing what was happening. She watched as Jiang Jun rolled onto her, pressing down on her body. Because of that soft part, her chest was pressed tightly against Jiang Jun's, squished a bit. Are you crazy? Zhong Lingqing stared wide-eyed at Jiang Jun, her voice a bit hoarse. You sleep without clothes? Jiang Jun had a full view of Zhong Lingqing as he rolled over, and after holding it in for a while, he couldn't help but ask. I was in closed-door training for over a decade, wearing clothes. I took a shower last night and didn't want to wear anything to sleep. Is that a problem? Zhong Lingqing replied dazedly, clearly also shocked, and only realized what was happening after finishing her sentence. How long are you planning to stay on top of me? Do you want me to spread my legs? That would be nice. Jiang Yun nodded repeatedly. Get off. Zhong Lingqing shouted. Jiang Jun quickly rolled off the bed, turning his back to Zhong Lingqing. Big sister, let me explain, that wall was as fragile as paper. I just stretched and it shattered. You practiced all night and broke through without even realizing it. With a flick of your hand, the spiritual energy on your body exploded. Even if the wall were a bit thicker, it probably wouldn't withstand you. Zhong Lingqing said coldly while pulling the blanket over herself. Last night, Jiang Jun had been emitting spiritual energy fluctuations, and she hadn't expected this guy to be quite diligent, practicing all night. Really? Haha. I have a reinforcement formation in my room, and I completely forgot about that. Jiang Jun scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Aren't you going to leave? You don't expect me to do something with you, do you? Zhong Lingqing glared at Jiang Jun's back. Can I? Jiang Jun turned back with an expectant face. Chapter 80. Meeting 2-1 again, 2-Nan's attack. Please leave a good review. Everyone, be more active, or the book will be forcibly cut. After passing the test, there will definitely be more updates. Get lost. All right. Jiang Jun quickly nodded and jumped back to his room from behind Zhong Lingqing, sitting on the bed. Zhong Lingqing turned back to look, and they locked eyes, both momentarily speechless. I'm back. Jiang Jun looked at his room and said, You really came back. Zhong Lingqing gritted her teeth and didn't speak, waving her hand to set up a barrier, like a wall, so they couldn't see each other. So, have you thought of a way? Zhong Lingqing spoke after a moment, and from the blurry shadow, it seemed she was getting dressed. I have a way. Jiang Jun nodded. The subordinate I didn't save last time is called a bao, with 2-Wan's personality. If I tell her I'm willing to save a bao, but want her to come alone, she should come. What if she doesn't come? Or brings 2-Nan and 2-Mo with her? Then we'll run. Jiang Jun laughed. Zhong Lingqing was speechless at this response, then finished getting dressed. Today's matter must not be spoken of. Don't worry, I don't have a habit of looking for trouble for myself. Jiang Yun shocked. but he always had a habit of trouble finding him. After saying that, Jiangjun took out a communication jade tube to message Tu Wan, arranging to meet at the previous lake. Tu Wan was sleeping when a jade tube suddenly hit her on the head. Ouch! Tu Wan winced in pain, rolling out of bed and landing on the floor, Tu Na shivering, and a snake chain whip appeared in her hand. Who dares to ambush this saintess? Huh? Tu Wan then saw the jade tube that had fallen beside her pillow, paused for a moment, and then realized it must be that lecherous old man again. Tu Wan put away the snake chain whip and activated the jade tube. At the third watch, meet outside Yanin City at the lake, come alone, save a Bao. A Bao. Upon hearing a Bao's name, Tu Wan was indeed slightly taken aback, then changed her clothes, washed up casually, tied her hair up, and walked out. A Wan, where are you going so early? As soon as Tu Wan stepped out of her door, Tu Nin opened her door, wearing only a loose black inner garment, covering the crucial parts, revealing a pair of long legs, with a spiderweb tattoo on her thigh. I'm just taking a stroll. Tu Wan looked at Tu Nan and said, Aunt, what are you doing? Coming out so early without pants. You aren't going to see that old man, are you? Tu Nan didn't respond to Tu Wan's question, instead asking, I'm not going. Tu Wan lied without blushing. Just woke up and going out for a walk. Tu Nan nodded. Don't go beyond the Lingxiao Mountain range. Be careful. Just as Tu Wan was about to speak, Tu Nan had already closed the door and returned to her room. Tu Wan pouted and walked out. Meanwhile, a spider crawled out from the crack of Tu Nan's door, quickly following Tu Wan, quietly climbing up her skirt and into her waistband. After leaving her residence, Tu Wan flew up without stopping, leaving Tianwu sect. It's over 2,000 miles to Yun'in City from here. Old man, can't you pick a closer place? Tu Wan complained while flying at full speed in the air. Flying at full speed is very exhausting. After a stick of incense, Tu Wan was already sweating. The reason Zhang Jun chose that place was that even if Tu Nan and Tu Mo discovered something was wrong with Tu Wan, they wouldn't be able to instantly cross 2,000 kilometers to find them. After Zhang Jun and Zhong Lingqing got ready, they comfortably had a meal, paid for the room, and arrived at the lakeside, setting up a small table and chairs, leisurely enjoying the scenery and drinking tea. Even though Tu Wan had already been flying at full speed, she still arrived a moment late. Lecherous old man. Tu Wan landed and saw Jiang Jun leisurely drinking tea, which made her furious. She quickly walked up to Jiang Jun. Can't you pick a closer place? Do you know how much effort I spend to get here? You're still drinking tea. Saintess, have a cup. Jiang Jun smiled, pouring a cup of tea and holding it out to Tu Wan. Bah. Tu Wan slapped the cup away. Are you serious about wanting to save a Bao? Fake. Jiang Jun laughed without hiding it. You bastard. Tu Wan stepped back upon hearing this, drawing her snake chain whip and striking it at Jiang Jun. But Jiang Jun remained unmoved. Zhong Lingqing flicked her finger, and Tu Wan's snake chain whip was knocked away, landing at her feet. Practicing the void to great perfection, Tu Wan was taken aback upon seeing this. Yesterday, Jiang Jun was flying with Zhong Lingqing in his arms, but today Zhong Lingqing did not show her inner strength again, and her realm is higher than Tu Wan's. Tu Wan couldn't see her true power and thought she was an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a perfect practitioner of the void. Miss Tu, I am the left guardian of the Harmony sect, Zhong Lingqing. The sect master has instructed that no one is to harm young Master Jiang. Please don't make things difficult for me, Zhong Lingqing said with a smile. Zhong Lingqing, aren't you the former sect master of the 100 Flowers sect? Tu Wan exclaimed, widening her eyes as she looked at Jiang Jun. You are from the Harmony sect? The 100 Flowers sect was merged by the Harmony sect? The merger of the 100 Flowers sect and the Harmony sect happened just yesterday, and this place is thousands of miles away from the Harmony sect, so the news had not yet reached here. Yes, Zhong Lingqing nodded. Upon hearing this, Tu Wan disregarded the snake chain whip on the ground and turned to run. Hey, Miss Tu, don't be impulsive. Zhong Lingqing is aura loqued en Tu Wan. The vast disparity in strength made Tu Wan stop, afraid to move, keeping her posture ready to fly. A drop of sweat forming on her forehead. Little Tu, I called you here to ask for your help, Jiang Jun said, crossing his legs as he looked at Tu Wan. What? Tu Wan realized she couldn't escape from Zhong Lingqing's grasp. She turned back to Jiang Jun and asked with a frown. There's a girl named Lin Qingwan. Ever since she arrived at your Misty sect, she has disappeared, and I can't contact her. I want to use you to exchange for her, Jiang Jun said. It's normal that you can't contact anyone in the Misty sect, as it isolates all external spiritual power, Tu Wan replied. Then how can I contact you? Jiang Jun frowned and asked. You're using my communication jade tube, which belongs to internal spiritual power. Why do you have my communication jade tube? Tu Wan looked at Jiang Jun and couldn't help but ask. That's not something you need to worry about. It's because of this that you couldn't contact me. Do you know Lin Qingwan? How could I possibly know her? Tu Wan Hopyi Kodidi. Where would new disciples of the Misty sect generally be? Jiang Yun asked. Or rather, where should I take you to exchange for Lin Qingwan? To me. Before Tu Wan could speak, a spider suddenly flew out from her waist. The spider's figure instantly vanished, and another woman's silhouette appeared before Jiang Jun and Zhong Lingxing, wielding a crescent moon blade that swung towards Jiang Jun Tunan. Zhong Lingxing was startled and quickly cast a spell, pushing Jiang Jun away. Chapter 81. Dharma Form, Domain, Life and Death in an Instant. Tu Nan reacted quickly, performing a 360-degree flip in the air and landing on the ground. She flicked her bangs, revealing her cold eyes, and then took a step forward, aiming for Zhong Lingqing's head. In her view, as long as she took down Zhong Lingqing, dealing with Jiang Jun, who was in the early stage of the nascent soul, will be a piece of cake. Zhong Lingqing immediately performed a backflip, rising into the air. The tea table and chairs were smashed to pieces by Tu Nan's strike. Aunt, beat her, Tu Wan shouted, waving her fist from behind Tu Nan. At the same time, Jiang Jun had already gotten up from the ground and used his crimson wings, flashing to Zhong Lingqing's side. How could she come so quickly? She switched places with that spider, Zhong Lingqing said, staring at Tu Nan. I was careless and didn't notice that spider. Daring to attack our sect's saintess, you Harmony sect are quite bold, Tu Nan said coldly, watching the two in the air, while a small spider quietly crawled out from her sleeve, making its way towards the feet of the two. Speaking was to distract Jiang Jun, so he wouldn't use the crimson wings to escape again. Little two, look at this. Jiang Jun opened his hand, revealing a soul rebirth pill. Having seen the soul rebirth pill with her own eyes, Tu Wan immediately reacted. Soul rebirth pill. Give it to me. You'd better not let your aunt stop, or I'll destroy it, Jiang Jun shouted, clenching his fist around the soul rebirth pill. Aunt. Upon hearing this, Tu Wan immediately looked at Tu Nan. Tu Nan frowned deeply, and the spider that had been crawling towards Jiang Jun and Zhong Lingqing stopped moving. You give me the soul rebirth pill, and I won't pursue this matter. You two can leave, Tu Wan said, looking at Jiang Jun. Give me the person, Lin Qingwan, Jiang Jun said, staring at Tu Wan. Don't go too far, Tu Nan said coldly. Once you enter the Misty sect, you're one of us. You say you want to leave just like that? Tu Nan didn't know that Lin Qingwan was a spy. She thought she was just some romantic interest of Jiang Jun who mistakenly entered the Misty sect. This soul rebirth pill is just one. And I did deceive you back then. Your Bao still has half an arm trampled into mush. With that arm, he could be revived. Think carefully. Jiang Jun tightened his grip on the soul rebirth pill. With a slight effort, it would shatter. Tu Nan also didn't dare to attack easily, fearing Jiang Jun would inadvertently crush the soul rebirth pill. After all, she knew how important a Bao and a Hong were to Tu Wan. A Hong and a Bao had been Tu Wan's protectors since her birth, taking care of her all the while. Saying they were like her fathers wouldn't be an exaggeration. Their bond was even stronger than Tu Wan's relationship with her own father. Tu Wan had been heartbroken over a Bao's death for quite some time, which made her feel very pained. Tu Wan was momentarily stunned upon hearing about the arm. She had thought that the arm, which she believed had become mush, couldn't be revived with the soul rebirth pill, so she had burned that lump of flesh and buried it as a Bao's ashes. Aunt killed him. Since a Bao was already beyond saving, Tu Wan had nothing left to hesitate about. Upon hearing this, Tu Nan's spider jumped up from under Jiang Jun and Zhong Lingqing, instantly switching positions. Boom! Zhong Lingqing grabbed Jiang Jun's shoulder, and suddenly a giant human figure, resembling a towering tree, appeared above her, standing 100 feet tall, with a tree trunk-like body covered in various flowers, blocking Tu Nan's sudden attack. This is the Dharma form that can only be achieved in the Void Realm. Run! Zhong Lingqing shouted at Jiang Jun while pushing him away. Aren't you going to live? Jiang Jun exclaimed in surprise, looking at Zhong Lingqing. You want me to block her while you escape? Zhong Lingqing retorted, pointing at Tu Nin below. At that moment, Tu Nan's body was instantly enveloped by a massive spider that was even larger than Zhong Lingqing's Dharma form, with 8 eyes and 8 legs, radiating black demonic energy. As Jiang Jun was pushed away, the spider leaped up, crashing into Zhong Lingqing. "Get out of here!" Zhong Lingqing shouted, simultaneously extending her hand. The tree-like figure raised its arm, and countless vines shot out, tightly binding the 8 legs of Tu Nan's Dharma form. As the spider was about to spit out silk, Zhong Lingqing immediately maneuvered the Dharma form to shield Jiang Jun, becoming ensnared in the spider's silk herself. In that moment, both of them were unable to move. "What are you standing there for?" Tu Nan isn't taking this seriously yet. A cultivator in the integration realm has their own domain. Once the domain is activated, you won't be able to escape. Yun Tian Lingxiao in Tiang Yun is might. If I leave her, Ningyu won't let me off. Tiang Yun shouted back. "Who told you to run? Look at that girl, catch her." Jun Tianling shouted at Tu Wan. "You can't beat someone in the integration realm. But you can't handle a nascent soul, early stage either?" Jiang Jun didn't respond, immediately using the crimson wings to charge at Tu Wan. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever seen a Dharma form, and he was indeed a bit frightened. With the speed boost from the crimson wings, Jiang Jun instantly appeared before Tu Wan, drawing the Luhong sword and thrusting it towards her. "You bastard!" Tu Nan, seeing this scene, immediately activated her domain. A mass of black energy began to spread from Tu Nan's body, rapidly surrounding a 1,000-foot radius, plunging everything into darkness, though everyone could still see each other. A strand of spider silk suddenly shot out from under Jiang Jun's feet, aiming directly to deliver a chilling blow. Although Zhong Lingqing wanted help upon seeing this, she didn't have a domain yet and was currently bound by the spider's silk, unable to move at all. Fortunately, Jiang Yun reacted quickly, unleashing the full power of the crimson wings and dodging the spider's silk like a flash, slashing through the snake chain whip that Tu Wan was about to use to block the attack. The sword tip pointed directly at Tu Wan's throat, leaving a streak of blood. "Let her go!" Jiang Yun shouted at Tu Ven. This was naturally directed at Tu Nan. "This is my domain," Tu Nan said coldly. As soon as Tu Nan's voice fell, thousands of piercing spider silk instantly shot towards Jiang Sun from all directions. The speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Jiang Sun. It was now a matter of who was faster. Tu Nan was absolutely confident that he was faster than Jiang Sun, which is why he chose to act. However, Jiang Sun was holding the Luhong sword, which was imbued with a spirit. Jun Tianling didn't care about anything else and directly controlled the Luhong sword, slicing into Tu Wang's neck. The sword blade sank halfway into Tu Wang's neck, and blood immediately gushed out. Tu Wang cried out in agony, but the blood pouring from her mouth interrupted her scream. The thousands of spider silks halted just a millimeter away from Jiang Sun. Jun Tianling was only 0.01 seconds faster than Tu Nan. "Stop!" Seeing Tu Wang spitting blood and with half her neck severed, Tu Nan's heart ached like a knife, and he quickly withdrew the surrounding spider silk, simultaneously releasing Zhong Lingqing. He let Zhong Lingqing's branches bind her without daring to loosen them. Meanwhile, the vines were continuously absorbing Tu Nan's internal power. No matter how powerful a person was, they were not to be feared once they ran out of internal power. As the field disappeared, Tu Wang knelt on the ground, clutching her neck and grabbing Jiang Sun's sword blade. Blood flowed down her neck and into the ground, eventually flowing into the lake. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't get the words out. "Damn it. Pull the sword out and let me take a pill to recover, or I might really die. Can you still run away then?" Tu Wang had no choice but to use her spiritual voice to communicate with Jiang Sun. Hearing this, Jiang Sun pulled the Luhong sword out of Tu Wang's neck. Although this made Tu Wang hurt even more, she quickly took out a pill and swallowed it, then began to circulate her energy, and the blood that was constantly gushing from her neck gradually stopped. "Go bring Lin Xingwan here, or we'll both be in trouble," Jiang Sun said, placing the Luhong sword back against Tu Wang's neck. Tu Wang was now utterly powerless to resist and could only focus on recovering from her injuries. If she delayed even a little longer, she would bleed out. Upon hearing this, Tu Nan looked at Zhong Lingqing. The vines had restricted her spiritual power, and at that moment, she couldn't move. Let her go, Jiang Sun said to Zhong Lingqing. Are you sure? I think it's a good opportunity to kill her now. Zhong Lingqing frowned and said, if you kill her, there's still 2 mo. My goal is just to take Lin Qingwan away. If she dies, the chance to take Lin Qingwan will be slim. Let her go, Jiang Sun shook his head. Zhong Lingqing could only nod and release Tunan. Tunan didn't waste any time and immediately vanished from before them. Open your mouth. After Tunan left, Jiang Sun took out a pill and held it near Tu Wang's mouth. What is this? Tu Wang frowned and asked via spiritual communication. A top-grade returning soul pill. Before Tu Wang could ask more, Jiang Sun forcibly stuffed the top-grade returning soul pill into her mouth. The pill immediately took effect under Tu Wang's prompting, and the wound on her neck began to heal at a visible speed, quickly stopping the blood flow, and the wound was completely healed. Tu Wang's fuss, due to excessive blood loss, began to regain its color. Ding, top-grade returning soul pills successfully gifted. Obtain 10 top-grade returning soul pills. You want to kill me and then save me. You're really something, Tu Wang said as she felt her injuries healing. I never intended to kill you. I just came to ask for someone. After all, I saved your life at the Su Wang sect. I thought you would agree. But who knew you would be so ungrateful, Jiang Sun said, though the Luhong sword remained on Tu Wang's neck. Who knows when Tu Nim will return? Tu Wang remained silent. Moreover, the returning soul pill can truly save your Bao. I didn't lie to you. The reason I didn't save your Bao back then was that you are from the Tianwu sect. If I saved Bao, how would those sect disciples think? And just now, you suddenly had your ant attack. What could I do? Jiang Sun shrugged helplessly. Bao's severed arm has already been burned. There's nothing left now. Tu Wang puted. Oh, so you think you don't need the returning soul pill anymore? So you want to kill me? Is that the reason? Jiang Sun was speechless. She was threatening me, not letting me leave. Tu Wang pointed at Zhong Lingqing. Are you stupid? Even if Bao can't use the returning soul pill, exchanging a foundation establishment cultivator for a returning soul pill is a bad deal, right? Besides, both the person and the pill originally belonged to me. Zhang San slaped Tu Wang's forehead. All right. Tu Wang glared at Jiang Sun. Stop being so long-winded. You two aren't injured, and my aunt will be here soon with Lin Qingwan. You even slashed me with a sword. Almost died. Can't we call it even? When my aunt comes, you take the person away and leave the returning soul pill. Then hurry and scram. You still want the returning soul pill? It's already gone. Jiang Sun spread his hands, revealing the sticky, already crushed returning soul pill. Tu Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Your aunt suddenly rushed up just now, and I was startled. So I unconsciously applied more force. It's all your fault. Jiang Sun laughed as he dipped his hand in the lake to rinse it. Hey! Both Tu Wang and Zhong Lingqing hurried to stop Jiang Sun, but it was too late. What are you doing? Jiang Sun looked at the two in confusion. That's the returning soul pill. Even if it's shattered, it still has significant other uses. Zhong Lingqing said regretfully, watching the returning soul pill flow away, mixed with Tu Wang's blood towards the distance. A top-grade returning soul pill is worth Lin Qingwan. Jiang Sun waved his hand and laughed. Tu Wang wished she could bite Jiang Sun to death. Who inflicted this injury? Wasn't it you? Stop flirting with women. Be careful of Tu Nan spider. Once the spider climbs on you, Tu Nan will take your life in an instant, Jun Tianling reminded. What's with you today? Always helping me? You must be interested in me, Jiang Sun teased Jun Tianling, but he was carefully scanning the 5-meter radius around him with his spiritual power. Stop being so self-important, Jun Tianling snorted. Although you are slick-tongued and love to take advantage, you took quite a risk to help me find Tang Ying. So consider it a thank you. You're wise, my lord, Jiang Sun smiled. Jun Tianling then stopped speaking. However, she was puzzled in her heart. It was her first time being a weapon spirit, and the first time controlling a sword in the identity of a weapon spirit. Yet why was she so adept at it? It felt as if the entire sword was part of her limbs. This feeling was indeed strange. Moments later, Tu Nan reappeared in front of Jiang Sun and Zhong Lingqing, holding a woman by her collar. It was Lin Qingwan. Jiang Sun also once again placed the Luhong sword against Tu Wang's neck. Qingwan, long time no see, Jiang Sun smiled at Lin Qingwan. Master Ancestor. Lin Qingwan looked at Jiang Sun, feeling quite guilty. She never expected that even after hiding in the Tianwu sect, Jiang Sun would still chase after her. You can hand over the saintess to me, right? Tunin tightly gripped Lin Qingwan's collar, looking at Jiang Sun, intending to use Lin Qingwan as leverage. In her eyes, Jiang Jun was willing to take risks for this woman, so she must be very important to him, right? Chapter 83. You're not bad for an old man. Give her to me, and I will naturally let her go. Jiang Jun looked at Tunin and said, You let her go first, otherwise I will kill her. Tunin tightened his grip on Lin Qingwan's neck and said. Lin Qingwan immediately struggled to breathe, her eyes wide open, desperately trying to pry Tunin's hand away. But she was no match for him. Well, go ahead and kill her. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Jun nodded straightforwardly. Tunin frowned at Jiang Yun, then glanced at Lin Qingwan. Did he catch the wrong person? It couldn't be. They both recognized each other. She betrayed me and provided information to the Baiwa sect. I originally intended to kill her. I just wanted to see her die with my own eyes. Of course, it would be better if I killed her myself. Jiang Jun said with a smile, but he tightened his grip, pressing the sword against Tunin's neck and drawing a line of blood. Hey, just healed. My spiritual power is also power, not water. Tunin felt the blood flowing again and glared at Jiang Jun. Then you let her give me Lin Qingwan. Jiang Yun smiled. Aunt, just give it to him. There is no need to risk my life for a foundation establishment cultivator. There's no need for us to perish together. Tuan looked at Tunin and shouted. Hearing this, Tunin had no choice but to release Lin Qingwan, tossing her to Zhong Lingxing. Zhong Lingxing also grabbed Lin Qingwan's arm firmly. Lin Qingwan was terrified. Did these people intend to kill her? A holy maiden of the Tianwu sect, a guardian of the Tianwu sect, a great elder of the Hashan sect. And wait, what? Isn't that the former sect master of the Baiwa sect? What does this mean? What's going on? What happened? Looking at the situation, the former sect master is Elder Zhang's little brother. Let her go. Tunin said coldly to Jiang Jun. That won't do. Jiang Jun shook his head. Old pervert. Tuan exclaimed in surprise, shouting. If I let her go now, how do we leave? I have to take her with me. Don't force me. Tunin gritted his teeth and said, if anything happens to the holy maiden today, I will definitely lead people to wipe out the Hashan sect. I can swear that as long as we reach a safe place, I will immediately let her go. Seeing this, Jiang Jun said, All right, Junan no dead. I, Jiang Jun, swear that as long as it is safe, I will immediately let Tuan leave, otherwise. Evil D. Jiang Jun raised his finger to swear, a flash of light surrounding him as he completed the oath. Get lost. Tunin said coldly. Come with me. Holy maiden. Jiang Jun placed the sword across Tuan's neck and hugged her waist, smiling. He then signaled Zhong Lingxing, and the two of them left together, flying towards Yining City. All right, Jiang Jun, the young master of Ashan's sect. You old lecher, why hasn't the heavenly thunder struck you dead? Tuan finally learned Jiang Jun's name, and, being held in his arms, pouted. Wow, I'm so famous. Even a holy maiden has heard of me. Jiang Jun sheathed his Luhong sword and smiled. At this moment, with Tunin not present, even if Tuan wanted to run, she couldn't. The world's #1 handsome man, and I had such fantasies about the world's #1 handsome man, but now I see you're nothing special. Tuan sneered. Yes, the holy maiden is right. Jiang Jun did not refute, nodding perfunctorily, then looked at Lin Qingwan, who was being held by Zhong Lingxing. Are you mentally prepared? Betraying me is very serious. Lin Qingwan hesitated, glancing at Zhong Lingxing, then sighed. What on earth happened while I was in the Tianwu sect these past few days? The lake was not far from Yining City, and the four soon reached the teleportation array. Take care. Tuan waved her hand. Let us go. Jiang Jun pulled Tuan onto the teleportation array. Hey, what are you doing? You swore. Tuan shouted in panic. Tianji City. Jiang Jun ignored her and spoke to the guard. With a wave of his hand, 8,000 high-grade spirit stones appeared before the guard. All right. Seeing the spirit stones were complete, the guard did not hesitate and directly activated the teleportation array. I'm not going. Tuan shouted loudly, But it was too late. The teleportation array lit up, and the four disappeared. Ah! Tu-Wan screamed, and when she opened her eyes again, she was already in Tianji City. Why aren't you dead? Tu-Wan looked at Jiang Jun and asked. I said I would let you go when I'm safe, but right now I'm not safe. Jiang Jun shrugged and smiled. We're in Tianji City, the territory of the Hashan sect. What's not safe about that? As long as I'm holding you. There is always a risk of being attacked by the Tianwu sect, so as long as you are here, I'm in danger. Jiang Jun pulled Tu-Wan off the teleportation array and smiled. It can be like this? Tu-Wan's eyes widened in surprise. Zhong Lingxiao couldn't help but laugh. The Hashan sect really isn't a reputable sect. All right, I was just teasing you. Jiang Yun stopped and took out a storage bag. Inside are 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Then he took out a soul-returning pill. This is a soul-returning pill. After you go back, try digging out a bow's flesh and ashes and use the soul-returning pill. Jiang Jun placed these two items in Tu-Wan's hands. Tu-Wan stood there, momentarily at a loss. Are you wholesale on soul-returning pills? After regaining her senses, Tu-Wan looked at Jiang Jun with a frown. Will you say thank you? Jiang Jun slapped Tu-Wan's butt. Tu-Wan, being the holy maiden of a demonic sect, was not shy after being slapped on the butt. She exclaimed and then said, I was going to say thank you, but since you touched my butt, consider this as the thank you gift. After saying this, Tu-Wan walked back to the teleportation array, handed the spirit stones to the guard, then looked at Jiang Jun and smiled. You're not bad for an old man. With a flash of light, Tu-Wan disappeared before Jiang Jun Ding, soul returning pill. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones gifted successfully. Ding gained, soul returning pill 10, top-grade spirit stones 10, 000. Oding, Tu-Wan is favorability, 25. Return multiplier, 250. After Tu-Wan left, the system prompted. Leaving Tu-Wan in the Hashan sect was of no use and could possibly bring danger to the Hashan sect. Rather than that, it was better to give Tu-Wan some good things and send her back. First, it could yield returns. Second, it could increase favorability. Third, Tu-Wan would also stop the Tianwu sect from seeking revenge later. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, why not? Bringing Tu-Wan to Tianji City was naturally to reasonably gift spirit stones and gain more spirit stones. You're really hard to understand. You had the holy maiden in your hands, yet you let her go, and in such a critical situation earlier. Why didn't you run? Zhong Lingxiao looked at Jiang Jun and asked, If I ran, you would have died there, right? You really are something. Clearly, we agreed that when we encounter a core formation cultivator, you would run, yet you protected me and ran first. Jiang Jun turned back to look at Zhong Lingxiao and smiled. Are these two really that close? Could it be that the former sect master is a spy for the Hashan sect? Lin Qingwan listened to their conversation, completely bewildered, as she still didn't know that the Hashan sect had merged with the Baiwa sect. Chapter 84 8 hours is simply like livestock. Ding, Zhong Lingqiang's favorability, 30. Return multiplier, 300. It seems that because of Jiang Jun's earlier words, Zhong Lingqiang's favorability towards him increased. Lin Qingwan. After Tu-Wan left, Jiang Jun looked at Lin Qingwan with a face full of killing intent. You can kill or torture me. Do as you please. Lin Qingwan hesitated for a moment, glanced at Zhong Lingqiang, then straightened her back and placed her hands on her hips. At worst, I'll just die. Who is afraid of whom? When a person dies, they face heaven. Left Guardian, you should return to Qingyu Peak to report. This girl is handed over to me. Jiang Jun looked at Zhong Lingqiang and said, Okay. Zhong Lingqiang didn't hesitate and nodded, pushing Lin Qingwan to Jiang Jun, then left on the wind. Jiang Jun then walked towards the fairy pavilion. He did not deliberately try to capture Lin Qingwan. She was also quite perceptive and followed closely behind him. After all, she knew that even if she wanted to run, she couldn't escape. It would be better to endure less suffering. Upon arriving at the Immortal Building, Mama Zhao booked a room for her. Once inside, Jiang Sun locked the door and set up a soundproof barrier. Sitting in a chair, he looked at Lin Qingwan and said, You are quite loyal. Huh? You've been given treasures and magical artifacts, the beauty-enhancing pill too, and yet you betray me? Is it possible that what the 100 Flowers sect offers you is better than what I give you? No. Lin Qingwan shook her head. I swore to always be loyal to the sect leader. If I conceal knowledge, I would die. Oh, have you never thought that betraying me would also lead to your death? Jiang Sun's gaze sharpened as he looked at Lin Qingwan. At least I would have lived a few more days, Lin Qingwan pouted. Jiang Sun was taken aback. This girl, who had seemed so weak and obedient, was unexpectedly strong-willed. She had really played her part well, proven to be a good candidate for a spy. After all, to be a good spy and gather more information. She was willing to climb into an old man's bed. That took a lot of courage and determination. Master Ancestor, just go ahead and do it. If I betray you and you kill me, I'll accept it. Seeing Jiang Sun silent, Lin Qingwan stepped forward, closed her eyes, and appeared to be waiting for death. At this point, you still call me Master Ancestor? I acknowledge you as my Master Ancestor in my heart. Lin Qingwan nodded. Opening her eyes, she looked at Jiang Sun. You treat me well, giving me those treasures. And, she blushed. You are indeed quite impressive in that aspect, which I really like. Having spent some years in the pleasure sect, she was not so shy about that. If it weren't for my vow, I would never betray you. Jiang Sun smiled at her words. All right, then swear now to be loyal only to me, and I will spare your life. Lin Qingwan was taken aback and thought for a moment before saying, Master Ancestor, doesn't that mean you're still asking me to die? What do you mean? Jiang Sun frowned. I still have my vow of loyalty to the sect leader. If I swear only to be loyal to you now, wouldn't that conflict with my previous vow, making my death even worse? Lin Qingwan said with a bitter smile. Tomorrow I will take you to meet Ningyu. You two will cancel that vow in front of each other and then swear loyalty to me. Jiang Sun nodded, agreeing with Lin Qingwan's reasoning. As for vows, they could indeed be canceled as long as both the one swearing and the one being sworn to were present and agreed. You and the sect leader. Are you quite familiar? Upon hearing Jiang Sun's title, Lin Qingwan couldn't help but ask. That's none of your concern. Before you swear, I need to collect some interest. Jiang Sun tossed aside his cane, stood up, and pulled Lin Qingwan's waist, throwing her over his shoulder, and then tossed her onto the bed. No, don't. Lin Qingwan felt alarmed at Jiang Sun's intentions, and before he could do anything, her whole body had already gone soft with fear. She still vividly remembered Jiang Sun's 4-hour battle with Tu Qing. If Tu Qing couldn't withstand it, how could she? But Jiang Sun didn't care. The more frightened she looked, the more excited he became. The next morning, Jiang Sun carried Lin Qingwan out of the immortal building. Why was he carrying her? A whole day and night, 8 hours. Lin Qingwan finally realized how terrifying this pleasure prince was. After 8 hours, she felt completely numb. She couldn't even stand up with her trembling legs, which felt as if they had been struck by lightning, let alone lift her eyelids. Carrying Lin Qingwan, Jiang Sun quickly returned to his small room, only to find Yiningyu and Hua by Rue sitting outside Hua by Rue's small room. The two had bought themselves 2 lounge chairs, with a small tea table in between, and were enjoying tea. Oh, who asked this little beauty you've carried back? Yiningyu said with a sarcastic tone as she looked at Jiang Sun carrying someone on his shoulder. Yours. Jiang Sun turned around to let Yiningyu see Lin Qingwan. Yiningyu raised her eyebrows upon seeing this. What happened? Why is she like this? She observed that Lin Qingwan didn't seem injured, her internal energy intact. But her nostrils were red, her legs trembled, and her breathing was weak. Is this what they call a living person almost dead? When she wakes up, you need to cancel the previous vow of loyalty to you in front of her, and then she has to pledge loyalty to me. Jiang Sun then turned to look at Yiningyu. Okay, Yiningyu nodded. By the way, I should let you know, I'll be staying over here with Bai Rue. Is there enough space? Or would you rather stay over here? Jiang Sun smiled. Who wants to stay with you? Yiningyu exclaimed, her eyes widening and her face flushing as she turned away. Seeing this, Jiang Sun chuckled and didn't say more. He carried Lin Qingwan back to the room and threw her on the bed to let her rest. Beast, you're simply a beast. Looking at Lin Qingwan lying on the bed, nearly breathless, Jun Tianling said in fear. After Jiang Sun pushed Lin Qingwan down last night, Jun Tianling immediately cut off contact with the outside world, not expecting that during that time, Jiang Sun and Lin Qingwan would still be at it. He never imagined they would go at it for 8 hours. Jun Tianling could only describe Jiang Sun with the word beast. You should learn a thing or two. You might need it in the future. Jiang Sun smiled. Go to hell. Jun Tianling cursed directly, feeling it was a blatant tease. Jiang Sun didn't reply and went to pour himself some water, preparing to take a bath. When he was soaking in the tub, Jun Tianling spoke again. Are you going to Nanwa next? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun recalled what Zhong Lingxing had said earlier. When Tang Ying left the 100 Flowers sect, she had gone towards Nanwa. I'm not going. I have other matters to attend to first. I'll talk about it later. Jiang Sun shook his head and smiled. What matters? Jun Tianling asked in confusion, as she had always been around and should have had nothing left to do. My master has come out of seclusion. I need to wait for her to break through to the integration stage. Then we'll handle a major task together. Jiang Sun's face showed an expression of anticipation. Chapter 85. Zhang Yuan has run away. What does your master coming out of seclusion have to do with you? You and your master are going to handle a major task? Can you? Jun Tianling spoke halfway and suddenly realized, all right, as expected, the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. Your sect is truly something. You, a homosexual, don't understand the joys between men and women. Jiang Sun laughed. Jun Tianling rolled her eyes at this and fell silent, too lazy to deal with Jiang Sun. Seeing this, Jiang Sun also chose not to engage with her, and instead close his eyes to cultivate. After the battle with Liang Ru and the trip to Tianwu's sect, plus the 8 hours with Lin Qingwan, Jiang Sun's internal energy had improved again, reaching the peak of the early Yuan Ying stage. By the time he met Qin Miaoying tonight and practiced well on the boundary jade pendant, he was sure he could break through to the mid-Yuan Ying stage. After a while, Jiang Sun finished his bath, dried off, and went to the yard to lie on a lounge chair. He saw Yiningyu and Hua by Rue chatting happily. It seemed that Hua by Rue had been taken care of by Yiningyu, and Yiningyu had not made it too difficult for her. Master, just as Jiang Sun was about to speak to Yiningyu, Lu Ruiyun's voice came over. The three looked over. Lu Ruiyun descended from the air and quickly walked up to Jiang Sun, looking quite anxious. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Sun asked upon seeing her. Master, a male disciple from Yanyuan Peak has run away. It's Zhang Yuan, the one you instructed us not to touch. Lu Ruiyun said. He's just a foundation establishment disciple. Besides, with the love goo, where could he run off to? Senior sister sent someone to search for him, but they only found the dead goo worms, not the person. Lu Ruiyun shook her head. Isn't he under your protection? I wanted to ask if you have any clues about where he might have gone. He's not really under my protection. I just made a deal with him. Jiang Sun recalled. He mentioned he belonged to a prestigious family in Tianji City, quite wealthy. Have you checked? Not yet. Lu Ruiyun shook her head. I'll send someone to investigate right away. After speaking, Lu Ruiyun hurriedly left. The main reason for her urgency was that Zhang Yuan was a corpse collector and understood the supplementation matters in the Hahuan sect too well. Once these things got out, the Hahuan sect would cement its reputation as a demonic sect. At that time, the position among the top 10 sects gained through merging with the Baiwa sect would be lost, and they could only be independent like the Tianwu sect, outside of the top 10 sections. Moreover, they would face attacks from other sections. The Hahuan sect did not have the strength to fight 10 opponents like the Tianwu sect. They could face a catastrophic disaster. Truly worthy of being the child of fortune, finding an opportunity to escape, and even able to remove the lingering goo. Jiang Jin murmured as he watched Lu Ruiyun's departing figure. Yiningyu was clearly aware of the seriousness of someone escaping from the Hahuan sect. After all, previous speculations about the Hahuan sect supplementation leading to deaths were just guesses. If a disciple of the Hahuan sect came out to prove it, that would be solid evidence. I just brought the Baiwa sect into the Hahuan sect. You can't get us into trouble, Yiningyu said to Jiang Jin. Don't worry. That kid's family is in Tianji City. Where can he run to? It's only been 2 days. Not enough time to pack. Jiang Jin smiled. Although Tianji City had a teleportation array and Zhang Yuan said his family was wealthy, they had plenty of silver, and exchanging it for spirit stones would leave traces. Moreover, teleporting the entire family away was not something that could be achieved with just a little money, unless Zhang Yuan had lied initially, and his family was not in Tianji City. The likelihood of that was low. After all, Zhang Yuan was also in a life-and-death situation at the time. Should we go help look for him? Hua Bai Rue asked Jiang Jin. It wouldn't make a difference how many people go. Jiang Jin waved his hand. Our Baiwa sect has tracking butterflies. As long as we have something of Zhang Yuan's, the tracking butterflies can follow the scent left on his belongings. Hua Bai Rui said upon seeing this. How far can they track? Jiang Jin asked. If it's continuous tracking, about 20 miles, but in the current situation, we can only find the places where his scent has lingered and then track slowly, Yi Ningyu said. Then you all go with Lu Ruyun. I'll go with you. Jiang Jin said as he stood up. Yi Ningyu and Hua Bai Rui also rose, and the three flew towards Xinyu Peak. When they arrived at the Hahuan Hall, Lu Ruyun was reporting the situation Jiang Jin had mentioned to Tu Qing. I'll take Ningyu and Bai Rui with me, Jiang Jin said as he entered the hall and looked at Tu Qing. Senior brother, you just returned from the Tianwu sect. Shouldn't you rest? Tu Qing asked upon hearing this. It's fine. That person is alive because of me. He has this chance to escape, so I'll go catch him. Jiang Jin nodded. Well, with our Baiwa sects tracking butterflies, we can give it a try, Zhong Lingxing said from the side. Okay then, Tu Qing nodded. Thank you, senior brother. You're welcome. Jiang Jin nodded and then left with Yi Ningyu and Hua Bai Rui. In the air, Jiang Jin took out a boundary jade pendant and handed it to Hua Bai Rui. This was Zhang Yuan's belonging. It should still have his scent. Want to get a try? All right. Hua Bai Rui nodded and took the jade pendant, then waved her hand. A butterfly appeared in her hand, landing on the jade pendant for about 10 seconds before disappearing. What does this mean? Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. Too far away. Hua Bai Rui shook her head. There is no scent of that Zhang Yuan nearby. Okay, then we'll go to Tianji City first. Jiang Jin nodded and quickened his pace. Yi Ningyu and Hua Bai Rui immediately followed, and they soon arrived at Tianji City. Hua Bai Rui took out the tracking butterfly again, and this time it reacted, landing on the jade pendant for several seconds before flying north. The three slowed their pace and followed the tracking butterfly, after about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The tracking butterfly began to circle in front of a large mansion. The plaque of the mansion had the words Zhang Mansion written on it. Looks like this is Zhang Yuan's home. He has been here, Jiang Jin said as he looked at the Zhang Mansion. There are still quite a few people inside. They probably Haven Tea had time to move, Yi Ningyu said. The tracking butterfly showed more movement. Look, Hua Bai Rui pointed at the tracking butterfly. The tracking butterfly began to fly north again. You stay here and keep watch. Zhang Yuan is a young man with a high ponytail, big eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a lock of hair slanting down his left forehead. Take him down when you see him, Jiang Jin said to Hua Bai Rui. Okay, Hua Bai Rui nodded. Jiang Jin and Yi Ningyu immediately followed the tracking butterfly. This time, they followed the tracking butterfly to the location of the spaceship ticket window. The tracking butterfly circled around there for a while. Looks like he came to buy a spaceship ticket, Yi Ningyu said with a smile. Has anyone named Zhang Yuan come to buy a ticket? Jiang Jin directly approached the window and tossed a mid-grade spirit stone to the ticket seller. The ticket seller's eyes brightened at the sight and quickly began to flip through the register. Chapter 86. Disciple of the Outer Island, before the fall of the Hahuan sect? Yes, 2 days later to feign Ningyu City, bought 23 tickets. The guard quickly found the record and showed it to Jiang Jin. A mid-grade spirit stone was too much for him. Fei Ningyu City? That's where the Baiyun sect is. Does he want to seek refuge with the Baiyun sect? Yi Ningyu said upon seeing this. Looks like it, Jiang Jin nodded, returning the register to the guard before leaving with Yi Ningyu. But this method is too rough. Isn't it easy to find out? Jiang Jin said as he looked at the tracking butterfly, wanting to see if it had any more reactions. You mean this is a ruse? Yi Ningyu frowned upon hearing this. Perhaps, Jiang Jin nodded, but saw the tracking butterfly flying even further north. But if we go further north, we'll be out of the city. Jiang Jin decided not to follow. Let's go back and capture Zhang Yuan's family. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yi Ningyu hesitated. You won't think it's excessive when the Hahuan sect is surrounded by the sect's disciples, Jiang Jin said with a helpless smile. That's true. Yi Ningyu could only nod upon hearing this. Just capturing them and forcing Zhang Yuan to reveal himself. If he is sensible, I won't touch his family. Let's go, Jiang Jin said as he headed towards Zhang Yuan's house. Yi Ningyu nodded as well, retracting the tracking butterfly and following Jiang Jin. However, Yiningyu had once been the head of the Baiwa sect, a stunning beauty, and along the way having such a beauty beside Jiangjin. The old man attracted quite a few glances. Especially since they were in Tianji City, everyone knew that the old man was the Hahuan, young Master Jiangjin, and whispers were inevitable. Who is that woman? She doesn't seem to be from the Hahuan sect, right? Is she a new disciple of the Hahuan sect? The disciples of the Hahuan sect are truly all good-looking. That woman doesn't seem to be the flirty type. Shu, that's the former head of the Baiwa sect. Yiningyu. The Baiwa sect was merged into the Hahuan sect a few days ago. Didn't you know? Really? Is that true? Brother, tell us more. Hearing the whispers around them, Yiningyu clenched her fists. Flirty? Can that word even be related to me? Sure enough, after joining the Hahuan sect, her reputation had worsened. Suddenly, from a pile of weeds around the corner, a filthy, smelly, ragged madman rushed out, running towards Yiningyu while shouting Mama. Seeing this, Yiningyu was startled and almost instinctively struck out with a palm, sending the man flying. Woo, Mama, Mama, don't you want me anymore? The man was knocked away, rolling several times on the ground, then sat down and began to cry loudly. Who is your mother? Yiningyu couldn't help but shout at the man. Jiangjin looked on helplessly and smiled. Wasn't this the one who had been turned into a madman by Gu Qing? He didn't expect he was still alive. Let us go. Yiningyu then grabbed Jiang Xian and flew directly to the entrance of the Zhang residence. What's wrong? Don't you like being called Mom? Jiang Xian said with a smile after landing. Yiningyu rolled her eyes at Jiang Xian, remaining silent. Thinking back to the earlier scene still gave her goosebumps. Master, Huabai Rue said as she quickly walked up to the two, Zhang Yuan is back. Huh? Yiningyu was taken aback, momentarily forgetting about what had just happened. Why didn't you capture him? There were people from the outer sky island around Zhang Yuan, so it wasn't a good time to act. Huabai Rue replied with a pout. Jiang Xian and Yiningyu frowned upon hearing this. The outer sky island is the foremost among the 10 major sects, and it is also a faction that maintains order in the cultivation world. Disciples of the outer sky island are scattered across various cities, accepting various commissions. Their 4 primary tasks are guarding, reconnaissance, assassination, and protection. Additionally, they collect information on demonic sects in various cities, the largest being the Tianwu sect. But there are many smaller sects like the Hahuan sect, which lacks substantial evidence against them. Their other task is to gather incriminating evidence against these demonic sections. Now, that Zhang Yuan has invited disciples from the outer sky island, it is likely that he has informed them about matters related to the Hahuan sect in order to gain their protection. How many people from the outer sky island came? Xian Xin Asket Hu Bai Zui. 2, 1 male and 1 female. The male is at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and the female is at the mid-stage of the golden core realm, Hua, Bai Rue replied. Their cultivation levels are not particularly strong, and with Yiningyu here, they could easily be dealt with. However, since there are people here to protect them, it indicates the outer sky island stance. If something happens to these 2 disciples, the outer sky island will definitely come to collect debts. If the outer sky island gets involved, things could become complicated, Yiningyu said worriedly to Jiang Xian. Even if the Hahuan sect and the Baiwa sect merged, and Yulan is about to break through to the composite realm, these factors still wouldn't be enough to contend with the outer sky island. The reason the outer sky island has stood strong for so long is that its members are mostly from prominent families, including royal and imperial lineage. In this world, generally, cultivation families are above loose cultivators, sects are above regular cultivation families, great families are above sects, royal families are above sects, and imperial families are above royal families. Moreover, imperial families usually have saints, powerful beings at the Great Ascension realm, usually either emperors or grand emperors. Royal families are vassal to the supreme beings, of which there are only 9 in the world at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. In summary, provoking the outer sky island is equivalent to provoking a certain supreme being. Of course, this is under the assumption that a disciple of the outer sky island dies. If Zhang Yuan is just taken away and it is discovered that it was done by someone from the Hahuan sect, the outer sky island won't pursue it deeply. A little compensation will suffice to save face. Are you from the Hahuan sect? Just as Jiang Xin was pondering, a young man with long hair dressed in white with golden edges stepped out from within, coldly saying, "I am Jiang Xin from the Hahuan sect." Jiang Xin said while slightly bowing, giving face to the Outer Sky Island. "I am Lingxiao from the Outer Sky Island. If you're here to take Zhang Yuan, I'm sorry, but you must deal with me first." Lingxiao looked at Jiang Xin, slightly twisting the long blade in his hand, pointing the edge at Jiang Xin, filled with killing intent. "We naturally won't disregard the Outer Sky Island's face." Jiang Xin smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I wanted to discuss with my friend how you could abandon this mission. Since we took on this task, there is no reason to abandon it." Lingxiao shook his head, and to be honest, we have been keeping an eye on the Hahuan sect for quite some time, but we lacked evidence. Now, the Hahuan sect is disbanded, leaving room to preserve our lives. Chapter 87, Kang Dynasty, Song Xingling. "I have a top-grade Great Ascension pill here. Would you consider exchanging it for Zhang Yuan?" Jiang Xin said to Lingxiao. Lingxiao was taken aback upon hearing this. A top-grade Great Ascension pill is indeed a rare find. Anyone would be tempted by it. Even if he couldn't use it now, he could sell it for a price sufficient to live lavishly for a lifetime. Even though he is from a prominent family and doesn't lack money, having this top-grade Great Ascension pill is a guarantee for his future. Whether he consumes it himself or gifts it to someone of high status, it would yield considerable returns. Not trading. Before Lingxiao could speak, a girl dressed in red stepped out from behind him. The girl had her hair tied into multiple small braids, paired with a mid-length hairstyle, adorned with a few small accessories, giving her a lively appearance. Her big, watery eyes, long eyelashes, fair skin, and delicate nose made her look like someone from the western regions. Standing about 163 meters tall, she had a graceful demeanor. Just by her aura, it was clear she was not an ordinary family descendant. Ding detected a fated daughter of luck, Song Xingling. Return multiplier 10, favorability 0. Your surname is Tsong? Upon seeing this name and her appearance, Jiang Xin thought of the royal family of the western regions. "Since I took on this task, don't think that just because you offer me a top-grade Great Ascension pill, I will trade it. Even if you give me 10, I won't change my mind," Song Xingling said, looking at Jiang Xin. The reason they dared to be so arrogant and were not afraid of Jiang Xin and the others taking action was also because of the existence of protectors in the shadows. These protectors rarely reveal themselves unless it is a life-or-death situation for them. The protectors of royal families are at least beings of the composite realm. Now, it was even more unwise to act against them. "Be careful," Lingxiao said, extending the long blade and positioning himself in front of Song Xingling. This was Song Xingling's first mission after joining the Outer Sky Island, and Lingxiao understood her actions. After all, no one wants to abandon their first task so easily. This fairy must be from the royal family of the western regions, right? Jiang Xin said with a smile at Song Xingling. "How do you know?" Song Xingling was surprised. She hadn't revealed her surname. "I have heard that there's a breathtaking beauty among the royal family of the western regions." Jiang Xion's words were cut off when he felt a sharp pinch on his waist. Turning back, he saw Yinling staring at him with a jealous expression. "How dare you flirt with other women in front of me?" Yinling thought, tightening her grip. Stop it, stop it." Jiang Xin hurriedly grabbed Yinling's hand. "We're busy with serious matters." "Humph." Yinling snorted coldly, and only then did she let go of Jiang Xin. Cough. Jiang Xin cleared his throat and looked back at Song Xingling. "You are a disciple of the Outer Sky Island, and you have this western appearance." "I was merely guessing." "Humph." Song Xingling crossed her arms over her not-so-prominent chest, proudly huffing. "I am, so what? I have a soul-returning pill here. Do you know its function?" Jiang Xin flipped his hand, revealing a soul-returning pill. Yinling was taken aback at the sight, while Hua Bairue widened her eyes and raised an eyebrow, thinking, "There's more?" Lingxiao also changed his expression, not to mention Song Xingling, who was well-informed as a member of the royal family. "Soul-returning pill? The one that can bring the dead back to life?" Song Xingling exclaimed in surprise. This is something their royal family in the western regions couldn't even obtain, currently, with her father's lifespan nearing its end. If she could give this soul-returning pill to him, the Kang dynasty could extend its reign for another 1,000 years. The emperor of the Kang dynasty is a saint at the Great Ascension realm, and it is precisely because of his existence that the Kang dynasty can sustain itself. However, aside from this saint, the Kang dynasty does not have a single perfected composite realm cultivator. Even if he wishes to pass on his position and have someone inherit it as a saint to protect the Kang dynasty, he has no one to choose from. Seeing Song Xingling's interest, Jiang Xian immediately added a layer of barrier to the soul-returning pill. If I die, this barrier will immediately destroy the soul-returning pill. Jiang Xian said this for the protectors hiding in the shadows. Upon hearing this, the protectors of Song Xingling, who had been restless in the dark, also halted their movements. His thoughts were the same as those of Song Xingling. If he could obtain the soul-returning pill, not only would the Zonghe dynasty be able to continue, but he also would no longer have to be a protector and could enjoy wealth and glory. So he was preparing to directly seize it. But he didn't expect Jiang Kun to be so cautious. Trading the soul-returning pill for another person, Elder Jiang really is quite generous. Lingxiao looked at Jiang Kun and said, "This is giving face to the outer island and the royal family. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing." Jiang Kun smiled, looking quite helpless. "How many soul-returning pills do you have, you bastard?" Jun Tianling couldn't help but comment. Recalling how Jiang Kun recklessly destroyed soul-returning pills at the treasure vault entrance to lure her into revealing the spell, which made Jun Tianling mark Jiang Kun down heavily. "What is your decision?" Jiang Kun then looked at Zong Xingling and asked. These two clearly indicated that Zong Xingling could make the decision. Zong Xingling did not speak. She was struggling terribly. On one side were the lives of 23 members of the Zhang family and her first mission. On the other side was the foundation of the Zonghe dynasty for the next 1,000 years. Any decisive person would undoubtedly choose the latter. After all, only a fool would abandon their family's 1,000-year foundation for outsiders. But Zong Xingling couldn't bear to watch the Zhang family be exterminated by the Hahuan sect. At this moment, Zhang Yuan was hiding behind the door, and hearing their conversation made his heart race. He never expected Zong Xingling would give up the soul-returning pill for them. "Princess, choose the soul-returning pill." The protector urged Zong Xingling anxiously. "You must vow to protect the Zhang family's lives, at least that they do not die at the hands of anyone from your Hahuan sect." Zong Xingling struggled for half a tea's worth of time, then looked up at Jiang Kun and said, "You must also vow not to reveal any information about the Hahuan sect regarding this matter." Jiang Kun nodded and replied, "All right." This time Zong Xingling did not hesitate and nodded. At least she had saved the lives of the Zhang family. That could be considered a clear conscience, right? But she was still too naive. There are many things in this world that are more terrifying than death. Jiang Kun promised to protect their lives, but he did not promise to prevent them from suffering worse than death. Lingxiao and the protector clearly knew this, but they would not remind her. They would unhesitatingly choose the soul-returning pill. "Then let's vow." And I asked the two protectors in the dark to come out and vow as well. Jiang Kun nodded and then scanned the surroundings, saying, Chapter 88. Jun Tianling's small touching moment, the two protectors, also concerned about the soul-returning pill, flew out without much hesitation and landed in front of them. "You had already sensed it?" Zong Xingling's protector frowned at Jiang Kun. He was a middle-aged man, and as expected, he was a respected figure at the fusion stage. As a member of the royal family, there would definitely be protectors present. Jiang Kun nodded and smiled. "This outer island is impressive. The abacus beads are hitting everyone's faces. The families, royal families, and disciples from the outer island all have protectors following them. When a disciple is recruited, a highly skilled protector is included as a bonus, so the sect does not have to worry about the disciple's life-threatening dangers. Moreover, families will invest their cultivation resources into their own children, so the outer island does not need to consume much. They can also receive various gifts from these families, which are all types of rare materials. The rewards submitted by disciples after completing tasks are all profit. The entire outer island is simply a massive treasure trove. Like a snowball, once this snowball starts rolling, it will only get bigger. Let us vow." The protector glanced at Jiang Kun and said no more. Jiang Kun nodded, and then everyone made the vow together. Zhang Yuan, upon hearing Zong Xingling agree, had already climbed over the wall and ran away through the back door. But halfway through, he ran back. His family was here. What if they used his family to threaten him? Wouldn't he have to come back? No, better not cause trouble. After the vows were made, Jiang Kun threw the soul-returning pill to Zhang Xingling and lifted the barrier. Ding! Soul-returning pill gifted successfully. Return 10 soul-returning pills. Jiang Kun now looked at this pile of candy beans, feeling no fluctuations in his heart. Just consider it a good connection with the fairy. I wonder if I could be fortunate enough to keep a fairy's communication jade tube? Jiang Kun smiled at Zhang Xingling, who was observing the soul-returning pill. Princess, this is real. You don't need to look anymore. Quickly put away. The protector transmitted to Zhang Xingling. Hearing this, Zhang Xingling immediately put the soul-returning pill into her storage ring. Princess, you could befriend this Jiang Kun. Someone who can trade something like the soul-returning pill is definitely not an ordinary person and might be useful in the future. The protector sighed in relief and then transmitted. Zhang Xingling subtly nodded, then took out her communication jade tube and tossed it to Jiang Kun. Zhanghe Dynasty, Zhang Xingling. Hehuan Sect, Jiang Kun. Jiang Kun received the communication jade tube and tossed Zhang Xingling one of his own. This also counts as Jiang Kun intercepting Zhang Yuan's fortune again. If Jiang Sun hadn't intervened, Zhang Xingling would likely have befriended Zhang Yuan. Without the soul-returning pill, who knows what kind of story would have unfolded. With the Zhanghe dynasty declining, the princess suffering, and Zhang Yuan heroically rescuing the beauty. But Jiang Kun directly solved the problem at its root. This time, not only did Zhang Xingling get a bargain, but it was a huge bargain. Even if the person changed hands, the Zhanghe dynasty still owed Jiang Kun a lot. The protector clearly knew this, so he looked at Jiang Kun and said, "To be honest, this soul-returning pill has resolved our Zhanghe dynasty's urgent need. This time we will not only abandon the task, but it also counts as our Zhanghe dynasty owing you one. After returning, I will report this to the Holy Emperor. I believe the Holy Emperor will also thank you." "Thank you." Jiang Kun cupped his hands and smiled. With such good fortune, only a fool would refuse. The two protectors then disappeared once again. Ling Changyi's protector was slightly less, only at the initial stage of the void training. It seems he is not very valued in his family or the royal family. Just as Ling Changyi was about to say they should leave, the door of the Zhang residence opened again. Zhang Yuan came out bare-chested from inside, kneeling in front of Jiang Kun with a thud, carrying thorns on his back. "I come to apologize, elder. I know my mistakes. I will never run away again." Zhang Yuan looked up at Jiang Kun and shouted, "A true man can bend and stretch. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Just wait. One day, Zhang Yuan, will reclaim this." Ling Changyi and Zhang Xingling exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. This capitulation was too quick. They thought Zhang Yuan would at least struggle a bit. Jiang Kun ignored Zhang Yuan and turned to Ling Changyi and Zhang Xingling. "Can I borrow a moment to talk?" Although a bit puzzled, the two nodded and walked aside with Jiang Kun. "What is it?" Ling Changyi asked. "I'd like to ask both of you for a favor," Jiang Kun said as he took out a top-grade Great Ascension pill. "This is a top-grade Great Ascension pill, to be used as a reward. The Hehuan sect is really rolling in riches, with both soul-returning pills and top-grade Great Ascension pills." Ling Changyi was also a bit surprised upon seeing this. "This has nothing to do with the Hehuan sect. It was something I obtained by chance, and anyway, I have no use for it." Jiang Kun waved his hand and smiled. "You first tell me what it is. If it's not something righteous, even a top-grade Great Ascension pill, we want to help." Zhang Xingling said, "Rest assured, it's nothing improper." Jiang Kun smiled. "I want to ask the two of you to help me find out the whereabouts of the former 100-Flower sect leader, Tang Ying. If it's a member of the royal family, you surely have more connections in that regard than I do, right? Finding someone is not something that can be done with certainty." Zhang Xingling said, feeling a bit uncertain upon hearing this. "It's okay. As long as you help me inquire a bit, even if you can't find out anything, this great vehicle pill can be considered as making friends." Jiang Jun said as he held the great vehicle pill in front of Zhang Xingling. "Of course, this is to give it to Zhang Xingling for a return. Aren't you afraid that I will take the things and not do the job?" Zhang Xingling smiled and said upon seeing this, "Hey, you say that, but from the moment I saw the Star Spirit Fairy, I knew you weren't that kind of person." Jiang Jun smiled and replied, "Ding. Song Xingling's favorability. 15. Return multiple. 150. All right, then I'll accept this matter. Song Xingling took the great vehicle pill and added, whether I can find out is not something I can guarantee. Understood, understood. Jiangju nodded and smiled. Ding. Successful gift of the supreme great vehicle pill. Received return. Unmatched transformation pill. Unmatched transformation pill. Used for breakthroughs from the great vehicle realm to the tribulation realm. Stabilizes the practitioner's soul. Enhances mental strength. Mitigates the power of heavenly tribulations. Increases the success rate of crossing tribulations and reduces risks during the breakthrough process. Then we will take our leave. Make sure that Zhang Yuan does not ruin the reputation of our outer island. Ling Changyi said, while looking at Jiang Jun. Rest assured, he will be locked up afterward. Jiang Jun nodded and smiled. Song Xingling looked at Jiang Jun with concern for his family. I never said I would harm his family. Jiang Jun said helplessly. I just don't want the secrets of the Hahuan sect to leak out. I'm not a ruthless person. Hearing this, Song Xingling also breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her earlier worries were completely unnecessary. You used the supreme great vehicle pill to help me find out about Tang Ying's whereabouts? After Song Xingling and Ling Changyi left, Jun Tianling felt a little touched in Jiang Jun's mind. Chapter 89. Yinningyu's night attack on Jiang Jun. Oh, touched? Will you repay me for being touched? Less nonsense. Jun Tianling said coldly, then ignored Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun also smiled helplessly. He didn't expect any repayment from Jun Tianling, but he was simply very interested in Tang Ying now. How to deal with this? Yinning pointed to Zhang Yuan, who was still kneeling on the ground. As Jiang Jun walked back, let's take it back first. Jiang Yun Lin glanced at Shang Yuan. Yinning nodded and looked at Hua Bai Rue. Hua Bai Rue understood and conjured vines to bind Zhang Yuan. Hiss! The thorns behind him hurt his back as they were tied up, but he didn't dare to say much. The three then escorted Zhang Yuan back to Jiang Jun's small house, tying him to a pillar in the room. You really know how to make trouble, kid. Jiang Jun punched Zhang Yuan's stomach hard. Oops, I was wrong, I won't run again. Zhang Yuan yelled in pain, lowering his head. How did you make that lingering insect? Jiang Yun asked curiously. The fire bead you sent me. I used the fire bead to roast my skin from the outside, then forced the insect to crawl out, spitting it out from my mouth. Zhang Yuan quickly explained. You're quite clever. Jiang Jun couldn't help but laugh. I only decided to try that because I had no other choice. Zhang Yuan said with a bitter smile. If you were to stay in the Hahuan sect to clean up the mess, no one would care about you. What are you dissatisfied with? Jiang Jun slapped Zhang Yuan on the head and asked. This was bound to be a death in any case. Zhang Yuan sighed. It wouldn't have happened, but now it's uncertain. From now on, you'll live in the dungeons of the Hahuan sect, Jiang Jun said, slapping Zhang Yuan's dantian hard. This palm directly shattered years of Zhang Yuan's cultivation, turning him into an ordinary person. Zhang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling the intense pain in his body, and fainted. All his belongings were also taken away by Jiangju Master Lin Qingwan, then came out from the room, looking a bit weak. You're awake? Go finding you next door. Jiang Yun nodded. Lin Qingwan also nodded, then slowly walked towards Yinning. Jiang Jun used a communication talisman to have Gu Qin call someone to take Zhang Yuan away and lock him in the dungeon. It was getting late, and after washing up, Jiang Jun went to bed, waiting for Lin Qingwan to return. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a fragrant scent came from beside him, and a slender, smooth arm wrapped around Jiang Jun's arm, followed by fingers like jade hairpins gently brushing across Jiang Jun's lips. Oh, I thought after being tormented like that last night, you wouldn't dare to come to bed, you. Jiang Jun turned around and was stunned. Under the moonlight, draped in light gauze revealing a fragrant shoulder and an alluring cleavage, the white, tender thigh resting on Jiang Jun was emitting an enticing fragrance. And it was not Lin Qingwan. It was Yinning. Oh, your mind is full of Lin Qingwan. Yinning smiled at Jiang Yun. Jiang Jun truly did not expect Yinning to appear beside him at this moment in such a posture. Are you surprised? Elder Jiang is busy with so many matters that since I came here, he hasn't even had time to have a heart-to-heart talk with me. Yinning said as she wrapped her arm around Jiang Jun's. Are you sure you're here to talk heart-to-heart, not to exchange feelings? Jiang Jun looked at his arm, being squeezed in softness, and couldn't help but swallow. While I was away these days, who did you learn this from? You still say that. I originally wanted to go to the Hahuan sex library to see what techniques were there, but it was all about illustrations between men and women. It was really embarrassing to look at. Ying Yu said, her face also turning red. Although it was quite embarrassing at the time, she still saw several scenes. Today, Jiang Jun finally had some free time, so she mustered her courage, dressed in this thin gauze, and came to Jiang Jun's room. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. 500 years ago, she was stopped. Today, 500 years later, who could stop her? Now that I look like this, you don't dislike me, do you? Jiang Jun sighed and hugged Ying Yu with a bitter smile. How could I? Ying Yu shook her head while snuggling in Jiang Jun's arms. No matter how you change, you are still you. Just wait a bit. To Ying Yu's surprise, Jiang Jun looked at her seriously. Wait until I return to how I used to be. What I want to give you will always be the best. What I want to give you is the best too. Ying Yu looked seriously at Jiang Jun as well. After saying that, without further ado, she took the initiative to kiss him. Jiang Jun, who initially wanted to refuse, found it hard to muster any resistance and instinctively cooperated. Ying Yu's clumsy kissing made Jiang Jun feel a bit amused and somewhat apologetic. Over the years, Ying Yu had guarded her body for him. Although he was in the Hahuan sect and couldn't help it, to say he didn't enjoy it all would be nonsense. Seeing Ying Yu taking the clumsy kiss so seriously, Jiang Jun no longer hesitated and began to actively guide her. Feeling Jiang Jun's response, Ying Yu immediately trembled, her body shivering slightly. That layer of thin gauze fell to the ground. Sigh. The next morning, Hua Bairue walked out of the room and looked at Jiang Jun's tightly closed door, sighing. She didn't know what she was thinking. Sister Hua, do you like Jiang Jun too? Lin Xingwan appeared beside Hua Bairue at some point. She noticed Hua Bairue staring at Jiang Jun's door for a long time, showing a somewhat envious look, and couldn't help but ask, Huh? Hua Bairue came back to her senses and quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. Don't say that. Saying this, Hua Bairue hurried into the flower field and squatted down to water the flowers. Clearly, she likes him. Her face is all red. Lin Xingwan muttered quietly and laughed while covering her mouth. After coming here to lift the vow yesterday, Lin Xingwan originally planned to go back. But unexpectedly, Ying Yu stopped her and asked her to stay the night. At that time, Lin Xingwan's head was buzzing, but she didn't dare to say much. Sister Hua, do you know what happened between the sect master and the ancestor? What exactly happened between them? Lin Xingwan then ran to Hua Bairue's side and asked. I don't know. Hua Bairue shook her head. Curious, why not just ask us directly? Jiang Jun didn't know when. The princess smiled as she carried Ying Yu to the front of the courtyard. Ying Yu was clinging to Jiang Jun's neck, looking quite exhausted. She somewhat regretted taking the initiative last night. She didn't know Jiang Jun was such a beast. Master, senior, the two quickly stood up from the ground. Since you're so curious, let me tell you, Jiang Jun said while placing Ying Yu on a reclining chair. Jiang Jun, Ying Yu grabbed the hem of Jiang Jun's clothes. Her face flushed and a bit embarrassed. It's fine, there's nothing to be shy about, Jiang Jun said with a smile, then sat on another reclining chair. That was 500 years ago when I was still just a golden core. Chapter 90. At that time, Jiang Jun had not yet aged. 503 years ago, at that time, Jiang Jun had not yet aged, and his cultivation was only at the peak of the mid-golden core stage. Senior brother, Tu Qing ran into Jiang Jun's room with a happy face, not even knocking on the door. At this moment, Tu Qing looked as pure as a little rabbit, completely lacking the demeanor of a sect leader. What's wrong with you, so happy? The black-haired boy with a ponytail sat by the window, holding a folding fan. Dressed in a white robe, with a teacup in hand, turned to look at Tu Qing, a charming smile on his lips. At that time, Jiang Jun was handsome. His eyes like stars, his face like powdered jade. A few strands of hair fell beside his fair and delicate cheeks. His sword-like brows slanted into his temples, and his narrow, deep-set eyes seemed to hide countless stars, revealing a hint of unruliness and carefree spirit. Master agreed. She asked me, you and senior sister Mingning to take a few outer disciples down the mountain to recruit new disciples. Tu Qing sat beside Jiang Jun, burying her head in his arms, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? When? Jiang Jun put down his teacup upon hearing this and couldn't help but pinch Tu Qing's small round face. It's tomorrow. Today we'll select a few disciples, and then we'll set off early tomorrow morning from Tianji City, taking a flying ship to Shuiyun City, 2,000 miles away. That's great. I can finally go out and play. I'm about to suffocate here. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go choose disciples together. Jiang Jun nodded and smiled. Senior sister Ming Ning went. She said she wanted to pick a few male disciples from Yanyuan Peak. Tu Qing said, as she stood up. She really can't stay away from men at any time. Jiang Jun chuckled helplessly upon hearing this. These few disciples probably won't come back. Tu Qing was also taken aback by this, and thinking of senior sister Ming Ning's actions, she shivered. No way, we're just going to recruit a few disciples. It should only take 6 or 7 days. So that means those 7 male disciples are doomed. Jiang Yun shrugged. 1 a day? That's too absurd. Tu Qing's eyes widened. Can senior sister handle it? Who told you to gossip about me? At this moment, a cold voice like ice came from the door. The two looked up to see Ming Ning in black clothes, her hair tied in a high ponytail, making her look very tall. Her fair neck was exposed down to her collarbone, a curve that was quite tempting, making one unable to resist wanting to bite her neck. Senior sister, I was wrong. Seeing Ming Ning arrive, Tu Qing quickly prostrated herself and shouted. Seeing Tu Qing's comical appearance, Ming Ning couldn't help but smile. If you have that ability, you should take a few with you. It will be good for entertainment on the way. I won't. I have my senior brother. Upon hearing this, Tu Qing hurriedly got up and hugged Jiang Jun's arm. Exactly. Senior sister, don't lead Tu Qing astray. Jiang Jun also embraced Tu Qing and smiled. This is the Hahuan sect. What are you two doing here with this pure love? Ming Ning glared at the two and then said, I've already chosen my disciples. 7 outer male disciples. Keep an eye on them on the way. Don't let them run away. Okay, got it, Jiang Jun nodded. He had experience recruiting disciples down the mountain. Because he was born with a charming aura, going down the mountain was like going to seduce women. Many women were drawn to Jiang Jun's face. Ming Ning was also going down to choose handsome furnace cauldrons for herself. After all, the more attractive the man, the more fun it is to absorb them. Tu Qing was going down the mountain for the first time, which is why she was so excited. This time, we will disguise ourselves as disciples of Xuanyu Pavilion. I will prepare the identity tokens tomorrow, Ming Ning said, and then turned to leave. The next day, the three gathered the disciples and went to Tianji City. This time, all participating disciples had to be above the foundation establishment stage. After all, this trip down the mountain was to show their prowess in front of people. Only foundation establishment disciples could fly with swords and attract more people to join the Hahuan sect. Of course, the Hahuan sect had a bad reputation, so they also needed the cover of Xuanyu Pavilion. A group of 10, they took a flying ship from Tianji City to Shuiyun City. The journey from Tianji City to Shuiyun City took 2.5 days by flying ship. Recruiting disciples would take 2 days, and returning would take another 2.5 days. Exactly 7 days. After boarding the flying ship, Ming Ning immediately called a disciple to her room. This made the other disciples extremely envious, all hoping Tu Qing would choose them. But seeing the affectionate interaction between Tu Qing and Jiang Jun, they naturally knew there was no hope. In 2.5 days, 3 corpses were thrown off the flying ship by Jiang Jun. Senior sister Ming Ning is really fierce. After disembarking, seeing 3 disciples missing, Tu Qing looked at Jiang Jun in shock and whispered. Looking at Ming Ning, she appeared flushed, looking very satisfied. Yes, Jiang Yun nodded, smiling helplessly. The remaining 4 disciples noticed the absence of their companions and began to search everywhere, thinking they had lost their way. After searching for a while, everyone got off the ship without seeing those 3 disciples. They probably didn't want to stay in the Hahuan sect, so they took the opportunity to leave during the chaos. Ming Ning then spoke. If you want to leave, we won't stop you. Senior sister, how could you say that? The Hahuan sect is so good. How could we bear to leave? A male disciple quickly said. He hadn't yet received Ming Ning's favor. So how could he bear to leave? Those who want to leave should hurry, don't waste time. Jiang Jun also spoke to the few people. Yes. The 4 disciples quickly nodded and followed Jiang Jun and the others. This group, not to mention anything else, just their faces attracted a lot of attention. The 4 male disciples were decent looking, but with Jiang Jun present, they all seemed to lose their charm. Women on both sides, whether single or married, looked at Jiang Jun with infatuation, and some even rushed directly at him. If it weren't for Tu Qing holding them back, Jiang Jun would have been overwhelmed by women. The other men were also attracted by the looks and figures of Tu Qing and Ming Ning. But seeing the 4 male disciples surrounding Ming Ning like bodyguards and witnessing Tu Qing's prowess in fending off those women, no one dared to approach. After all, they were all ordinary people. To them, Tu Qing and Ming Ning were definitely celestial beings. Move aside, move aside. Just as everyone was lost in infatuation, a troop came running from not far away, led by a man on horseback shouting with a sword, clearing the way for pedestrians and stopping in front of Jiang Jun and the others. He jumped off his horse and cupped his hands in greeting. May I ask if you are the immortal masters of Xuanyu Pavilion? Indeed. Jiang Jun opened his folding fan with one hand, gently waving it in front of his chest. The hair fluttered in the wind, causing many women to scream. I am Zhang Wu, the city guard general of Shuiyun City. The city lord has sent me to welcome the immortal masters. Please follow me to the city lord's mansion. The city lord has prepared a banquet, just waiting for you to arrive. Zhang Wu immediately knelt on the ground upon hearing this. Chapter 91. Is the immortal master asleep? I am Gu Qing. All right. Then I will trouble General Zhang to lead the way. Jiang Jun nodded, closing the folding fan with a smile. Please. Zhang Wu nodded and stood up. Several soldiers immediately dismounted and brought 7 horses to Jiang Jun and the others. No need. Jiang Jun waved his hand, directly tossing the folding fan, which opened in midair as Jiang Jun leaped onto it, floating in the air. Tu Qing and the others followed suit, flying up on their swords. Is this sword flight? So cool. We're really flying in the air. Wow, I want to learn. The people around looked on with envy. This was precisely Jiang Sun's intention. Zhang Wu was also taken aback, looking at Jiang Sun and the others with an envious expression. After realizing what was happening, he quickly mounted his horse and led the way in front. Immortal Master, please accept me. Step aside, Immortal Master. You should take me first. Immortal Master, I want to warm your bed. The fairy is so beautiful, truly deserving of being a fairy. After flying up, there was actually a layer of mist under the skirt, and nothing could be seen. As Jiang Sun and the others flew away on their swords, the crowd couldn't help but follow below. Shuiyun City was located in a remote area, and there really weren't many cultivators who came here. Now that they had seen someone flying in the air on a sword, it was inevitable that they were very excited. The group quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion, and when they landed, the city lord was already waiting in the courtyard with his family. Seeing Jiang Sun and the others flying in the air caused quite a stir. I have met the immortal master. I have met the fairy. When Jiang Sun landed, the white-haired middle-aged man at the forefront immediately stepped forward and deeply bowed to Jiang Sun and the others. I have met the immortal master. I have met the fairy. The people in the city lord's mansion quickly bowed and greeted them as well. This synchronized display clearly showed that they had been specially trained. You're too polite. You must be the city lord of Shuiyun City, right? Jiang Sun reached out to help the white-haired man up and smiled. Indeed, I am Gu Junshou, the city lord of Shuiyun City. Gu Junshou quickly replied, then turned to point at a beautiful woman in blue behind him. This is my wife, Lin Yiqing. He then pointed to a middle-aged man in white. This is my son, Gu Cheng. Finally, he pointed to a woman in red. The woman had long hair, cascading down her shoulders, with a beautiful oval face, a high nose, small cherry lips, and a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Beneath the red dress, her figure was fully revealed, with a full bosom that filled her clothing, and her waist was slender like a swaying willow branch. Seeing Gu Junshou point to her, she slightly curtsied to Jiang Sun, revealing a captivating smile, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. This is my daughter, Gu Qing. Gu Junshou looked at Gu Qing's attire with satisfaction and turned back to Jiang Sun, smiling. This girl is quite good. Ming Ning looked at Gu Qing and said. Upon hearing this, Gu Junshou was taken aback and quickly ran in front of Ming Ning to bow. Fairy, is that true? Is my daughter fortunate enough to join the Xuanyu Pavilion? My disciples are already full. You can ask him. Ming Ning looked at Jiang Sun and said softly. Jiang Sun was currently sizing up Gu Qing and seemed quite satisfied with her figure. He never expected the city lord's daughter to be so beautiful. He was immediately taken with her. But I wonder if Miss Gu Qing has any interest in cultivating? Hearing Ming Ning call him, Jiang Sun immediately responded, Yes, 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 yes. Upon hearing there was hope, Gu Juanshou became even more excited and grabbed Jiang Sun's arm. My daughter has been calling out to go cultivate ever since she heard that the immortal master and others were coming to recruit disciples. Right, Gu Qing? That's right. Gu Qing immediately nodded and smiled at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun, seeing this, also politely smiled back. Upon seeing Jiang Sun smile, Gu Qing momentarily froze, a bit dazed. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? Husband, why don't we invite the immortal master inside first? Lin Yiqing quietly reminded Gu Juanshou. Lin Yiqing didn't seem too old, around 37 or 38, and had the image of a very standard young married woman. It was evident that she must have had looks that could rival Gu Qing's in her youth. It was also clear that she was Gu Qing's biological mother. As for Gu Cheng, he looked to be older than Lin Yiqing, presumably the son of Gu Juanshou and his ex-wife. Oh dear, I got too excited, my apologies. Immortal Master, Fairy, please come in. Gu Juanshou slapped his forehead and quickly called out, leading Jiang Sun and the others inside. Once seated, each person had servants attending to them, and the one serving Jiang Sun was Gu Qing. Jiang Sun and the others did not take the main seats, which made Gu Juanshou and Lin Yiqing feel uneasy. Immortal Master, please. Gu Qing knelt beside Jiang Sun, pouring wine for him, holding the cup with both hands, and looking at Jiang Sun with a smile. Jiang Sun took the wine cup and smiled. The princess personally pours wine for me. I truly am fortunate. It is Gu Qing's honor. Gu Qing blushed and lowered her head, feeling shy to look directly at Jiang Sun. Her gaze was simply too alluring. Then, let us drink this cup to welcome all the immortals to Shuiyun City. Gu Juanshou quickly raised his wine cup and shouted. Everyone raised their cups and drank in one go. After placing the cups on the table, Gu Qing quickly poured wine for Jiang Sun again. This time coming to Shuiyun City to recruit disciples. I will need the city lord to assist us. Ming Ning looked at Gu Juanshou and said, I can't be called a city lord. Gu Juanshou quickly waved his hand. Being able to help the immortals is a great honor for me. We have already posted notices in the city, and the eligible young men and women will gather in front of the city lord mansion. Gu Cheng immediately added. However, there was a hint of disappointment in his tone because he did not meet the criteria of being under 20, having a proper appearance, and being interested in cultivation. In the end, Jiang Sun and the others would conduct another screening to eliminate those who were unqualified or lacked spiritual roots. Senior brother, are you interested in that girl? Tu Qing, sitting next to Jiang Sun, said with a jealous expression, secretly transmitting a message to Jiang Sun. Yes, she's quite good-looking. Jiang Sun nodded and did not deny it. I plan to accept her as my personal disciple. Huh, senior brother. You don't have the qualifications to accept a personal disciple yet. The master said it requires being in the nascent soul stage. Tu Qing said, it's fine at worst. I'll keep her at Qingyu Peak for now and formally accept her as a disciple when I reach the nascent soul stage. Jiang Sun smiled. Woo. Now that there are other beautiful girls, will you not dote on me anymore? Tu Qing looked aggrieved. What are you saying? Your senior brother is not the kind of person to abandon someone. Jiang Sun lightly flicked Tu Qing's forehead and laughed. After finishing their meal and drinks, Gu Juanshou arranged rooms for Jiang Sun and the others, each with their own room. The city lord's mansion was crowded and filled with people. So Ming Ning did not call her disciples to her room that night, but Jiang Sun's door was gently knocked on. Immortal Master, are you asleep? It's me, Gu Qing. Chapter 92. I'm not that kind of person. What is it? Jiang Sun had already taken off his clothes, leaving only his inner garments. He came to the door and opened it. The moment the door opened, Gu Qing's face turned bright red, because Jiang Sun's collar was open, and from Gu Qing's angle, she was directly facing Jiang Sun's chest muscles. Gu Qing's hair was loose, with a strand draping over her chest. She was wearing a green long dress, with a sleeveless long shirt on top, exposing her abdomen, and a green belly band was clearly visible inside the long shirt. Immortal Master, may I speak with you inside? Gu Qing said, blushing and lowering her head, speaking in a very soft voice. Fortunately, it was late at night, Otherwise, even Jiang Sun, with his golden core cultivation, would have had trouble hearing her. This. Jiang Sun looked at Gu Qing in such attire, feeling quite moved. But he also sensed that someone was observing them from the shadows. Now, that his identity was that of a disciple from a prestigious sect, under such circumstances, he could only painfully refuse. Princess, it's late at night now. It might not be appropriate for us, a man and a woman alone. Jiang Sun waved his hand to refuse. If you have something to say, we can talk about it tomorrow. If you're in a hurry, we can talk outside. Truly deserving of being the immortal master. In a nearby corner, Gu Junsho said with admiration, "How can you do this? Forcing your daughter to run to a man's room in the middle of the night?" Lin Yiqing patted Gu Junsho on the back. "I see that immortal master Jiang seems to quite like our Gu Qing, and Gu Qing also likes immortal master Jiang. Isn't this a good opportunity? Once Gu Qing can cultivate, our Gu family will no longer have to worry." Gu Junsho said excitedly, "I don't think immortal master Jiang is that kind of person." Gu Cheng also poked his head out from behind and said. Gu Qing, upon hearing this, blushed and lifted her head. "Well, it's not a big deal. The princess should go back. We shouldn't let others misunderstand." Jiang Sun nodded and smiled, taking out a garment and draping it over Gu Qing. "The night dew is heavy. Don't catch a cold." Gu Qing looked at the white robe Jiang Sun had put on her and felt extremely happy inside. "Master, don't you like me?" Gu Qing, influenced by her innate charm, boldly asked, feeling shy. Princess Jiang Sun gritted her teeth. "I am not that kind of person." At the same time, Jiang Sun thought, what kind of peculiar taste do the Gu family have? Do they have to secretly observe when sending their daughter? Is it because Qing'er is ugly? After meeting Jiang Sun's gaze, Gu Qing couldn't help but feel more restless, wishing to express her feelings and also wanting to throw herself at Jiang Sun. No, no, no. The princess is extremely beautiful. Jiang Sun quickly took a half step back. Otherwise, Gu Qing would have walked right into his arms. Does the master think Qing'er is a loose woman? Gu Qing pondered for a moment and then looked into Jiang Sun's eyes. I am a virgin. No, no, no. Princess, I really am not that kind of person. It's too late. You should go back. Jiang Sun said, quickly closing the door, realizing he couldn't hold back any longer if he didn't. Master. Gu Qing, rejected outside the door, was a bit dazed. With her appearance, she had taken the initiative to come to him. Could it be that she was really ugly? No way. There were still quite a few people in Shuiyun City pursuing her. It seemed that this ordinary person couldn't catch the master's eye. Thinking of Tu Qing and Ming Ning's stunning looks and perfect figures, Gu Qing sighed and quietly left. If your father wasn't peeping, would I have let you go tonight? Jiang Sun gritted his teeth as he saw Gu Qing leave through the door crack. This girl was making him feel restless, and, with so many people in the mansion, he couldn't even go find Tu Qing to vent. Damn, Jiang Sun cursed quietly and then lay back on the bed. The next morning, under the city lord's arrangement, several tables and chairs were set up at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, divided into several areas. Male disciples were to be selected by Ming Ning, Jiang Sun, and Tu Qing. Female disciples would be chosen by the remaining 4 male disciples. After all, Ming Ning needed to see the appearance of the new disciples. Naturally, those who were ugly would be rejected. 4 female disciples. As long as those 4 male disciples found them attractive and they had spiritual roots, they would be accepted. The people of Shuiyun City lined up in long queues at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. My goodness, there are too many people, Tu Qing said to Jiang Sun, looking at the dense crowd. The excitement from the first time coming down the mountain quickly faded with each subsequent trip. Jiang Sun smiled wryly. This is quite a demanding task. Master, do I have a chance to join the Xuanyu Pavilion? A sturdy girl in a nearly torn pink dress rushed in front of Jiang Sun, excitedly grabbing his arm. The way she looked at Jiang Sun was as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Miss, please calm down. Tu Qing quickly stepped between them as she saw Jiang Sun nearly gagging. This was indeed a downside of being born with innate charm. It didn't discriminate. Jiang Sun was suffering from it. We have strict requirements for selecting disciples. Who let her in? Ming Ning coldly glared at the soldiers around. Look at her features. Is this what you call proper? Not to discriminate, but she really did look like a water bear. And her figure, it clearly didn't look like someone who could cultivate. I am Sora. She rushed in during the chaos. Zhang Wu squeezed through the crowd, and two soldiers dragged the woman away. Everyone, please line up orderly, don't crowd, or we'll delay the process. Jiang Sun finally let out a sigh of relief, waving his folding fan and addressing the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone lined up obediently again. This is the spirit testing pearl. After receiving approval, everyone will place their hands on it. If it lights up, it proves you have spiritual roots, and we will register you. Jiang Sun then raised the spirit testing pearl on the table and shouted. With his voice amplified by spiritual energy, everyone present could hear Jiang Sun's words. However, whether the spirit testing pearl lit up or not completely depended on Jiang Sun and the others. They couldn't just tell someone, "You're too ugly. We really can't take you. Please leave." Meanwhile, the spirit testing pearl connected to several people's consciousness. As long as the person truly had spiritual roots, they would know immediately, and then judge whether to keep them based on appearance. Now, let's officially begin. With Jiang Sun's words, everyone got busy. Just as the first person's hand was about to touch the spirit testing pearl, a woman's voice came from not far away. They are the demon cultivators of the Hahuan sect. Those who are taken away will be drained to death by them. Everyone, don't be fooled. Jiang Sun and the others' expressions changed drastically as they looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a dozen women in white or pink clothing flying over on swords, with Liang Ru leading them, followed closely by Yin Ningyu. From the 100 Flowers sect? Ming Ning frowned at the sight, but immediately took out her magical tool. Jiang Sun and the others quickly got in a battle formation, as both sides approached with fierce momentum. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed. What a joke! This is a battle of immortals. If we get caught in it, we wouldn't even know how we died. Liang Ru? So it's you, why? Are you also here in Shuiyun City to recruit disciples? Ming Ning coldly asked as she looked at Liang Ru and the others who had landed in front of them. Yes, but I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived in Shuiyun City, I'd hear that disciple from the Xuanyu Pavilion were recruiting. I came to take a look and was surprised to see you demonesses from the Hahuan sect. Liang Ru replied coldly, looking at Ming Ning. I haven't seen that little beauty behind you. She looks quite nice. Jiang Sun, standing beside Ming Ning, gently tapped his neck with his folding fan while glancing at Yin Ningyu and smiling. Yin Ningyu, dressed in pink with a white lining, her hair pinned up with floral hairpins, had a butterfly ornament in her long flowing hair, her features delicate and her figure graceful. Among the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect, she was indeed exceptionally beautiful. How dare you tease me? Yin Ningyu was momentarily taken aback by his words, then reacted, stepping forward and drawing her sword to attack Jiang Sun. But Jiang Sun merely glanced at her. As their eyes met, all of Yin Ningyu's anger dissipated in an instant. Don't look into his eyes. Liang Ru immediately blocked in front of Yin Ningyu. That is Jiang Sun from the Hahuan sect, born with innate charm. Women who lock eyes with him may fall into an illusion. Only then did Yin Ningyu come back to her senses. In that brief moment, she felt as if she had seen a super handsome guy. He was so handsome that she thought her posture of raising the sword was incredibly unladylike. How could she possibly attack such a handsome guy? Is this right? This doesn't seem right. Hey, Fairy Liang, that's not right. I'd rather destroy 10 temples than ruin a marriage. Jiang Sun laughed at the sight. However, Liang Ru kept her head down, not looking at him, only at his feet. How could the lewd disciples of the Hahuan sect talk about marriage? Liang Ru sneered. At this moment, Ming Ning was calculating in her heart. Her side had 1 peak golden core cultivator, Jiang Sun as a mid-golden core, Tu Qing as another mid-golden core, and 4 early foundation establishment disciples. On Liang Ru's side, there was Liang Ru as a peak golden core, Yin Ningyu as a mid-golden core, and 2 early golden core disciples along with 8 early to mid-foundation establishment disciples. If a fight broke out, they might not necessarily have the advantage. But the other side was entirely female disciples, while they had Jiang Sun, a walking hormone. As soon as a fight broke out, the female disciples would be enchanted by Jiang Sun if they looked at him. If they didn't look at Jiang Sun, they wouldn't be able to fight properly. Fairy Liang really isn't pretty, and her words aren't pleasant either, Jiang Sun said, opening his folding fan and waving a gentle breeze with a smile. Tu Qing heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. You people from the Hahuan sect are causing trouble here. Since we've caught you in the Baohua sect, It's only right that we deal with you. Today, I'll capture you all, Liang said, pointing her sword at Jiang Sun. You ruined the good deeds of our Hahuan sect, and I haven't even asked you for an account yet, but you're biting back first. Ming Ning stepped forward a few steps and stood in front of Jiang Sun. You don't think you can take us down, do you? There's no point in talking, Liang said as she charged forward with her sword. Ming Ning immediately met her with her own sword, and the two clashed in the center, producing a crisp clang. Run. The immortals are fighting. The surrounding crowd quickly scattered. What? That Jiang Xianshi is a disciple of the Hahuan sect? By the way, what is the Hahuan sect? Gu Cheng, hiding at the door, asked Gu Juanshou. Didn't you hear? They absorb people and turn them into human jerky. Gu Juanshou felt a wave of fear. If Gu Qing really went into Jiang Sun's room last night, she might have already died. He would regret it for a lifetime if he caused his own daughter to die like that. No way. I don't believe it. Jiang Xianshi is definitely not that kind of person, Gu Qing said worriedly, looking at Jiang Sun's back. Yu also shouted loudly, holding her sword and charging directly at Jiang Sun. Coming along with her were two female disciples in the early Golden Core stage. Senior brother, Tu Qing hurriedly stepped forward to help. You deal with those Foundation Establishment disciples. I'll handle the three of them. Jiang Sun closed his folding fan and raised his hand to block in front of Tu Qing. Then, without waiting for her response, he dashed forward in a swift step. With a flick of the folding fan, a gust of wind swept the three away, creating distance between them and Tu Qing and the others, forming a triangle around Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun stood calmly in the center, fanning himself. Three beautiful sisters, I can't bear to hurt you. How about we not fight? Meanwhile, Ming Ning and Liang were fighting fiercely, having already moved from the ground to the air. With Tu Qing's help, the other four disciples in the Golden Core stage easily dealt with the 8 Foundation Establishment disciples. Hurry and take him down. He's stalling for time. A disciple in the early Golden Core stage shouted, noticing the situation on Tu Qing's side, and immediately attacked Jiang Sun with her sword. Jiang Sun stretched out his hand, using the folding fan to block her sword, elegantly deflecting her attack and throwing her aside. A pretty girl like this being so fierce won't be able to find a man, Jiang Sun remarked as he reached out to grab the fluttering dress of the girl, pulling her into his arms and looking into her eyes. But I really like it. The girl and Jiang Sun locked eyes, and upon hearing his gentle voice, she instantly blushed, her sword dropping to the ground unnoticed. Xinyu, Yu shouted urgently, but it was too late. Will you help me deal with her? If I get disfigured, you won't like me anymore. Jiang Sun pointed to another girl next to Yu and smiled. Okay. The girl in Jiang Sun's embrace, Xinyu, nodded dazedly, then looked at the other Golden Core disciple with a fierce glint in her eyes and charged over. At the same time, her hand reached for the sword on the ground, which flew back into her grasp. Xinyu, wake up. The female disciple quickly raised her sword to defend herself while shouting. Rinyu, she's been bewitched. Don't hurt her. Yu urgently called out. I know, senior sister, Before Rinyu could finish, Xinyu kicked her out, sending her crashing against a wall while clutching her stomach. But she's using deadly force. The sight of beautiful women fighting is a rare view. Jiang Sun stood in place, fanning himself and watching Xinyu and Rinyu with a smile. Damn it. Yu made up her mind and unleashed a sword energy toward Jiang Sun, thinking that as long as she took him down, Xinyu would be restored. Facing the fierce sword energy, Jiang Sun waved his folding fan, sending out 3 vertical wind blades that shattered the sword energy, while 2 more wind blades attacked Yu. Chapter 94. Let go of my senior sister. If you're capable, come at me. Yu is no fragile vase. She leaped into the air, spinning perfectly between the 2 wind blades, then landed. At the same time, 2 vines burst from the ground beneath Jiang Sun, trying to bind his ankles. Jiang Sun threw the folding fan at Yu. With his ankles bound by the vines, Yu had to block the folding fan that was flying toward her. After blocking the attack, the folding fan returned and severed the 2 vines, freeing Jiang Sun, achieving 2 goals at once. When did the Baohua sect have such beautiful and powerful disciples? Truly impressive. Jiang Sun caught the folding fan, tapped in his hand, closed it, and smiled. Meanwhile, Xinyu had already forced Rinyu into a retreat, leaving numerous blood marks on Rinyu's body, blood flowing freely. Yet Ren Yu dared not strike Shen Yu with deadly force. Shen Yu had no intention of defending herself at all, only attacking relentlessly. In this situation, if Ren Yu launched a counterattack, Shen Yu might die on the spot. Ming Ning and Liang Ru were still locked in a standoff in the air. On Tu Qing's side, one male disciple had been overwhelmed and killed, while the other two were lightly injured. 5 Foundation establishment disciples were entangled with Tu Qing, leading to a stalemate, but Tu Qing was unharmed. It was just that the attacks from all sides left her somewhat overwhelmed, with no time to manage those disciples. Shen Yu, if you keep fighting like this, I'm really going to die. Ren Yu shouted at Shen Yu, who had her thorns binding Ren Yu's hands and feet. Shen Yu seemed not to hear and swung her sword toward Ren Yu's chest. Yin Yu rushed over, quickly blocking Shen Yu's strike with her sword, then severing the thorns binding Ren Yu. Jiang Sun did not intervene. Just as Shen Yu was about to continue attacking Ren Yu, Jiang Sun stepped in front of her, grabbing her shoulder. Seeing Jiang Sun, Shen Yu stopped her actions and looked at him with affection. Sorry, I couldn't kill her. It's fine. Just leaving her half dead is good enough. Jiang Sun reached out and patted Shen Yu's head. This gesture made Shen Yu very happy. Yin Yu was stunned. She hadn't expected Jiang Sun's charm technique to be this powerful. Ordinary charm techniques would control a person to attack others, but the person under control would have no emotions, like a puppet, and could not exert their full strength. Yet, Shen Yu, controlled by Jiang Sun, not only retained her emotions and could exert her full strength, but also seemed genuinely motivated to help Jiang Sun take down Ren Yu. This was a complete betrayal. Go help her, take down those disciples. Jiang Sun then pointed toward Tu Qing. Shen Yu looked at Tu Qing, pouted, but did not act. I don't want to share you with her. I definitely don't want to share you with anyone else. Great, another drawback of those born with charm. A bewitched woman will get jealous of other women. You go help her, and when you come back, I'll reward you. Jiang Sun coaxed Shen Yu. Fortunately, Shen Yu was also quite attractive. Although she couldn't compare to Yin Yu, she was still much prettier than the average girl. What reward? Shen Yu asked curiously. Okish, is that okay? Sure. Shen Yu nodded decisively, then ran toward Tu Qing, launching a surprise attack from behind. Several Foundation establishment disciples from the Baohua sect were directly slashed by Shen Yu's sword, leaving them covered in blood, unable to stand. Seeing this, Tu Qing realized that Jiang Sun must have bewitched this woman to help him. Senior brother is indeed amazing. Shen Yu, seeing Shen Yu's actions, Yin Yu was frantic, but Jiang Sun was blocking her path, and she knew she couldn't get through. Originally, the 3 of them could definitely take down Jiang Sun, but with Shen Yu's betrayal, Ren Yu seriously injured, and her own cultivation level lower than Jiang Sun's, how could they possibly succeed? At this rate, the Baohua sect's mission for justice was going to turn into a sheep entering a tiger's den. May I ask how to address this fairy? Jiang Jin still had the leisure to chat with her. Senior sister, don't worry about me. You probably can't match him. Quickly call senior sister Liang and run. Ren Yu said, sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath. That's not going to work. It's not just you. I also need to take Shen Yu back. Yin Yu immediately replied. Why not tell me your name, fairy? If you become my Dao partner, I'll let you both go. Jiang Jin said with a smile, slowly walking towards Yin Yu. Seeing this, Yin Yu quickly looked warily at Jiang Jin's neck and below, remaining silent. Then she caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. As a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect, she was particularly sensitive to scents, and this fragrance shot straight to her mind, making her shiver. As a disciple of the He Huan sect, apart from my innate charm, I naturally also use the techniques of the He Huan sect, Jiang Jin said with a smile. This is rosemary from the He Huan sect. Anyone who smells it will be enchanted and might even have their desires awakened. Listening to Jiang Jin's words, Yin Yu began to feel drowsy. She quickly circulated her spiritual power to dispel the sensation, but it only allowed her to barely stay awake. Meanwhile, Jiang Jin had already reached in front of her and extended his hand. Yin Yu hurriedly raised her sword to defend, but Jiang Jin blocked her wrist. Leaving her feeling weak, the sword fell from her hand, and she was picked up by Jiang Jin, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. With her eyes hazy, Yin Yu inadvertently looked up and met Jiang Jin's gaze. Under the dual influence of rosemary and her innate charm, She felt a strange sensation enveloping her body. "Senior sister, you bastard!" Rinyu shouted as she struggled to stand up against the wall, using her sword for support, and then staggered towards Jiangjin, swinging her sword. Jiangjin directly used Yiningyu as a shield in front of him, and Rinyu quickly stopped, instead losing her balance and falling to the ground. "Let her go. If you have the ability, come at me," Rinyu shouted from the ground. "How could that be? You're not as good-looking as your senior sister," Jiangjin replied with a smile. At this moment, Yiningyu was oblivious to what was happening around her. Her face flushed as she rubbed against Jiangjin's chest, saying, "It's so hot, I'm so hot. Ningyu." In the sky, Liangru noticed this scene and shouted anxiously, "Dare to be distracted?" Ming Ning sneered and struck out with a bolt of lightning, directly knocking Liangru down from the sky. At the same time, Ming Ning pursued, placing her sword against the neck of the fallen Liangru. Liangru's neck was cut by Ming Ning's black sword, blood flowing out, making her unable to move for a moment. The disciples of the 100 Flower sect on Tu Qing's side were all knocked down by Tu Qing and Shunyu, lying on the ground, unable to move. At this point, all the disciples of the 100 Flower sect had been taken down. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Just as Ming Ning was about to bind Liangru, a voice came from behind. Everyone turned to look. They saw a figure in a black robe sitting on a nearby rooftop, clapping and saying, "Tianwu sect, peak of the early stage of the nascent soul." Jiangjin frowned upon seeing this. Chapter 95. Young Master, do not forget me. As soon as Jiangjin's voice fell, more figures in black robes appeared on the surrounding rooftops. There were no fewer than 40 of them, with more than 6 nascent soul cultivators among them. "Split up and run." Ming Ning immediately transmitted a message to Jiangjin and Tu Qing. She then turned around, grabbed Liangru's clothes, and threw her towards the black-robed person who had spoken. As the black-robed person was obstructed from seeing, Ming Ning and Tu Qing immediately flew up on their swords, fleeing in 2 different directions. Jiangjin also prepared to run, but Yiningyu clung tightly to his neck, unable to shake her off. Helpless, Jiangjin had no choice but to fly with Yiningyu in his arms. "Young master, wait for me," Xinyu called out as she rushed towards Jiangjin. "Chase! Don't let those 2 from the He Huan sect escape." The leading black-robed person knocked Liangru aside with a palm